Chapter 1. After an indeterminate span of time, 3,000 chaotic deities and demons were born. Among them, the most formidable was Pangu, who wielded the power of one of the supreme laws, the mightiest among the 3,000 pathways, capable of shattering myriad laws with a single force. In those primordial times, the heavens and the earth were not yet distinct, and yin and yang had yet to be delineated. Guided by the great Tao, Pangu endeavored to create the heavens and the earth, for only through this act could he transcend and attain eternal life. However, the act of creation would disrupt the myriad small worlds cultivated by the chaotic deities and demons, leading them to collectively oppose Pangu's intentions. Those who supported Pangu were deemed gods, while those who did not were labeled demons. Among the latter were the likes of the Lord of Time, the Lord of Fate, the King of Space Yang Mei, and others such as Ji, Destruction, Luo Ho, and Yin Yang. Conversely, Pangu was supported by numerous chaotic gods, including the Master of Creation, the Demon God of Causality, and the Lord of Reincarnation. A divergence arose, irreconcilable, igniting a great war. Yet, under Pangu's mighty acts of creation, each swing was an insurmountable blow, for Pangu had already reached the threshold of the Tao, standing shoulder to shoulder with it. Countless chaotic demons resorted to self-detonation, shattering the 36 grades of the chaotic green lotus. The creation jade plate was likewise fragmented, scattering its pieces far and wide. Pangu, no longer holding back, vanquished the 3,000 chaotic demons. With his colossal axe, he cleaved through chaos, establishing clear skies above and solid ground below. The instability of heaven and earth compelled Pangu to support the heavens with his head and the earth with his feet, thereby separating them. For 18,000 years, he sustained the heavens and the earth, creating a distance of 90,000 miles between them. After enduring fierce battles with the chaotic deities and demons, and expending tremendous energy to create the heavens, upon his demise, Pangu transformed into all things. In his wake, the chaotic essence left behind morphed into 4 distinct energies: Xianxing Qi, Xiankong Qi, Xianling Qi, and Xianming Qi. These 4 energies subsequently birthed 4 sacred beings, who later engaged in a cataclysmic struggle among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, leading to the shattering of the primordial world and the calamity of the Long Han era. Luo Ho, having preserved a fragment of his essence, managed to escape, albeit falling below the sacred realm, later contending with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who wielded the laws of immortality for a position of sanctity. He harbored thoughts of proving his worth through slaughter, igniting a conflict of demonic paths. Ultimately, the confrontation culminated in the demise of the ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of Qiankun, with Yang Mei grievously injured, thereby allowing Hongjun to attain sanctity. This led to the divine decree. As the Tao wanes, the demons thrive as the demons grow, the Tao diminishes, the Tao rises a foot, and the demons grow a mile. This oath of heaven left Hongjun burdened with boundless karma, leading him to take disciples, namely Jian and Zhuanti. On a certain day, 6 individuals emerged from the Zhixiao Palace, each adorned with a smile. Hongjun imparted the primordial purple energy of the 6 realms, indicating that the opportunity for sanctity lay within their grasp. Yet, despite possessing the primordial purple energy, they were at a loss regarding its application. Nuwa, too, was deeply troubled by the inability to utilize what she had received, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. One day, overwhelmed by her agitation, she ventured out for a stroll. However, she encountered the tumult of the Wu and Yao conflict, which erupted in various locales, plunging the primordial world into chaos. Nuwa could only sigh in resignation. Observing the rampant warfare around her, she contemplated how the various clans fought for selfish reasons, leading to the fracturing of the primordial realm, from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to the present-day strife between the Wu and Yao. Then an idea struck her. Why not create new forms of life to alter the current state of the primordial world? As this thought took root, the primordial purple energy within her seemed to resonate, pulsating with vigor. Could this be the opportunity her teacher spoke of? The stirrings of the primordial purple energy indicated an affirmation of her intentions. Thus, she resolved to act. However, as it was her first time creating life, she was uncertain of the outcome and decided to mold figures from the bones of the primordial beings. Using the 9 heavens essence soil as her foundation, this soil was extraordinary, swelling with water and expanding with earth. Birthed during the dawn of creation, Nuwa shaped her hands, and before long, a small figure emerged. Though the features were slightly askew and the form imperfect, it sufficed for the moment. She would create better ones in time. To differentiate between male and female, she continued her craft, molding another figure. The male was handsome and tall, while the female exhibited extraordinary beauty and grace. Yet, the figures remained devoid of spirit and wisdom, akin to mere animated corpses. Subsequently, Nuwa retrieved a vial of crystalline liquid from her sleeve. This was the divine water of the 3 lights, distilled from the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. As she sprinkled a few drops upon the small figures, the soil beneath them became increasingly supple, and they suddenly radiated a vibrant life force. She cast them down, and there they stood, a male and a female, awakening to their newfound awareness. It appeared promising with their souls ignited. These beings were fundamentally akin to the denizens of the primordial realm. Yet, Nuwa found the pace of creation too slow. Therefore, she cast the 9 heavens essence soil into the air, harnessing her divine powers to mold the figures anew. Once more, she took up a gourd vine, immersing its tendrils in the divine water of the 3 lights, and with a flourish, she let it rain down upon the figures. Instantly, life surged within them, accompanied by the joyous cries of the mother goddess. Aside from the first figure, which was somewhat lacking, Nuwa grew increasingly adept as she continued her work. By the time she completed the 3,000th figure, they were remarkably perfect, with their features exquisitely lifelike and bodies finely detailed. The 3,000 figures descended to the earth, calling out to their mother goddess in unison. Nuwa's heart brimmed with joy. Nuwa, observe that amongst all beings in the world, though life abounds, there exists a void of sentiency entity that could discern good from evil, understand right from wrong, and grasp the great Tao. Thus, with essence soil, I shape form, and with divine water, I imbue spirit, creating a race of sentient beings, whom I shall name humans. In accordance with the great Tao, may they propagate and flourish. The heavenly decree loomed above, a testament to this creation. Suddenly, radiant beams of myriad colors cascaded from the heavens, the primordial purple energy swirling for 90,000 miles. Golden light illuminated the scene, and auspicious omens filled the air. Heavenly flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. The dragon and phoenix sang as the laws of existence emerged. A rift opened in the void, the eye of the Tao gazing down upon this moment. Countless magnificent golden lotuses of virtue surged forth from the void, transcending the 5 elements and reigning above all. The primordial realm trembled as the energies of heaven and earth surged forth. The power of virtue, divided into 8 parts, coalesced above Nuwa's head, forming a resplendent golden lotus of virtue that entered her being, merging with the primordial purple energy. The remaining 2 parts descended upon the 3,000 figures. In an instant, endless golden lotuses enveloped them, and a sacred aura radiated from Nuwa, causing all beings in the primordial realm to bow in reverence. Nuwa shone with brilliant light, her form gradually becoming indistinct and towering, merging with the fabric of heaven and earth. The virtue attained sanctity, nourishing the cosmos. The entire primordial realm rejoiced. Congratulations to Nuwa for attaining sanctity. The jubilant voices echoed throughout the land. I, Nuwa, have today molded clay to create humanity, achieving sanctity through virtue. In 100 years, I shall construct a grand hall amidst the chaos to expound upon the sacred Tao. Furthermore, the beings I have created may not be harmed for a millennium. These figures were akin to her offspring, deserving of her care, particularly as the human race remained frail. The 3 pure ones were astonished, having not anticipated that, as the rightful heirs of Pangu, they would be surpassed in attaining sanctity by Nuwa, their junior. It seemed they too must hasten their efforts. Taiqing set off to the Grand Hall. The astonishment of Jin and Zhuanti was palpable. Was it not true that the first saint of the cosmos was Nuwa? Instantly, they felt a twinge of envy. Possessing the primordial purple energy, yet lacking the knowledge to achieve sanctity. At that moment, all 3,000 figures departed, yet the 3,000th stood rooted in place, showing no sign of leaving. Tongtian, intrigued, resolved to observe the creation of Nuwa's beings, hoping to glean insights that could aid his own path to sanctity. Thus, he watched from the heavens, day after day. Just as Tongtian pondered whether this figure bore any deficiencies due to Nuwa's handiwork, the small being suddenly stirred. System fusion complete. At that moment, hearing the system's voice, Qiye felt tears well up in his eyes. He had once been a beleaguered worker on Blue Star, enduring a grueling routine from 8 in the morning until 10 at night as a programmer, while also being an ardent admirer of a goddess. Each month, his meager salary vanished into her hands, leaving him to survive on instant noodles, yet the goddess paid him no mind. She used his money to engage in flirtations with other men, never casting even a glance his way. After 5 long years of devotion, the goddess unexpectedly reached out to him, leaving him astounded. Was this the outcome of his financial sacrifices? He had initially intended to make a move, but he feared rejection from the goddess. Just as he was undergoing a circumcision in the hospital, he found himself transported instantly to another realm. This bewildered him, especially as he had arrived in the primordial world. Upon his arrival, he encountered the Longhan calamity, witnessing the shattering of the primordial realm and the ensuing war of demonic paths. Who could comprehend this? Countless billions of beings were annihilated in an instant. Thus, the system sealed itself, intending to await the end of the calamity before restarting. He remained within the small figure, not from a lack of desire to move, but because he was utterly immobilized. Today, however, the system began to unseal. The system is integrating. The system fusion is complete. Issuing the initial reward, the eye of time and space. Do you wish to integrate? The fusion is imminent. He can hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his prowess. At that moment, his eyes seemed to be plucked from their sockets, leaving him enveloped in darkness. A chilling scream pierced the silence. Ah, that hurts like hell. The fusion is complete. While others experience a seamless integration, I had to endure the agony of having my eyes gouged out. How brutal. The system detects the host's profound dissatisfaction and now issues a divine novice gift pack. Why is a novice gift pack? Surely, I deserve a few drops of Pangus essence in compensation. 1 drop would suffice. 2 drops would be generous. Other systems provide such gifts right away. Why is it absent here? Have you hoarded it all for yourself? Could it be that Pangus essence has been depleted by you systems? Desire it or not. If you do not want it, then retract it, host. Prepare to await your demise. Wait, this system has gone awry. Unable to distinguish between the major and minor. What a mess. Qiye exclaimed in exasperation. The host relies on the system, which naturally assumes the role of the supreme authority. It is hoped the host can discern this. The system detects the host's voluntary relinquishment and promptly annihilates the Divine Novice Gift Pack 10987. Wait, I definitely want it. Open it immediately. The system promptly unveils the Divine Novice Gift Pack for the host. 3 luminous orbs materialized, leaving Qiye momentarily bewildered. What on earth are these? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 advanced cultivation pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the intermediate Earth escape technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a fragment of the 5 Thunder righteous method. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. And this is what I receive. While others start with Pangus essence and powerful cultivation, I get this. This system is utterly useless. Initially, I had intended to offer the host a complimentary marrow cleansing, but given the host's attitude, I shall retract that offer. Marrow cleansing? Am I not akin to Nuwa molding thousands of little beings? Surely, I cannot possess absolutely no cultivation. There is a minuscule amount, not much, but although I have the innate physique of the human race, there's still potential for further enhancement. If I had known, I would have hidden during the Dragon and Han calamity by now. I could have at least survived to become a great Luo golden immortal. This system is a hindrance. Regardless, since it's free, I might as well take advantage of it. In an instant, Qiye felt as if a searing flame engulfed his insides, causing immense agony. His expression contorted. Yet, after a brief period, the discomfort subsided, gradually transforming into a pleasurable sensation. What a powerful start. 100 cultivation pills right off the bat. A torrent of energy surged within him, roiling and threatening to explode his very being. Boom! He broke through to the latest stage celestial immortal realm. It was no small feat. I expended 100 cultivation pills for this. Tongtian waited eagerly for Qiye to make a move, only to be met with silence. Once again, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. At that moment, he noticed a wave of spiritual power emanating from Qiye, revealing his latest stage celestial immortal prowess. Tongtian was momentarily astonished, although crafted by Nuwa's younger sister. This individual emerged with latest stage celestial immortal capabilities among the throngs of little beings. Qiye was indeed the first. He observed as Li Kai's eyes glimmered with the power of time and space, causing the surrounding environment to warp. Tongtian was suddenly taken aback. Time and space divine abilities. Could it be that this young man carries an extraordinary destiny? Moreover, he sensed a peculiar aura surrounding this lad. Never mind, it would be better to abduct him for further study. Nuwa's sister only forbade the killing of these little beings, but she did not prohibit taking them as disciples. Qiye opened his eyes and looked around. What in the world is this place? Kid, a thunderous voice echoed. Atop the clouds sat a young man clad in a purple robe, his complexion strikingly handsome, adorned with a jade crown. Though he emanated no discernible aura of spiritual power, he exuded an air of ancient simplicity. However, Qiye, being a traveler from another realm and well-versed in numerous novels, instinctively recognized that such seemingly unassuming individuals might very well be formidable beings not to be trifled with. I was merely practicing here and inadvertently disturbed the esteemed senior. I shall take my leave at once, he declared, bowing respectfully before hastily retreating that if he did not depart at this moment. When would he? He still needed to find a place to remain inconspicuous. Observing this, Tongtian could not help but smile, beckoning him closer. With a mere wave of his hand, Qiye found himself instantly grasped by Tongtian. Wait, esteemed senior, I am but a mere celestial being. Please, in your magnanimity, let me go, he pleaded, his heart sinking in despair at his misfortune. Humph, I'm not one to act in such a manner, Tongtian replied, while Qiye muttered under his breath, that may be uncertain. Some powerful beings have peculiar quirks that are truly beyond comprehension. Unfortunately, his words were overheard by Tongtian, whose expression darkened with fury. He was tempted to crush Qiye beneath his foot for such audacity. The task was laid before him. First, to become a disciple under Tongtian, with a reward of a divine spear's tip. Second, to brace for being kicked away by Tongtian, a fate that could see him traversing the vastness of the primordial world for a century without respite. Wait a moment, Tongtian. Are you telling me that this young man before me is Tongtian? I recall Tongtian's visage being that of an elderly sage, imbued with an ethereal grace. How is it that he appears so unrefined at first glance? Is this what they mean by judging based on appearances? If I had known this was Tongtian, I would have refrained from such remarks, and now I am certain to face his ire. Silence, host. Otherwise, I shall reveal your innermost thoughts to Tongtian. How cruel! I see potential in you. Would you like to become my foremost disciple? Tongtian proposed. Yes, yes, Qiye exclaimed, bowing deeply and knocking his head thrice upon the ground. The sound echoing and momentarily leaving Tongtian dazed. Tongtian, taken aback, initially intended to forcibly take Qiye with him if he refused. In that case, let us return to Kunlun Mountain. Wait, that is a mistake. Can we start over? What about the formalities of apprenticeship? He lamented, astonished to encounter someone more miserly than the system itself. As he contemplated the situation, Tongtian turned with a smile, his gaze seemingly demanding Qiye to repeat himself. I didn't say anything, master, he replied, somewhat apprehensive. Good. For a moment I feared you were thinking ill of me in your heart, Tongtian mused. Now, you shall make your own way up Kunlun Mountain. Consider it a form of training. With that, he made his way towards Kunlun, leaving Qiye in a state of bewilderment. Is this the doing of the system? How could Tongtian have overheard my thoughts? It must be this insidious system. He fumed internally. This system is inherently unscrupulous. When the time comes for you to plead for my assistance, you'd best adhere to my guidance, the system retorted, abruptly severing communication. One day, this system will be the end of me. Qiye grumbled, left with no choice but to obediently ascend Kunlun Mountain. The path was treacherous and winding, nearly causing him to tumble down. After enduring numerous trials, he finally reached the summit, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Not bad, not bad. It seems this body can endure, Tongtian remarked, beckoning him inside. 3 grand hall stood majestically atop Kunlun, radiating brilliance. Upon entering the left hall, he found 2 young men seated upon cushions. One exuded an aura of ethereal grace, donning a light azure robe and appearing quite amiable, while the other bore a colder demeanor, his sharp gaze sending shivers down Qiye's spine. Brother, second brother, this is my newly accepted foremost disciple, Qiye. Why not take a moment to assess him? Tongtian suggested, eager to showcase his sole disciple. Currently, he is my only disciple, so naturally I wish to boast a little. This is your new master, Qiye, he continued. Upon realizing this, Qiye hurriedly bowed. Greetings to my esteemed uncles. To think that Tongtian would accept a disciple crafted by that Nuwa sister. While his cultivation is commendable, he still falls short of the threshold for the foremost disciple of the Pangu lineage. Who knows what achievements he might reach in the future? His potential is too limited, one of them remarked. Their tone laced with disdain, Qiye felt as if he had been wrongfully implicated, caught in a crossfire of disdain. And no wonder all novels depict Yuan Shi as meddlesome. It appears to be true. He thought, second brother, must you pry into my affairs regarding my disciple? I alone shall decide his fate. It is not for others to comment, Tongtian retorted, his expression darkening. How dare you speak to me this way? I am your second brother. Am I not entitled to express my opinion? Yuan Shi shot back, equally incensed. Enough. I see promise in this child. He will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Second brother, third brother. Let us cease this quarrel, Taiqing interjected, sensing the tension escalating. Since my third brother is taking on a disciple, it is only fitting for me, as the elder uncle, to present some gifts, he continued, hoping to diffuse the situation. Qiye's spirits lifted at Taiqing's words. The treasures bestowed by him were renowned for their exceptional quality. He originally desired the Taiji diagram, or the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong Tower. But both were too precious and likely to be refused. After some contemplation, he proposed, esteemed uncle, could I possibly receive the wordless heavenly book? The wordless heavenly book? Taiqing's eyelids twitched. The young man had long coveted his treasure. While it was indeed useless to Taiqing, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Taiqing appeared to withdraw the wordless heavenly book. Qiye's expression shifted dramatically, internally exclaiming, no way. Tongtian and Yuan Shi exchanged bewildered glances. Logically, Taiqing should not be so reluctant to part with it. Taiqing chuckled nervously. The wordless heavenly book is not practical for you. He casually produced a cushion. Wait, I mean it is useful, Qiye protested silently, though he could not outright seize it. The wind and fire cushion contained the powers of wind and fire, functioning both offensively and defensively, and could summon the yellow turban warriors. Taiqing had once used it to claim the primordial golden dipper and, the prized disciple of the Jie Sect, Duobao Taoist. His astonishment, Taiqing seemed to have caught on to something. Had I known, I would not have displayed such a ravenous desire. I truly lost out, he lamented. Turning his attention to Yuan Shi, Qiye was acutely aware that Tongtian understood his disciple's temperament and knew he would not be pleased with the first uncle's offering. Second brother, as your uncle, I assure you that what I present shall be no less valuable than that of the first brother. He vowed. Qiye seized the opportunity to flatter Yuan Shi. Esteemed Uncle Yuan Shi, your powers are truly formidable. You are destined to embody the stature of a sage, and thus the treasures you offer must surely be exquisite. Indeed, you flatter me, Yuan Shi replied, his demeanor brightening. Speak your wish. What treasure do you desire? Qiye rubbed his hands together, grinning. Could I possibly request the Pangu banner, esteemed uncle? At that moment, Yuan Shi's expression shifted drastically. Tongtian and Taiqing were equally astonished. You truly have the audacity to ask for that. Sensing Yuan Shi's discontent, Qiye quickly added, if not, the celestial celebration cloud would suffice. You truly have an insatiable appetite. You are not afraid of bursting. These treasures are of great use to me. Let us exchange for something else. Realizing he could not press his luck, he shifted tactics. What about the 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin for the disciple? Are you really bold enough to ask for that? However, upon reconsideration, compared to the Pangu banner and the celestial celebration cloud, the palanquin merely served as a means of transportation and appeared less significant. Take it. Receiving the 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin, Qiye beamed with delight. Though it lacked other utility, it was undeniably impressive. A grand entrance indeed. Crafted from the primordial Agarwood, the palanquin's 4 wheels each bore a golden lotus, illuminating the heavens with their brilliance, adorned with 9 5-clawed golden dragons. It rivaled even the great Luo golden immortals in majesty. Most importantly, it was a splendid display of opulence. Surrounding the chariot was a misty radiance, with rosy hues forming bridges, exotic fragrances wafting through the air, and the songs of phoenixes mingling with the dance of mythical creatures, all beneath a canopy of auspicious clouds and soaring divine beasts. Given that both esteemed masters have completed their farewells, it seems only fitting for you, master, to bestow a gift upon your disciple, who has just entered your fold. I am aware it may have slipped your mind, so let us remedy that today. Taiqing and Yuan Shi sit together to observe the spectacle. It is now your turn. As a gift from the master, it surely cannot be lacking in value. Tongtian smiled at this, realizing the young man had set his sights on him. Yet, as his sole disciple, Tongtian was not one to be stingy. Speak, my disciple. What is it that you desire? I shall grant it to you. Upon hearing this, Taiqing and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, taken aback by Tongtian's willingness to indulge his disciple so generously. Seizing the moment, there is no time like the present. Master, that Zhuzhen sword of yours is quite remarkable, so I would like— Ah, clever lad, it appears you have your sights set on that. The 4 Zhuzhen swords, even if bestowed upon you, would be beyond your current capabilities. Let us consider an alternative. Tongtian produced 24 sea calming pearls. Take this sight. Qiye's eyes sparkled. Each of these pearls was a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Together, they formed a superior innate spiritual treasure. Quite admirable, indeed, far surpassing what Taiqing and Yuan Shi had offered. However, my dear nephew, you must focus diligently on your cultivation and not allow these treasures to distract you. After all, they are external forces. One's own cultivation is the most crucial foundation. Indeed, as direct successors of the Pangu great deity, we, the Sanqing, hold a significant responsibility. As my disciple, you will inevitably represent the Sanqing. Do not bring shame upon your master. The disciple shall certainly heed the master's teachings and cultivate earnestly. Observing this, Tongtian grew increasingly pleased with his disciple. Subsequently, Qiye took his leave, while the 3 continued their discussion. Qiye began to channel the Shangqing Xian Gong imparted by Tongtian. With a single breath, spiritual energy surged within him, condensing continuously. After 2 breaths, the energy flowed into his body, and soon, 4 strands of heavenly spiritual essence emerged. After 3 breaths, there were 7 strands. After 4 breaths, 12 strands. Following 7 breaths, he reached 36 strands, and after 20 breaths, 54 strands. Upon completing 99 breaths, he attained 108 strands of heavenly spiritual essence. As the Shangqing Xian Gong operated, he merged these 108 strands into a singular force. Boomed that a more potent aura emanated from him. Qiye resumed his cultivation, with strands of heavenly spiritual essence gathering within him. Integrating with his technique, in the primordial world, time was capricious and abundant. Several epochs were but a triviality. Life was as long as the heavens themselves. As he retracted his technique, spiritual energy surged forth, unleashing an even greater powered Qiye, the pinnacle of celestial immortality. He was but a hair's breadth from ascending to true immortality. However, to breach the realm of true immortality, one must face the tribulation. System, where's my reward? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the tip of the god-slaying spear. This spear tip resembled a dark abyss, emanating a chilling gleam, its surface shimmering with a faint, shadowy luster. An aura of malice and demonic energy pervaded the air. Truly, it was a treasure of innate origin. Merely the spear tip was likely on par with the quasi-saint level. Regrettably, during the conflict of the demon path, it had nearly shattered, leaving it merely a superior innate spiritual treasure now. Yet, he could not fully unleash its power. Ding! Detection shows the host is about to break through to celestial immortality. Successful tribulation will reward the divine panel. Divine panel? What sort of formidable artifact is that? You will know after the breakthrough. Very well. A profound power surged from Qiye, propelling him to the realm of true immortality. Instantly, the void above erupted with layers of clouds, as if brewing something momentous. A resounding rumble echoed through the air. Above, the thunder rolled and lightning danced. Weaving like a celestial dragon, a massive bolt of divine lightning descended directly upon Qiye as the Shanqing Xiangong was invoked. A purifying energy enveloped him, forming a barrier against the divine lightning Qiye that moment. A second bolt struck down with even greater force. The lightning twisted and coiled, and with a crack, the barrier shattered. The 24 sea calming pearls soared forth, shattering the second bolt of divine lightning. Following closely, the third and fourth bolts of tribulation descended in rapid succession, each more powerful than the last, capable of reducing earthly immortals to ashes. The 24 sea calming pearls emitted a soft blue glow, forming a vast ocean that consumed the remaining power of the tribulation, and a total of 5 bolts of divine lightning were obliterated by the pearls. As the tribulation continued to intensify, the 5th bolt became even more ferocious. Yet it too was devoured by the sea-calming pearls. Suddenly, the heavens resounded with a tremendous roar, lightning flashing and thunder crashing, as if threatening to tear apart the very fabric of existence. The 24 sea-calming pearls were sent flying. Qiye exclaimed in shock. Oh no! He hastily retrieved the wind and fire lotus. Instantly, the elements of wind and fire intertwined. Surging forth, the 6th bolt was obliterated under their combined might. Soon after, the 7th bolt descended with a deafening crash that shook the cosmos. This bolt was colossal, nearly as thick as his own leg. Oh my heavens, this is no mere test. Such commotion drew Tongtian and the others from the Grand Hall. They gazed up at the vast expanse of the tribulation, which seemed to blanket the entire Kunlun mountain. The 3 were astounded. The thunderclouds had likely stretched for 2,000 miles. What a staggering concept. Isn't that your disciple? Third brother, clad in white, Qiye was currently withstanding the 7th bolt of tribulation. With a resounding crash and the power of wind and fire dispersing, the situation was far from over. Above, the thunder continued to roar, signaling that the ordeal was not yet complete. Boom, boom, the 8th bolt of tribulation loomed, hinting at the emergence of some celestial laws. What on earth? They're not just one, but a total of 8. Heavenly Tao, be reasonable. You simply stacked them on top of each other, as if provoked. The tribulation descended in a furious roar, unleashing 8 bolts of divine lightning from the void. It is directed at you. At this moment, Qiye summoned the tip of the god-slaying spear, as malicious energy surged forth, intertwining with a killing intent, transforming into a streak of light that threaded through the 8 bolts of divine lightning. With a resounding crash, the 8 bolts of heavenly tribulation shattered, as if they were mere glass. Truly, the god-slaying spear was remarkable. Such a trivial tribulation, easily managed. Oh, the tribulation seems to be calming, as if the storm clouds are beginning to dissipate. Is that all? Witnessing the retreat of the tribulation, Tongtian was astonished. This lad had managed to endure it. Although reliant on treasures, his own willpower should not be underestimated. However, Taiqing's expression shifted. It was not yet over. The two quickly looked on, and although the tribulation clouds had ceased to roll, they were utterly stunned. What was this? A shadow appeared in the heavens, vaguely resembling a human form. Deep and boundless, ancient yet simple, it seemed to encapsulate infinite principles in that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. The figure slowly extended a finger. Instantly, a bolt of purple divine lightning surged forth, writhing like a spirit snake, with faint crackling sounds echoing. The three were alarmed, and Qiye gasped in horror. Purple sky, divine lightning. Is this meant to take my life? For mere celestial tribulation, you bring down the entire purple sky, divine lightning. Yet, the purple sky divine lightning did not heed his pleas, striking directly at Qiye. The terrifying aura left him aghast. The tip of the god-slaying spear emanated a murderous intent, intertwining with endless malice and demonic energy. Clang! A sound rang out as the tip of the god-slaying spear was knocked aside. What has this disciple done to provoke such wrath, drawing down the purple sky divine lightning? Both Taiqing and Yuanshi were taken aback. As the purple sky divine lightning approached, Tongtian could not care less. He immediately swung his hand to cut it down. The others hastily restrained him. Third brother, such matters are dictated by fate. The tribulation is the will of the heavenly Tao and cannot be defied. But I cannot stand by and watch my disciple be struck down. Do not restrain me. Even if the heavenly Tao comes today, I shall save my disciple. Host, give it your all, with a fervent intensity. The system seemed to crave even greater chaos, relentlessly escalating the situation. The host was on the brink of demise, yet it persisted in its relentless pursuit. How unfortunate I am to be burdened with such a system. Qiye dared not act carelessly. He immediately summoned 24 sea calming pearls, along with the wind and fire mat and the god-slaying spear, their tips shimmering as they hurtled towards the purple cloud divine thunder. Do not panic, beneath the heavenly Tao, there exists a glimmer of hope. With a mere thought, Qiye activated the supreme Qian art to its utmost limit, drawing in the pure essence of heaven and earth to cleanse his body, while also harnessing the power of the cosmos to defend against myriad attacks. That it felt as if an infinite stream of pure energy surged forth, converging in his hands to form a pale blue sphere of light. A massive pillar of thunder, akin to a colossal dragon, cleaved through the sky, bearing the destructive force of annihilation. Crashing down upon Qiye with a thunderous roar, the light sphere soared forth, spinning incessantly. Upon their collision, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, reverberating through the heavens, shattering the light sphere into fragments. The residual force surged into Qiye's body, causing a tingling sensation as lightning danced upon his form. In the firmament above, the tribulation gradually dissipated. Qiye was enveloped in golden light, transcending the true immortal realm. Yet concurrently, a stream of luminescence entered his body. Could this be a reward for me? What the hell? This was not merely 12 sea-calming pearls. Qiye gasped in astonishment. Coupled with the 24 bestowed by Tongtian, this amounted to 36 sea-calming pearls, that a perfect blend of offense and defense, a set of treasures rivaling the innate supreme artifacts. Originally, this supreme treasure belonged to the Dragon Clan, but it vanished after their defeat. Struck by 9 bolts of thunder, the outcome was indeed fortuitous. Splendid, splendid. The Tao ancestor truly does not deceive me, I in the 33 heavens. The Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun expressed his astonishment as the rivers of time and destiny flowed forth, the force of creation manifesting. Yet he could not discern the origins of Qiye. Nuwa's creation of humanity resulted in the sanctification of virtues. And Qiye was the last among the 3,000 beings. The 3,000 beings subtly corresponded to the 3,000 paths. However, Qiye was extraordinary. Despite Hongjun's relentless probing, he could never fully grasp Qiye's fate. Returning to Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi's countenance was fraught with displeasure. Look at the trouble your disciple has stirred, daring to provoke Sister Nuwa. Who knows what further chaos may ensue? It seems prudent to expel him. I shall instruct my disciple myself. Do not trouble yourself, second brother. Yuanshi was instantly incensed. Tongtian had confronted him time and again, which was utterly infuriating. It was all this rascal's fault. What kind of intoxicating elixir had he fed Tongtian to elicit such protection? Yuanshi cast a grim look at Qiye. So, You have decided to vent your frustrations on me, have you? This is truly absurd. Yuan sure regarded Tongtian with disdain, and by extension, Qiye as well. Enough of this for today. It has been over a century, and none of us have attained sanctification. Meanwhile, Sister Nuwa has achieved it first. Rather than squabbling here, it would be better to strive for breakthroughs. Taiji had grown weary of their disputes and felt a sense of ennui. Tongtian ought to provide him with proper guidance. You are forbidden from repeating today's events. I know you possess some abilities. But beneath the sage, all are but ants. Currently, your master has yet to attain sanctification and cannot protect you. Once I achieve sanctification, you may do as you wish. I shall safeguard you to that time. Capturing Nuwa would be a trivial matter. Sanctification? He was naturally aware of the path to becoming a sage. Master, why do we not abandon Kunlun Mountain and seek refuge elsewhere? After all, the three pure ones would eventually part ways. He could no longer tolerate Yuan Shi's demeanor, which was utterly repugnant. Leave Kunlun Mountain? Tongtian questioned. Where can we possibly go? The vastness of the primordial world is immense. I know of a place that would surely be suitable. Oh, his disciple, crafted by Nuwa, had been by his side since birth. How could he possibly comprehend the entirety of the primordial world? To speak candidly, I possess a natural insight that allows me to perceive the illusions of heaven and earth. Should this be true, Tongtian's expression shifted to one of astonishment that it seemed that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. However, this matter still required consultation with both of your esteemed uncles. Qiye mused inwardly. Consultation? Nonsense. I shall simply flee. After all, there would surely be an argument soon. Eldest brother, second brother, today's events were indeed my disciple's fault. I hope for your understanding. I plan to leave Kunlun Mountain and seek a new dwelling. What? Both were taken aback, their expressions a canvas of shock. The three pure ones, sharing the same origin, had never separated. Yet now Tongtian proposed to depart from the third brother. I've already discussed this with your second brother. This matter is also partly his fault. Let us preserve the brotherly bond we have here. Taiji believed Tongtian was dissatisfied with Yuan Shi, prompting his desire to leave. Yuan Shi, too, bowed his head at this moment. Third brother, I do this for your own good, that in the future, I shall not intervene. Let it be. The two implored Tongtian earnestly. That is not my intention. Both of you have treated me exceptionally well. And I am aware of that. Today, as we part ways, I hope you both take care to my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. Yuan Shi, upon witnessing this, scoffed coldly. Is this the misguided idea of my wayward disciple? We have endured countless eras together and have never parted. Now that he has arrived, you wish to leave. What does this signify? What potion has he fed you to cloud your judgment? Today, I shall eliminate him, for he seeks to sow discord among our brotherhood. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Shi unleashed a torrent of pure energy imbued with terrifying might, striking at Qiye. This was the power of a perfected quasi-saint. Fearsome beyond measure. Neither anticipated Yuan Shi's immediate aggression, and Taiji could not intervene in time. The Qingping sword rose and fell, cleaving through the pure energy. Upon witnessing Tongtian's assault, Yuan Shi's heart seized in shock, his face darkening. Enough. Cease this at once. Taiji's expression was equally grim. The tempers of the two were evenly matched, and their incessant squabbling had grown tiresome. It may be for the best that you depart. Third brother, take care of yourself. With a sigh, Taiji felt it was time to seek the opportunity for sanctification, leaving the two to their own devices. As Taiji departed, the two remained obstinate. Tongtian collected the palace and soared into the distance with Qiye, leaving Yuan Shi to roar in frustration. Leave, all of you. Kunlun Mountain now belonged solely to him. Following their bearings, Qiye and Tongtian journeyed towards the eastern sea. The master was present, yet seemed obscured by some formation. With a wave of his hand, Tongtian tore through the formation and entered. Before them lay an island, standing majestically above the boundless eastern sea. Since the calamity of Long Han, the Qilin clan had been annihilated. Now reduced to mounts for the powerful, the Phoenix clan guarded the immortal Fire Mountain, while the dragon clans of the Four Seas remained within their territories, safeguarding the Sea Eyes, the three clans. Having shattered the primordial realm, now bore the weight of their karmic burdens. Disciple, the location you have chosen is quite commendable. It is far removed from Kunlun Mountain and the land of the witches and demons. Offering a great sense of tranquility, Wine Master observes that this golden Ao island is a transformation of the remnants of the Xuanwu, extraordinarily profound and remarkably resilient. Moreover, the island's peaks rise steeply. Shrouded in mist, with an ethereal aura and abundant spiritual energy, truly a paradise for immortals. Thus, Tongtian waved his hand, altering the landscape to enhance the island's mystique. In an instant, 2 grand palaces rose from the ground. From now on, we shall reside here as master and disciple. Tongtian then established a formation, ensuring that none could intrude. As the 3 pure ones parted ways, their fortunes too fragmented, the entire primordial realm felt the tremors. This was indeed a momentous event. In the court of the demon realm, within a resplendent hall, the elder brother exclaimed, "The 3 pure ones have actually separated." Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Shi Huang were equally astonished. Why did they not separate sooner or later? Could there be some conspiracy at play? Now that the 3 pure ones have divided, their fortunes split into 3. This bodes well for my demon clan. The ones who should truly be worried are the witch clan. They're also apprehensive that in the future, the Sanqing might ally with the witch clan to launch an assault on their demon clan, which would indeed be an unstoppable force. Although the Sanqing have parted ways, the strength of the witch clan cannot be underestimated. What is there to fear? The demon clan, residing in the 33 heavens, commands the sun, moon, and stars, wielding the power of 3,000 celestial bodies. Moreover, they possess the grand array of the cosmic stars. Even a sage could contend with them, and it seems that Dijuan remains unafraid. Observing his brother, Dongwang Tai feels speechless. The demon clan has the grand array of the cosmic stars, while the witch clan boasts the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. The latter can even summon the great Pangu, its might rivaling that of the heavenly Tao sages. That it is precisely for this reason that both sides remain at an impasse. Nuwa has now attained the status of a sage, yet she refrains from aiding the demon clan in annihilating the witch clan, indicating that she is unlikely to concern herself with the affairs of the demon clan. In contrast, the witch clan gathers the 12 ancestor witches within the Pangu shrine. Deep in contemplation, they did not anticipate the Sanqing separation, which undoubtedly siphons away their fortune, a rather unfortunate development for the witch clan. While the Sanqing has traditionally refrained from involving themselves in witch clan matters, they are all descendants of Pangu, sharing a lineage. However, if the witch clan faces the threat of extermination, the Sanqing would certainly not stand idly by. Presently, with Nuwa, a sage, pressing down upon them, the witch clan finds themselves struggling to breathe. As long as no member of the witch clan attains sagehood, they will forever remain akin to ants. What is there to fear? Our 12 capital heavenly gods' great array can withstand even Nuwa's presence without faltering. Zhurong feels unfazed. Humph, you speak so lightly. The heavenly Tao sages are not so easily dealt with, let alone someone like Nuwa, the first to attain sagehood. In her eyes, our witch clan is but a mere swarm of ants, easily extinguished with a mere glance. Gong gazes at Zhurong with disdain. What a joke! As an ancestor witch of the witch clan, you dare to bolster another's might. Gong, your intentions are suspect. You are the one lacking in intellect. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Who are you calling lacking in intellect? Say it again. Are your ears deaf? I said you, Zhurong, are lacking in intellect. Seeking death. Zhurong's face darkens with rage as elemental fire surges forth, transforming into a spear that shoots toward Gong. Well met. Do you think I fear you? Gong raises a hand, and with a wave, a water dragon roars as it charges toward Zhurong. The two forces erupt within the Pangu shrine. Water and fire clash, and for a moment, the outcome remains indeterminate. Enough. Today, I summoned you not for a brawl. Zhurong Duin's deep voice resounds, and only then do the two cease their skirmish. The other ancestor witches are accustomed to this sight. Water and fire are irreconcilable, and upon meeting, they cannot help but engage in endless conflict. Yet ultimately, neither can truly overcome the other, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, Zhurong Duin often turns a blind eye, allowing them to fight. Now, within Nuwa's ambiguous stance, it is evident that she will not stand idly by while the demon clan faces adversity. Rather, it is our witch clan that finds itself in a precarious position. If no one from the witch clan can attain sagehood, we are in grave danger, but the path to sagehood is fraught with difficulty. Currently, the entirety of the primordial wilderness knows that Hongjun Daozu has bestowed the 6 paths of primordial purple qi, and only Nuwa has achieved sagehood, while the other 5 remain silent in the Nuwa Palace. Nuwa is taken aback by the Sanqing's division. Could it truly be due to Tongtian's disciple that the 3 brothers have quarreled? Yet, it hardly seems sufficient. Typically, no matter how much the 2 brothers argue, they would still give the eldest brother face. Yet now, with fortune divided among 3, it is indeed so. This cannot be concealed from her as a sage. Although she feels it as a pity, her master does not intervene, and as a junior sister, she cannot meddle. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island, Tongtian and Qiye finally enjoy a period of tranquility, without Yuan Shi's incessant nagging. He is free to pursue whatever he desires. Just now, he discovered a hidden realm within Golden Ao Island, home to a spiritual spring, from which spiritual energy gushes forth. Qiye leaps into the spring, and the strands of spiritual power converge upon him. Flooding into his body, he operates the upper clear mysterious art, transforming the spiritual energy into pure qi that flows into his primordial spirit. A radiant glow emerges, and his body undergoes yet another transformation. After circulating for 1 complete cycle, he absorbs 999 strands of spiritual energy. Continuing, he draws in 1,008 strands. Upon reaching the 99th cycle, a muffled sound resonates, marking his breakthrough to the mid-stage of true immortal. As time passes, the entire spiritual spring is nearly drained by Yang. He feels refreshed, and a trace of the power of the laws emerges upon him. System, merge the supreme bone. Ding. Merging supreme bone. Qiye only feels a wave of intense pain radiate from the depths of his marrow, as the supreme bone melds with his flesh and soul. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds from his body, a powerful force erupts from within him. He clearly perceives the supreme bone's power continuously surging forth. Boom! After merging with the supreme bone, his cultivation leaps to the late stage of true immortal, truly worthy of being Shurho's supreme bone, overruling the ages, invincible in the world. At this moment, he clenches his fist, and the entire space distorts, even causing time to slow under his might. This the law of power? Pangu of old wielded the law of power, rendering him so formidable that he nearly annihilated the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons. Time is revered, space is sovereign. Fate remains unbroken, cause and effect reign supreme. The law of power surpasses all. He then takes out the remnants of the 5 thunder righteous method and begins to study them. The so-called 5 thunders refer to heavenly thunder, earth thunder, water thunder, divine thunder, and social thunder, each possessing immense strength. Qiye closes his eyes in concentration, stirring his mind to activate the 5 thunder righteous methods incantation. Summoning the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, a faint glimmer of thunder light begins to flicker across his body, establishing a connection with the thunderous might of heaven and earth. Overhead Golden Ao Island. Thunder clouds churn and lightning crackles. Heavenly thunder orchestrates the 4 seasons, bearing the might of heavenly thunder. As the thunder light descends, it harbors the power to obliterate heaven and earth. However, Qiye remains unfazed, allowing the thunder light to penetrate his body, transforming into pure thunder essence that rampages within him. Having previously endured the purple sky divine thunder, he still retains a trace of its energy. These mere bolts of lightning cannot harm him. Once the last trace of thunder light is completely refined, he feels the power of thunder circulating through his body, which he subsequently condenses within. This heavenly thunder has thus been successfully cultivated. The heavenly thunder he unleashes even faintly carries the might of the purple sky, divine thunder. There's actually a pool of magma here. Moving forward, the magma erupts with heat, flames surging forth, causing the surrounding spiritual entities to wilt. In the midst of the magma lies a crimson lotus, seemingly unafraid, with the power of 36 stabilizing sea pearls. Qiye plucks this fire lotus. Inside, he discovers a fiery red pearl. Indeed, a fire spirit pearl, and oh wonder the magma churns incessantly without flowing downward or upward. It appears to be anchored in place. The 5-element spirit pearls consist of 5 in total. The fire spirit pearl can absorb all flames in the world and also stabilize myriad fires. This fire lotus is extraordinary to bear the fire spirit pearl. It must possess at least a low-grade innate spiritual root. Golden Ao Island is immensely vast, allowing him to scour its entirety. Yet he has barely scratched the surface. He decides to return to the palace to rest and continue his search tomorrow. Master, what are you doing? He sees Tongtian seated cross-legged in the air above Golden Ao Island. Seemingly gazing at something, he raises his eyes but sees nothing. Thus, he activates the eye of time and space, channeling a sliver of temporal power, and soon Qiye can clearly perceive everything. Following Tongtian's gaze, he sees a group of tiny beings engaged in some rather intimate activities, clad in animal skins. Hunting, fishing, and constructing various dwellings. They are inventing things to withstand natural disasters and hunting. Are these not the 3,000 tiny beings created by Nuwa? Sigh. Tongtian exhales. I have possessed the primordial purple Qi for so long. Yet I have yet to discern any opportunity for sagehood. Yet my master insists that the opportunity lies within that. Tongtian's face is filled with bitterness. While his 2 brothers have also not attained sagehood, he does not wish to fall behind. Thus, he observes Nuwa's creations daily, hoping to glean some insight from them. However, after such a long time, he has discovered nothing. Must he also learn from Nuwa and mold clay to create people? What then is the matter? Alas, what could it be? My disciple is aware of the method to attain sanctification. Naturally, he knows that Taiqing has traversed the vastness of the primordial wilderness solely to seek the opportunity for enlightenment. Is that truly so? Tongtian exclaimed, taken aback, nearly toppling from his cushion. There was no helping it. He was simply too exhilarated. This pertains to attaining sanctification. Currently, within the entirety of the primordial wilderness, only Nuwa stands as a saint. Does that not imply her unparalleled supremacy? With a swift motion, Tongtian summoned Qiye to his side. He scrutinized Qiye intently, akin to admiring a breathtaking beauty, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. His disciple is indeed shrouded in mystery, which is precisely why he had chosen him as a pupil. Upon hearing of the method to achieve sanctification, it was only natural for him to be astonished. After all, he had been searching for it for centuries. Without sanctification, one cannot transcend. Disciple, hasten to elaborate that I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ding! The host has enlightened Tongtian on the path to sanctification. Reward, 12-petal pure world, white lotus, oh ho! An unexpected boon. After all, Tongtian sanctification could provide him protection, so an early introduction would not be unwelcome. The method to attain sanctification is simple. The master need only establish a doctrine. Establish a doctrine? Tongtian questioned, skepticism lacing his voice, that is it truly that simple to attain sanctification? Disciple, you cannot be attempting to deceive me. If one could simply establish a doctrine to achieve sanctification, then surely anyone could do so. Instantly, Tongtian's enthusiasm waned. The path to sanctification is notoriously arduous. It seems he had placed undue expectations upon this disciple. Observing Tongtian's disinterest, Qiye hastily continued, of course, it is not an ordinary establishment of doctrine. In the primordial wilderness, the factions are at war. The Wu and Yao clans, as well as the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans, are no exception. Thus, it is precisely why Aunt Nuwa was able to guide the creation of new beings to bring an end to the chaotic world. This act garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao, leading to the attainment of sanctification. Could it be that you wish to create beings and establish a doctrine? Master, Qiye was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not help but marvel at the vastness of his master's intellect. Beneath the heavenly Tao, all things and beings exist. The essence of cultivation lies in the pursuit of the Tao. While the struggle is for a glimmer of opportunity, the great Tao encompasses 50, the heavenly transformations 49, with one escaping. This one represents a fleeting opportunity. Cultivators contend with others, with the heavens, and with themselves. The great Tao is devoid of compassion. For cultivators, stagnation equates to regression. Yet beneath the tribulations of heaven, there exists a flicker of hope. If one could seize that opportunity, it would be tantamount to defying fate and intercepting the heavenly machine. All things possess a thread of opportunity. Why should Master not seize that thread, opening wide the gates for all beings and guiding them towards enlightenment? Boom! Suddenly, Tongtian's expression shifted dramatically. Disciple, you possess such profound insight. I have comprehended. I have comprehended. Tongtian laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the entirety of Jianmu Island. Qiye's words had instantly illuminated him, and the primordial energy within him trembled with recognition. This signifies that the primordial energy acknowledges this endeavor. Excellent, excellent, my dear disciple. At long last, I have received a treasure. Today, I shall establish the doctrine and attain sanctification. Tongtian chuckled with glee. The long-awaited opportunity of centuries had finally arrived. Wait, Master, not here. Where then? Tongtian inquired, puzzled. Is this not a suitable location for establishing the mountain gate of the intercepting sect? Indeed, it is suitable, but this sanctification will involve myriad causal connections. Thus, it would be best for Master not to achieve sanctification here. However, this place can serve as the dojo of the intercepting sect. What does this imply? Tongtian was befuddled, unable to grasp the implications. The reasons behind this will become clear to you in due time. Master, trustingly Qiye implicitly, Tongtian consented, and the two departed from Jianmu Island. Is this not the 3,000 little beings created by Sister Nuwa? Could it be that Master's sanctification is somehow linked to them? After a millennium, the 3,000 little beings have thrived remarkably, intermingling and giving rise to countless descendants. At this moment, there are already millions of human beings. The once barren land has been meticulously cultivated by them, and the semblance of a human settlement is about to emerge. Master, let us commence. His choice of location for sanctification was tinged with personal motives. Should the sanctification occur on Jianmu Island, Tongtian would not be able to tap into the fortunes and causal connections of humanity. However, achieving sanctification among humanity would mean that humanity would receive Tongtian as protection, gaining the virtues of enlightenment and the blessings of earthly fortune in the future during the cataclysm of the gods. The four saints would unite to dismantle the celestial extermination array. That if humanity possesses a share of causal connection, it would imply that Nuwa owes Tongtian a debt of causality. Even if the situation becomes irretrievable, Tongtian could leverage this fortune to enjoy the incense of humanity, thus avoiding being imprisoned by Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace. In the ensuing era, humanity would rise, unstoppable, and become the sovereign of the universe, giving birth to the three sovereigns, comparable to the saints of the heavenly Tao. One can only imagine the magnitude of this fortune. Tongtian stood in the firmament, his heart uneasy, uncertain whether his disciple's method would prove successful. The clear sky. Tongtian, now observe the world. All beings are struggling in the mire of confusion, unable to find liberation. Thus, I shall establish this doctrine, naming it the intercepting sect, with the intent to seize a thread of heavenly opportunity for all beings. The path of the intercepting sect emphasizes inclusivity, transcending distinctions. Regardless of whether one is immortal, mortal, demon, or spirit, as long as their heart is directed toward the great Tao, they may enter my fold. That I shall use the Qingping sword as the sacred artifact for the establishment of the doctrine. Wielding the extermination sword to suppress the fortunes of the intercepting sect, the heavenly Tao is above, serving as a clear witness that in an instant, a rift opened in the heavens, purple chi flowing from the east for 90,000 miles. Golden rays illuminated the skies, while auspicious colors adorned the landscape. Golden lotuses bloomed, casting light upon the entire primordial wilderness. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, dragons and phoenixes sang in harmony, and myriad laws manifested. The eye of the heavenly Tao materialized in the firmament, gazing upon Tongtian. Subsequently, countless golden lotuses of virtue descended from the heavens, a golden radiance enveloping Tongtian. Bathed in the light of virtue, Tongtian's form gradually grew tall and majestic. Surrounded by a faint aura of the Tao and laws, sharing longevity with heaven and earth, shining with the sun and moon. The heavenly Tao felt the resonance, and the golden lotuses of virtue descended. The golden lotuses of virtue merged with the primordial purple Qiye. A phantom identical to Tongtian appeared in the heavens, transforming into a law that surged into Tongtian's being. In that moment, Tongtian finally stepped into the realm of the heavenly Tao Saint. The entire primordial wilderness erupted in celebration. Congratulations to the clear sky saint for attaining enlightenment. Heaven and earth bowed in submission, and all beings knelt. 7 portions of virtue entered Tongtian's body. 1 portion entered humanity, and 1 portion entered the Qingping sword, augmenting its might. In that instant, an elderly man who had reached the end of his life began to rejuvenate, regaining his vitality. Countless beings of humanity knelt and offered their reverence to Tongtian. Another portion of virtue fell upon Qiye. However, he would not allow the virtue to enter his body. He raised his hand to catch it, condensing it into a golden wheel of virtue. With this golden wheel, even saints would think twice before acting against him. After all, he is also adorned with virtue, safeguarded by fortune, and recognized by the heavenly deity. Kill him easily would be tantamount to renouncing one's saintly status. It served as a protective talisman against death. Yet, upon witnessing Tongtian utilizing the extermination sword to suppress the fortunes of the intercepting sect, Qiye furrowed his brows. The extermination sword lacks the ability to suppress fortunes. Instead, it would cause the fortunes of the intercepting sect to dissipate, which is precisely why the intercepting sect suffered such a crushing defeat during the God-sealing cataclysm. With his presence, he would naturally not allow the intercepting sect to repeat the same mistakes. System: extract the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Ding! Extraction successful. Before him appeared a pure white lotus with 12 petals, radiating a pure, milky white power. It possesses the ability to purify all in the world, enhance cultivation, and nourish the primordial spirit. Master, do not use the extermination sword to suppress the fortunes of the intercepting sect, Qiye urged, presenting the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Tongtian naturally understood that the extermination sword could not suppress fortunes. However, he bore no treasures to suppress the fortune of and could only act thus. He promptly took hold of the 12-petal pure world white lotus and declared, "Let the 12-petal pure world white lotus suppress this fortune." Immediately, the fortune within the Excalibur surged forth and entered the 12-petal pure world white lotus. The path to sanctification was achieved, and a saintly aura enveloped the entire Hongwang, causing countless individuals to bow their heads in reverence. The very fabric of Hongwang trembled in astonishment. Another had become a saint, and it was none other than Tongtian. Seizing the heavenly secrets and establishing a doctrine of sanctification, Tongtian truly possessed extraordinary ambition. She was not particularly surprised by Tongtian's ascension, for he was a destined saint, a matter of time. Within the entirety of Hongwang, besides Nuwa, no other could withstand this overwhelming pressure. She gazed upwards, seemingly able to lock eyes with Tongtian across the chaos. How could this be? At that moment, Yuanshi too found himself unable to lift his head under this saintly might. How could Tongtian have become a saint before the two of them? His heart thundered with fury. Among the 3 purities, even by talent alone, the eldest brother was evidently the strongest, followed by him, and finally Tongtian. Yet now, Tongtian had taken the lead in becoming a saint, and he could scarcely endure it. His rage escalating. Under this force, he felt as insignificant as an ant, and he harbored deep resentment. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Hongwang world, Taiqing rode his azure ox, having wandered for an indeterminate time. At this moment, he halted and gazed toward the towering figure in the void, and a bitter smile crossed his face. His third brother had actually become a saint. Among the 3, Tongtian had surpassed them in attaining sainthood. Leaving only himself and Yuanshi, he had never believed there was any hierarchy among the 3 purities. They were all equal. Now he felt joy for Tongtian, for although they had separated, the 3 purities still shared the same origin. Perhaps his own opportunity had not yet arrived. Unlike Yuanshi, who was consumed by madness. He slowly faded away on his azure in the west. Jin and Junti were equally astonished. Another had achieved sainthood. And it was Tongtian. The two were in a state of shock when Hongjun Daozu accepted 6 disciples. Taiqing was the eldest, Yuanshi the second, Tongtian the third, and Nuwa the fourth. The two of them were merely nominal disciples. Yet they had also received the primordial energy. Now, Tongtian had taken the lead, becoming a saint first. The entirety of Honghuang now had 2 saints. They were indifferent to Nuwa's ascension, but Tongtian's was a different matter. Nuwa had not established any doctrine and resided alone in the Tai-Su heaven above the 33 heavens, while Tongtian had founded a doctrine. The two were entirely different that I never anticipated that among the 3 purities. It would be Tongtian who achieved sainthood first. It should have been Taiqing, the eldest brother. Brother, it seems we must hasten our own path to sainthood, or how shall we revive the West? Jane nodded slightly, feeling the weight of pressure. The two immediately began to explore ways to attain sainthood in the demon court. Upon sensing the saintly might of Tongtian, Dongwang Tai, Dijuan, Shiha, and Shihuang were all struck with fear and knelt in reverence. The second saint since Nuwa had emerged. What was Tongtian's intent in establishing a doctrine? Dijuan was filled with confusion. In no matter, our adversary is not, but the witch clan, with Tongtian as a saint of. He will certainly not interfere in the affairs of the witch clan. For us, this is not necessarily a bad thing. One must admit, Donghuang Tai possessed some foresight. Without him, it is likely that Dijuan and the demon clan would have been annihilated by the witch clan long ago. Meanwhile, within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches were gathered. The meetings had become increasingly frequent. Everyone, Tongtian has become a saint, proclaimed Zhu Jiuyin at that moment. The 12 felt the weight of the saintly power and were filled with trepidation. For our witch clan, Tongtian's ascension is indeed a good thing. We are all of Pangu's origin. Should Nuwa take action against us, Tongtian will surely not stand idly by. Zhu Jiuyin understood this well. Yet he posed a question, but have any of you considered that Tongtian now has his own doctrine? Will he still care for our witch clan? Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches fell silent. Indeed, Tongtian had established a doctrine and was now tasked with guiding sentient beings. How could he find time for the witch clan? There is no need for such pessimism, if it's to seize a glimmer of hope. Why can't our witch clan strive for that same chance? Dizhong's words held merit, and Zhu Meng concurred. The tide had turned. The witch and demon clans were irreconcilable foes. To contend for the saintly position. One must annihilate the heavenly court. This moment, Ho-Tu was filled with anxiety that a great war was imminent. Even if she was reluctant, she could not intervene. She only hoped that the witch clan could preserve some semblance of hope. What is there to fear? Let us fight. Yes, life and death are trivial. If we are unwilling, we shall fight. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were always the first to advocate for battle. In stark contrast. Tongtian beamed with joy, as if basking in the spring breeze. Good disciple, you have truly hit the nail on the head. I have indeed become a saint, Tongtian exclaimed, patting his disciple's shoulder in exuberance. Now, as the second saint within Honghuang, he naturally sought to overshadow Yuanshi. Sometimes, natural talent was not the most crucial factor. The choice of disciples also demanded discernment. If Yuanshi were to learn of this, one could only wonder how he would feel. Master, now that you have achieved sainthood among the human race, you benefit from their incense and fortune that I hope, when necessary, you will protect them. Observing the resolute expression in his beloved disciple's eyes, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, dear disciple, as long as I am here, the human race shall not fall. Now, he bore the fortune of the human race, which was a boon for him. Although he sought to establish a doctrine, it did not hinder the teachings of. He would strive to seize a glimmer of hope for all sentient beings. With Tongtian's assurance, the future of the human race was at least secured. Nuwa's creation of humanity showed no concern for their survival. They were merely tools for her own path to enlightenment. Although Taiqing had established the human teaching and passed down the golden elixir Tao, it was but a superficial practice and could never truly empower humanity. The development of humanity was solely due to the merits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet Nuwa and Taiqing sought to siphon off their fortune. Qiye, beneath the blue star, naturally harbored numerous affections for humanity. Since the two showed indifference, he would not remain passive. Now that Tongtian had claimed a portion of the fortune, he had also incurred karmic ties. He held no affection for the two. After all, the three sovereigns had also been suppressed within the fire cloud cave by the Kongtong seal. Were it not for that, would humanity have suffered such slaughter? As his mindset shifted, the day of his lightning tribulation arrived. Thus, the two could only return to Golden Ao Island. The true immortal tribulation. Thick bolts of divine thunder descended, yet they did not harm Qiye. Instead, he utilized this opportunity to cultivate the 5 thunder righteous method. As the 9th bolt of divine thunder struck, Qiye emerged unscathed from the Xianxian tribulation. His aura subsequently ascended, achieving the early stage of Xianxian. Tongtian stood nearby, safeguarding him, fearing that his precious disciple might be struck down. To think that he would use the heavenly tribulation to cultivate his methods made Tongtian chuckle with astonishment. Present. Qiye was his treasured disciple, and he could not afford to be careless. Good disciple, why not absorb the merits into your body? Tongtian inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. He had indeed seen Qiye accept the merits, but form them into a golden wheel of merit. If the merits were absorbed, you would have already broken through the golden immortal realm, for these merits are immensely vast. This golden wheel of merits serves as a safeguard. Is this not for future considerations? I fear my rapid cultivation may destabilize my foundation, affecting my future practices, so for now, I have merely formed it into a golden wheel of merit. Tongtian glanced at him and smiled. Indeed, in just 1,000 years, you have progressed from heavenly immortal to Xian immortal. Throughout history, you are undoubtedly the most extraordinary individual. Cultivation must be steady and not rushed. Master, now that you have established a doctrine, yet within Golden Ao Island, it is only you and I. When shall you recruit a few junior sisters for me? Jinling, Wu Dang, and the 3 Shaos possess unmatched beauty. We must not let others take them, asked the eldest senior brother. He naturally wished to take good care of these junior sisters. If the master had no time, he would personally instruct them. Junior sister, come in for one-on-one tutoring. Allow me to impart the great Tao to you. Just thinking of this filled Qiye with delight. Tongtian, upon reflection, agreed. It was indeed time for Golden Ao Island to welcome some liveliness. I shall begin recruiting disciples throughout the entire Hongwang. Dear disciple, just wait. Soon, many junior sisters will be yours to choose from. Did you not say, Master, that you would help me capture Aunt Nuwa? The words were astonishing, prompting Tongtian to hastily cover Qiye's mouth. My good disciple, such thoughts should remain unspoken. Saints possess the power to traverse the heavens and the earth at that moment. Within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa's countenance darkened. How audacious! You lecher! You dare to desecrate this saint! The entire Tai Su Tian trembled as if in divine wrath. Suddenly, the binding demon rope soared from the void, aiming to ensnare Qiye. An overwhelming aura of the saint surged forth, enough to terrify even quasi-saints into despair. When a saint is enraged, the heavens and earth quiver. Oh no, it's serious now. This formidable pressure locked onto Qiye, rendering him immobile as he could only watch the binding demon rope approach. Fortunately, at that moment, Tongtian waved his hand, causing the oppressive aura to dissipate. Qiye, seizing the opportunity, quickly stowed the binding demon rope away. Why not take advantage of a free gift? He thought. Junior sister, my disciple, did not mean any offense. I hope you can overlook this matter. Tongtian hurriedly intervened to mediate. It was not my intention. He has repeatedly insulted this sovereign, that if I do not punish him, my heart shall remain unsettled. A voice echoed. Leaving Qiye astounded, Tongtian was equally shocked that a figure gradually approached, graceful and ethereal, akin to a freshly bloomed lotus untouched by the dust of the world. Her beauty was unparalleled, skin fair as snow, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, and her 3,000 strands of hair cascading down her shoulders, dancing gently in the breeze. Clad in a simple yet elegant azure robe, her garments flowed gracefully, each step resembling a blossoming lotus. It was none other than Nuwa, Qiye, at that moment, never anticipated that his mere words would summon her to Jianmu Island. Tongtian swiftly positioned himself protectively behind Qiye. What was once a jest had turned serious, yet his disciple was utterly fearless. It was not that he feared Nuwa. Although she had achieved sainthood long before him, he felt he could hold his own in a confrontation. Should Nuwa dare to harm his precious disciple today, then it would be Tongtian's turn to bind her and teach her a lesson. If Qiye were to hear this, he would undoubtedly encourage Tongtian, exclaiming how formidable his master was. Sister, why argue with a mere junior? Besides, he is still your disciple's disciple. Let us put this matter to rest. Be a bit more forgiving. Nuwa scoffed coldly, her voice chilling as if it were the depths of winter. Piercing to the bone, am I not forgiving enough, brother? Did you truly believe you could protect him in the Nuwa palace? Tongtian thought to himself, this is not good. She's bringing up old grievances. Alas, sister, I find myself in a difficult position. He is such a good disciple, always serving me tea and water in the past. Brother, it seems you are adamant about shielding this miscreant. That Nuwa's expression darkened. Tongtian's unwavering defense of his disciple shocked her. This Qiye was clearly a product of his own creation, yet he consistently disrespected her. She even suspected that perhaps she had damaged his brain while molding him, for he seemed utterly abnormal. However, if she did not discipline him, how could her dignity remain intact? Brother, let your disciple apologize to me, and I shall let this matter go to this moment. She was already showing considerable leniency. If her brother refused, they would see whose methods were superior. As her words fell, numerous spiritual treasures surged forth from Nuwa's form. The map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidered ball, the summoning banner, the demon refining pot, the treasure lotus lamp. Qiye exclaimed in astonishment, so many magical artifacts. Tongtian's face displayed a look of difficulty. He was still unaware of his disciple's nature. Have him apologize was out of the question. Qiye, devising a clever plan, stepped out from behind Tongtian. Aunt Nuwa, I was wrong. I should not have disrespected you. Please, have mercy and let me off the hook. Tongtian's eyes nearly bulged out. What did he just hear? Apologizing? Was his unruly disciple truly changing? Nuwa's expression darkened. A base and vile person. Aunt Nuwa, I truly regret my actions. Qiye continued, walking toward her as he apologized, leaving Tongtian utterly bewildered. Was this still his once reckless disciple? The next scene left him speechless. Today, out of respect for Brother Tongtian, I shall spare you this time. Should you offend again, even with Brother Tongtian's protection, you shall pay the price. With a cold huff from Nuwa. Oh dear! Suddenly, Qiye's foot slipped, as if tripped by an invisible force, and he fell right before Nuwa. Upon witnessing this, Nuwa scolded, Lecher. She waved her hand, sending Qiye flying. Ouch, that hurt. Qiye rubbed his knee. Not getting up immediately, but instead gazing up at Nuwa with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Aunt Nuwa, I just apologized. Why do you still strike me in front of my master? At this rate, I might end up crippled and unable to walk. Ouch, that really hurts. I clearly did not use any force. How could I possibly have broken your leg? Nuwa's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Tongtian, witnessing this scene, realized his disciple's untrustworthy nature. How could he sincerely apologize? He had clearly devised a clever scheme. Qiye mused inwardly. Indeed, I am just playing the victim here. After all, there is no evidence. Oh dear, my good disciple, are you all right? You are my only disciple. How will you serve me tea and greetings in the future? Tongtian rushed forward. Their voices echoed across Jianmu Island. Nuwa, meanwhile, was utterly perplexed. She had not even touched Qiye's leg, yet her pure-hearted nature made her easily deceived. Brother Tongtian, I did not break his leg. I did not even touch him. Sister Nuwa, my disciple has already apologized. Why can you not let this go for the sake of our brotherhood? What will I do in the future? Master, I'm fine. At worst, I will just walk with a cane from now on. Saying this, Qiye forced out a few tears. Appearing utterly pitiful, one could not help but admire the acting skills of these two disciples. If it were anyone else, they would likely have believed it. Yet, Nuwa already did. How about this, brother? I possess a supreme, innate spiritual root. The nine-colored lotus. I shall gift it to my disciple for healing. A radiant nine-colored lotus blossomed, dazzling and resplendent, with faint spiritual patterns flowing on its petals, containing immeasurable power and subtly interweaving with the laws of the universe. The tea emitted a refreshing fragrance, capable of attracting the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Ahem. Tongtian coughed, signaling Qiye to know when to stop. Receiving the nine-colored lotus, Qiye rejoiced inwardly, having claimed yet another supreme, innate spiritual root for free. Thank you, Aunt Nuwa. In that case, it's time to return my binding demon rope. Binding demon rope? What binding demon rope? Aunt Nuwa, I truly did not see it. Master, did you see Aunt Nuwa's binding demon rope? At this moment, Tongtian wished he could find a hole to hide in. I do not know either. Humph, it must have been stolen by the dragon clan of the EC. Aunt, I shall go retrieve it for you. He stood up, adopting a righteous demeanor. Enough. There is no need. Consider it a gift for my disciple. She was not foolish enough to fall for that. Nuwa waved her sleeve and vanished from Jianmu Island. Oh you, I put my old face on the line for this. Tongtian scolded angrily that it matters not. I will take action. Today has been remarkably fruitful. Above the 33 heavens lies the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun, even a fragment of humanity, is momentarily taken aback. The three pure ones were destined to attain sanctity on the same day, yet now Tongtian has taken the lead. How peculiar. Since the emergence of Qiye, the entire configuration of the heavenly Tao seems to have shifted. Moreover, the fact that Tongtian has achieved sanctity among the human race is astonishing. It appears that new variables have arisen. For me, this is not necessarily a bad thing. But as I lift my gaze once more, Hongjun's expression changes. At this moment, he has become the heavenly Tao. Tongtian's sanctity has startled the entire primordial realm. Yuanshi, Jin, and Junti appear even more flustered, each searching for methods to attain sanctity. On this day, Taiqing rides a green ox to the realm of humanity. There he observes the human race united in mutual assistance and striving for self-improvement, contrasting starkly with the chaos of the primordial realm. This place is orderly, teeming with life, devoid of any aura of slaughter, peaceful and tranquil. Taiqing furrows his brow slightly and consults the Taiqing diagram, only to find that this is an omen of the human race yet to flourish, thus deciding to delve deeper into the realm of humanity. However, he notices a shadow stealthily following him. A tall man, clad in animal hide, with a ruggedly handsome face, steps out from behind him. Upon seeing Taiqing vanish, the man's expression shifts in surprise. Uncertain of what the Taoist seeks from him, Taiqing appears and smiles. The man hurriedly kneels. Are you an immortal? Though I am not an immortal. I possess certain abilities. I beseech you, immortal, to accept me as your disciple, the man exclaims with palpable excitement. Taiqing raises his hand slightly, an invisible force lifting the man to his feet. Why? The man replies, although we are creations of the Holy Mother Nuwa. She possesses no intention of imparting teachings. Taiqing smiles at this. While these humans possess boundless potential, they are mired in ignorance, struggling to establish themselves in the cosmos. At this moment, an answer begins to crystallize in his mind. Suddenly, enlightenment dawns upon him. The opportunity for sanctity resides here. In an instant, the primordial purple energy trembles incessantly, signaling its approval of this endeavor. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple under Taiqing. You were born among the human race, and thus we share a bond. The future trajectory of humanity shall be profoundly mysterious. As the leader of the three pure ones, inheritor of the true lineage of the great Pangu, I bestow upon you the title of Xuandu. Upon hearing this, Xuandu is overwhelmed with emotion. Kneeling on the ground, Master, I pay my respects and performs 3 bows. You also have 2 uncles, Tongtian and Yuanshi, but your uncle Tongtian has previously taken a disciple. So you have an elder brother above you. I shall remember this. Thus, Taiqing, riding the green ox, departs the realm of humanity with Xuandu, soaring into the skies, above the 33 heavens, in the Tai Su heaven. Nuwa observes and bows respectfully to Taiqing. Elder brother, although she's now a saint, propriety must still be observed. Sister, now that you're a saint, there is no need for such formality. I wonder what brings you here today. No one visits the three treasure hall without purpose. I have come with significant matters concerning the human race. The human race? Nuwa questions, puzzled, are they not my creations? Sister, I wish to establish a teaching among the human race to achieve sanctity. And I have come to discuss this with you. Nuwa is taken aback. With Tongtian attaining sanctity among the humans, and now you wish to do the same, does this not diminish the fortune you hold among them? Furthermore, to establish a teaching among the humans, does that not make you the progenitor of the human teachings? Yet, she conceals her thoughts, smiling gently. Though the human race is my creation, I do not establish a teaching and possess no lineage. If you can establish a teaching among them and enlighten the human race, it seems the human race will surely flourish. Hearing Nuwa's words, Taiqing feels a wave of relief. While he does not necessarily need to seek Nuwa's approval, it is prudent to inform her. Then, I thank you, Sister Nuwa. Watching the two depart, Nuwa's expression shifts. Though she has lost some fortune, the human race is indeed her creation. Taiqing establishing a teaching among them and attaining sanctity creates a karmic debt. Perhaps in the future, she may require Taiqing's assistance, which is why she agreed. Despite her agreement, Taiqing merely informed her. Taiqing, adorned in 8 trigrams celestial robes, holding the Taiqing diagram, stand atop a mountain peak. Heavenly Tao above, I am Taiqing Taoist. Here, I wish to establish the teaching of humanity, to enlighten the human race and impart the golden elixir Tao. The path of humanity aligns with nature, fostering harmonious coexistence. With the 9-dragon golden staff as the sacred artifact for establishing this teaching, I shall use the Taiqing diagram to govern the fortune of the human race. As Taiqing's words resonate, the heavens respond, and a golden sea of clouds emerges in the void. The purple energy flows from the east for 90,000 miles. Countless auspicious clouds gather, bringing forth abundant good fortune. Celestial music wafts through the air, and golden lotuses rise from the earth. Dragons and phoenixes harmonize, and the laws manifest. Every desired effect materializes. 0.70% of the merit enters Taiqing's being, 20% into the human race, and 10% into the Taiqing diagram. Streams of merit golden lotuses descend from the heavenly Tao, transforming into a golden torrent that surges into Taiqing's body. The power of merit merges with the primordial purple energy. In an instant, a figure akin to Taiqing emerges, standing in the firmament. Before merging with the cosmos, the surge of saintly might emanates from him, overwhelming the entire primordial realm. Thus, the teaching of humanity is established. Countless beings of the human race kneel in reverence. Hail, the progenitor of humanity. The entirety of the primordial realm bows in homage. Congratulations to Taiqing Taoist for attaining this saintly position. The power of merit descends, greatly benefiting countless beings of the human race. Taiqing have now gained a recognition of the heavenly Tao, achieving the status of a saint. Therefore, I shall hold a discourse on Shuyang Mountain, imparting the golden elixir Tao. All are welcome to attend. Nuwa, sensing this, smiles gently and locks eyes with Taiqing. This moment. Tongtian on Gold Ao Island also exchanges a glance with Taiqing, congratulating his elder brother on attaining sanctity. Taiji's attainment of sanctity comes as no surprise to Qiye, had he not subtly guided Tongtian in advance. He might have been the third to achieve sanctity, possibly overshadowed by Yuanshi. The decree of 6 saints is clear. He knows today will witness the emergence of all 6 saints. Subsequently, the order of the primordial realm stabilizes, and the heavenly Tao reaches completion. The elder brother on Kunlun Mountain has also attained sanctity, while Yuanshi is currently in a state of shock. How is it that all 3 pure ones have achieved sanctity since their separation? Leaving him as the sole exception, he had hoped to attain sanctity first, exerting pressure to compel Taiqing to kneel before him. But now the situation is beyond words. No, I too must attain sanctity. Since you all have established teachings, I shall also establish a teaching and achieve sanctity. I am Yuanshi. Today on Kunlun Mountain, I shall establish the Chan teaching. I will elucidate the heavenly Tao, expound upon the great Tao, clarify the mind and perception, and enable all beings to comprehend the great Tao. with the three treasures Jade Rui as the sacred artifact for establishing this teaching, and the Pangu banner to govern the fortune of the Chan teaching. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. Instantly, the purple energy flows from the east for 90,000 miles, and colorful auspicious clouds gather into a sea. Golden light radiates in myriad streams, and auspicious energy flows in abundance. Dragons and phoenixes dance, and the heavens tremble. Streams of merit light descend from the heavens, coalescing into golden lotuses. 0.80% enters Yuanshi's being, merging with the primordial purple energy. 0.20% enters the Pangu banner. While the three treasures Jade Rui remains. In an instant, a saintly aura emanates from Yuanshi, overwhelming the entire primordial realm. The phantom rises into the air, merging with the cosmos. The primordial realm rejoices. Congratulations to Yuanshi for attaining the saintly position. I have finally achieved sanctity. Ha ha ha. Yuanshi now wears a broad smile. In the western lands, atop Mount Shumi, Jin and Junti tirelessly ponder how to attain sanctity. Yet upon hearing of Taiji and Yuanshi achieving sanctity, they're taken aback. What shall we do now, brother? With Nuwa and the three pure ones having attained sanctity, we are left as the only two. Could it be that our qualifications are so lacking? It is no wonder that Hongjun accepted these two as named disciples, for it was merely a consequence of the earlier conflict of the demonic path. The struggle between Hongjun and Luoho for the sacred position culminated in Luoho's self-detonation in the west, resulting in the obliteration of the entire ancestral spirit vein of the western realm. Consequently, the entire west became desolate, resembling a no-man's land, with spiritual energy exceedingly sparse. This karmic debt naturally fell upon Hongjun, which led him to take on these two as named disciples, bestowing upon them the primordial purple energy to revitalize the West. This was to repay the karmic debt. The two originally possessed little power, and Hongjun hardly regarded them with any esteem. After deep contemplation, Jane mused that since they had established their own teachings and attained sanctity, perhaps they should follow suit. Thus, the two stood atop Mount Shumi and proclaimed, I am Jin, wishing to embrace compassion and liberate all beings, to propagate the Buddha's teachings and guide those with affinity. I am Juni, joining my elder brother Jin in this aspiration, to spread the seeds of wisdom, enabling beings to awaken their true nature and attain enlightenment. Today, we desire to establish a Western teaching to enlighten the West, with the seven-treasure marvelous tree as our sacred artifact and the 12-petaled golden lotus to suppress the fortunes of the Western teachings. The heavenly Tao above bears witness to this clear intention that in the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth roared as if to condense radiant light. Yet the thunderous sound did not yield a single drop of merit. Observing the lack of merit descending, Jane and Junti's expressions grew grim. Was there something amiss? The three pure ones had established their teachings and attained sanctity in this manner. Why was it different for them? Could it be that their sincerity was insufficient and the heavenly Tao remained unmoved? Indeed, we respectfully invoke the boundless Buddha of the West, wishing for the vastness of the sea to manifest our vows. I now vow to traverse the galaxy, to guide sentient beings from other realms, and Y-form transforms into a pure lotus platform. My heart's lamp shall never extinguish, illuminating the vastness. The sound of the Dharma transcends time and space, awakening the dormant light of wisdom. The sword of wisdom cleaves through confusion, while the shield of compassion protects the heart. With diligent practice, I shall overcome myriad adversities and vow to achieve supreme enlightenment. May this void be free from strife, and may realms beyond coexist harmoniously in health. All beings shall be equal, without distinction of rank, and wisdom and compassion shall flourish together, that I wish to be a bridge to the other shore, guiding the lost back to their homeland. This wish is neither a dream nor an illusion. The void witnesses the steadfastness of my vow. May the Buddhas grant their blessings, widely guiding the sentient beings of the West. Namo to the great enlightened Buddha of the West. May our will transcend all realms. Our grand aspirations fill the vast ocean of the void, benefiting the endless borders of the West. Namo to the great enlightened one of the void, whose wisdom and compassion illuminate all directions. The two fervently made 48 grand vows to the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, auspicious clouds and radiant light surged forth, with countless auspicious signs rising, dragons and phoenixes soaring high. The merits of the heavenly Tao transformed into golden lotuses, surging forth and merging into the bodies of Jie and Junti, harmonizing with the primordial purple energy. The aura of two saints manifested, their sacred might imposing upon the heavens and earth. The entire primordial realm felt their presence, and the land of the west bowed in reverence. The two achieved their desires and attained sanctity. Yet they still owed a significant karmic debt to the heavenly Tao. Despite their sanctity, they were burdened with numerous debts. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao cared not for the methods they employed, and they had not specified any means to the heavenly Tao. As long as they could revitalize the Western teachings, any approach would suffice. Thus, the two embarked on a journey to repay their debts. That I observe you. You have an affinity with our Western teachings. How about following me back to cultivate? Umitba, this person bears an affinity with our West. I wish to guide them. This person also shares an affinity with our Western teachings. That in contrast, the demon court had grown impatient. All six had attained sanctity, becoming the 6 saints of the heavenly D.A.T. this moment. Dong Wang Tai's expression was also grim, for he too wished to attain sanctity but lacked the primordial purple energy. The only way was to defeat the witch clan. Although he had established the demon court, it was merely the first step for the unity of heaven and earth and the possibility of enlightenment. He needed to impart teachings, which required the eradication of the witch clan. Originally, there were 7 strands of primordial purple energy, but the last strand was in the hands of Hong Yun. However, within Wuzhuang Temple, Dijuan and the others contemplated but dared not attack, for Wuzhuang Temple was not the same as the Eastern King of Penglai. Xinyuanzi wielded the Earth Book, comparable to a saint. Dijuan understood this. Yet both sides were equally matched in strength, and without certainty, they did not dare to initiate conflict. Moreover, Nuwa did not assist them, leaving them at an impasse. However, at this moment, Dijuan recalled that Kunpeng had reached the pinnacle of strength, just a step away from sanctity. If Kunpeng were to attain sanctity, the demon race would possess 2 saints, and they would not fear the witch clan. Tai then had an idea and said, Fuxi, why not visit the palace of Nuwa and see if she can offer guidance to Kunpeng for his sanctity? This way, our demon race would not be reduced to such a state. Dijuan also looked towards Fuxi, for they were not closely related to Nuwa, while Fuxi was Nuwa's elder brother and would likely grant him this favor. Then I shall give it a try. Upon arriving at the Taosu heaven, Fuxi found Nuwa's brow furrowed, as if troubled by something. Sister, what weighs upon your heart? Upon seeing her brother arrive, Nuwa smiled gently. After all, he was her brother, not a stranger. Fuxi then articulated the purpose of his visit. Kunpeng has now reached the peak of his cultivation. I hope to borrow your map of mountains and rivers to comprehend the great Tao. Now that the 6 saints have emerged, if Kunpeng can attain the great Tao, our demon race will have 2 saints, and we shall not fear the witch clan. Nuwa, upon hearing this, fell silent. Sister, do you seem troubled? Fuxi observed the expression on Nuwa's face. Saints comprehend all things within the vast world, perceiving the past, present, and future, wielding time and space, life and death, and reincarnation. With the slightest thought, the heavenly Tao shifts, boundless and immeasurable, neither born nor extinguished, returning to the void, capable of gathering or dispersing, neither arising nor perishing, enduring through eons, transcending time and space, untouched by cause and effect, wandering beyond material existence, not based on the cycles of time and space. Existing eternally, though one may attain the status of a saint, one cannot interfere with the affairs of the primordial realm, for they are bound by the heavenly T1 time. I wish to use the power of a saint to glimpse into the future, to see the fate of the demon race, yet was obstructed by the heavenly Tao. I am not free to act. Thus, I cannot assist the demon race. Nuwa sighed at this moment. Afterward, she took out the map of mountains and rivers and handed it to Fuxi. Even so, beneath the saints, all are but ants that if one cannot attain sanctity, even if they are infinitely close to it, They remain mere ants, unable to achieve eternal existence. The witch clan cannot. Nuwa initially wished to say something, but it seemed a force prevented her from speaking. It is nothing. Brother, you should hurry along. I too must enter seclusion for a while. Fushi, filled with doubt, departed from the Taosu heaven, sensing that Nuwa had unspoken words. What cannot the witch clan do? Could it be that my sister is offering me guidance? Yet it appears she is unable to articulate it. Meanwhile, within the Taosu heaven, Nuwa's expression changed drastically. The surrounding space shifted, and in an instant, she found herself within a grand hall. Nuwa, the heavenly secrets must not be revealed. All matters in the world have their predetermined fate. Point 1. Must adhere to the heavenly order and not go against it. Should you defy the heavens, you will not succeed. You must keep this in mind. Master, although I have attained sanctity, I cannot relinquish my concern for the demon race that I wish to know their future. No matter the cost. The cost? Saints do not go against the heavens. Defying the heavens cannot lead to sanctity. You have already attained sanctity. You should know that sometimes inaction is also a form of action. Rather than interfering with the operation of the heavenly Tao, I shall punish you to contemplate for 100 years, and you must not leave this place even a step in the blink of an eye. The space shifted, and Nuwa returned to the palace of Nuwa. Yet she could not exit the Taosu heaven. This was Hongjuan's decree. She dared not defy it, nor could she. Nuwa's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Brother, I can only assist you to this extent. Both elder brother and second brother have attained sanctity. Even Jin and Juni of the West have become saints. It seems the great conflict of the ages is about to unfold. I, Tongtian, shall establish the aiming to extract a thread of heavenly secrets for all living beings. Today, on the island of Jianmu in the Eastern Sea, I will open a platform to expound the teachings. The doctrine of the emphasizes inclusivity, transcending all distinctions, regardless of immortals, mortals, demons, or monsters, as long as one's heart is directed towards the great Tao. They may enter my fold. As Tongtian's words reverberated, the entire primordial realm erupted in fervor. Saints were accepting disciples, and all could enter the teachings that owe them. It was akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Countless beings flocked towards Golden Ao Island, both celestial and earthly, demons and spirits alike. Upon their arrival at the EC, they beheld the island shrouded in mist, radiant with golden light, emanating an aura of divinity. The surrounding waves churned violently, yet none could approach the island, as if safeguarded by an invisible force. The Bo Palace perched above the 9 heavens, enveloped in sacred energy, with purple mist rising from the east, resembling a realm of immortals. Threads of law descended, and golden lotuses bloomed, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal quality that inspired awe. As the flow of time and space swirled, Qiye observed countless beings awaiting outside Golden Ao Island. And it was no exaggeration to say that nearly all the inhabitants of the primordial world across the 4 continents had arrived. This situation was untenable. All sorts of demons and spirits had come. Although it was meant to grant a glimpse of heavenly secrets to all beings, it would be prudent to impose certain conditions. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. The future downfall of was a consequence of such indiscretion. Master, while there may be no distinction among disciples, it is still advisable to conduct some form of screening to eliminate the unworthy. Tongtian, upon hearing this, found it reasonable, having also observed the multitude outside Golden Ao Island. In light of this, how should we proceed with the selection? According to you, my disciple, it is simple. We shall set up the 9 curves yellow river formation outside Golden Ao Island and let the crowd attempt to breach it. Tongtian's countenance changed in surprise. Disciple, this formation is indeed formidable. Even those of quasi-saint caliber would find themselves ensnared within it. Are we not putting too much pressure on them? Master, a mere modification will suffice. We can create a simplified version, and that should suffice. Indeed, Tongtian raised his hand, and the formation materialized, encircling the front of Golden Ao Island. As the formation took shape, the skies darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled, as if the wrath of heaven and earth converged upon this spot. Within the formation, 9 serpentine streams of the yellow river cascaded from the 9 heavens. The crowd outside Golden Ao Island was left in astonishment. This was the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, albeit simplified and lacking its full power. Those who could breach it would be allowed to enter the Bo Palace to listen to the doctrines and join my sect. Instantly, an uproar ensued. To think they were to break the formation. Was this not a challenge beyond our means? After all, he was merely a millennia-old fish spirit who had yet to attain the status of a terrestrial immortal. How could he possibly breach the formation? Without breaching the formation, one might as well dream on. Currently, there are only 6 revered saints in the entire primordial realm, with the 2 teachings widely recruiting disciples. This was a significant event in the primordial world. Without a test, how could one hear the sacred path? One individual scoffed, seemingly confident. This formation was but a fraction of its full power. What is there to fear? I shall go first. This person, tall and imposing, radiated golden light as he entered the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. However, before long, he emerged in a state of disarray. Even Tang Shan, who possessed celestial immortal cultivation, could not breach the formation. The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving him with a sullen expression. Only moments ago, he had boasted, and now he was faced with humiliation. With a cold snort, he ceased to speak. Since none of you are willing to try, I shall. A young man clad in a blue robe, with an attractive countenance, sword-like brows, and an upright posture, stepped into the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Duo Bao sensed a sudden shift in the scenery before him as the 9 streams of the Yellow River surged forth, threatening to engulf him. In a swift motion, he employed his agility, darting through the formation in search of an opportunity to break through. He understood well that despite the simplification, the formation contained profound intricacies and lurking dangers that could not be underestimated. Immediately, he produced a small, exquisite pagoda, his innate treasure, the Duo Bao Pagoda. With a whispered incantation, the pagoda expanded, hovering above his head and radiating brilliant light. The formation shifted continuously, yet Duo Bao discerned the core. In an instant, the Duo Bao Pagoda unleashed a beam of golden light, charging forward. With a resounding crash, a golden path was revealed, allowing him to step into Golden Ao Island. He had actually succeeded in breaching the formation, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Even Tang Shan's expression darkened in astonishment. Following Duo Bao's successful breach, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, exuding a celestial aura, also entered the formation and, before long, managed to enter Golden Ao Island. Another stunning woman approached, stepped into the formation, and successfully broke through to enter Golden Ao Island. Eldest sister, let us 3 also attempt to breach it. The trio, born of primordial clouds, had evidently reached the golden immortal realm. Soon after, the 3 Shaos entered the formation and successfully breached it, stepping into Golden Ao Island. Following them, Zhao Gongming also ventured into the formation, breaking through to enter Golden Ao Island, a figure resembling a long-eared creature, with shifty eyes that betrayed ill intentions, also entered the formation and struggled greatly to gain entry to Golden Ao Island. As more and more individuals succeeded in breaching the formation, the number of people within Golden Ao Island increased. All gazed in astonishment at the sight. The island was suffused with an overwhelming spiritual energy, enveloped in celestial essence, brimming with vitality, a true paradise of immortals. The most astonishing sight was still the Bo Palace, hovering above the 9 heavens, radiating divine energy. The palace doors were tightly shut, shimmering with a faint purple glow, embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Those who entered Golden Ao Island could proceed to the Bo Palace to listen to the teachings, bowing their heads in reverence at the descent of sacred words. Suddenly, the palace doors swung open, releasing an ancient aura that left all present in no time. The Bo Palace was filled to capacity, each individual finding a place to sit. It could truly be called one of the grandest feasts of the primordial world. Witnessing this, Tongtian smiled with satisfaction. With so many participants, he had no fear of this decline. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Shi's expression shifted upon hearing the news. You Tongtian, how dare you attempt to draw all these people to your Yuan Shi Tianzun, uphold the aiming to elucidate heavenly secrets for all beings and achieve the great Tao. Today, atop Kunlun Mountain, I will open the altar to preach, seeking to recruit disciples widely. My criteria for discipleship emphasize unique roots and exceptional talents, pure hearts, unwavering will, and loyalty to the sect, safeguarding that a formation will be established on Kunlun Mountain. Those who can enter the Jade Void Palace may become my disciples. That on the human side, atop Qiye Mountain, the 8 Scenery Palace was also bustling with activity, predominantly filled with human beings. The recruitment of disciples by the 3 Pure Ones sent tremors throughout the primordial realm, drawing throngs of people. Duo Bao Daoist, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and Wudong Holy Mother, along with the 3 Xiaos, Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Zhao Gongming. Long Ear Dingguang Xian, Weiyan Xian, and Jingguang Xian, among others. Wing Xian, Cayenne Fairy, Bala Xian, Qiushou Xian, Lingya Xian, and Jingu Xian. The disciples from the 4 saints of Julong Island were also numerous, and this disciple recruitment had already hinted at the arrival of nearly 10,000 immortals. Meanwhile, on Kunshan, many beings were attempting to breach the formation. However, Yuanshi emphasized unique roots and talents, rendering many demons and spirits unable to gain entry. Ran Deng Daoist, Nanji Xianwang, and Yun Zhongzi, along with the 12 golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, and Huang Longjinren, as well as Ji Lu Sun, Tai Yi Zhenren, and Ling Bao de Fa Shi, and others of no ordinary merit. In contrast, within the 8 Scenery Palace, Taiqing had only accepted Xuandu as a disciple and had not taken on others, preferring to remain untainted by any cause and to cultivate in solitude. This discourse lasted a millennium. Within the Bo Palace, Qiye sat at the head, feeling quite vexed, while the others were fully absorbed in the teachings, experiencing a stark contrast. Fortunately, it was nearing its conclusion. What I've spoken today, you must remember in your hearts, returning to diligently cultivate and attain the great Tao swiftly, thereby elevating the name of our. In adherence to the teachings of the Master, the crowd bowed deeply. Following this, Tongtian's pronouncement set the Bo Palace ablaze with excitement. Today, I shall recruit disciples. From now on, you shall all be members of, and must not tarnish its esteemed reputation. This is your eldest senior brother, Qiye. The crowd turned towards the seat of honor, calling out in unison, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Yet Qiye paid them no mind. His gaze fixed upon Jinling, Wudong, and the 3 Xiaos. With skin as pale as snow, a beauty to behold, long legs, and a mastery of alchemy, his junior sisters are truly ethereal, nothing short of celestial. One cannot help but wonder how they would appear adorned in stockings. This moment, Qiye find himself lost in a reverie, unable to extricate himself. During his time on Blue Star, the goddess he ardently pursued remained indifferent to him. After 5 arduous years of yearning, he finally attains a semblance of fulfillment, only to realize that the past is best left unmentioned, like fleeting clouds carried away by the wind. The 5 maidens before him are no less enchanting than his former goddess, and one must learn to embrace the present and be content. Then, a cough from Tongtian jolts him back to reality. Ladies, please rise. There is no need for formality. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance, as I am devoted to my cultivation day and night. Upon hearing this, the others are taken aback. Just moments ago, they observed their senior brother seemingly disinterested in the teachings. Yet he now claims to be diligent. The younger disciples are utterly bewildered. Seeking counsel from Sister Sue is of no concern to them now. Then it begins. "Senior brother, I have a question." Qiye frowns. "That matter can be directed to second senior brother Duobao." "Senior brother, I too have a query. Your question is far too simplistic. Consult second senior brother Duobao." "Senior brother, I have another question." "Very well, come into my hall. We shall discuss this together. All junior sisters, come to my hall. Today, I have attained a glimpse of the great path." Thus, amidst the collective exasperation of the disciples, they observe their senior sister emerging from the senior brother's chamber, her cultivation soaring with each visit. Many disciples weep, lamenting that their esteemed senior brother has forgotten his junior disciples in pursuit of beauty. "I must report this. I demand a hearing with the senior brother." Duo Bao, weary, mutters, Let all come to an end. Today I accept Duo Taoist, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, along with the Holy Mother of Wudong, as my personal disciples. Zhao Gongming shall be the foremost disciple of the outer sect. The likes of Wangxian, Chang'er, Ding Wangxian, and Puliuxian shall also be among the outer disciples, alongside Hanzixian, Yui Xian, and Kaixianzi. Additionally, Jinggu Xian, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, Lingya Xian, and Tongtian are all outer disciples. Subsequently, the crowd disperses, and Tongtian bestows treasures upon his direct disciples, including Zhao Gongming. Bored, he muses, "This is dull. I shall seek treasures instead." Presently, the Golden Ao Island is teeming with disciples who have begun to establish formations and cultivate their own sanctuaries. All the treasures have been snatched away by these individuals. Thankfully, he had the foresight to retrieve some formidable treasures and spiritual roots beforehand. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the hands of these people. Ding! Huang Zhongli is about to emerge. Location: Buzhou Mountain. The host must seize it. Hooray! This system has finally proven reliable. With this thought, treasures materialize. Buzhou Mountain, here I come. Qiye promptly departs from Golden Ao Island, soaring towards Buzhou Mountain. After traversing the East Sea for an undetermined duration, he finally arrives at Buzhou Mountain, which towers into the clouds, exuding an imposing aura, connecting with the primordial cosmos, embodying the very backbone of Pangu. System, has it emerged yet? He waits impatiently, but nothing happens. Buzhou Mountain is perpetually blanketed in snow, its chill palpable. He wonders how the witch clan can survive here, seemingly unperturbed by the frigid air. Almost there. Host, please remain patient. Suddenly, in the distance upon the pristine snow, a surge of spiritual energy ascends skyward, where a pure white Snow Lotus radiates a brilliant light, exceptionally pristine. The Snow Domain Pure Heart Lotus, formed from the essence of the sun and moon. Though not on par with the pure world White Lotus, is still a top-tier innate spiritual root. Qiye reaches out to grasp it, intending to collect it. However, the Snow Lotus, possessing its own spirit, attempts to escape his grasp. Be still, he commands, causing its eyes to widen in surprise that it is on the verge of taking form, but a voice, fragmented yet clear, emanates from the White Lotus. Esteemed elder, I am close to assuming human form. I beseech you, do not refine me. The White Lotus trembles in trepidation that it had been an ordinary lotus upon Buzhou Mountain for millennia, enduring countless trials and tribulations, absorbing the essences of the sun and moon, and had long since gained sentience. Today, sensing a potent aura, it dared to reveal itself, only to be discovered by Li Qing. Hastily pleads, a millennium of cultivation means my starting point will be exceedingly high upon my emergence. This is akin to the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit, who, despite her formidable prowess, still faced reprimand from others. Very well, I possess a method for you to take form. Come with me today. Upon hearing this, the White Lotus ceases to tremble, its petals folding together. That moment, a voice resounds, startling Li Qiye. This entity holds a connection with me. Why not allow me to take it back to the West for enlightenment? A bald elder, stepping upon a golden lotus, approaches slowly, his eyes shifty and a cunning smile adorning his face, clad in tattered robes. Upon recognizing him, Li Qiye is taken aback. Is this not the old monk Junti? Seeing Li Qiye secure the White Lotus, he seems unperturbed. Nephew, why such wariness? I would not cause you harm. Were it not for Huang Zhongli's imminent emergence, he would hardly engage in idle chatter with this old monk. It is likely that both of them have only just ascended to sainthood, and with the West in disarray, they find themselves in search of connections. Now, he can foresee Junti and Jin traversing the vast expanse, proclaiming that all things are destined to connect with the West. However, the teachings of the Chan and Jie sects have already amassed numerous disciples, leaving none to be enlightened by them. Thus, they can only target some spiritual creatures. Isn't it premature for you to emerge yet? Calm down. I shall not overlook this spiritual root. Yet he must first address the current dilemma. This old monk is quite shameless, and he may attempt to seize it from him. This White Lotus was first claimed by me. How can it be said to be connected to you? Li Qiye's expression darkens. He will not allow anyone to rob him of his prize. That is erroneous. Nephew, I have long foreseen that this white lotus is on the verge of taking form. That is why I arrived late, yet I did not expect you to get to it before me. Bah, you are utterly shameless. What do you foresee, then? Qiye curses inwardly. This old monk is truly brazen. It seems he set his sights on him today. This white lotus is mine, having claimed it. It is rightfully my possession. Seeing Qiye's unwavering stance, Zhuanti's expression darkens. This millennium-old white lotus, upon taking form, will possess the power of an earthly immortal and will undoubtedly achieve boundless potential in the future. In contrast, the Western teachings presently lack a single disciple. Should he attain it, it would undoubtedly strengthen the power of the West. Currently, both he and his elder brother are out seeking to enlighten those with potential, aiming to bring them back to the Western teachings for universal salvation. However, the Chan and Jie Sect have already recruited disciples, having been preempted by Tongtian and Yuan Shi.as for the mortals. They have already taken Taiqing as their patriarch and acquired the golden elixir path, naturally unwilling to return to the West. With millennia yet to pass, they dare not act against humanity. Otherwise, they would surely face retribution from Nuwa and Taiqing, incurring losses that far outweigh any gains. Nephew, I believe this white lotus holds no value for you. It would be better to hand it over to me for transport back to the West. His earnest entreaties are merely a reflection of his apprehension towards Qiye's master, Tongtian. Had it been anyone else, he would have long since acted to seize it without a second thought. Absolutely not. I refuse. Then, nephew, today you shall. Suddenly, atop the mountain peak, an ancient rock splits open, and from it a unique spiritual root begins to emerge. The tree stands approximately 100 feet tall, its trunk golden like pure gold, with lush foliage. Each leaf exudes a golden light, resembling countless miniature suns hanging from its branches. The fruits are plump and golden, radiating an enticing aroma, containing the purest essence of spiritual power and vitality. 5-colored auspicious clouds intertwine, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that shoots toward Huang Zhongli's location, bestowing upon him a layer of divine radiance. Qiye is left astonished. Huang Zhongli has finally emerged. Simultaneously, he curses inwardly. Why emerge now, of all times, just when that old monk Zhuni arrives? It is said that Huang Zhongli blooms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and takes another 30,000 years to mature, the fruits of which, upon consumption, can instantly elevate one to celestial realms, transforming the flesh into sanctity, are among the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Point 1. The primordial azure lotus 2. The peach tree of immortality 3. The ginseng fruit tree 4. The huangzhongli 5. The green willow 6. The bitter bamboo 7. The gourd 8. The immortal apricot 9. The fusong tree 10. The 5-needle pine, all birthed from the primordial chaos, possess unfathomable mysteries that ache this moment. Zhuanti paid no heed to the white lotus in Qiye's hand. He merely raised his hand and shattered the primordial barrier, seizing the Huangzhongli. What audacity! Qiye exclaimed in outrage, promptly conjuring 36 stabilizing pearls and the tip of the god-slaying spear. Instantly, the 36 stabilizing pearls transformed into a vast ocean, surging with tumultuous waves, unleashing the power of the 4 seas. A chilling aura of death emanated from the tip of the god-slaying spear, a malevolent force surging forth as if a demon god had descended. Yet, Zhuanti had not anticipated that anyone would dare to strike against him. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to relinquish the Huangzhongli and swat away the 36 stabilizing pearls and the spear tip. Seizing the opportunity, Qiye activated the temporal eye. Immediately, a force of time and space radiated outward, causing the flow of time to become chaotic and the very fabric of space twisted and contorted, allowing him to execute a mid-level Earth escape technique. You dare! Yuan-Ti's expression changed as he witnessed Qiye reaching for the Huangzhong, leading a surge of saintly authority rushed toward him. However, at that moment, a golden wheel of merit manifested as a radiant barrier enveloping him, prompting Qiye to hastily withdraw the Huangzhongli and flee. Yet he underestimated the power of the saint. In a mere thought, the saint locked onto him, and indeed, time around him froze, his body immobilized in place. Zhuan Ti approached, his countenance dark, nearly falling victim to this young rogue's tricks. Your methods are quite impressive, dear disciple. Observing the two exquisite primordial treasures, Zhuan Ti felt a twinge of envy. The mere mysterious immortal possessed more than he, and their quality was undeniably supreme that a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Shamelessly, I must claim what I found first, you old scoundrel. Upon hearing Li Qiye's words, Zhuan Ti's expression darkened. Disciple, has your master not taught you the importance of respecting your elders? I am, after all, your uncle. Such coarse language is unbecoming. You think calling me by name will compel you to hand over the Huangzhongli? I shall not allow you to have it so easily. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's fury intensified. Disciple, do not delay in presenting the Huangzhongli, or I shall have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master today. You have me immobilized? How am I supposed to retrieve it? Release me at once, Li Qiye lamented. How shameless of you, Zhuan Ti. Humph, you cannot escape my grasp. Instantly, the entire world returned to its former state, the flow of time resuming. I am retrieving it now. Do not rush me. Li Qiye fumbled that the mere mysterious immortal cannot stir much upheaval. Zhuan Ti observed, curious as to what Li Qiye would attempt. He knew that Li Qiye was not actually retrieving the Huangzhongli, but rather contemplating an escape. Although the opponent was a saint, he was indeed a genuine saint. Fighting was out of the question. Fleeing might offer some chance of tea that moment. The 36 stabilizing pearls, wind and fire mats, and the tip of the god-slaying spear surged forward. 5 thunder rites, the heavenly thunder descended, imbued with the might of the purple sky divine thunder, aimed at Zhuan Ti. The temporal eye activated, radiating brilliance, causing the surrounding space to distort, the flow of time slowing to a crawl. Transforming into a temporal prison, the power of the supreme bone surged forth, a punch imprint smashing through the space, leaving it shattered, a testament to its ferocity. Subsequently, Li Qiye wasted no time in fleeing, hastily retreating if he did not escape now. When would he? Facing this, Zhuan Ti's expression remained unchanged as the 7 treasures' marvelous tree emerged, casting a blue glow that sent the 3 spiritual treasures flying. Shattering any residual force, he knew all too well that Li Qiye was not to be trusted. Otherwise, he would not have questioned Nuwa. Yet, to think he could resist a saint with mere tricks was laughable. Master, save me! My life is hanging by a thread. Li Qiye cried out in desperation. I could tease such a commotion. The 12 ancestors of sorcery emerged, their faces filled with shock at Zhuan Ti's aggression against a mysterious immortal. How shameless of Zhuan Ti, a saint, to act thus, Zhu Rong scoffed, claiming to be a saint yet lacking any semblance of dignity, utterly disgraceful. Gong Gong could no longer restrain himself and voiced his disdain. Zhuan Ti, thoroughly incensed after being toyed with multiple times, raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. The power of the saint surged, sending ripples through the entire Buzhou mountain. However, just as the palm was about to land on Li Qiye, it was effortlessly erased, leaving Zhuan Ti astonished. How is this possible? A cold snort accompanied a surge of power that reverberated through Buzhou mountain. My disciple is not someone you can harm. Sword energy pierced the heavens as the Qingping sword materialized. Disciple, are you unharmed? Master, if you do not arrive soon, that Zhuan Ti will surely kill me and seize my treasures. Zhuan Ti, old scoundrel, Tongtian smiled, for who would not be enraged by such audacity? What is the meaning of this, brother Tongtian? Zhuan Ti's expression darkened. I have yet to question you. As a saint, you dare bully my disciple and steal his treasures at you have no shame. Tongtian's words were sharp. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not help but chuckle. Indeed, shameless at this moment, Li Qiye chimed in with a curse. Brother Tongtian, I was the one who first obtained the Huangzhong It was only due to your disciples' underhanded tactics that it was taken from me. Hearing this, Tongtian mocked. You, a mere saint, could not even best my disciple. Whom can you blame? And you still have the audacity to argue with me. It is truly laughable. Ti mused silently. If it were not for your disciples' plethora of treasures, I would not have suffered such a setback. With Tongtian's arrival, reclaiming the Huangzhong Li was impossible. If his brother were present, there might still be a chance, but alone, he could not contend with Tongtian. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede, for this was a primordial root. Returning it to the West could cultivate countless disciples. If obtained, the past glory of the West would undoubtedly flourish, fulfilling his grand aspirations. Brother Tongtian, do you intend to stir up trouble? Then let us spar. Shall we? With that, the seven treasures' marvelous tree swept forth, capable of sweeping away all worldly things. Even the Qingping sword's energy seemed dim in comparison beneath the seven treasures' marvelous tree. Tongtian brandished the Qingping sword, its azure shadow transforming the heavens. Simultaneously, he lightly waved the primordial dust brush. Beneath its sweep, all laws were rendered ineffective, and amidst the entanglement of dust strands, myriad paths revealed themselves. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the illusion of the seven treasures' marvelous tree. The six roots of purity emerged. First, your eyes shall not perceive the world. Second, your ears shall not hear. Third, your mouth shall not speak. Fourth, your nose shall not smell. Fifth, your heart shall find tranquility. Sixth, your mind shall enter the cycle of reincarnation. With the six roots of purity, all laws become void. Ti shouted. As the six roots of purity bamboo spiraled in the air, transforming into six streams of emerald light, each aimed at the vital points of Tongtian's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The six roots of purity bamboo was indeed a remarkable treasure. Yet it could not seal my six senses. With a sweep of the primordial dust brush, all laws were rendered ineffective, shattering the streams of light. Even with the seven treasures' marvelous tree and the six roots of purity bamboo, it was challenging to suppress Tongtian's Qingping sword and primordial dust brush. Instead, it was Ti who felt the Qingping sword slice through his garments, causing him to stagger slightly. In that moment, the disparity was evident. Victory and defeat were clear. Not delay in handing over my disciples' treasure. Tongtian spoke solemnly. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the heavens as a golden lotus slowly descended. Upon witnessing this, Ti smiled. What matter does my junior brother summon me for? Ti then engaged in conversation with Jin, who also bore a delighted expression. That is a primordial root, a rare find. Aware of the significance of this spiritual root to the Western teachings, they promptly joined the fray, exerting pressure on Tongtian together. Brother Tongtian, this spiritual root is fated for our West. May I request my junior brother to take it back? Once again, an old acquaintance appears, both utterly shameless, perpetually proclaiming their fateful connection. Such a profound bond. I dare say the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect are also linked to you, as is the radiant lamp Taoist. Go forth, venture to the Jie Sect to enlighten them and bring them back to the West. Brother Tongtian, your disciple possesses an inflated ego. Upon encountering us, he refrains even from addressing us as Uncle Master and dares to utter reckless words. The guide was also taken aback by Qiye's audacity. Dismissing the two saints with disdain, his expression now tinged with anger. Tongtian, on the other hand, found it amusing. His disciple's sharp tongue was indeed formidable. What? Perhaps you intend to engage in a contest with me today. At this moment, Tongtian's anger was palpable, the might of a saint radiating forth, directed towards the two. In light of this, I must apologize. Brother Tongtian, the seven treasures' wonderful tree, the azure lotus banner, serving as defensive support, withstood the Qingping sword and the primordial dust whisk. The pure bamboo of six roots was wielded by the guide, launching intricate trajectories that transformed into golden light, crashing towards Tongtian. Amidst their fierce clash, Tongtian remained unyielding, while the two, exerting their full strength, found themselves unable to suppress him, their expressions darkening. Saints, it was utterly unacceptable for them to be outmatched by Tongtian. The disparity in power was staggering. Qiye inwardly chuckled. What strength can two loaning saints possess? With the enhanced treasure club, countless golden lights erupted, forcing the primordial dust whisk into submission. Seizing the opportunity, the two unleashed a torrent of Buddha's light, surging towards Tongtian. Without the primordial dust whisk, relying solely on the Qingping sword, he could not withstand their combined might, prompting Tongtian to hurl out the heart-piercing lock. Transforming into 9 black chains aimed at piercing the two, straining to resist, the two retreated several steps. Indeed, Brother Tongtian's reputation is well-deserved. With such power, even my disciple must reveal some true abilities. With that, the guide and Yuan-Ti exerted their full strength, the heavens rolling, the earth changing color, and the unyielding Mount Buzhou trembled incessantly. Have these two gone mad? Those two old bald donkeys dare to destroy my Mount Buzhou? The 12 ancestor witches surged forth, their expressions grim as they glared at the guide and Yuan-Ti. What is the meaning of this, fellow witches? Today we are here to seek guidance from Brother Tongtian. This is none of your concern. Begone. Yuan-Ti was unyielding towards the witch clan. You two old bald donkeys, do you think our witch clan fears you? What does it matter if you are saints? Once we summon the 12 capital heavenly god slaughtering formation, we shall see who prevails. With that, the 12 began to arrange themselves into formation. The guide and Yuan-Ti were instantly taken aback. The 12 capital heavenly god slaughtering formation could summon the ethereal visage of the Pangu great god, and even the celestial saints would not dare to confront it head-on. What should we do? Brother, at this juncture, both the 3 pure ones and the witch clan are incarnations of the Pangu great god, naturally supporting one another. Alas, it seems this matter truly has no connection to our West. This was the first time Yuan-Ti had heard the guide mention such a lack of connection to the West. Very well. We have matters to attend to today. We shall discuss this with brother another time. Return my treasures. You wish to keep them? Not a chance. Qiye was watching. Yuan-Ti huffed coldly, raising a hand, revealing 36 sea-settling pearls, the god-slaying spear's tip, and the wind and fire mat, which appeared before them. Qiye hastily collected them. Though reluctant, the two had no choice but to depart. Thank you all once more. Tongtian exchanged polite words that we are all incarnations of the Pangu Father God, and mutual assistance is only fitting. Candle 9 and the other 12 ancestor witches also bowed in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the Bo Palace, Qiye was in high spirits, having acquired yet another innate spiritual root. Disciple, do refrain from causing trouble henceforth. Tongtian was on the verge of exasperation. Why must you provoke the great Luo golden immortals? He could tolerate everything about his disciple, except for his propensity to stir up trouble, particularly with saints. I did not seek out trouble. Who could have anticipated that Yuan-Ti would suddenly come to rob my spiritual treasures? Enough, disciple. For a century, you are forbidden from stepping outside the Bo Palace. Focus on your cultivation. Very well. Very well. His realm was indeed too low. Despite being hailed as the senior brother throughout the entire, behind his back, he was often belittled by his peers upon returning to his palace. Qiye devoted himself to quiet cultivation. System, where is my reward? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Before him a pitch-black lotus slowly unfurled, resembling turbulent dark currents surging from an endless abyss, exuding an aura of destruction that sent shivers down his spine. Wherever it passed, space warped, time stagnated, and an indescribable sense of oppression and fear enveloped him. Hiss! Qiye inhaled sharply, truly worthy of being the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. The wind and fire mat, 36 sea-settling pearls, 24 sea-settling pearls, the tip of the god-slaying spear, and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus revolved before him, as the cycle of heaven and earth continued. All things converged as one. Suddenly, the 36 sea-settling pearls and 24 sea-settling pearls soared forth, and Qiye cast a spell seal, watching as the two slowly merged. They did not form a string-like shape. Rather, upon merging, they became a single pearl. As the two forces began to operate, they gradually fused together as if returning to their original form. The 36 sea-settling pearls originated from the Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Chaos Pearl. During Pangu's creation of the heavens, the Chaos Pearl was shattered by calamity, transforming into 48 pieces that fell into the primordial chaos. These pearls, deemed unacceptable by the heavenly Tao, self-destructed 12 of them to preserve the existence of the remaining pearls. Yet, Even after the self-destruction of 12, the remaining 36 sea-settling pearls remained extraordinarily powerful innate spiritual treasures. The wind and fire mat, the tip of the god-slaying spear, and the 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus were all inscribed with Qiye's spell seal. However, with his current cultivation level, he is utterly incapable of wielding these treasures, as they are bound by restrictions that inferior grade innate spiritual treasures, containing 1,324 layers of innate restrictions that medium grade innate spiritual treasures, containing 536 layers of innate restrictions that superior grade innate spiritual treasures, containing 3,742 layers of innate restrictions, exceptional grade innate spiritual treasures, containing 4,348 layers of innate restrictions, innate supreme treasures, containing 49 layers of innate restrictions. All of these are exceptional grade innate spiritual treasures, and with his present strength, he has only managed to unlock 10 layers, aided by the powers of the time-space, eye, and the supreme bone. Otherwise, he would be unable to unlock even 5 layers. Qiye took out the exquisite innate spiritual root, the 9-colored lotus. Gifted to him by Nuwa, this moment, it began to bloom slightly, releasing a captivating aura of spiritual energy. He then retrieved the pure heart lotus from the snowy domain. Under the nourishment of this spiritual energy, the white lotus also began to unfurl gently, channeling the supreme, Qiangong, and circulating the energies of the cosmos. The spiritual essence surged forth, and alongside the 9-colored lotus, countless streams of spiritual energy entered Qiye's body. After circulating once around his body, he condensed 99 strands of heavenly spiritual energy. After 2 circuits, he consolidated 360 strands. After 3 circuits, he gathered 520 strands. After 4 circuits, he amassed 999 strands. After 18 circuits, he condensed 4,800 strands of heavenly spiritual energy, achieving a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. After circulating 50 times, he gathered 9,100 strands of heavenly spiritual energy. After 99 circuits, he consolidated 54,000 strands, resulting in a breakthrough into the late stage of the profound immortal realm. After completing 100 circuits, his aura reached perfection. Around Qiye, numerous streams of pure energy coalesced, amounting to 20, each containing an abundance of spiritual power. This is the wondrous aspect of the supreme Qiangong. These energies are at their most pristine. It is the technique that Pangu comprehended within the creation Azure Lotus, consisting of 3 parts, respectively imparted by Taiji and Yuanzai. As the pure energy entered his body, a verdant glow emanated from him, resembling the unfurling of a chaotic azure lotus swirling within him. When Qiye took out the Huangzhong Li, a powerful spiritual pressure surged throughout the palace, bearing 20 fruits, each plump and golden with a faint yellow halo. He plucked one and consumed it. Instantly, a warm and formidable energy erupted from the fruit, flooding into his body like a river rushing into the sea, cleansing him of impurities. That moment, it felt as if he were engulfed in an infinite void, surrounded by endless principles of the great Tao swirling around him, entering his mind like divine nectar. Qiye quickly channeled the supreme Qiangong, feeling a tremendous power rolling within him. Fortunately, the technique provided suppression. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to bear it. 1 Huangzhongli fruit is indeed terrifying, as expected of one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. His cultivation surged once more, directly breaking through to the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. At that moment, the white lotus emitted a radiant glow, gradually transforming into a human figure. A woman, entirely clad in white, appeared before him, her face adorned with a hint of shyness. "Could you perhaps lend me a garment?" It was only then that Qiye noticed the warm breath escaping her nostrils, and upon closer inspection, he realized she was bleeding. Qiye, how could you be so beastly? Shaking off such thoughts, he immediately took out a garment and handed it to her. One must admit, when she donned the white robe, she became even more enchanting. Emerging from the white lotus, untouched by filth, her skin as pure as snow. Possessing an unparalleled beauty, her demeanor as serene as the white lotus itself. "Thank you," Master, it is due to your constant provision of the 9-colored lotus's spiritual essence that I have been able to take form. I have no means to repay you, but I wish to serve you faithfully. Master, hee, that sounds rather delightful. From now on, your name shall be Lu Ruyan. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me. There is no need to be so formal in my presence. Consider this place your home. Just a cozy bed will suffice. My requirements are modest. To achieve earth immortal cultivation upon taking form is truly immeasurable. He casually handed a Huangzhong leaf fruit to Lu Ruyan. Refine this fruit and cultivate diligently. For now, you need not assist me with anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan accepted the fruit and began her solitary cultivation. A white glow enveloped her, with a pure white lotus swirling around her. Stepping out of the grand hall, Qiye was also taken aback, realizing that this session of cultivation had spanned 300 years. It seems that time is of no consequence here. Yet within the primordial realm, time is abundant. Even saints have lifespans that surpass that of the heavens. Just as Qiye stepped out of the grand hall, the void trembled, dark clouds gathered, and thunder crackled in the sky. Another heavenly tribulation, relentless as ever. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended, shattering the void. Countless disciples of Golden Ao Island emerged, perplexed by the sudden attack on their island. The first bolt of lightning fell without causing any sensation. The second bolt followed suit, neither painful nor irritating. The third bolt was significantly stronger than the previous two, yet he could withstand it with his body. The fourth bolt, the fifth, and the sixth bolts fell, filling the skies above Golden Ao Island with thunderous roars and blinding flashes. Armed with the supreme bone and standing upon the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, he remained unafraid. The heavenly tribulation seemed furious, with the seventh and eighth bolts of lightning descending simultaneously, blinding the eyes of all present. As thunder roared, the heavenly lightning transformed into two massive white dragons, causing even golden immortals to retreat in fear. Come on then, Qiye, undaunted, used the power of the supreme bone to launch a punch, piercing through the two dragons. Boom, rumble, boom. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be brewing, lingering in the air without striking in response. Qiye defiantly gestured at the tribulation, the mere heavenly tribulation, easy to handle. The onlookers were astonished, unable to believe he dared to mock the heavenly tribulation. How terrifying, this senior brother. Does he not fear being struck down by the tribulation? At this moment, Tongtian was also protecting Qiye, feeling an immense frustration. Why provoke the heavenly tribulation? Is this not asking for lightning strike? Just then, the heavenly tribulation seemed to have gathered enough energy. Swirling once more that a towering figure emerged, mysterious and profound, seemingly representing the great Tao, and with a mere finger, a purple divine thunder descended. Had this not been the holy land of saints, the entire Golden Ao Island would have likely crumbled. Another purple cloud, divine thunder. Tao ancestor, please be reasonable. Upon seeing that shadow, he realized the Tao ancestor was displeased with him once more. How audacious! At that moment, a voice rang in his ears, leaving Qiye dumbfounded. I can't believe this. The time-space I manifested, distorting the space around him, but the purple divine thunder shattered this space effortlessly. The supreme bone emerged, and a golden power condensed upon his fist, representing an invincible force, embodying the will to dominate all ages. Brothers and sisters, Qiye's voice echoed. Watch closely. This punch will be magnificent. With a single punch, the world trembled, and the divine thunder was obliterated. The fist imprint instantaneously crushed the purple cloud divine thunder, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the heavens that, in just a few hundred years, he had ascended from the true immortal realm to the golden immortal realm, a truly terrifying talent, destined for future saintly stature. Tongtian was astonished, grateful he was his disciple. At this moment, the myriad immortals within Golden Ao Island were filled with fear and awe, their mouths agape at the sheer magnificence of this punch. Incredible, senior brother. The echoes of admiration resonated throughout Golden Ao Island. Tongtian, having approached Qiye, exclaimed, good disciple, that punch was truly magnificent. With such a disciple, one is worth a myriad of immortals. On Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi was filled with regret. Having missed such a gifted individual in the past, he had mocked Qiye's future potential. Now, he was left to slap himself in the face with his own words. How could this person possibly be my creation? In the 33 heavens, in the realm of Taizu, Nuwa was equally astonished. 3,000 little beings. Indeed, Qiye is my finest creation, yet has he truly become so extraordinary? Had I known, I would have taken him as my disciple. Now he's been claimed by Tongtian. Thus, many great figures were engulfed in regret. The heavens did not give birth to me, Qiye. The eternal expanse stretches on like a long night. If the earth lacked a sovereign like Qiye, the passage of 1,000 autumns would be as desolate as the frost. I could see this moment. Qiye's heart was filled with astonishment. How could that utterance be possible? It had been a long time since he had heard such words. Was it a revival or a rebirth? He knew not, nor was there anyone to provide an answer. Master, I wish to embark on a journey, Qiye suddenly declared. Why? Remaining on Golden Ao Island, your master can guide your cultivation, and ascending to the sacred realm will be a mere formality. Such a method of cultivation does not suit me. I yearn to explore the world, he retorted. Unable to dissuade his own disciple, Tongtian had no choice but to acquiesce. Should the heavens collapse, I shall support you. You need only pursue your desires. Then, could you procure some 3 lights divine water and 9 heavens resting soil from Lady Nuwa for me? I wish to plant this Huangjongli. Very well, it shall be as you wish. I shall go to Taizu, heaven forthwith. Excellent. Within the Grand Hall, Lu Ruyan had already broken through to the late stage of the Earth immortal realm. Her progress surpassing his expectations. If this continued, a breakthrough to the great Luo would be imminent, and achieving quasi-sainthood would no longer be but a dream. Master, I have completed my cultivation, after a flurry of activity within the palace. Qiye had unlocked 20 seals on all the spiritual treasures. As my maid, how could you lack a single magical artifact? He proclaimed, immediately withdrawing the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, since Lu Ruyan was a lotus flower. And this 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus was also a lotus. Perhaps their union would yield unexpected wonders. Upon receiving the Black Lotus, Lu Ruyan could distinctly sense its destructive power, causing her heart to race. Thus, the two soared through the vast expanse that in the west. At Mount Shumi, one could hear the exclamations of frustration. This is utterly outrageous, such arrogance, so disregardful of others. The two, Jean and Junti, sat together. The Wu clan is truly detestable. Emerging at such a critical moment, otherwise, how could they possibly contend with Tongtian? The Huangjongli had also been taken by a mere Xianxian. Tongtian is incredibly biased and overly protective of his disciples. I suggest it is best not to provoke him. In time, they will naturally reclaim the humiliation of today. Well now, even addressing him as senior brother has ceased. One simply calls him by his name. If Tongtian cannot be dealt with, can we truly allow ourselves to be bullied by such a minor Wu clan? I have a brilliant scheme that will make the Wu clan pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Jean's face broke into a smile. Excellent, excellent. Meanwhile, Qiye was traversing Mount Buzhou, flying toward the direction of the human race. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted along the way. Before them stood a woman, transcending the mundane, with brows like distant mountains veiled in mist. Eyes like autumn waters glistening, her beauty unparalleled in the heavens, reminiscent yet distinct from Nuwa. You are Qiye. I do not recall such a figure from the primordial chaos. Has he simply forgotten? This character is seldom mentioned in common tales. With a gentle smile, she seemed like a spring breeze. I am Yaoqi. Oh, Yaoqi. You are indeed Yaoqi? Qiye scrutinized her. Although she appeared displeased, she restrained herself, for she had a request to make. What do you seek from me? Qiye pondered inwardly. Hasn't the heavenly court yet been established? Currently, this Yaoqi is merely a disciple of Hongjun, alongside Haoyin, that I have come for the Huangjongli. I'm willing to offer some treasures in exchange. Huangjongli, suddenly he recalled. The West Queen Mother resides in Long West City, where the Huangjongli flourishes. blooming with 3 shadows and bearing 9 shadows. Both flowers and fruits bear the name Huangzhong. The Queen Mother cherishes it even more than the peaches of immortality. And in playful wagers with the true Lord of Zhang, she would offer 1 or 200 in exchange for victory, entirely her possession. The system panel activated. Ding, loading, primordial chaos. Yaoqi, disciple of Hongjun. Physique, 9 heavens Xian female body, innate immortal embryo. Containing supreme mysteries, sharing the lifespan of heaven and earth. The mother of all things. Cultivation, pinnacle of quasi-saint. Having endured countless tribulations, she has reached the utmost of quasi-saint, merely a thread away from achieving sainthood. Background, innate divine saint. Born at the dawn of chaos, coexisting with heaven and earth, esteemed as the foremost of female immortals. Law, yin-yang law, able to harmonize all things, bringing balance to heaven and earth, fostering the growth of all life. Technique, Yaoqi immortal scripture, containing profound truths. Specializing in the path of female immortals, enhancing cultivation speed, amplifying magical power and divine abilities. Treasures, Kunlun mirror, on par with innate spiritual treasures. Chaos golden hairpin, top tier, innate spiritual treasure. Fengming hairpin, top tier, innate spiritual treasure. Peach spirit root, companion spirit object. Plain cloud realm flag, top tier, innate spiritual treasure. Pure water bowl, top tier, innate spiritual treasure. Mount, Qingwan divine bird, innate spiritual beast. Upon seeing this, one could hardly believe their eyes. Oh dear, Yaoqi possesses such an abundance of spiritual treasures, each one a rare gem. In any case, the Huangzhong Li held no value for him. It would be better to engage in a trade, thereby accruing a karmic debt that a transaction, though not without merit, must consider. This Huangzhong Li is among the top 10 innate spirit roots. Its worth is extraordinary. What does the esteemed one intend to offer in exchange? Upon hearing this, Yaoqi's expression shifted. She understood that Li Qiye was about to embark on extortion. Today, it seemed she was destined to be heavily taken advantage of. Although anger bubbled within her, she dared not seize it directly. Speak. How about exchanging that peach tree with me? Humph. Yaoqi let out a cold snort, her frigid tone resonating. You have quite an imagination. My peach tree is worth far more than the Huangzhong Li and cannot be gifted. You would do well to reconsider your request. Everyone claims you, Li Qiye, are exceedingly arrogant. Today, I see it is indeed true. Furthermore, while others may fear Tongtian, I have no such trepidation. I advise you to contemplate wisely. You have Tongtian as your backing. I have the great lore behind me. By heavens, he is making a threat, Li Qiye mused. Yaoqi, too bold to use Hongjun as a shield against him. Yet Yaoqi's calculations were miscalculated. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Li Qiye soared away, and Lu Rian hurriedly followed. Observing this, Yaoqi's face darkened. Ah, Li Qiye, do you think you can escape today? As her words fell, an invisible force spread forth, locking down the very fabric of space, rendering Li Qiye immobile. In the face of such a commonplace maneuver, Li Qiye remained unfazed. He had anticipated that Yaoqi would not let him depart. Are you attempting to suppress me with your cultivation? I am but a mere golden immortal. Before me, conceal your petty schemes and speak plainly. Aside from the peach tree, is there anything else we can discuss? She had endured enough and had been merciful long enough. Should Li Qiye persist in his obstinacy, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. All right then, let it be the Kunlun mirror. This treasure is of use to me. It is non-negotiable. Then the plain cloud realm flag. That treasure is in the hands of the great lord. Do you wish to inquire? Li Qiye was left speechless. Inquire. I cannot even ascend to Zhixiao Palace. Asking him is surely more cunning than the primordial one. The chaos golden hairpin or the Fengming hairpin. Otherwise, I will accept any other spiritual treasure. In truth, you possess only those 2 treasures. One of them must be given to me. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi was taken aback. How could Li Qiye possess such clarity regarding her treasures? After all, he was merely at the golden immortal level, while she stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. How could he possibly perceive what she carried? Very well, I am not unreasonable. I shall part with the Fengming hairpin as a bargaining item. Suddenly, It flew into Qiye's hand. Upon focusing his gaze, he observed that this hairpin measured approximately 7 inches in length. Its entire body shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, capable of resonating with the very essence of the heavens and the earth. Embedded within it was a single feather from the tail of a phoenix, strikingly posed as if the phoenix were in flight. However, this hairpin exhibited a certain autonomy, displaying a remarkable sentience, as it swiftly broke free from Qiye's grasp and soared towards the Yaoqi. In response, Yaoqi merely smiled faintly, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Qiye paid it little mind. Finding Yaoqi's actions rather petty, resorting to such trivial tricks, it would indeed be challenging for others to contend with such antics. Yet to him, this was but child's play. With a flash in his eyes, the wheel of time and space intertwined magnificently, instantaneously transforming the surrounding space. The power of time and space radiated outward, establishing Qiye as the sovereign of this realm. As the force surged forth, the phoenix hairpin was assimilated within the temporal and spatial energies, coming to a halt in midair, whereupon he effortlessly reclaimed IT this moment. Yaoqi was equally astonished by the manifestation of temporal power. The Kunlun mirror possessed similar capabilities, yet Qiye was merely at the golden immortal realm. To grasp such profound principles was indeed astonishing. Among the myriad of laws, those governed by power were paramount, with time following closely behind. Thus, it could be said that the forces of time and space bore notable similarities, both being supreme among the laws. Senior, a supreme spiritual treasure pales in comparison to Huangzhongli. If there are no other treasures to exchange, then you shall owe me a cause. The cause of today will surely yield a consequence in the future. This was the most significant advantage Qiye sought in his dealings with Yaoqi. After all, since the establishment of the heavenly court, Yaoqi had ascended to the status of the supreme empress. The events of today had already left him sufficiently astonished. Yaoqi waved her hand dismissively, stating, "No matter, I shall naturally repay this cause in due time." After all, the other party was merely a golden immortal. How significant could the cause truly be? Yet, she was gravely mistaken, for this very cause would later bring her immense regret. Had she known, she would have opted for a treasure exchange and refrained from binding herself to Qiye. It appeared that the senior had made a wise choice. Huangzhongli was with my master, within the Bo Palace. Furthermore, it came with the added benefits of the 3 light divine water and the 9 heaven soil, making this transaction rather unbalanced in my favor. Upon hearing of the 3 light divine water and the 9 heaven soil, Yaoqi's eyes sparkled with interest. Cultivating innate spiritual roots was exceedingly arduous. Without these 2 divine items, survival was nearly impossible. Originally, she had intended to visit the Huahuang Palace after this matter, but now that was unnecessary, and her demeanor softened somewhat. Thus, the 2 returned to Jianmu Island with Yaoqi. Upon seeing her, many disciples were taken aback, wondering from where their senior brother had acquired such a beautiful companion. Upon arriving at the Bo Palace, they encountered Tongtian, the master seated upon the dais. Yaoqi clasped her hands in greeting, saying, "Brother Tongtian." Tongtian was taken aback at the sight of Yaoqi. Did the master have some instruction for her? But then he thought otherwise. If the master had a matter to discuss, she would have directly informed them. Why would Yaoqi come in person? After a moment's reflection, he realized that his beloved disciple must have stirred up some trouble again. No need for excessive formality. What mischief has my disciple gotten into this time? Not at all. I have come today to trade Huangzhongli. This innate spiritual root is of great utility to me. And I hope for your favor, brother, if there is no trouble, then that is good. Tongtian waved his sleeve, and a Huangzhongli materialized in Yaoqi's hand. Upon seeing it, she was filled with delight, treasuring it dearly. Qiye did not forget to remind, "Master, there is also the 9 heaven soil and the 3 light divine water." Tongtian was astonished that his disciple had traded for these 2 items as well. Both divine treasures now rested in Yaoqi's hands. Overjoyed, Yaoqi hurriedly took her leave after bidding farewell to Tongtian. However, just as she stepped a short distance from Jianmu Island, a figure clad in black, exuding a tempestuous aura of malevolence, blocked her path. A colossal axe swung down abruptly. unleashing a chaotic force capable of obliterating the heavens, aimed directly at her. Taken by surprise, Qiye staggered back, her complexion paling. Clearly suffering significant injuries, upon recognizing the assailant, she gasped in shock. "Evil Zhu, how dare you obstruct me?" In the past, during the demise of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, it was precisely Luo who and this evil Zhu who conspired together, leading to devastation among the living. For this, Luo who self-destructed, causing the West to shatter, while Jidu perished, leaving evil Zhu to escape, vanishing without a trace. Yet now he dared to re-emerge, with a cold sneer. Evil Zhu declared, "Huangzhong Li is an innate spiritual root. It belongs to the capable. You, a mere disciple of Hongjun, are unworthy of possessing it." Huangzhong Li was a rare, innate spiritual root. Should he refine it, he might restore his peak strength. For years, he had been healing within the river of fate, but had yet to recover. Thus he was compelled to act now. Initially, he had planned to strike at Wuzhou Mountain, but encountered Juni instead. Little did he expect that Tongtian would also arrive, along with Jiejing and the 12 ancestor witches, forcing him to retreat. The current saints were feeble and could not compare to the 3,000 gods and demons of the primordial chaos. Alas, they had all been wounded by Pangu and fell into the chaotic realm, thus needed time to recuperate. Before he could finish speaking, Evil Zhu's figure flickered, transforming into a shadow imbued with overwhelming chaotic energy, lunging fiercely at Qiye. The speed was so great that it transcended the constraints of time and space. The gigantic axe formed from chaotic energy was even more terrifying, causing the entire void to collapse and reveal the chaos within. Qiye's expression grew grave. With a gentle flick of the chaos hairpin, she traced out a galaxy that collided with the axe's light, resulting in a deafening explosion. "Humph, with your strength, if you do not surrender Huangzhongli today, prepare to meet your demise." The nine-demon tower materialized out of thin air, its body wreathed in demonic energy, with 9 demonic shadows swirling atop the tower, emitting mournful howls. This 9-demon tower was forged from chaotic energy and boundless demonic thoughts. Its power immense enough to suppress an entire realm, with the 9 shadows representing quasi-saints that in an instant. The 9 demonic shadows surged forth. The tower opened its 9 layers, and an endless tide of demonic figures rushed out. Lacking physical forms, composed entirely of evil thoughts and malevolent energy, Qiye's expression changed drastically. Although the chaos hairpin could annihilate a multitude of demonic shadows, they were endless, and with 9 quasi-saint demonic figures encroaching. She found herself in a precarious position. If evil Zhu joined the fray, she would have no means to counter him. In that moment, she concentrated her thoughts, and the Kunlun mirror radiated brilliantly, sweeping away the void. As the entire realm was ensnared by this PowerPoint, one domain of time and space was entirely fixed in place, with only evil Zhu remaining unaffected. Subsequently, a rift in time and space slowly opened before her. With a flash of her figure, she aimed to escape through this rift, but evil Zhu would not allow her to flee so easily. With a cold snort, the 9-demon tower shook violently, and the 9 demonic shadows transformed into 9 beams of demonic light, shooting towards the rift like arrows. Simultaneously, the colossal axe in his hand transformed into a streak of light, following closely behind. Qiye gritted her teeth, channeling a vast amount of spiritual power into the chaos hairpin. The hairpin glowed intensely, unleashing a power even greater than before, transforming into a river of stars that collided with the attacks of the 9 demonic lights and the gigantic axe. In the chaos, brilliance erupted, and the sound of the explosion was deafening. However, this power was exceedingly formidable, swiftly shattering the river of stars and crashing towards Qiye, capable of annihilating the heavens and tearing apart the chaotic realm. Seizing this moment, evil Zhu entered the rift of time and space. Yet he was still affected by the residual force, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, evil Zhu's expression darkened. The opponent had entered the realm of time and space, and even he could not locate her immediately. If the Master of Time were present, then the Kunlun mirror would be of little consequence. Now that the Huangzhongli was lost like this, there would be no second chance. Meanwhile, Yaoqi emerged from the rift of time and space, landing squarely within Jineo Island. Ignoring her injuries, she hastened towards the Bo Palace. Inside the hall, Tongtian and Qiye were equally taken aback by Yaoqi's disheveled appearance. Yaoqi, did you not return to the Zhixiao Palace? How is it that you find yourself in such a dire state? Yaoqi managed a bitter smile, recounting the events that had transpired. Even with your strength, you could not contend with that evil Zhu. It seems his power has nearly restored to its peak, Tongtian remarked. His brow furrowing with concern, Qiye also contemplated the malevolent Zhu, known as the heavenly demon god, the world-destroying demon dragon, who along with Luo Ho and Ji Du, incited the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, yet he alone managed to escape. For eternity, he languished in the river of fate, healing his wounds. Suddenly, a notification sounded. A task was issued to subdue Zhu as a guardian divine beast for the... Upon seeing this task, Qiye could not help but feel exasperated. His strength was insufficient even to withstand a mere gesture from Zhu, let alone subdue him. However, the system did not prohibit him from seeking assistance from others. Thus, under the persuasion of Yaoqi and the encouragement from Qiye, Tongtian ventured into the river of fate to capture Zhu. The netherworld had always been shrouded in profound mystery, particularly the tunnels within. Had it not yet awakened, it could rival the heavenly Tao. Now, with the cycle lacking the 6 paths and the reincarnation incomplete, the netherworld remained in its current state. The primordial dust whisk materialized, enveloping Qiye in an impenetrable barrier as Tongtian stepped forward. He directly entered the netherworld, a feat that evoked envy. This was the might of a sage. Ultimately, the two found Zhu in the deepest part of the netherworld's heavenly prison, Mount Luophone. That an oppressive darkness pervaded the surroundings. Above a vast void, the river of fate spanned the expanse, formless and shapeless, invisible to the eye, ancient and profound. In that moment, Zhu sensed something amiss and opened his eyes. Tongtian, how dare you tread upon the river of fate? Do you wish to meddle in our destinies? Tongtian remained unfazed, wielding the Qingping sword, its light akin to a dragon. As Qingping emerged, if you had remained docile within this river of fate, I would indeed have no cause to intervene. Yet, having attacked Yaoqi, you have entangled yourself in cause and effect. I have come today to address this consequence. Zhu's expression darkened, recalling how, when Pangu sought to create the heavens, their very essence had transformed into the remnants of his spirit. Yet they remained obstinately defiant. Before he could finish, the two became streaks of light, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the river of fate. The clash of the Qingping sword and Zhu's chaos demon axe resonated with a thunderous roar, as if even heaven and earth trembled. However, the river of fate remained unaffected, entirely impervious to their struggle. The 9-demon tower opened, unleashing countless vengeful spirits that surged towards Tongtian, yet under the protection of the primordial dust whisk, which rendered him invulnerable. These phantoms could not harm Qiye. Nevertheless, Tongtian, having attained the status of a heavenly Tao sage, felt no fear from the demonic energy. The Qingping sword was extraordinarily sharp. Each swing could sever spirits and dispel demonic forces, forcing Zhu to retreat repeatedly. The conflict raged for centuries, distorting the surrounding space-time, intertwining various laws of power, causing tremors throughout the netherworld. Qiye could not help but marvel. After all, Zhu had once been in the Chaos Realm. Though severely wounded in the struggles of the demonic path, he still possessed formidable strength. Even in his fallen state, he could contend evenly with a sage like Tongtian, which was truly terrifying. It seemed the current heavenly Tao sages were indeed lacking in substance. Had it been during the era of chaos and divine demons, Tongtian might not have withstood even a single blow from Zhu. Yet now, it was no longer their era. The Qingping sword, along with the floating Qing shadow, instantly sent the colossal axe and 9-demon tower flying, piercing through Zhu's chest. The outcome was decided. He refused to accept it. Had it not been for Pangu, would I find myself in this predicament today? Even if I perish, I shall take you so-called heavenly Tao sages down with me. With a resounding crash, the entire netherworld quaked. However, The Netherworld was not like the West. Even if 10 Jews self-destructed, it would not harm a single fragment within. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the river of fate. Clad in a Taoist robe, surrounded by radiant light, he approached slowly on a green lotus. Third brother, this Jew bears heavy sins. Why not allow me to take him back to Kunlun Mountain for enlightenment? Tongtian found this reasoning quite sensible. It would be a pity for him to perish together. They suppressed Zhud this moment. Qiye's mind was racing with thoughts. Master, why not take him back to Golden Ao Island as a guardian divine beast for the... After all, he can never be allowed to fall into the hands of Yuanshi. Upon reflection, Tongtian realized he had not promised Yuanshi anything, and with a wave of his hand, he collected Zhu into his sleeve. Seeing this, Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback, then spoke coldly. Third brother, what is the meaning of this? Did I not say I would take him back to Kunlun Mountain for enlightenment? Uncle Master, you may say what you will, but my master has not agreed. He sought to infuriate Yuanshi. A notification chimed. Task issued. Collect Yuanshi's anger points. Reach 100 for a reward. Human Emperor Banner. This task is quite fortuitous, aligning perfectly with my intentions. Hearing this, Yuanshi's anger surged. Once again, you wretched disciple. The notification pinged. Current anger points. 5 AD, or not be angry. One must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Today is not your turn. Sure enough, Yuanshi's anger began to escalate once more. Current anger points. 15. Uncle Master. Do not force the issue. Depart. Uncle Master. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. It shall be as it is. Current anger points. 50. Uncle Master. I possess a human emperor banner, currently lacking a master soul. Entering my human emperor banner would grant you eternal life. Current anger points. 100. Preposterous. Yuanshi raised his hand, instantly breaking through the primordial dust whisk, intent on crushing Qiye. Tongtian's expression changed drastically. Such words were not to be taken lightly. The Qingping sword's aura protected Qiye. Third brother, see what this wretched disciple has uttered. Cursing me. Today, I shall certainly kill him. Otherwise, where lies my authority? Instantly, the 3 treasures Jade Rui and Pangu banner materialized, exuding a pressure that shook the universe, even causing the river of fate to boil. It seemed the second brother was genuinely enraged. Tongtian's expression grew grim as Pangu banner was summoned. Second brother, hold on, he exclaimed. You wretched disciple, do you not swiftly apologize to Uncle Master Yuanshi? Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Tongtian made exaggerated gestures. Disciple, you must endure a little. After all, acquiring the human emperor banner was not a loss. That Qiye understood the need to temper his ambitions. Otherwise, Yuanshi was not one to be trifled with, and he could very well take action against him in the future. Uncle Master, I was wrong. My earlier words were foolish. That I hope for your forgiveness. That it was all about survival for now. Later, he would seek retribution against Yuanshi. What good is an apology? If I do not kill him today, I shall not be the Yuanshi Tianzuan any longer. Even the Qingping sword and primordial dust whisk struggled to withstand this pressure. Suddenly, the 4 swords of extermination flew up, surrounding Tongtian, just enough to counteract the might of the Pangu banner. Second brother, rest assured, upon our return, I shall not let him off easily. Second brother, quell your anger. Witnessing Tongtian brandish the extermination swords, Yuanshi snorted coldly. Sooner or later, this wretched disciple shall bring you great misfortune. And with that, his figure vanished. You, how dare you say such things? Tongtian was taken aback. Apart from the eldest brother, he had managed to provoke all his disciples. Qiye shrugged. What could he do? The system was constantly causing trouble, bombarding him with these tasks. Is this truly the river of fate? Qiye was profoundly astonished. Master, do you know the origins of this river of fate? Tongtian replied. This river has a grand and ancient history. Since the time Pangu opened the heavens, the clear and turbid energies formed the world. The great Tao has 50, with heaven producing 49. One eludes, and this illusion birthed the river of fate. It amalgamated the energies of chaos, the dualities of heaven and earth, as well as the merits of Pangu's creation, gradually coalescing into a formless and shapeless river. Each drop within the river of fate signifies the destiny of every living being. Within this river are countless threads of cause and effect intertwined. This river exists neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. It does not manifest in the sea of consciousness, nor does it appear before the eyes. It is elusive in all directions, leaving no trace throughout time, ethereal and indistinct, seeming both real and illusory. Even I cannot fathom the intricacies of the causes and effects within. What Tongtian spoke was merely elementary. This river of fate is not an ordinary river. It is neither subservient to the will of heaven nor governed by it. Rather, it is elusive and without trace. This river of fate is born of the great Tao, encompassing the myriad heavens, with all living beings contained within it. After Pangu separated heaven and earth, the great Tao receded into obscurity, and the new heavenly order emerged to preside over the current primordial chaos. Yet, this heavenly order is incomplete and requires the 6 saints to supplement it. After the 2 departed from the Underworld, a man clad in a black robe appeared atop the river of fate, smiling faintly. It was astonishing to see him positioned within the river of fate itself. Should anyone witness this, they would surely be struck with awe. Soon after, several figures materialized beside him, evidently having been present all along. As you have observed, the evil executioner and Luo have become entangled in causality. Now, the evil executioner has been captured by Tongtian. It seems that the heavenly order is now complete. The group remained silent, their actions steeped in causality. Meanwhile, Qiye and Tongtian returned to the Bayou Palace, where Yao Qi's injuries had significantly improved. Taiqing also arrived at Bayou Palace, having learned of the evil executioner's capture by Tongtian. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 departed. Under Tongtian's suppression, even the unwilling evil executioner had his memories erased. Transforming into a guardian beast upon returning to the hall, Qiye was eager for what was to come. The system extracted rewards, and in an instant, the Emperor's banner appeared in his hand. This banner stood approximately 9 feet tall, its surface woven from primordial divine silk, capable of withstanding the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The banner bore totems depicting landscapes and the celestial body's transformations, yet it still lacked a thread of the main soul. With his current strength, he was unable to harness it. "Master, your several junior sisters seek an audience," Lu Rian said softly, now at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, just 1 step away from attaining the celestial immortal body. "Let them in." Outside the palace, the 5 women were filled with trepidation. Nearly everyone on Jianmu Island had sought guidance from Duo Bao Shixiao, and Tongtian occasionally held lectures, while Qiye seemed entirely indifferent. He did not exhibit the demeanor of a senior brother at all. Despite his exceptional talent, he struggled to command respect. Although they did not wish to trouble their senior brother, Duo Bao Shixiao's presence was already overcrowded, causing him to shut himself away in frustration. They too had questions regarding their cultivation. "Senior sister, do you think the senior brother is available?" "I do not know, but Duo Bao Shixiao has already closed his doors to guests. We ought not to disturb him." This moment, Bai Zhao's expression soured. "I intermined. It would be better to seek out Duo Bao Shixiao." After all, Qiye was merely at the golden immortal stage and could not possibly impart anything of value to them. "The Tai golden immortals. Ladies, the master summons you," she announced. "Humph. As the senior brother, he resides in such a magnificent palace, yet lacks the demeanor of a true senior. I cannot fathom how the master appointed him as our senior brother." Bai Xiao thought, agitated. "Third sister, do not offend the senior brother's dignity," Yin Xiao cautioned softly. Although Jin Ling and Wu Deng did not share the same sentiments, they still held a glimmer of hope. "Please take a seat, junior sisters." The 5 women clasped their hands and bowed. "We pay our respects to the senior brother." Under Yun Zhao's admonition, Bai Xiao complied reluctantly, though her heart remained discontent. "We apologize for disturbing you today. Senior brother, we have long since reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, yet have yet to find a breakthrough opportunity, and thus we have come to seek your guidance." "Well spoken." "Well spoken." The convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head, the 5 energies within the chest, the 5 energies returning to the source, all are of the great Luo. Attaining the Tai Golden Immortal leads to the unification of myriad laws. returning to simplicity and authenticity. Achieving the great Luo golden immortal grants one mastery over all time and space, existing in eternal freedom, impervious to tribulations. Qiye expounded on the teachings. The five were left utterly astonished. Even Xiongxiao was captivated. To attain the great Luo golden immortal, one must cultivate the laws and grasp their essence. Jinling, Wu Deng, and the three Xiao sisters found themselves enlightened, as if all their doubts had been resolved. Akin to having divine wisdom bestowed upon them, the uncertainties of the past dissipated, and they immersed themselves in the pursuit of the elusive laws. Although Lu Ruyan was not yet at the Tai golden immortal level, her comprehension was remarkable, and she too became absorbed in the moment that Qiye produced the nine-colored lotus, surrounding them. As spiritual energy surged forth, he also cultivated the Shangxing Xiangong within this ambience. As he cycled through the heavens, he continuously condensed heavenly spiritual energy within himself. At this moment, a slight amount of pure energy began to coalesce beside Li Qi. He was now operating on the ninth cycle, having gathered 70,000 strands of heavenly spiritual energy within him. Once he completed the 99th cycle, he would have amassed 990,000 strands of heavenly spiritual energy. The pure energy surrounding him was divided into two portions, one entering his own body, and the other entering the bodies of Jinling, Wu Deng, the three Xiao sisters, and Lu Ruyan. Instantly, the six of them felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into their bodies, without time to express their gratitude. They hurriedly began their cultivation. Within the grand hall, boundless spiritual energy erupted and surged forth. Qiye directly broke through to the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, only a step away from transcending to the Tai golden immortal level. Time passed unmeasured, and Bai Xiao was the first to awaken. At this moment, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal, leaving her utterly astonished. Not wishing to disturb her elder sisters, who were still engrossed in their comprehension, she remained silent. Next to awaken was Bai Xiao, who also elevated her cultivation to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal. The third to awaken was Yun Xiao, the leader of the three Xiao sisters, whose strength and talent were unquestionable. She had nearly broken through to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal, just a step away from comprehending the laws necessary to attain the great Luo golden immortal. Jinling and Wu Deng also showcased exceptional talent, with their comprehension surpassing even Yun Zhao's, as they too broke through to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal. It was likely that the three of them would soon attain the great Luo golden immortal. At present, only Duo Bao possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal within the entire. Thank you, senior brother, for your teachings. We are immensely grateful, they all expressed, bowing deeply to Li Qiye, who had thoroughly impressed them. May I come to seek your guidance often, senior brother? Bai Xiao inquired, her previous reservations all but forgotten. Third sister, do not overstep, Yin Xiao quickly admonished. Li Qiye waved his hand dismissively. No worries. You may all come here whenever you wish to cultivate together with me. What joy it is to have beautiful companions. Li Qiye smiled gently, causing the five women to blush. Then we shall not disturb you any further, senior brother. At that moment, Li Qiye noticed Lu Rian's aura and was taken aback. Despite the passage of time, she remained at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. How could this be? Logically, she ought to have broken through by now. Just then, thunder rumbled across the skies. At that moment, storm clouds enveloped 30,000 miles. Li Qiye was bewildered, but I have not undergone tribulation. Yet upon looking up, he was astonished to see Lu Rian ascending through the air upon a white lotus. The heavenly tribulation descended once more, undoubtedly more formidable than the last tribulation Li Qiye faced as a Xian immortal. The aura emanating from it was terrifying in the extreme that in an instant, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning struck down. Yet Lu Rian, seated upon the lotus, remained unmoved. The lotus blossoms appeared, absorbing the lightning bolts effortlessly. The heavenly tribulation, now furious, unleashed 18 more bolts of heavenly lightning, but to no avail. In this moment, Lu Rian resembled a pure white lotus, yet with an added uniqueness. 99 bolts of heavenly lightning fell, yet she emerged unscathed. Tongtian was equally astonished by the sight of these 99 bolts of heavenly lightning. Witnessing the tribulation bearer, he was also taken aback. When he first saw this white lotus, he paid little heed. After all, countless beings had transformed over millennia, which was not particularly remarkable. However, this heavenly tribulation was infused with the wrath of the heavenly order, which was peculiar. He immediately utilized his powers to manipulate the laws of creation, reincarnation, and fate. Yet this person's fate was shrouded in chaos, obscured from his view, and no matter how he probed, he could not see through it. It was strange that even someone of his caliber, a sage, could not penetrate this mystery. Could it be that this individual shares a connection with my disciple? Although the heavenly tribulation raged, it gradually subsided. Returning to calm, Lurian descended gently, her aura fluctuating, having evidently broken through to the golden immortal realm, leaving Qiye speechless. Moreover, he sensed a different aura emanating from her, one that was distinct from her previous self. Lurian, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for allowing me to comprehend the Tao." Since her transformation, she has cultivated for merely a millennium, yet she has achieved the golden body, a feat that rivals the heavens. Might the system delve into the origins of this Lurian? Ding, the host's cultivation is too low to investigate, yet a hint may be provided. What hint? Speak swiftly. Upon hearing this, Qiye found himself momentarily bewildered. The other party was merely a millennia-old white lotus. Could she possibly be a reincarnation? However, the system offered no further commentary. What does it matter? She is my maid now. Could she possibly rebel? Another splendid performance commenced. The void churned, and thunder roared. 8 bolts of heavenly lightning surged forth. 8 thunders resounded like a great cauldron. Yet, none could approach, as the supreme bone's fist imprint, like a dragon, shattered the 9 heavens, scattering the tribulation lightning. Ultimately, it was the purple cloud divine thunder that made its grand entrance. Indeed, the purple cloud divine thunder coalesced again, forming 2 formidable bolts. They resembled 2 massive purple thunder dragons, soaring above the 9 heavens, poised to strike down upon Qiye, with time-seeing eyes, bearing the supreme bone. And standing upon the 12th grade, annihilating black lotus, the entire void fractured, until the 2 bolts of purple cloud divine thunder were crushed. Golden light descended, revealing the realm of the Tai golden immortal. Congratulations to the master for the breakthrough. Tongtian approached with measured steps. His esteemed disciple had indeed not disappointed him. In just a few thousand years, he had ascended from the earth immortal realm to the Tai golden immortal realm. Such talent was truly unparalleled. Lurian hastily bowed. For the one before her was a sage. Tongtian could not help but glance at Lurian. Subsequently, 2 attendants struck the bell, its sound reverberating throughout Golden Ao Island. Duong, Duong. The disciples of the Jie Sect gathered within the Bo Palace, perplexed. Naturally, Qiye occupied the foremost position, followed closely by Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and the 3 heavens. What matters does the master have for us today? The heart of a sage is inscrutable. Could it be that the master wishes to impart teachings once more? Jingu Xian felt a surge of joy. Just a few days prior, such teachings have been given. Do not harbor further hopes, Wu Yun Xian chuckled. I sense something significant is afoot. Hearing this, the disciples turned their gazes, observing a figure with long ears, slightly trembling as if eavesdropping. With thieving eyes, it was indeed the long-eared Dingguang Xian. The many disciples present held no affection for him. Senior brother, has the master summoned us for a momentous occasion? Duobao inquired. All ears were perked in anticipation. I do not know. The master did not inform me. Just then, Tongtian, clad in a purple robe and adorned with a purple golden crown, made his entrance that we pay our respects to the master. Duobao and the others bowed deeply. 10,000 immortals bowed in reverence. A grand display that shook Golden Ao Island. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian smiled. With 10,000 immortals paying homage, our Jie Sect shall surely prosper for eternity. In contrast, the Chan Sect had only a meager number of disciples. Moreover, the eldest brother had but 1 disciple. In the future, as the witch and demon wars rage? Would it not render our Jie Sect the sole powerhouse? He could already foresee the glorious future of the Jie Sect. Leading the entirety of the primordial realm, I have summoned you all today for a matter of great importance. I have felt a need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Henceforth, all matters, great and small, shall be overseen by your eldest brother. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The master was actually going to enter seclusion. This was a first. I refuse to accept this. I implore the master to reconsider. At that moment, a voice rang out, and the disciples turned to find long-eared Dingguang Xian with a grim expression. Tongtian too was taken aback that someone dared to speak up. What do you refuse to accept? Though the voice was soft, it carried the weight of a sage, instilling fear in long-eared Dingguang Xian. Despite being the eldest brother, his cultivation merely reached the golden immortal realm, while the Jie Sect had countless disciples. It hardly fell to Qiye to make decisions. Moreover, the eldest brother had achieved nothing, remaining inactive within the sect, rendering it difficult to command respect. I refuse to accept this. I hope the master will reconsider. Long-eared Dingguang Xian further incited several disciples, who echoed his sentiments. Long-eared Dingguang Xian, I have yet to seek you out, and here you are provoking me. Qiye scoffed inwardly. Once Tongtian enters seclusion, I shall see how you prance about. The disgrace of the Jie Sect, having evaded the calamity, stole the six-soul banner and allied with Taiqing, only to be led by Jin and Junti westward, escaping the tribulation, ultimately becoming a mere Dingguang Huanin Buddha. The mere thought of his name being read backward brought amusement, and he couldn't help but laugh. What is so amusing, senior brother? Is what the junior brother said incorrect? Long-ear's expression soured at this. Long-ear Dingguang Xian, do you see clearly now what realm the eldest brother currently occupies? The Holy Mother Jin Ling smiled slightly. He had set forth from Golden Ao Island for exploration not long ago. And in just a century, how much could Qiye truly advance? Yet when he perceived the cultivation radiating from Qiye, he was taken aback. Golden Immortal, early stage. How is this possible? What is impossible? The eldest brother possesses extraordinary talent. The three heavens chimed in at this moment. Zhao Gongming added, the eldest brother's talent is unparalleled. In the future, he shall surely lead our Jie Sect to great glory. Long-eared Dingguang Xian's expression darkened, silently cursing Zhao Gongming. Nevertheless, Duo Bao, the second senior brother, also possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. If outsiders were to learn that our Jie Sect was actually led by a Tai golden immortal, would that not severely mar our reputation? Furthermore, I doubt that all of you brothers and sisters would agree to this. Would you? Speak up. He cast his gaze across the assembly. Sure enough, dozens of disciples immediately voiced their opposition. Duo Bao found himself bewildered. How had this suddenly become his issue? He truly did not want to be involved with the Jie Sect. Indeed, senior brother always addresses the cultivation doubts of the younger disciples. Under his guidance, the disciples have progressed immensely. The mention of this, Duo Bao's temper flared, who claimed that the eldest brother did not guide the disciples. We are precisely the disciples under his tutelage. In an instant, 5 of them radiated their cultivation. Tai Golden Immortal Peak, Tai Golden Immortal Late Stage. Instantly, the disciples present were filled with astonishment. Enough, the sage's word reverberated, shaking the Bo Palace. From now on, all matters within the sect shall be overseen by the eldest brother. His word shall be my edict. Should anyone dare to defy, they shall be expelled from the Jie Sect. An uproar ensued. Expelled from the Jie Sect? This was far too severe. Even the one who had just spoken was now terrified. Silenced. Long-eared Dingguang Xian's expression darkened. We shall adhere to the master's decree. Duo Bao bowed, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. All 10,000 immortals bow. We shall abide by the master's decree. While Duo Bao had said nothing, it was rather you who incessantly prattled on. Subsequently, the disciples dispersed, leaving only Tongtian and Qiye behind. During my seclusion, disciple, do not cause any trouble. Ensure the disciples under your care cultivate diligently and refrain from instigating discord. With that, Tongtian waved his hand, and the Qingping sword fell into Qiye's grasp. The Qingping sword shall be entrusted to you for protection. As he spoke, Tongtian's figure dissipated upon the high platform. The Qingping sword, originally crafted from the leaves of the creation blue lotus, is among the finest of innate spiritual treasures, embodying the essence of Tongtian's sacred path. The merit infused into the sword has rendered it even more formidable, possessing the capability to rend the heavens and earth. With the arrival of the Qingping sword, it felt as though Tongtian himself were present. Ding, the treasure of falling gold appeared. Location: Wuyi Mountain. The system's voice echoed, leaving Qiye in a state of confusion. Why were there so many treasures surfacing recently? Yet adhering to the principle that if one does not take it, another will, he promptly set to action. I recall that Wuyi Mountain seems to have a tree of enlightenment. In an instant, Qiye called upon Duo Bao and Lu Ruyan. Why not Jinling, Wudong, or the three heavens? Because they were in seclusion. What is so mysterious? Eldest brother? Duo Bao followed closely behind Qiye, the three of them flying far, having crossed the East Sea, soaring towards the boundless expanse. Duo Bao, you will understand once we arrive. Before us lies a magnificent vista, where peaks rise and fall in a majestic dance, their sheer cliffs towering above. Disciple Duo Bao, do you sense the presence of any spiritual treasures nearby? The vastness of Wuyi Mountain is truly overwhelming. He is uncertain whether Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao have made their appearance or where they might be. Duo Bao, akin to a treasure-seeking mouse, possesses an innate ability to sense the whereabouts of spiritual treasures, making him an expert in this domain. Spiritual treasure? Duo Bao immediately channels his powers, revealing a diminutive treasure mouse, its sleek fur glistening, eyes sparkling with cunning intelligence, and an extraordinarily sensitive nose. Qiye follows Duo Bao as they traverse the expanse of Wuyi Mountain. After a thorough exploration, Duo Bao suddenly exclaims in surprise, "Senior brother, there exists a formation here. The treasure must be within Qiye's temporal gaze manifests, time swirling around him as a beam of light shoots forth. Yet the formation remains unaffected. Allow me," Duo Bao proclaims, summoning a golden pagoda that transforms into a radiant streak, crashing directly upon the formation. Seeing that the formation remains unmoved, Duo Bao once more calls forth the heart-piercing lock. 9 ebony chains surge forth, ruthlessly embedding themselves into the formation, causing a tremor. Duo Bao, step aside. The Qingping sword Qi unfurls, and in an instant, an endless array of Qingping sword energy appears, effortlessly tearing the formation asunder. Duo Bao is taken aback, realizing that his master's Qingping sword has been entrusted to the senior brother. The sacred might emanates forth, rendering the minor formation inconsequential. The three of them step inside and are greeted by a vibrant spring garden, lush and teeming with life. "We have found the senior brother. Just ahead," Duo Bao remarks, detecting a potent aura of spiritual treasure that is immensely compelling. "Let us hasten." Qiye darts forward with remarkable speed. "Brother Xiao, this spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary. Its power is so formidable that only our combined efforts can secure it. Both are scattered immortals of Wuyi Mountain, and they are astonished to encounter such a copper coin. Ciao, brother. I recently stumbled upon a Dao Enlightenment tea tree. Shall we partake in its brew shortly?" "Excellent." The two are elated at the prospect. Meanwhile, Qiye and the others are observing the duo. "I ascend tea that Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. Lu Rian, go forth and seize that copper coin." "Yes, master." Now possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, handling these two presents no challenge for her. "Fellow Taoists, I shall be taking that copper coin." "Who is this woman?" "She is truly ignorant of her limitations," Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao declare in unison. The opponent is merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, audaciously making such bold statements. Then there is nothing to discuss. Lu Rian raises her hand, sending a palm strike through the void. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao each draw their blades, the clash of steel ringing out, yet they are both sent flying. "This is terrifying. We didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Do not delay. Hand it over or face death." "We will comply." Xiao Bao rummages through his pocket, producing a copper coin, which he relinquishes to her with a wave of his hand. "Given that you are also a manifestation of a spiritual entity, I shall let you off this time." The two dare not utter another word. Lingering longer would endanger their lives, prompting them to flee deeper into Wui Mountain. Master, the copper coin is secured. Yet as Qiye reaches out to grasp it, the coin sprouts wings and darts away at incredible speed, attempting to escape Wui Mountain. Such a prime spiritual treasure possesses its own spirit and is now in full flight. A copper coin with wings flutters away, presenting a rather comical sight. With a flick of his wrist, the Emperor's banner appears, and as it waves, an intangible wave spreads forth, striking the copper coin downwards. Gazing at the fallen treasure, Qiye breaks into a smile. An exceptional innate spiritual treasure. It can attract all manner of artifacts. This item is indeed formidable, yet activating it requires a sacrifice of fortune. Excellent. This treasure is fated to be with me in the West. Upon hearing this voice, Qiye's heart leaps in surprise. Could it be that the two old sages from the West have arrived? Two individuals clad in monk robes, with shifty eyes, approach slowly, chanting Ba. Initially mistaken for the arrival of guiding figures, they turn out to be mere monks. Having witnessed the spiritual treasure sprout wings, they followed it here, only to unexpectedly discover this hidden paradise. Are you also from the Western Sect? Fellow Taoist, we have been sent by Master Zhuni. We humbly request the surrender of the spiritual treasure. Take your nonsense elsewhere. It seems their behavior mirrors that of Zhuni, showing no shame whatsoever. In that case, do not blame us, they respond ominously, advancing towards Qiye. Lu Rian dashes forward but is sent flying by their overwhelming force. Tai, golden immortal, Deluo, Dao fruit. When did the West acquire such power? Qiye muses in astonishment that a mere golden immortal dares to offend us. Prepare to die. A booming sound reverberates as they burst into laughter, only to abruptly cease. This cannot be. Fortunately, Duobao swiftly deploys the Duobao pagoda to shield them, and the two gaze greedily at the spiritual treasure. Junior brother, you go after the copper coin. I will hold off this Deluo golden immortal. The lean monk engages Duobao, while the slightly plump one approaches Qiye. Observing them, Qiye cannot help but scoff at a golden immortal and a Tai golden immortal in their early stages. Why not hand over the spiritual treasure? How dare you? You truly underestimate the Western Sect. My master is none other than the Holy One Zhuni. Humph, Qiye retorts dismissively. You are merely a disciple of the guiding figures, and I shall thoroughly beat you and your masters. His fist, imbued with the power of the supreme bone, strikes forth with a mighty force, capable of rending space as it hurtles towards his opponent. The adversary brandishes a staff, transforming it into a radiant golden light that rushes at him. The staff is sent flying by the punch, and sensing the overwhelming might, he cries out, "Senior brother, save me!" Hearing the plea, the frail monk is caught off guard and is sent flying by Duobao. Under the weight of that punch, the opponent is propelled thousands of miles away, tracing a trajectory through the air. Junior brother, you dare to injure a member of the Western Sect? Upon my return, I shall seek justice from the Holy One Zhuni. The frail monk threatens. Return? I shall escort you back. What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer. The Taoist Zhuni will not let you off. Duobao swats him away with a hand, and a scream echoes as a streak of light vanishes into the sky. Let us go, junior brother. I will take you to savor the taste of this Tao Enlightenment tea. They settle down in a serene spot, while Lu Ruyan gathers the leaves from the Tao Enlightenment tea tree. This particular tree is merely of inferior spiritual root quality. The true Tao Enlightenment tree has yet to manifest. As the tea brews, its fragrance wafts through the valley, enveloping the area in a harmonious aura. A gentle sip reveals a warm current flowing from the tip of the tongue to the heart, bringing tranquility to the mind as if immersed in the Tao, hearing its profound essence. Witnessing the celestial workings of all things, Qiye experiences a profound clarity and a deeper understanding of the path of cultivation. Although Duobao is a Deluo golden immortal, he too benefits from the Tao Enlightenment tea in an instant. Qiye's cultivation ascends rapidly, breaking through to the late stage of Tai golden immortal, while Lu Rian also advances to the late stage of golden immortal. As they savor the tea, Duobao too becomes enraptured in contemplation. The practice of a Deluo golden immortal spans far longer. Though it feels like a mere moment, decades have passed. Who might you be? A sudden and uninvited guest appears after a century. His cultivation is concealed, yet he exudes the aura of a formidable being. Such individuals often move like shadows, elusive and discreet, dressed in a white Taoist robe. He walks with grace, holding a whisk and smiling faintly. I never anticipated my prolonged stay here would reveal such a treasure. Marvelous, truly marvelous. His eyes gleam with excitement upon spotting the Tao Enlightenment tea. With a wave of his sleeve, gusts of wind arise, drawing the tea into his possession. This is the sleeve of the universe. You are Xinyuanzi. How audacious of you, young one, to call my name so casually. Xinyuanzi let out a cold snort, a surge of power mingling with it. Yet it was thwarted by the merit golden wheel in his heart. Qiye mused. This Xinyuanzi has likely not attained the pinnacle of a quasi-saint, but is not far from it. The power of merit. You, young one, are quite intriguing to bear such auspicious merit protecting you. Xinyuanzi was likewise slightly taken aback that a person endowed with merit is sheltered by the heavenly Tao and cannot be slain. Wanshou Mountain as Wuzhuang Temple is indeed close to Waishan. Had Qiye not breached the formation, causing his aura to leak, Xinyuanzi likely would not have discovered this place. Just then, another figure entered, and upon seeing Qiye, was evidently startled. The immortal Xinyuanzi is also present here. It was none other than the young attendant from Yaoqi, who, instead of remaining in your Zhixiao palace, has come here. For what purpose? Although both possessed comparable cultivation, Xinyuanzi was evidently an ancient being, and thus the attendant said nothing further. I observe that this place is suffused with spiritual energy. There must be some divine artifact emerging. And I have come to witness it. It seems Xinyuanzi has taken the lead. The Yaoqi attendant could only feel helpless about it. Just a mere Wudao tea tree. Hearing what Qiye said, she cast a fleeting glance. Could it be the innate spiritual root Wudao, divine tree? If so, today may indeed witness a fierce contention. However, it is merely an inferior Wudao tea tree. Would the Yaoqi attendant truly wish to contest with me? Engaging in conflict would not bode well for you. You two may converse leisurely. I shall take my leave, just as the treasured Baoshan awakens, if I do not leave now. When shall I? Young one. Halt! Just now I saw a copper coin sprout wings and fly away. It must have been taken by you. Qiye inwardly cursed. Having taken the Wudao tea tree was one thing, but now they were fixated on his fallen treasure. A spiritual treasure, you say? The Yaoqi attendant was also startled. Each time, Qiye manages to uncover some treasures of heaven and earth. Could he truly possess some extraordinary ability? This Huangzhong Li was only known to her thanks to the guidance of the Great Lord. Yet she had not anticipated being outpaced. Senior, do not be too greedy. Baoshan, let us depart. Though the power of merit is present, I cannot kill you. Come with me back to Wuzhuang Temple. Xinyuanzi waved his robe, drawing Qiye and the others within. Wuzhuang Temple. Qiye initially contemplated resisting, but upon further reflection, he allowed Xinyuanzi to take them away. The Yaoqi attendant, witnessing this, intended to intervene, but hesitated to offend Xinyuanzi. After all, Qiye is a disciple of Tongtian, and Xinyuanzi would not dare to act against him. When they reappeared, the three found themselves within Wuzhuang Temple. The place was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy. With a colossal ginseng fruit tree standing tall, its fruits shaped like human children, one of the innate spiritual roots, this moment. There hung 20 ginseng fruits upon the tree. It is said that the ginseng fruit tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to mature. It takes a millennium for one to eat. Just inhaling its scent can grant an additional 360 years of life. And consuming one can extend life by 47,000 years, even more precious than Yaoqi's flat peaches. Young one, if you do not hand it over, I shall personally take action. Baoshan and Lu Rian were both filled with trepidation. Their master was in seclusion, leaving them without any rescued. Qiye smiled faintly. Having provoked me, you have merely kicked against cotton. I am adept at this game. Then come and seize it. He was utterly unconcerned. Young one, you possess remarkable courage. Under his oppressive aura, the individual remained remarkably composed, which piqued Xinyuanzi's curiosity. As he reached out, a sword light suddenly sliced through his palm, crimson blood oozing forth. Xinyuanzi was taken aback. What sort of spiritual treasure could wound his palm? Considering he stood at the peak of quasi-saint. Young one, I wish to see what other tricks you possess. Observing this, Xinyuanzi produced an ancient, unadorned tome, the essence of yellow and black swirling within, as if it possessed the power to suppress the heavens. Immensely terrifying. However, this force was not directed at Qiye, but rather served to guard Xinyuanzi. He then reached out again, intending to seize the fallen treasure from Qiye. Yet another azure sword chi cut through the air. This time Xinyuanzi was clearly prepared. The yellow and black essence suppressed the attack, easily tearing the sword chi apart. Qingping sword. The sword chi flows like floating duckweed. Manifest. Upon seeing this sword, Xinyuanzi was filled with dread. Exclaiming, Qingping sword, the treasure of the Tongtian sect master, imbued with supreme might. Who are you, and why does the Qingping sword of the Tongtian sect master rest in your possession? Xinyuanzi's heart raced, no longer aggressive. That would naturally be my master. Your master. Xinyuanzi had not anticipated that the one he captured was a disciple of Tongtian. It seems Tongtian had entrusted the Qingping sword to him, and he must hold a significant position within the Jiejiao, which immediately darkened his expression. With a trembling smile, he said, So, it is a disciple of the Tongtian sect master. This matter is indeed my oversight, and I shall not inquire further. The Tongtian sect master is a sage, and should I act against him, I would inevitably face dire consequences, filling him with terror. Please sit. A gentle breeze and bright moon. Go and pluck 3 ginseng fruits for our esteemed guests. Yes, master. The 2 young attendants took gold implements to gently tap the ginseng fruits, while the other hastily caught them on a silk-lined plate. When encountering metal, it falls. When meeting wood, it withers. When in water, it dissolves. When amidst fire, it chars. When upon earth, it enters thus. One must use gold implements to tap upon them to obtain the fruits. Xinyuanzi smiled at this moment. Soon, 3 ginseng fruits were presented before them. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, as if it contained the quintessence of heaven and earth, boundless and infinite. Baoshan beheld such a divine object for the first time, and, seeing Qiye holding one, could not resist taking one himself. With a bite into the fruit's flesh, the juice burst forth, sweet and abundant, transforming into potent energy coursing through his body, subtly elevating his realm. And in an instant, he broke through the pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal. Moreover, this surge of power showed no signs of abating, continuing to surge within him. In that moment, the heavens roared, and lightning filled the sky, enveloping a span of 90,000 miles. Purple energy came from the east for 90,000 miles, while dragon and phoenix phantoms danced around. Xinyuanzi was utterly astonished. Such a heavenly tribulation had never been witnessed before. Yet it was merely the Deluo tribulation. This individual's future is boundless. It appears that befriending him is indeed the right choice. The Wuzhuang Temple seldom concerns itself with worldly affairs. One cannot escape significant changes in the world, thus it is prudent to prepare early. What is happening? Dao brother. Onyun also approached, astonished at the sight of the lightning tribulation spanning 90,000 miles. The entire Wansho mountain trembled under this power. It seems I can no longer suppress it. I must go and face the tribulation. With that, Qiye soared toward the heavens. Each bolt of lightning was terrifying. Still gathering and roiling. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across, revealing it to be the 99 heavenly tribulation, prompting gasps from both Hongyun and Jinyuanzi. S1's cultivation strengthens. The tribulations become more distinct. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation, 6-9 heavenly tribulation, 8-9 heavenly tribulation, and the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Especially for those burdened with sins or who have leaked heavenly secrets, the tribulations they encounter grow ever stronger. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation presents but a thread of survival. With a total of 99 heavenly bolts, each more formidable than the last, standing beneath the heavenly tribulation, Baoshan and Lu Ruyan felt their bodies tremble, let alone Qiye, who was above in the sky. The first divine thunder descended, leaving no impact on Qiye whatsoever. The second divine thunder. The third divine thunder descended, but a total of 10 divine thunders fell, yet not a single trace of damage was inflicted. These thunderbolts were of the lowest rank, characterized by their white hue. After brewing for a while, the divine thunders continued to cascade down. The 11th strike, however, was blue, significantly more powerful than the previous 10. The time-space I manifested, conjuring a realm of temporal and spatial dimensions before Qiye, formless and shapeless. Though incomplete, it devoured the divine thunder, erasing it from existence. Such was the might of temporal power. Capable of reversing all things, the 20th divine thunder was entirely consumed by the forces of time and space. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed, as if the very void were on the brink of shattering. Suddenly, a green divine thunder appeared, descending in a torrent of 10, sending shivers down one's spine. While they were successfully repelled, this realm of time and space crumbled, dissolving into nothingness. The heavenly tribulation, seemingly enraged, unleashed a total of 20 divine thunders, comprising black and yellow strikes, each mightier than the last, fracturing the entirety of space. The wind and fire mat was summoned, intertwining the laws of wind and fire, as the yellow turban warrior emerged to withstand the 20 divine thunders. By the time the 61st divine thunder fell, it was a golden strike, radiating an incessant golden brilliance. Truly terrifying. One by one, they descended slowly. Let them all come at once. It seemed the heavenly tribulation felt provoked. As golden, red, and crimson divine thunders surged forth, a total of 30 this time, the void genuinely fractured. Zhan Yuanzai hastily retrieved the earth book, shielding the entire Wuzhuang temple. The primal energies of Xianhuang intertwined, forming a protective barrier. What sin had this individual committed to warrant a ninefold heavenly tribulation? The god-slaying spear's tip, 36 sea-settling pearls, and the human emperor's banner all emerged. Even the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus flew out from Lu Rian's body. Landing in Li Qiye's hands, hadn't the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus vanished after Luo Ho's self-detonation? How could it be in this person's possession? Witnessing such an array of treasures, both individuals were utterly astounded. All were supreme, innate spiritual treasures of the highest caliber. The wind and fire mat, entwined with the laws of wind and fire, positioned the yellow turban warrior before them. The god-slaying spear's tip exuded a malevolent aura. The demonic energy surged, resembling a devilish phantom that threatened to tear apart the heavens and earth. The 36 sea-settling pearls transformed the waters of the four seas, instantaneously creating towering waves. The human emperor's banner waved. Countless golden lotuses blossomed, forming yet another barrier. The 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus emanated a terrifying aura of destruction, slowly rotating. When the divine thunder struck, no matter how formidable, it could not breach these spiritual treasures. At last, they held firm. There remained just 9 more, and this was the main event. Indeed, a phantom materialized. It should not be referred to as Hong Jun at this moment, for it represented the heavenly Tao. Boom, bang, boom. The space shattered, the void exploded, reverberating through the 9 heavens. That it was akin to annihilation. Under such force, every living being appeared exceedingly insignificant. Mere ants at a total of 9 purple celestial thunders descended, the most powerful of all divine strikes in existence. Impervious even to the Deluo golden immortal. 9 is the utmost number of heaven and earth, representing the ultimate of all things. Above the 9 heavens, the purple celestial thunders surged, morphing into 9 purple dragons that charged forth. Wherever they passed, everything was obliterated. Come forth, heavenly Tao! Li Qiye roared, channeling his entire spiritual energy into these spiritual treasures. Beneath the weight of the 9 purple celestial thunders, he appeared exceedingly diminutive, like an ant. The heavenly Tao was merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Kill! Li Qiye stood atop the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus, surrounded by the 36 sea-settling pearls, the god-slaying spear's tip in his left hand. The human emperor's banner waving in his right, and the wind and fire mat above his head. The time-space I evolved the power of time and space, continuously assimilating and emitting a radiant beam. The supreme bone manifested, Flesh and blood surged, his form transforming into that of a dragon, golden light overflowing. Channeling the upper clear profound art, waves of pure energy surged around him, forming a protective barrier. Suddenly, the heavens roared, unleashing a tremendous force. In an instant, the two collided, silent and still, as if in a tranquil state. After the stillness, the heavenly tribulation ceased its tumultuous rolling, choosing to retreat. All these spiritual treasures fell into Qiye's grasp. The golden light scattered, dimly visible in between. 3 flowers gathered atop, 5 energies within his chest, converging towards the origin, but a single flower of 3 appeared between his brows, then vanished. The realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal was attained. The Tai Golden Immortal was but a fleeting existence. The Deluo Golden Immortal represented a true entry into the domain. The two were incomparable, a chasm apart. Congratulations, young friend, on stepping into the realm of Deluo Dao Fruit. Zhan Yuanzai chuckled, but he then instructed Qing Feng Mingwei to fetch some ginseng fruits. Who is this? Standing beside Zhan Yuanzai was a young man clad in red, possessing a handsome visage, munching on a ginseng fruit. This individual is a friend of mine, the Hongyan Taoist. Hongyan, could it be that same fool from the Zixiao Palace with the mat? Zhan Yuanzai's expression shifted upon hearing this. What fool? I willingly yielded. Hongyan argued quite reasonably. Were it not for the fact that he is the disciple of Tongtian Jiao Master, I would have long since sent him away with a slap. This Hongyan is indeed the greatest good-natured person of the primordial era. A saint among saints. Although he has obtained a strand of primordial purple Qi, the karmic burdens of a saint are too great to bear, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Kunlun. With his soul destined for the river of Hades, entering reincarnation, he then encountered the ancestor of the river of Hades, who immediately struck him down with the 2 swords of Yuan Tu and Abi. Thus, being a good-natured person is futile. Good deeds yield no rewards. That I see your brow darkening. You may soon meet your end. What? My brow darkening? You little rascal, are you trying to fool me? And who are you cursing to end? You are most impolite. That I am the first red cloud born between heaven and earth, and now I possess the primordial purple Qi. Achieving sainthood is naturally within reach. I merely have yet to comprehend it. Hearing this, Qiye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You comprehend? Comprehend what? There is no place for you among the saints, let alone the karmic burdens of a saint you could endure. Today, I have a fateful encounter with my young friend. Why not form a brotherhood? As the two continued to bicker, Zhan Yuanzai swiftly changed the subject. Form a brotherhood? Dao brother, Zhan Yuanzai has always respected the earth, not heaven. Now he unexpectedly proposed to form a brotherhood with Qiye. Startling Hongyun as well, Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Zhan Yuanzai actually wished to form a brotherhood with him. It seemed he had nothing to lose, yet the karmic ties he bore were not something the other could shoulder. Zhan Yuanzai was quite to his liking. He had no ulterior motives and resided at Wuzhuang Temple, completely detached from worldly matters. Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but my master is quite strict. So, Qiye casually deflected the offer. Upon seeing this, Zhan Yuanzai expressed understanding. It was clear that the relationship had not been solidified in the future. The young friend is always welcome to visit Wuzhuang Temple. After Qiye departed, Hongyun was puzzled. Dao brother, why must you form a brotherhood with someone who has just broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal? Even if he possesses numerous spiritual treasures, the disparity in cultivation is far too great. Hongyun, you do not understand. Subsequently, Zhan Yuanzai left, leaving only Hongyun behind. Qiye was indeed correct. A kind-hearted person like Hongyun would inevitably suffer losses. He had once advised Hongyun against yielding the mat. But Hongyun insisted, and now, even with the primordial purple Qi, he had yet to achieve sainthood. Zhan Yuanzai suspected that Hongyun's hopes of attaining sainthood were dashed. Meanwhile, on their way back to Jianmu Island, Qiye and his companions received a system task. Thus, he instructed Duo Bao and Lu Ruyan to return first, while he made his way to the foot of Mount Buzhou. Ding, guide the Swearing clan to create fire by friction. Reward, God-slaying spear's shaft. Reward, 9-turn profound art. Swearing, one of the 3 ancestors. Following the system's guidance, he indeed discovered the swearing clan within the tribe. He beheld a figure with a resolute demeanor, towering stature, and well-defined muscles, clad only in animal skins below. This moment, he sat within the tribe, deep in thought. How should I guide him to create fire by friction? This posed a considerable challenge for him. The human race, in this era, remains in a primitive state, exceedingly feeble, relying solely on the moonlight for illumination during the night. Fierce beasts continue to claim the lives of many young members of their tribe. They find themselves ill-equipped to withstand the natural disasters that plague the land. Then, Qiye unleashed a bolt of lightning upon a tree. A branch fell with a crash, igniting instantly where it had been scorched. Surely, the fire should have made the swearing clan understand. Yet upon seeing the flames, the swearing clan was struck with terror, mistaking it for divine retribution, and hurriedly sought refuge. This still not clear enough. The following day, as the sun rose, the swearing clan ventured into the mountains and forests to hunt, for their food supplies were dwindling. These individuals were all youthful, boasting robust muscles and well-defined chests. Their arms adorned with prominent veins, towering in stature. Once more, I directed the power of the sun to refract down upon the fallen leaves before the swearing clan. Gradually, a thin wisp of smoke began to rise, followed by a flickering flame. The leaves, scorched by the sun's heat, ignited. Qiye mused to himself, surely, they must grasp it now. Witnessing the leaves burst into flames, the swearing clan was filled with astonishment, yet remained oblivious to the nature of the phenomenon. As he extended his hand toward the flames, he felt a slight difference in temperature, a rising warmth. As he drew closer, the searing pain from the flame caused him to retract his hand hastily. Soon, the fire extinguished, and the leaves were reduced to ashes. He promptly picked up another leaf and placed it where the flames had originated. Time passed, and he remained motionless, yet the leaf did not ignite. Instead, he was nearly scorched by the sun's rays. With no alternative, Qiye directed the sun's energy once more onto the leaf, and under the gaze of the swearing clan, the leaf began to emit smoke, eventually catching fire. Curiosity piqued, he tossed another leaf atop the burning one, and soon both leaves were aflame. The swearing clan observed this spectacle, their eyes shimmering with surprise and intrigue, that he crouched down, scrutinizing the sudden flames, his heart brimming with confusion and wonder. This day seemed particularly safe, as the beasts encountered were not formidable, easily vanquished, and they reaped a bountiful harvest, eliciting great joy among swearing clan members. Upon returning to the tribe, everyone was jubilant. They began to divide the day's catch, while the men feasted on raw meat, tearing into bloody chunks with abandon. Qiye regarded the swearing clan, who appeared to have completely forgotten about the earlier incident with the burning leaves. Another failure. There no effective method available? Ding! The host must devise their own solution. That I have long forgotten this historical knowledge. How can you expect me to remember? I can hardly distinguish between Shanding Man and the Yuanmo man. I have failed history entirely. What a pity! Had I known, I would have paid more attention in class. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. Well, I knew I couldn't rely on you. On the third day, the sun rose again. Qiye pondered how he might teach the swearing clan to create fire by friction. His mind scoured through every memory, but nothing from the history textbooks would resurface. This knowledge simply would not stick. After several more attempts, all ending in failure, he felt an overwhelming urge to demonstrate the process to the swearing clan. Friction fire, friction fire. There's wood. One must drill wood to ignite a flame. Yet he does not drill. The problem lies in his lack of understanding of the technique. Thus, Qiye directed the sun's energy once more, refracting it onto the wooden plank upon which the swearing clan sat. As the temperature increased, the swearing clan felt discomfort and stood up. When he looked, he saw smoke rising from the plank, which soon caught fire. He reached out, only to withdraw his hand quickly, feeling the intense heat. Days passed, and Qiye exhausted every possible method, hinting at the technique countless times. Surely, the swearing clan must have grasped it by now. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, reflecting on the previous incidents, the burning leaves, the tree struck by lightning, the ignited wooden plank. The swearing clan began to ponder. One could only hope he would arrive at some realization. Otherwise, his failure would drive him to madness. The swearing clan contemplated through the night and into the day, and then back into the night again. Suddenly, an idea seemed to dawn upon him. He promptly grabbed a piece of wood and picked up a sturdy branch. Yes, this is it. Drill wood to create fire. Begin drilling. Qiye felt a sense of urgency, nearly shouting at the swearing clan. The swearing clan began to attempt drilling the wood with a branch, rotating it vigorously. Initially, there seemed to be no progress. Yet he persisted, unaware of how long he had been grinding, until his hands were raw. Still, there was no result, grinding and grinding. Time rewards the diligent, at last. After countless attempts and failures, a thick plume of smoke rose from the contact point of the wooden branch. Then, a flickering flame burst forth, illuminating the swearing clan's face and igniting a spark of hope within his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the flame in his hand. It was a miracle he had never before encountered at that moment. The swearing clan felt warmth, a sensation he had never experienced on a cold night. Though the flame was small, it resembled a star's fiery glow, capable of lighting up the entire tribe. It pierced through the darkness, a beacon of light in the night, embodying hope for all. In an instant, auspicious energy filled the air, and divine grace descended from above. A golden lotus flower appeared above the swearing clan's head. Drilling wood to create fire, a divine merit from the heavens. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the god-slaying spear, complete with free assembly service. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 9 revolutions mystical art. A vast array of profound techniques filled his mind, deeply intricate. The 9 revolutions mystical art, cultivated by the 12 ancestors of sorcery, was a collaborative creation of the 12 ancestors and not the authentic teachings of Pangu. It focused on the enhancement of the physical body and was renowned for its strength. Like Pangu, one could attain enlightenment through sheer force, shattering all methods with power, from the first to the 3rd revolution. Ordinary sorcerers could easily reach this level upon maturity, at which point they could rival true immortals, the 6th revolution. Those who achieved this level were known as great sorcerers, their strength comparable to that of golden immortals. The 9th revolution was a realm attained only by the 12 ancestors, their combat prowess equivalent to that of quasi-saints, placing them among the elite. Compared to the demon race, the sorcerers possessed their own orthodox cultivation methods, which explained their formidable power. Alas, the sorcerers lacked souls and could not recultivate their souls, rendering them devoid of hope for sanctification. Even reaching the 9th revolution was fraught with deficiencies. Otherwise, Eastern Emperor Tai, Qiye, and Hongjun would never have been able to contend with the sorcerers, nor would the human race have stood a chance of becoming the protagonists of the primordial world. The descent of heavenly merit was felt by the 6 saints. They could not fathom why the heavens would bestow merit upon the feeble human race. Subsequently, the human race began to draw the attention of primordial powers. System. Begin assembly. Ding. Assembling. Assembly complete. In an instant, the flawless god-slaying spear fell into Qiye's hands, sending chills down his spine at just a glance. Grasping it felt as if he had absorbed a myriad of malevolent energies, its demonic aura overwhelming, as if he were a demon god. When Luo, who instigated the war among the 3 races and subsequently ignited the war of demons, the endless malevolence and bloodlust infused the god-slaying spear, rendering it increasingly potent. It could be deemed a congenital treasure without exaggeration. As he broke through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, he unraveled numerous restrictions. Now, the god-slaying spear had directly breached 25 restrictions, while the other spiritual treasures had broken through 30, allowing them to unleash half their power. I am eager to discover the secrets of the 9 revolutions mystical art. The entire content of the technique materialized in his mind. The 9 revolutions mystical art. The 1st revolution is a heavy sky. Those who reach the pinnacle may attain sanctification of the physical body. As the incantation flowed, the blood within him ignited as if set aflame. An overwhelming force surged forth from the depths of his veins, impacting every limb and sinew. In this moment, his body underwent a profound metamorphosis. Every inch of his skin grew increasingly resilient, and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. Currently, he had only mastered the first transformation of the three. The conditions for the second were exceedingly stringent that it appeared that this 9 transformations of profound arts required a coordinated cultivation, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to practice this moment. Qiye had also returned to Golden Ao Island, while Tongtian remained in seclusion. Senior brother, the 3 heavens smiled gently as they approached. I thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. It has enabled me to break through to the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal. Yin Xiao also expressed her gratitude. Congratulations, junior sister. Our Jie Jiao has gained another formidable warrior. Surely, our master will be delighted upon emerging from seclusion. May I inquire, senior brother, if you have time? Qiong Xiao, still yearning for guidance, spoke up. Having witnessed her elder sister's breakthrough to the great Luo, golden immortal, she felt compelled to prove herself as well that it was indeed true that while Jie Jiao was currently the center of attention for myriad immortals, genuine strength was a rarity, with most disciples remaining below the great Luo realm. Junior sisters, proceed to the Bo Palace, came the directive, followed by the water and fire boys ringing the gathering immortals' bell. Duong! Duong! The chimes resounded, summoning the multitude of immortals. Why is the bell ringing again? Could it be that the master has emerged from seclusion? Unbelievable! Quickly, go! Many disciples were taken aback. The 3 heavens had already taken their seats within the Bo Palace, and their swift arrival was met with astonishment. Soon after, Wu Dong, Jinling, Zhao Gongming, and others entered the hall, each taking their respective places. Duo Bao approached slowly, and everyone promptly bowed in respect, addressing him as the second senior brother. Clearly, Duo Bao held a significantly higher status within the sect compared to Qiye. What is the situation with the junior sisters? Has the master emerged from seclusion? Upon seeing the newcomers, Jinling, Wudong, and the 3 heavens also paid their respects. It was the senior brother who summoned us, Yin Xiao stated, her voice soft yet audible to all present. It is indeed the senior brother. I initially presumed it was the master who had returned. The senior brother's stature seems to be ever increasing, as he chooses to remain hidden. Everyone waited with bated breath, yet Qiye did not make an appearance. The senior brother instructed Shuihua to ring the gathering immortal's bell. There must be significant matters at hand, so refrain from noise, Duo Bao asserted, and the crowd fell silent, not daring to disrupt. Esteemed ones, I have arrived. Qiye appeared, clad in white, striding confidently towards the high platform, directly seating himself upon Tongtian's mat. Witnessing this, the assembly was taken aback. The senior brother sitting in the wrong place? That is the master's position. The wave of murmurs erupted, rising and falling. Duo Bao remained unfazed, his demeanor unperturbed. Senior brother, how dare you overstep and disrespect? The long-eared Dingguang immortal, initially unsure of how to confront him, found the opportunity had presented itself. How could you occupy the master's mat? This is utterly against protocol. While they did not voice their displeasure as directly as the long-eared Dingguang immortal, discontent simmered beneath the surface. However, the long-eared Dingguang immortal clearly relished being the loudest critic, sparing them the burden of offending the senior brother. As he would take the backlash, another raucous outburst followed, with the long-eared Dingguang immortal, much like a clown, seeking to provoke. I was just lamenting my lack of time to deal with you. Today, however, I shall take you to task. I'm the senior brother of Jie Jiao. Why should I not sit here? It is you who persistently seeks to rebel against the teachings. These words silenced the crowd, as none dared to contest the notion of rebellion. Such an accusation was far too grave. With our master absent, Jie Jiao is under my command. I advise you all to remain compliant. A disdainful snort echoed, infused with the formidable power of the great Luo golden immortal, imposing upon the disciples. The multitude quaked in terror, confronted with such overwhelming might. How is this possible? How could you have transcended to the great Luo golden immortal realm? In just a century, he had advanced from the Tai golden immortal to the great Luo golden immortal. What an astonishing rate of cultivation. The 3 heavens, Wudong and Jinling, were equally astounded. Other onlookers fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation, particularly the long-eared Dingguang immortal, who felt like an ant beneath this pressure. Even if he wished to voice his thoughts, he found himself paralyzed. With a mere wave of his hand, Qiye sent him flying, landing him before the gates of the Bo Palace. The long-eared Dingguang immortal has disrespected his senior brother. He shall be punished. Understood? Master brothered, to this point, no one dared to voice dissent. Their inferiority was evident, and they were not foolish enough to align with the likes of the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Thus, I shall conduct the morning lecture today. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Only those with great perseverance and wisdom may succeed. 3 flowers gather at the crown. 5 Qi converge to the origin. As the temporal and spatial pupils manifested, they formed a realm of time and space, encompassing myriad phenomena, interweaving the essence of existence. The multitude of immortals held their breath, fixating on the profound patterns, their hearts swelling with unprecedented shock and enlightenment. Some bore expressions of joy, seemingly grasping a profound truth in that moment. Others furrowed their brows, lost in deep contemplation. As time passed, Qiye elucidated each realm. Not as eloquently as a sage, yet his explanations were thorough and accessible, greatly benefiting the disciples present. The long-eared Dingguang immortal, outside the door, yearned to listen as well. His long ears trembled, as if able to hear Qiye's teachings within the Bo Palace. But just then, Qiye smiled faintly, waved his hand, and sealed the long-eared Dingguang immortal's ears, rendering him unable to hear a word. Unable to discern any sound, panic surged within him. He had thought the lecture was concluding. Yet the gates of the Bo Palace remained firmly shut, indicating that the discourse was ongoing. Depart and cultivate diligently. Do not disappoint our master's expectations. As the lecture concluded, Qiye's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. The senior brother is truly remarkable. The cultivation dilemma that has puzzled me for a century has now been resolved. Indeed, I suspect I shall soon step into the Tai golden immortal realm. Witnessing many depart, the long-eared Dingguang immortal felt a deep sense of regret. If I cannot listen, then I shall not care, he muttered, and thus exited Golden Ao Island. The master only indulges Qiye. He harbored discontent. Ba, you have a connection with the West. Why not enter my Western teachings? The long-eared Dingguang immortal, intent on seeking opportunities, encountered an old Taoist. Who might you be? Esteemed elder. I am from the Western Sect. The Zhuan Ti Taoist. Upon hearing this, the long-eared Dingguang immortal was taken aback, immediately kneeling in reverence. I have seen the Zhuan Ti saint. The saint's presence fills me with immense trepidation. As long as Qiye remains in Jie. You will find no place here. Why not consider joining my Western sect? Though he outwardly feigned difficulty, inwardly he was elated. After all, they were both disciples of saints. If Jie could not accommodate him, going west posed no issue. Within Jie, he was merely an outer disciple. Perhaps in a Western sect, he could thrive more prosperously. Thus, he promptly acquiesced. I am willing to join the Western sect. Zhuan Ti smiled. Excellent, excellent. This is a Bodhi seed that can aid your cultivation and enlightenment of the great Tao, also instilling tranquility. With that, Zhuan Ti embedded a Bodhi seed into the long-eared Dingguang immortal's primordial spirit. Thank you, Zhuan Ti saint. With this Bodhi, he was confident he would soon transcend to the Tai golden immortal realm. Qiye. Just wait. Though you have entered my Western sect, you must continue to identify as a disciple of Jie and must not reveal your true allegiance. Conceal yourself within Jie, and should any significant matters arise, report to me. When the time comes for your return, the Western sect shall surely welcome you. I shall faithfully adhere to the Zhuan Ti saint's decree. Upon witnessing the departure of the revered deity, the long-eared Dingguang immortal revealed a smile. Reflecting on the sect, Jie, do not hold me accountable. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon Qiye. He promptly returned to Jinao Island to gather information. The disciples of Jie were wholly engrossed in their cultivation, experiencing breakthroughs akin to surging waves in contrast over at Kunlun Mountain within the Yusu Palace. The likes of Ran Deng Dao Run, Nanji Xianwang, and Yunzhong Zi had all ascended to the realm of the Luo Jin Xian. The 12 golden immortals under their tutelage were also achieving significant progress. Xiandu, personally guided by Taiqing, was cultivating at an astonishing pace. Although they belonged to the human race, their prowess was not markedly inferior to that of the primordial beings. Their alchemical skills were exceptional, creating countless miraculous elixirs with unparalleled mastery. However, since Taiqing only accepted a single disciple, the teachings regarding the golden elixir path were merely superficial. Humankind served as mere instruments for attaining sanctity, and thus, no advanced celestial techniques were bequeathed, resulting in a gap in the cultivation of human practitioners, limiting them to the realm of Lien Suhi Dao. Nuwa had also turned a blind eye to these human beings. While the demon race increasingly engaged with humanity in the heavenly court, amidst the 33 heavens, Emperor Jun held court, with Donghuang Tai Yi and Shi Huang, Fu Shi, beneath him. Kuan Peng, the master of myriad demons, stood as the mightiest among them, alongside the 10 great demon saints. Bai Zhe, who could foresee the future and discern fortunes, was a formidable aid to Emperor Jun. Shan Yang, equally powerful, could predict omens to avert calamities. And the likes of Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiu Ying, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gu Che, all 10 demon saints possess quasi-saint strength. Now that the demon race has begun to interact with humanity, should we initiate our plans? Emperor Jun queried. Let us commence. The slaughter-witch sword was nearing completion, requiring only the absorption of the essence and blood of these humans to achieve its full potential. One day, it would become an unparalleled weapon in the war against the witch race, ensuring the survival of the demon race as the sole entity in this realm, unifying heaven and earth. Emperor Jun chuckled at the thought, yet he pondered the implications, aware that humanity was crafted by Nuwa, and with less than 10 millennia since their inception, he feared inciting Bai Zhe's concern. Fear not. We shall proceed. This matter will be handled. Though Nuwa created humans, she remained indifferent to their fate. Rather than allowing them to wither away, it would be more beneficial to empower the demon race, ensuring their dominion over the realm while providing a place for humanity to exist. The demon race spared no effort in collecting various divine metals to forge the slaughter-witch sword. Amidst the impending calamity, humanity faced near annihilation, with the sword absorbing the essence and blood of countless souls to the foot of Shouyang Mountain. The demon race waged war, slaughtering innumerable humans who cried out in despair. Yet no one came to their aid. Ensure Xian Du remained uninvolved in worldly affairs. Taiqing imprisoned him within the 8 scenery palace. Why create us only to forsake us? Humanity lamented, their suffering palpable as they approached the foot of the unyielding mountain. Yet the plight did not extend to the tribe of the Sui Ran. High above in the 33 heavens, Tai Su Tian, Nuwa sensed the turmoil. Humanity had barely established itself for 4 millennia, yet they were now being decimated by the demon race. A stark contrast to her own millennium of existence, still short by 6,000 years. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the slaughter-witch sword was on the verge of completion after absorbing countless souls. Send my orders. Continue the war against humanity. Although these humans are feeble, their essence and blood are indeed valuable. Even the demon race benefits from consuming them, serving as a significant boon. However, at this moment, a figure approached, startling everyone. Upon recognizing the individual, both Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai Yi were taken aback. We pay our respects to Lady Nuwa. Jun and Tai Yi. Do you take my words lightly? In an instant, a sacred pressure enveloped the two. Yet, Emperor Jun remained composed, responding solemnly. Now that the slaughter-witch sword nears completion, the demon race is poised to wage war against the witch race, unifying the realm. You expect us to abandon this endeavor. The witch race shall not perish. The demon race will find no respite. Donghuang Tai Yi chimed in. Very well, Nuwa declared. Some bloodline must remain for humanity. Otherwise, I shall not be so forgiving. Thank you, Lady Nuwa. As Nuwa departed, her oppressive aura receded like a tide, leaving both men in a state of profound alarm, fearing that she might indeed seek retribution. Fortunately, they had wagered correctly. Nuwa, being of the demon race, still leaned in favor of her kin. Though Fu Shi felt remorse, he found himself powerless to intervene. Report to the demon emperor. The slaughter-witch sword is complete. Well done, Bai Zhe. Now that the sword is forged, should we proceed to exterminate humanity? After all, their essence and blood also serve to enhance our cultivation. Let us reconsider. Just now, Lady Nuwa visited. We mustn't annihilate all of humanity. Bai Zhe's heart raced at the thought of her inquiry. Was she here to demand accountability? The demon race stood ready, awaiting only the favorable winds for their assault. Oh, the east wind? Emperor Jun questioned, astonished. The demon race is fully prepared for battle. What more do we require? Although the Slaughter Witch sword was crafted, the strength of the witch race could not be underestimated. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qiye clans, despite their defeats, still maintain substantial legacies that could be rallied. That may be true, but the three clans are nearly devoid of strong individuals. Bai Zhe, go investigate the sentiments of the surviving beings from the three clans. Yes, I shall take care of this immediately. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qiye clans have withdrawn from the primordial realm. I doubt they will return to Fu Shi concurred. In no matter. They're now merely clinging to life, unable to stir any significant waves. Their involvement or lack thereof poses little concern for us. Meanwhile, amongst the witch race, the 12 ancestral witches of the Pangu shrine convened. Recently, the bloodline of the newly birthed witch beings from the blood pool had grown increasingly thin. What should be done? With a thin bloodline, their future achievements will be limited. After all, the witch race had produced numerous strong individuals, making dilution inevitable. For now, let us temporarily sustain the blood pool with our own essence. Why not try using human essence and blood instead? Strong Liang suggested, no, it has not yet been 10 millennia. We must not act against humanity. Otherwise, we shall surely incur Lady Nuwa's wrath. Ho Tu, unwilling to have the witch race confront the saints, spoke in council. Yet the demon race had been rampantly slaughtering humanity, absorbing their essence and blood, significantly increasing their power. Meanwhile, the witch race struggled to give birth to new strong beings, and Jun Meng was deeply concerned. Nuwa, being of the demon race, would naturally favor her kin. If we acted now, would it not play into the demon's hands? Di Jiang also felt this was unwise. What do we fear? Let us act. I have long found those three-legged crows displeasing. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were both temperamental. Recently, the witch race had suffered severe losses in several battles. Now, as the blood pool thinned, the impending conflict could no longer be ignored. If the demon race can slay humanity, so can we, declared Zhu Juyin, prompting unanimous agreement from the others. The demon race ceased their attacks. The witch race began their slaughter of humanity. Indeed, it proved effective. The kin who consumed human essence and blood experienced a substantial boost in physical strength. The 12th ancestral which rejoiced at the news brought by the great witch Xing Tian. Only Ho Tu remained anxious. However, she could not oppose her brother's decisions. After the departure of the 12 ancestral witches, Ho Tu grasped Xian Ming's arm. Brother, can we not persuade them to reconsider? Ho Tu remained deeply concerned, sensing that something ominous loomed. Understanding her nature, Xian Ming replied, the arrow is on the bowstring and cannot be retracted. The witch and demon races are now like oil and water. The demon race will not spare us. Sister, do not divulge this to our brothers. Let us prepare for the impending war. Faced with this, Ho Tu found herself helpless. Upon learning of the witch race's massacre of humanity, Nuwa took action to warn them. Yet the witch race was fortified by the 12 heavenly divine array, and Nuwa dared not overstep her bounds. Nevertheless, the witch race had resolutely decided to disregard Nuwa's warnings. Ding. Mission issued. The witch and demon races are slaughtering humanity at the foot of the unyielding mountain. Save humanity from the brink of extinction. Rewards. Humanity's token, Kong Tong's seal. Reward. Panga's essence X1, IS. The war between the witch and demon race is about to erupt. So swift was the turn of events that even Li Qiye was taken aback. Given this, what an opportunity it presents. Duong. Duong. The water and fire child struck the gathering immortals bell. The resounding chimes echoed throughout the entirety of Golden Ao Island. What has transpired? For the bell tolls once more. Numerous disciples hastened to gather at the Bayou Palace. Upon entering the hall, they beheld Li Qiye seated at the head. They all bowed in greeting. Senior brother, Qiye nodded slightly, gesturing for them to take their seats. At this moment, the long-eared Dingguang immortal was still in seclusion, having relied on Su Puti to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Upon hearing the bell, he hurriedly made his way over. Have all the disciples arrived? The foundation of our teachings is to seize a thread of life for all living beings. Today, the human race is being slaughtered by the demon and witch clans. I summon all of you, my junior brothers and sisters, to uphold the will of our teachings and rescue the human race from peril. But isn't the human race still weak? The Saint Nuwa stated that no harm should come to them for 1,000 years. Now, the crowd buzzed with disbelief. Senior brother, if even a Nuwa goddess does not intervene, it is likely she has abandoned them. If we proceed, perhaps even Yin Shao will be concerned. Senior brother, the witch and demon clans are teeming with powerful beings. With numerous quasi-saints among them, we are simply unable to resist. Zhao Gongming also voiced the current strength of the teachings. Both clans are immensely powerful. How can we withstand them? The other disciples wore grim expressions, feeling that it was too reckless. Perhaps we should wait until the master emerges from seclusion and consult him. By then, the human race may have been slaughtered almost to extinction. Fellow brothers and sisters, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up that in an instant, the Qingping sword appeared, circling around Qiye. The manifestation of the Qingping sword was akin to the presence of the master himself. Fellow brothers and sisters, you may heed my call. Gazing upon the Qingping sword before them, the crowd was utterly astonished. The treasured sword of the teachings, the Qingping sword, had actually been entrusted to senior brother. Brothers and sisters, before leaving, the master bestowed the Qingping sword upon senior brother, and thus he shall take command this moment. Duo Bao also spoke up. We, the myriad immortals, pledge our allegiance to senior brother. In an instant, the myriad immortals of the teachings set forth towards Mount Buzhou. All factions observe the teachings, uncertain of their intentions. With the third brother in seclusion, the teachings have become a chaotic mess under Qiye's influence. Now, they dare to obstruct the witch and demon clans. It is truly laughable. Yuan Shi glanced up, a mocking smile upon his face. Neither Nuwa nor the eldest brother intervenes, clearly indicating their disinterest, sooner or later. The teachings will meet their demise at Qiye's hands. When the crowd arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the witch and demon clans were already engaged in battle over the precious blood of the human race. The humans could hardly resist being slaughtered and their essence consumed. Fellow brothers and sisters, let us strike. In an instant, the myriad immortals surged forth, and in but a moment, they drove the witch and demon clans into a retreat. However, these were merely the lower-tier beings of both clans. The strongest among them barely reached the celestial immortal level. After all, the human race was currently too frail. Even Earth immortals could crush them. Who dares to oppose our demon clan? The witch clan was equally bewildered. How could so many powerful beings emerge in an instant? Soon, both the witch and demon clans began to retreat. Thank you, esteemed immortals. Thank you, immortals. Countless humans knelt in supplication, pleading for their protection. The earth was strewn with corpses, and wails filled the air. San Shao, Jin Ling, and Wu Deng, you three gather all the humans here. Yes, senior brother. The teachings are intervening in our demon clan's affairs. Deep Jun's expression darkened upon hearing this. Not only that, but the witch clan had also been driven away, claiming to seize a thread of life for the human race. A leader among the demon soldiers remarked, could it be that the teachings truly intend to aid the witch clan? If so, our demon clan may be at a disadvantage. Di Jun was also contemplating something. Let us first observe how the witch clan responds. Within the witch clan, upon hearing the report from their kin, the 12 ancestral witches' expression shifted. Could it be that the teachings intend to protect these humans? With Taiqing and Nuwa not intervening, and only the teachings acting, this can hardly be beneficial to them. Although Tongtian established the teachings on Golden Ao Island, he became a saint among the human race. Perhaps this aligns with the doctrine of the teachings. Zhu Jiuyin could not help but ponder. Should we continue hunting the humans? The blood pool has absorbed a significant amount of human essence, making it much richer than before, thereby strengthening the bloodline of the witch beings born from it. Zhu Jiuyin inquired, what news from the demon clan? Di Zhang responded, the demon clan may be waiting for us to act. There is currently no movement. The teachings, no matter how powerful, are merely Tongtian alone. Though there are myriad immortals, Most are below the Deluo level. Sending a few great witches will suffice at this moment. Dijun also received news from within the Witch Clan that we must dispatch a few Deluo Golden Immortal Demon Emperors to ensure the Witch Clan does not gain the upper hand. After issuing his orders, several Deluo Golden Immortal beings set forth towards Mount Buzhou. Both factions targeted the human race. Although the teachings intervened, the essence and blood of the humans had already entranced them, driving them empty. This moment, it was a battle of gods against gods and Buddhas against Buddhas. Moreover, without the presence of Tongtian, the teachings truly counted for little. Even with Tongtian present, it was likely they could not halt the advance of the two clans. This was also the reason why Nuwa, Taiqing, Yuan Shi, Jin, and Zhuanti refrained from intervening. The great array of the heavenly stars and the 12 capital heavenly gods array would cause even the 6 saints to ponder carefully. The witch and demon clans had previously unleashed a great array. During that instance, the demon clan had summoned the great array of the heavenly stars, only to be driven back by the 12 capital heavenly gods array of the witch clan. Had it not been for Hongjun's intervention after a millennium, the witch clan would have long since become the rulers of heaven and earth. Furthermore, at that time, the demon clan was not so formidable. Lacking 365 Deluo, and their great array of the heavenly stars was incomplete, rendering it less powerful. Did the teachings truly wish to wade into these troubled waters? Out of respect for Tongtian, they ought to withdraw swiftly. Otherwise, they should not blame us for being impolite. A voice resonated, echoing in their ears. The crowd was taken aback. It belonged to a Deluo Golden Immortal. The great witches of the Witch Clan, Xingtian, Xiang Lu, and Feng Bo. What if I refuse? Li Qiye's expression darkened. The human race was on the brink of extinction, and the Witch Clan still would not relent. Nuwa and Taiqing merely watched from the sidelines. To them, the human race was merely a tool for achieving sainthood. Humph, if that is the case, do not blame us. With that, the 3 charged forth. The 3-peaked Deluo Golden Immortals bore down upon him, and even the Qiye felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Meanwhile, Duo Bao could barely manage the late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal level, completely outmatched. Before long, the Duo Bao Pagoda was sent flying, and Duo Bao himself was struck away by Feng Bo. Spitting blood, Qiye engaged in battle with Xingtian and Xiang Lu. The god-slaying spear gleamed with a chilling light, possessing the power to pierce through all defenses. 36 sea stabilizing pearls circled him, gathering the waters of the 4 seas to form a protective barrier. Beneath him, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus bloomed. Xingtian wielded a halberd, his fiery gaze filled with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Though headless, his form exuded unmatched ferocity, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Xiang Lu, with his 9 snake heads, towered with a massive serpent body, exhaling toxic mist that obliterated all in their path. An endless torrent of poison surging forth. Humph, a mere great which dares to boast so boldly. Qiye hurled the god-slaying spear, cleaving through the heavens and unleashing a cataclysmic force directed at Xingtian. In an instant, 36 sea-calming divine pearls transformed into 36 furious sea dragons, surging forth like a deluge to engulf all in their path, sweeping towards Xiang Lu. With a thunderous roar, Xingtian clashed with his halberd against this onslaught. The two forces colliding, causing the very void to tremble as if the heavens and earth themselves were quaking in fear. Observing this, Xiang Lu unfurled its 9 heads, shrouding the area in a dense, toxic mist, attempting to withstand the ferocious assault of the water dragons. Yet the 36 sea-calming divine pearls, as innate treasures, effortlessly pierced through the noxious fog, ensnaring Xiang Lu and rendering it immobile. Just as Xiang Lu struggled, the 12th rank world-extinguishing black lotus burst forth in a blaze of dark radiance, unleashing a wave of annihilating energy straight towards Xiang Lu. Startled and dismayed, Xiang Lu realized it was too late to escape, forced to watch helplessly as the power of destruction aimed to consume it. Seeing this, Xingtian's eyes bulged with rage as he charged at Li Qiye with a furious roar. Feng Bo appeared before him, his form ethereal as the wind, wielding a wind sack. Although the two managed to save Xiang Lu, they too were sent flying by the 12th rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus. The three were engulfed in terror, desperately seeking to flee. Oh, you think you can escape? In an instant, the 12th rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear surged forth, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, manifesting as two beams of black light, intent on piercing through the trio. No, the three cried out in anguish, unwilling to accept their fate. It was a golden opportunity to slay the three ancestral witches, and the three lurking powerful beings of the demon clan were taken aback. Astonished by Qiye's overwhelming might, they immediately stepped forth, raising their fists towards Xiang Lu, Xing Tian, and Feng Bo to strike. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded, not only sending the 12th rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear flying, but also suppressing the three powerful beings of the demon clan. This cold snort seemed to carry the weight of the heavens, instilling fear in all present. At this moment, Qiye lifted his gaze. The three great witches bowed in respect, recognizing the presence of the Xianming ancestral witch. Is the Jie Jiao truly intent on becoming enemies with my witch clan? Though the voice was soft, it resonated like the shattering of heaven and earth, shaking the very fabric of reality. Had the opposing party not reigned in their power, it was likely that the disciples of Jie Jiao would face total annihilation. Xianming, though a woman among the 12 ancestral witches, was far from easy to negotiate with, especially given her standing within the top 5 of their ranks. Should the opposing party adopt a hardline stance, the human race would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Jie Jiao had never sought enmity with the witch clan. When the master achieved sanctification among the human race, he naturally bore the responsibility to protect them. Thus, the witch clan's actions today were undoubtedly a slight against him. Although they feared Tongtian, they did not fear the witch clan. Even if they were to slay them all, what could Tongtian do? Would he dare to wage war against my clan? If so, it would only mean the complete extermination of the human race. Qiye's expression darkened. Leave with Jie Jiao, or die. This declaration reverberated like a thunderous roar, stirring the air with intensity. Eldest brother, perhaps we should still leave, Yun Xiao urged, recognizing the formidable strength of Xianming, who had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Unless the master comes personally, Qiye had not anticipated the witch clan's unwavering commitment to the human race, willing to oppose Jie Jiao. Then let me perish. Eldest brother, their surprise was palpable at this declaration. No one expected Qiye to be so resolute, risking his very life to protect the human race. What was so special about them? They were merely frail beings. How arrogant! Xianming, one of the 12 ancestral witches, wielded the powers of the underworld, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. With every gesture, the aura of the underworld surged, as if capable of devouring all, freezing time itself. Standing amidst the void, her black robe billowed, her eyes as deep as night, radiating an unsettling chill. With a mere flick of her sleeve, an overwhelming tide of underworld energy surged forth, imbued with destructive force. Yet, just as this power was about to reach Qiye, the golden wheel of merit manifested, forming a protective barrier around him. Everyone had presumed Qiye to be doomed. Even Chang Erding Wangxian was celebrating, only to find him shielded by an unknown force. Many disciples speculated it must be a treasure left by their master. Xianming instantly recognized the source. You possess such confidence due to the protection of merit and the favor of fate. In that case, while I cannot slay you, capturing you shall be a trivial matter. With a wave of her hand, a chain of underworld energy coiled towards Qiye. The Qingping sword emerged, casting a shadowy azure light. In an instant, the Qingping sword transformed into a streak of flowing brilliance, severing the chain. Wielding the Qingping sword, a powerful aura erupted, akin to the presence of a saint, overwhelming the heavens and earth. Even Xianming sensed the pressure emanating from the Qingping sword, a manifestation of Tongtian's sacred power. Qingping sword? Xianming exclaimed in astonishment. The Qingping sword was the foundational treasure of Jie Jiao, representing the will of Tongtian. Now, it rested in the hands of his disciple. It seemed the witch clan would have to relinquish their claim over the human territories. With a tone of uncertainty, Xianming gathered her kin and departed. Yet another voice rang out. Xianming, Where do you intend to take my 3 Luo golden immortals? Startled, she released the 3 Luo golden immortals of the demon clan, leaving with the 3 great witches. As the witch clan withdrew, the demon clan too would refrain from further aggression against the human race. Though this individual remained unseen, the sentiments of the demon clan were unmistakable. The human race was saved. Preserving a flicker of hope, albeit temporarily, under the leadership of Sui Run, the entire tribe flourished significantly. In that moment, the power of merit descended. Rays of dawn surged forth, flowing into the bodies of Jie Jiao's disciples. A golden lotus materialized, resting in Qiye's hand. The power of merit elicited expressions of astonishment among the disciples. As the merit entered their beings, their cultivation levels began to rise. All the myriad immortals shared in the merit. Only Chang Er Dingwangxian wore a grim expression, having received none of the merit. All the myriad immortals bowed in gratitude to Li Qiye. Thank you, eldest brother. Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang all received the power of merit. The merits earned from saving the human race were substantial, for the human race would henceforth play a pivotal role on the heavenly stage, endowed with great fortune and karma. Though it could not entirely avert the calamity of the function, it could provide some degree of protection. The descent of heavenly merit, the figures of Taiqing, Taisu, Nuwa, Yuqing, and the Western disciples were all astounded. Despite possessing the Qingping sword, the witch and demon clans were not to be underestimated. Their retreat only deepened their confusion. How curious! How could the human race repeatedly evoke the descent of heavenly merit? Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted as she sensed a reduction in the fortune she held with the human race. Taiqing felt the human race's fortune diminish by a fraction, now reduced to 2/10. What is happening? Taiqing's visage shifted slightly as he raised his hand, revealing the Taiji diagram, where yin and yang intertwined. Yet still unable to discern the cause. Strange, the fortune of the human race is so feeble, yet I cannot deduce the reasons behind it. Could it be that Nuwa was involved? Only saints could elude divination. Apart from Nuwa, he could not conceive of anyone else desiring the fortune of the human race. Initially, he had intended to establish a doctrine among the human race, thereby siphoning off Nuwa's fortune. It seemed that was the case. Good Nuwa, plotting against me in the shadows. Taiqing cast a dark glance toward the heavens above Taisu. How peculiar, brother! The human race is currently being ruthlessly slaughtered, yet that has gained celestial merit as a result. Could it be that there is some hidden scheme among the human race? Zhuan is also taken aback by this. It seems that we must pay closer attention to the human race in the future. Perhaps they are fated to have ties with the West. The arrival of celestial merit suggests that the human race should not be extinguished. The 2 clans of Wu and Yao have also ceased to regard the humans. Now each preparing for their own great battles, conflicts escalate between the Wu and Yao, from minor figures to generals, and eventually to the great shamans and the demon emperors. Each encounter results in rivers of blood. However, the Wu clan, relying on their physical prowess, overwhelms the Yao clan, leading to the death of 3 great Luo Jingxian demon kings. The great shaman Bai Qi of the Wu clan is also gravely injured and returns to the blood pool of the Wu clan to recuperate. Thus, the great battle comes to a halt in the 33 heavens, within the heavenly emperor's palace presided over by Di Jun. The 2 emperors are present alongside an elder whose countenance is dark. He solemnly states, 3 of our great Luo Jingxian have been slain by the Wu clan's great shaman. I implore the heavenly emperor to send troops to assault the Wu clan. This individual is indeed a formidable figure within the heavenly court, possessing mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, and is the leader of the Attaining clan. This matter is already known to me. The Wu clan is rampant, relying on the essence of the Pangu deity. Their physical strength is boundless. While our Yao clan is prepared, we still lack a favorable wind. The leader of the Attaining reassures, there is no need for haste. A great battle is imminent, and the Wu clan's demise is not far off. Though he yearns to invade the Wu clan at this moment, the Attaining clan is merely a mid-tier power under the heavenly court, so he dares not act recklessly and can only acquiesce. Recently, the Wu clan has become increasingly audacious, and our Yao clan has suffered multiple defeats and skirmishes. Perhaps it is better to unleash the slaughtering sword against the Wu, catching them off guard. Dijun contemplates the situation. Let us hold our ground for now. We must prepare thoroughly. This time, we shall surely subjugate the Wu clan and unify the realm by the way. What of Kunlun? Dong Huang Tai solemnly remarks. Though Kunlun has joined our Yao clan, one cannot be certain of his true intentions. He is yet to break through to the Saint realm. I fear it may be unlikely. Brother, there is no need for concern. Should Kunlun harbor ulterior motives, we can join forces to eliminate him. The 6 saints have been established. Attaining sainthood is no simple feat. I recall that the 7th strand of primordial purple energy fell into the hands of Hong Yun. Although he shares a good rapport with Zhan Yuanzi, it is unlikely he would oppose our heavenly court. Perhaps it would be prudent for my brother and Kunlun to investigate. Very well. If we obtain the primordial purple energy, my chances of attaining sainthood will increase significantly. He has already reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. Only one step remains. Immediately, Dijun dispatched someone to summon Kunlun. Heavenly Emperor, what is it that you seek? Are we on the brink of war? You shall accompany my brother to Mount Wanshou. Should you encounter Hong Yun, seize the primordial purple energy from him. Upon hearing this, Kunlun was taken aback. Are they finally attempting to claim the primordial purple energy from Hong Yun? It serves him right that I still harbor resentment towards that man. Had he not played the benevolent one and yielded his position, I would not have been robbed of my map by those 2 bald donkeys from the west. The primordial purple energy should have rightfully belonged to him. I could see this moment. He could not help but plot in his mind. Who wouldn't desire the opportunity to attain sainthood? If he were to succeed, he would no longer have to heed the gaze of Dijun or Dong Huang, living freely without bounds, residing in the northern sea. How splendid would that be? After the 2 departed, Dijun instructed Shi Huang, you should also take a look. Fushi expressed out, with the strength of Dong Huang and Kunlun, dealing with Hong Yun should be a trivial matter. No need for my presence. Hong Yun is nothing to be concerned about. My worry lies with Kunlun, that if he harbors any ill intentions, he must be eliminated. Furthermore, Zhan Yuanzi's mastery of the Earth Scroll is not to be underestimated. After receiving his orders, Fushi promptly made his way to Mount Wanshou, trailing behind the 2. Upon arriving before the Wuzhuang Temple, Dong Huang Tai and Kunlun encountered Hong Yun exiting the temple. Kunlun wished to act, but was halted by Dong Huang Tai. We are at Wuzhuang Temple. Provoking Zhan Yuanzi would be unwise. It is better to wait until Hong Yun is further away. Thus, the 2 followed Hong Yun until they were out of Mount Wanshou, at which point they struck simultaneously. A furious shout erupted from Hong Yun, Dong Huang Tai, Kunlun. How dare you ambush me? You despicable cowards! Yet the 2 paid him no mind. Charging forth, the Dong Huang bell rang out, shaking heaven and earth, chaos rippling outward, and struck Hong Yun, causing him to spew blood, not to mention the presence of Kunlun beside him, who raised a hand and sent Hong Yun flying once more. Unable to withstand the 2, Hong Yun was filled with terror. Hand over the primordial purple energy, and I may spare your life. Dream on. Even if I die, I will not surrender it to you. I have no choice left. Whether I yield or not is a dead end. Even if Dong Huang Tai does not kill me, Kunlun will not let me go. Should I survive this day, I shall surely avenge today's humiliation. With a roar, Hong Yun suddenly self-destructed. Boom! Bang! A surge of quasi-saint full-circle power surged forth, instilling fear even in the 2. Dong Huang Tai immediately summoned the Dong Huang bell to shield himself and Kunlun. Instantly, heaven and earth rumbled, shaking violently. The force was nearly comparable to that of a half-step saint. Seizing this opportunity, Hong Yun unleashed the 99 gourd, his primordial spirit retreating within, soaring towards the horizon. After withstanding the force, the 2 found that Hong Yun had already vanished without a trace. Damn it! Hong Yun was so resolute in self-destruction. Meanwhile, the 99 gourd zipped past an astonishing speed. Cursed Dong Huang Tai Kunlun. Now that I have self-destructed my body, only a wisp of primordial spirit remains. My future cultivation is likely hopeless. He then maneuvered the 99 gourd towards the river of oblivion, seeking rebirth and recultivation. With his talent, he was sure to reach quasi-saint realm once more. Hong Yun, My friend, I owe you an apology that a voice resonated, halting the 9-9 gourd. Fushi, do you truly intend to eradicate me? Hong Yun's expression darkened. With only a wisp of primordial spirit left, he had no means to contend. Fushi discerned Hong Yun's thoughts and promptly stated, if you hand over the primordial purple energy, I shall allow you passage into the river of oblivion, to be reborn. What primordial purple energy? It was lost the moment I self-destructed. My apologies, but I must take you back to the heavenly court. Fushi raised his hand, unleashing terrifying power that shattered the void, seemingly capable of effortlessly crushing Hong Yun's soul. Hong Yun's expression shifted slightly. Fushi's strength was unfathomable, even surpassing that of Koen Peng. Were it not for the Donghuang bell, Donghuang Tai, you would likely not be his match. Gritting his teeth, Hong Yun channeled all his strength into the 9-9 gourd, causing the gourd's surface to radiate brilliantly, 9 beams of divine light soaring into the sky, encircling him and forming an indestructible barrier, temporarily isolating Fushi's pressure. With a thought, the 9-9 gourd suddenly expanded, spewing forth boundless chaotic energy. Fushi's brow furrowed, having not anticipated that Hong Yun, with only a wisp of primordial spirit remaining, could wield such formidable power. He waved his hands lightly, and mysterious runes flew from his fingertips, transforming into countless stars that surrounded Hong Yun and the gourd, trapping them within a formation. Hong Yun, there is no need to struggle. Come with me back to the heavenly court, and I can plead with the heavenly emperor to spare your life. However, at this moment, Hong Yun was ready to gamble everything. He exerted his final strength, merging his primordial spirit with the 9-9 gourd, transforming into a streak of red light that forcibly tore open a rift in the star array, breaking through the void and heading straight for the blood sea of the Underworld. After flying for an unknown duration, Hong Yun's primordial spirit was on the brink of shattering. If rebirth was not achieved soon, he would likely be obliterated. Meanwhile, on Mount Buzhou, the human race had settled down and resumed their lives. This myriad immortals were also engaged in various forms of cultivation back on Jianmu Island. However, to prevent the Wu and Yao clans from launching another surprise attack, only Qiye remained standing atop Mount Buzhou. The system extracted rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Pangu's Essence X1. The Kongtong seal has yet to emerge. Please be patient. What does this mean? That it has yet to emerge? Am I to be left with nothing? It seems you have merely painted a grand illusion for me. Qiye suddenly realized that he had been deceived. It was not that they had refused him. Rather, they would naturally provide it upon his emergence. What, then, was the difference from obtaining it for free? He demanded compensation and rewards with fervor, asking for another drop of Pangu's essence blood. The system automatically closed the dialogue. How outrageous! It can be played like this? He exclaimed, feeling utterly discontent. Before him, a drop of Pangu's essence blood floated, its hue deep and mysterious, shrouded in chaotic energy that could devour all light. Encapsulating boundless essence, as the essence blood entered his body, a terrifying surge of power erupted from it, akin to a mountain torrent or a falling star, instantaneously filling his entire being. In that moment, it felt as though Qiye's flesh was being reshaped, his bones resonating with a dragon's roar. Boom! A far more powerful aura surged forth, marking his ascendance to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Pangu essence blood remolded Qiye's physique, endowing him with extraordinary physical strength. At this juncture, he commenced his cultivation of the 9 transformations profound art. Having completed the first transformation, he needed to possess the Pangu bloodline to progress to the second. This drop of essence blood aligned perfectly with the requirements of his cultivation technique. First transformation, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Second transformation, Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Third transformation, Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Fourth transformation, Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal. Fifth transformation, Hunyuan Wuji Golden Immortal. Sixth transformation, Chaos Realm. Seventh transformation, Rule Realm. Eighth transformation, Origin Realm. Ninth transformation, Dao Realm. The cultivation technique of Pangu could lead one to the Dao, even with the enhancement of Pangu's essence blood. The second transformation remained exceedingly arduous. However, Attaining the second transformation would grant him physical power comparable to that of a quasi-saint. Ding! Task issued. Red Cloud's reincarnation is obstructed by the ancestor of the Underworld River. Assist him in regaining his reincarnation. Option 1. Reward: Yuan Feng Bloodline, Kong Xian. Reward: Innate Spiritual Root, Enlightenment Tree. Option 2. Elevate Cultivation, Late-Stage Great Luo, Golden Immortal. Hearing this, Qiye was left speechless. It seemed that Red Cloud had not heeded his advice, and had indeed stepped out of the five. In no wonder he had been besieged by Dong Huang Tai and Kunlun. Undoubtedly, he was now headed toward the Underworld River. As long as Red Cloud remained outside the five, even if Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, and Kunlun gathered, they would be powerless against him. After all, the five possessed the Earth Book, embodying the essence of the Xian and Huang energies. With the support of the Earth Book, Zhan Yuanzi was akin to the Earth itself, his power comparable to that of a saint. Though he had yet to attain sainthood, the consequences of attempting to kill him would be far too great. Even saints would hesitate to act against him. Otherwise, the ginseng fruit would have long been claimed and led away by the likes of Jin and Juni. However, the Underworld River was the domain of the ancestor of the Underworld River, whose power surpassed even that of Dong Huang Tai, and DJU and IT remained uncertain whether the Qingping sword could suppress him. Qiye activated the time and space eye, and in an instant, a vortex of time and space materialized, drawing him within. Shortly thereafter, he found himself on the banks of the Underworld River. This river was a part of the Underworld, serving as the foundation for the future six paths. It connected the shores of life and death, where all things met their end, and was also the ancestral lair of the Underworld River's ancestor. Red Cloud sought entry into the Underworld River to surrender the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to reincarnate today. Suddenly, a voice echoed, the blood sea roiling and surging, boundless and infinite. A young man clad in black stood gracefully upon the surface of the Underworld River. Upon seeing this figure, Red Cloud's expression shifted in shock. What terrible misfortune had befallen him today? First, he was besieged by Dong Huang Tai and Kunlun, then intercepted mid-journey by Fuxi, and now he faced obstruction in his reincarnation from the ancestor of the Underworld River. Ancestor of the Underworld River, the primordial purple energy vanished when my physical body self-destructed. I hope you might show mercy and allow me to enter the Underworld River. I shall be eternally grateful. If that is the case, allow me to search your soul. Red Cloud's face darkened. He was indeed a good person, but not a fool. Once his soul was searched, all his secrets would be laid bare before the Underworld River. Who could easily seize control of his spirit, he would never allow the Underworld River to search his soul. Immediately, he summoned his divine power to manipulate the 99 gourd, attempting to enter the Underworld River. However, how could the Underworld River permit Red Cloud's entry? With a cold snort, the ancestor raised his hand, and in an instant, the blood sea of the Underworld River surged, engulfing the blood water and boundless malice. Transforming into a colossal hand that grasped the 99 gourd, and no matter how Red Cloud struggled, he could not break free even a fraction. In that moment, despair engulfed him. It felt as if heaven itself conspired against him. Reflecting upon Qiye's earlier warnings of impending bloodshed, he had dismissed them, yet now they stood validated. All of this was incited by the primordial purple energy. Regret gnawed at him, yet he found himself unable to reincarnate, his divine spirit on the brink of collapse. Red Cloud, I shall repeat myself. Surrender the primordial purple energy, and I shall grant you passage into the Underworld River for a renewed reincarnation. The primordial purple energy is no longer within me. In that case, if you remain obstinate, I shall search your soul. No, do not. Red Cloud cried out in terror, preferring to self-destruct his divine spirit rather than let the Underworld River succeed. At your current state, you are but a feeble soul. To self-destruct is but a folly. The ancestor of the Underworld River raised his hand, ready to strike. Qiye was equally startled. The ancestor of the Underworld River was truly formidable. Yet he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately summoned the Merit Gold Wheel, a brilliant golden light emerging to shield Red Cloud's divine spirit. Qingping's sword Qi surged forth, slicing through the air. transforming into a fierce sword energy that shot into the sky. What is this? The ancestor of the Underworld River was momentarily taken aback, raising his hand to counter. Seizing this opportunity, Qiye stepped onto the 12th-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, swiftly drawing Red Cloud's divine spirit into the 9-9 gourd. How dare you, insolent! The Underworld River raised his hand, shattering the Qingping sword Qi with a roar, causing the entire Underworld River to roil. With waves crashing towards Qiye, threatening to engulf him, 36 sea calming pearls. Go! Qiye commanded, as waters from the 4 seas surged forth, forming a wall of water to intercept the Underworld River's torrent. Yet, before he could reach the riverbank, the ancestor of the Underworld River suddenly appeared before him. Blocking his path, he scrutinized Qiye from head to toe, his gaze landing on the Qingping sword. Although he was taken aback, his expression remained impassive. The Qingping sword was a supreme treasure of the Tongtian sect leader. How could it be in the hands of this individual? Could it be that he is a disciple of the Tongtian sect leader? Although he harbored trepidation towards the Tongtian sect leader, the other party was merely a great Luo golden immortal. Youngster, do not delay in handing over the 9-9 gourd and the divine spirit. I shall not pursue the matter further. Qiye clasped his hands in respect. Ancestor of the Underworld River, this individual is one whom my master, the Tongtian sect leader, has specifically requested. I must return him to the Jie Sect. I hope the ancestor might grant me this favor. A cold smile crept onto the lips of the ancestor of the Underworld River. Do you take me for a fool? The Tongtian sect leader has been in seclusion for several hundred years. Do you presume to use him to pressure me? In an instant, the entire blood sea of the Underworld River trembled, as if it were roaring in fury. Qiye's expression darkened. It seemed the ancestor of the Underworld River was resolute in keeping Red Cloud. The Qingping sword, a vast expanse of azure, transformed into a streak of blue light, seemingly capable of tearing apart heaven and earth as it sliced towards the ancestor of the Underworld River. Yet the ancestor remained unmoved, nonchalantly waving his hand. The Yuan 2 and Ubi twin swords transformed into 2 blood-colored rainbows, colliding with the Qingping sword Qi above the Underworld River. Instantly, the air was filled with a cacophony of sword energy, as blood light and azure light intertwined, causing the entire Underworld River to tremble uncontrollably. The god-slaying spear emerged, altering the very fabric of the heavens, as boundless malice fused with the blood sea of the Underworld, unleashing an overwhelming demonic aura, akin to a celestial calamity descending upon the world, a force capable of annihilating all. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, the ancestor of the Underworld River sent the god-slaying spear flying. The barrier formed by the 36 sea-calming pearls was also shattered by the Yuan 2 and Ubi twin swords. Hiss, Qiye involuntarily gasped. The ancestor of the Underworld River was too powerful. Indeed, the god-slaying spear, how surprising. The Underworld River's ancestor was taken aback. Yet with your current strength, you cannot possibly wield it. Leave it to me. God-slaying spear, 12th-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, 36 sea-calming pearls, Qingping sword. I must admit, such an abundance of treasures stirs my interest. Were it not for your connection to the Tongtian sect leader, you would have been erased from existence long ago. Should you continue to be obstinate, I shall not kill you, but I can certainly confine you beneath the Underworld River. My patience is wearing thin. Ming He Lao Zhu, with both hands gripping the Yuan 2 and the Ubi twin swords, emanated a menacing aura, the blades swirling with a sanguine light, as though they could devour all living beings. The sheer power radiating from him was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Were it not for the protective presence of the Qingping sword, Qiye would likely have been crushed by this overwhelming force. In a desperate bid, Qiye channeled his entire spiritual energy into the Qingping sword, which in that moment seemed to awaken in his grasp, shimmering with a brilliant azure light. The Qingping sword rose. It commanded the attention of the heavens. Observing this, Ming He Lao Zhu curled his lips into a cold smile, clearly underestimating Qiye. However, when he sensed the unprecedented power emanating from the Qingping sword, his expression turned grave. Humph, a mere de luo Jin Xian, even with the treasures of the Tongtian Jiao master. What can you achieve? With a disdainful snort, Ming He Lao Zhu waved his hands. transforming the Yuan Tu and the Ubi twin swords into two crimson whirlwinds, surging towards Li Qiye with cataclysmic force. Yet, despite Li Qiye's utmost efforts, the might of Ming He Lao Zu was suffocating. The Yuan Tu and the Ubi twin swords descended simultaneously, akin to the sides of death, instantly sending Li Qiye hurtling away. He crashed heavily upon the edge of the blood sea, the Qing Ping sword slipping from his grasp and embedding itself into a nearby rock. It is over. Think that you could withstand a single strike from me with this Qing Ping sword is already a testament to your exceptional talent. Were you at my level, I might not be your match, Ming He Lao Zu remarked, observing Li Qiye with a mix of disdain and intrigue, but he then extended his hand towards Li Qiye, seizing the Jiao Hulu. Just as Li Qiye's expression turned sour, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky, a vast and unfathomable pressure emanating from the void, causing the entire blood sea of Yomi to tremble. Li Qiye looked up to see a young man clad in purple, with long black hair cascading behind him, stepping through the air. Humph! Ming He, how dare you harm my disciple? The voice of Tongtian resonated with authority, cold and harsh like the thunder of the heavens, reverberating across the blood sea. His sacred presence suppressed Ming He Lao Zu, causing a noticeable change in the latter's countenance. Master, if you do not come soon, I shall perish at the hands of this Ming He, Li Qiye implored. Tongtian gazed at him, releasing a stream of golden light that surged into Li Qiye's body in an instant. All of his injuries healed, restored to their former glory. Ming He, though you are a formidable being of the chaos era, today, for injuring my esteemed disciple, you shall not escape unscathed. You must provide me with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Ming He Lao Zu's expression fluctuated. The might of a sage was beyond comprehension, and he knew he was no match for Tongtian. Yet, as the master of the blood sea of Yomi, how could he easily acquiesce? Tongtian, this matter pertains to me and Hong Yun. It was your disciple who stole the Jiao Hulu and Hong Yun's primordial spirit. I have not made things difficult for him. So why must you intervene personally? However, Tongtian remained unmoved, offering a faint smile as he replied, I care not for your disputes with Hong Yun. You have harmed my disciple, and that is an affront to my authority. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you may find it difficult to leave. Before he finished speaking, the spiritual energy around Tongtian surged, manifesting divine might that pressed down upon the world, causing the very fabric of reality to respond to his will. Faced with this overwhelming force, Ming He Lao Zu was filled with trepidation. Beneath the sage, all were but ants. Despite his years of cultivation, he had believed himself to be on the cusp of sagehood, yet now he felt as insignificant as an insect, as if his life hung by a thread in the thoughts of his opponent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ming He Lao Zu sighed in resignation. Today's events are indeed my fault. I am willing to offer a supreme treasure as compensation to quell this matter. With that, he produced a glowing treasure from his robes and presented it to Tongtian. Tongtian nodded slightly, allowing his sacred presence to dissipate, while Ming He retreated into the depths of the blood sea. The God-slaying spear and the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus. This is indeed a companion spirit treasure of Luo Ho. The secrets surrounding this talented disciple of mine are growing ever more numerous. Tongtian mused, momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom how Li Qiye, a mere de Luo Jinxian, had acquired such formidable treasures, each a preeminent artifact of innate quality. Seeing the treasure that Ming He Lao Zu had offered, Li Qiye was equally astonished. Master, how about bestowing upon me the Xian Yuan water controlling banner? It was evident that Tongtian truly understood him well, even seizing the opportunity to exploit Ming He Lao Zu further. At that moment, Ming He Lao Zu was likely exasperated, having attempted to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. With so many treasures now, are you not satisfied? Tongtian chuckled lightly, gesturing with his hand, causing the banner to float before Li Qiye. The Xian Yuan water controlling banner, one of the 5 innate elemental banners, could manipulate the laws of water and boasted formidable defensive capabilities. It was forged from the primordial essence of the 5 elements before Pangu split the heavens. Once all 5 elemental banners were gathered, they could form a formation that even a sage could not breach. Before Qiye hung a flag approximately 7 inches long, ancient and unadorned, with flowing water patterns that shimmered endlessly, its entire form a deep, ethereal blue, the surface rippling with watery reflections. Qiye raised his hand, casting a seal that surged into the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, gradually refining its internal restrictions. Then, with a thought, the banner trembled gently, transforming into a streak of flowing light that entered his body, merging seamlessly with him. Tongtian, watching from the side, was taken aback. In merely a moment, Qiye had broken through the 25 restrictions of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. His disciple was truly defying the heavens. Almost forgetting about it, Qiye suddenly recalled something that he produced the Jiao Hulu and released Hong Yun's primordial spirit. "Thank you, young friend, for your timely assistance," Hong Yun expressed gratefully, turning to Tongtian. "I appreciate the intervention of the Tongtian master." With a calm demeanor, Tongtian said nothing. His disciple seemed to have an uncanny knack for actions that left him perplexed, as a sage. He understood that Hong Yun was bound by karmic fate, destined for destruction. Yet now, his disciple had saved Hong Yun, creating an undeniable connection between them. "Hong Yun, after your reincarnation, would you be willing to join my sect for training?" Tongtian's sudden proposal surprised both individuals. Having undergone such trials, Hong Yun understood the significance of having powerful allies. As a sage, he readily accepted the opportunity to join the Jie. Moreover, his newfound bond with Qiye assured that their paths would cross again. "I am willing to join the Jie," Hong Yun affirmed. "Excellent," Tongtian responded, infusing a stream of spiritual energy into the Jiao Hulu to safeguard Hong Yun's primordial spirit. "I shall keep this Jiao San Hun Hulu for you," Qiye added. After all, such a treasure could only be wielded by one with a pure heart like Hong Yun's. "All beneath the sage are but ants," Ming-He Lao Zu lamented, harboring resentment. Without the Hong Meng purple chi, how could he attain sagehood? Who says one cannot achieve sagehood without the Hong Meng purple chi? In my view, it is merely a limitation. In an instant, a radiant orb appeared above the blood sea. The entity manifested its true form, though not in physicality, and Ming-He Lao Zu found himself unable to see through it. A deep voice echoed from the being. "Ming-He Lao Zu, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. To attain the path of the sage, you must forge a new path." "And who are you?" Ming-He Lao Zu inquired, his face pale with shock. This being had silently appeared within the Ming Palace, leaving him utterly unaware, causing a chill to settle in his heart. The power that cannot be spoken of, the true form is hidden. Only those fated may glimpse it. "Ah, it is you," Ming-He Lao Zu realized, filled with reverence. "Please, esteemed one, guide me on how to achieve sagehood." The entity replied slowly, "This place is the blood sea of Ming-He, rife with resentment, where the souls of the fallen gather, suffused with malevolent energy, making life difficult to sustain. Observing your blood sea of Ming-He, though it is a tainted land, it also harbors the secrets of the cycle of life. Just as Nuwa created humanity from yellow earth to attain sagehood, why not take this as an example? But instead of yellow earth, use the essence of the blood sea to create a new race, thus restoring balance to the realm of Yomi. Create a race." Ming-He Lao Zu pondered, understanding that he had initially aspired to emulate Nuwa's creation of humanity to achieve sagehood. Yet he was at a loss as to what he should create. The human race already existed, and the demon race was established. Was he to create a demon race? He feared that before he could complete it, Hong Jun would crush him with a single blow. The race you should create is the Shura, corresponding to the cycle of reincarnation. The Shura race. Ming-He Lao Zu fell silent, yet he had no other options left. The Hong Meng purple chi had all been seized if he did not attain sagehood soon. He feared that this opportunity might never arise again. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your guidance." Ming-He Lao Zu expressed his gratitude. In an instant, the ancestor of the Underworld River, wielding unparalleled divine powers, commenced the separation of the tainted energies from the depths of the blood sea from the pure essence. Given that the blood sea has existed since the primordial chaos, The process would prove exceedingly protracted due to the immense time span. The Blood Sea harbors the grievances and obsessions of countless beings. And these negative energies are akin to viscous sludge, difficult to eradicate, forming the very foundation of the Blood Sea. Subsequently, he began to refine the essence of the Blood Sea. This essence, a unique substance forged from the souls and flesh of innumerable beings that perished here since the dawn of chaos, held profound significance. The ancestor of the Underworld River then infused a fragment of his own primordial spirit into this essence, harnessing the laws of life and death to fabricate a new form of existence, the soul of Shura. These Shura souls not only retained fragments of the ancestor's will, but also encapsulated the essence of the Blood Sea along with boundless malice and resentment. As time flowed, the Shura souls gradually evolved into distinct corporeal forms, towering and formidable, with sinewy muscles akin to a war deity descending upon the earth, exuding an aura of relentless slaughter that sent chills through the hearts of onlookers at the moment of the Shura tribe's birth. The entire Blood Sea of the Underworld trembled. I am the ancestor of the Underworld River, rooted in the Blood Sea and embodying countless souls. Today, I seek to create the Shura tribe to restore balance to the Netherworld. May the heavenly Tao witness this. In that instant, a cascade of virtuous power descended from the void, flowing into the dual swords of primordial slaughter. Clearly, the establishment of the Shura tribe could not elevate him to the status of saint. This revelation caused his countenance to shift dramatically. Leaving him perplexed, he hastily turned his gaze towards the source. This is the suppression of the heavenly Tao. You bear too much killing power and possess the strength to defy the heavens. Thus, your path cannot ascend to sainthood. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Underworld River felt immense regret. The heavenly Tao is merciless, treating all things as mere fodder. However, there exists a method that may allow you to attain sainthood. At these words, the ancestor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To kill is to affirm the path. Slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all beings. Yet with the emergence of the six saints, such an act of affirmation through slaughter was undeniably impossible. Should he dare to attempt it, he would likely be suppressed directly by the six saints. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Although I have not achieved the status of a saint, the dual swords of primordial slaughter possess the blessing of virtue, making them supreme treasures of slaughter, free from the repercussions of killing. The Underworld River is now the foremost being below the saints. Even before them, I can persist for a time. The Shura tribe has been established, and it seems that reincarnation is not far off. The radiant orb, seemingly amused, vanished above the Underworld River. Observing the departure of this figure, the ancestor's expression shifted. Perceiving the individual as dangerously audacious, it seemed entirely plausible that he could challenge the six saints and alter the landscape of the primordial world. You shall patrol the Underworld River henceforth. The ancestor waved his hand, and the members of the Shura tribe retreated beneath the waters of the Underworld River. Deep within the Underworld, several luminous orbs hovered above the River of Destiny. My esteemed colleagues, the Shura tribe has been born, and reincarnation is drawing near. We must make preparations. Shall we align with the Heavenly Court or the Witch Clan? If the Demon Clan seeks to attain sainthood, they must surely eliminate the Witch Clan. Yet the ancestral witches lack primordial spirits and cannot achieve sainthood. The Heavenly Tao has already set its pieces. A calamity is at hand. We shall see who is the superior strategist here. Let us not forget the hidden forces lurking in the shadows beyond the Heavenly Tao. I shall take charge of this matter, said the figure before departing the Underworld River. In an instant, he appeared within the Pangu temple. His silhouette flickered in the dimness, exuding an aura of transcendence. Candle Juin suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features as he slowly rose. Who are you, and what brings you here? However, the figure paid him no heed, declaring, the war of witches and demons is imminent. I sense the threat the Heavenly Court poses to the Witch Clan and have come to offer assistance. Emperor June is forging the slaughtering witch sword, intending to weaken the Witch Clan. I cannot bear to see them suffer this calamity. This individual evidently possessed a clear understanding of the current situation in the primordial world. The forging of the slaughtering witch sword by the heavenly court was shrouded in utmost secrecy, yet this person seemed aware of it. The slaughtering witch sword? Candle Juin's brow furrowed. He initially thought Emperor Jun had dispatched individuals to massacre the human race, only to realize it was aimed at the witch clan. Although unaware of the figure's identity, this revelation was of utmost importance to the witch clan. What methods do you possess? The witch clan can forge the path-slaying sword, a weapon not only extraordinarily sharp, but capable of suppressing the heavenly Tao, preventing its intervention within a certain range. Thus, the witch clan may obtain a sliver of hope. The path-slaying sword. Candle Juin was equally taken aback. Such a divine artifact was beyond the capabilities of the witch clan to forge. Success depends on human effort. Why should we belittle ourselves? I shall impart to you the method of forging and guide you in gathering the necessary materials. But remember, while the path-slaying sword is powerful, it must be infused with the bloodline and will of the witch clan to truly unleash its might. The path-slaying sword can only suppress the heavenly Tao temporarily and must be wielded at the most critical juncture. Chaos Origin Stone, blood of the 12 ancestral witches, blood pool of the witch clan, power of karma, blood of the dragon clan, soul of the phoenix clan, malice of the underworld river, essence of the underworld. These are the materials required to forge the path-slaying sword. Upon hearing this list, Candle Juin was taken aback. The essence of the underworld, the power of karma. As for the other materials, they should not be difficult for the witch clan to procure. Thank you for your invaluable guidance. As he gazed at the departing figure, Candle Juin promptly summoned the other ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches gathered within the Pangu temple Taiqing that moment. They remained unaware of Candle Juin's intentions for summoning them. The demon clan intends to forge the slaughtering witch sword using the essence of the human race, aiming to suppress our witch clan. Should a great war ensue, we may suffer grievous losses. The other ancestral witches exchanged glances, realizing the magnitude of the demon clan's ambitions. Immediately, Candle Juin recounted the origins of the matter. Eldest brother, can this person be trusted? What if he is a spy from the heavenly court, leading us into a trap? Di Jiang expressed his doubts. What benefit would he gain from assisting us in forging the path-slaying sword? Xianming voiced his perspective. I have considered what you have all said. This person's power is unfathomable and cannot possibly belong to the demon clan. Moreover, he speaks the truth. The war of witches and demons is destined to erupt. We must seize this opportunity to forge the path-slaying sword without delay. Di Jiang, Jumeng, you both go to the Dragon and Phoenix clans to procure the blood of the Dragon clan and the soul of the Phoenix clan. Xianming, little sister, you both shall venture to the Underworld river to gather the essence of malice. The rest of you shall guard the witch clan to prevent a surprise attack from the demon clan. I will make a trip to the chaos domain. Upon arriving at the blood sea of the underworld, Ho-Tu felt a jolt of astonishment. The malice surged to the heavens, and the souls were unable to reincarnate, clustering together. If this continued, they would eventually become part of the blood as it was precisely for this reason that the blood sea of the underworld possessed such formidable power. Little sister, begin. Xianming raised his hand, casting an ancient vial into which a continuous stream of malice flowed, causing the blood sea to churn violently. Witnessing this, Ho-Tu also produced an ancient vial, capturing the essence within the underworld. As the two continued to extract malice and essence, they inadvertently roused the Shura tribe. Thousands of Shura emerged, surrounding the two. What are these beings? The consciousness birthed within the underworld. Xianming and Ho-Tu were equally astonished. Despite the weakness of these entities, as more Shura appeared, the entire blood sea began to fill. Those who disturb the blood sea of the underworld shall die. A deep voice resounded, and a Shura clad in golden armor charged at the two. In an instant, other Shura surged forward. Facing the onslaught of the approaching Shura, Xianming scoffed coldly, enveloping himself in the power of the netherworld, and with a wave of his hand, he obliterated the assailants. What business do the two friends from the witch clan have? Why do you disturb my blood sea and slay members of my Shura tribe? The ancestor of the underworld river appeared before the two. His expression grim, wielding the primordial slaughter, Ubbi, with an aura of blood and malice thick as ink, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. Friend of the underworld river, I seek to borrow some malice and essence from your realm. To slay my Shura tribe is your notion of borrowing? The Witch clan truly possesses audacious arrogance. The ancestor of the river of the underworld glared with fury, his voice resonating like thunder across the blood sea. Just as it appeared that a confrontation between the two was imminent, Ho-Tu hastily interjected, "Friend of the river, we acknowledge our misstep in this matter, yet it was never our intention to offend. Moreover, these Azura beings remain impervious to death within the river of the underworld, causing no significant disruption. Today, however, we have pressing matters at hand, seeking to procure some malevolent energy and essence that I am the sovereign of the Blood Sea. And if all were to act in such a manner, what authority would I retain? It was one thing to tolerate Tongtian and his disciple, but now the Wu tribe dares to meddle as well. Should he back down now, he would become a laughingstock in the wilderness." Xianming and Ho-Tu exchanged a glance, both discerning the resolve reflected in each other's eyes that a confrontation with the ancestor of the river of the underworld appeared unavoidable. Thus, both invoked their inner powers simultaneously, hurling their energy spheres towards the ancestor. However, as the embodiment of the Blood Sea, the ancestor wielded dominion over its powers far beyond that of any mere mortal. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the energy spheres collided with an invisible barrier, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. Humph! How dare two mere ancestral witches flaunt their abilities before me? The ancestor scoffed, his figure flashing before Xianming and Ho-Tu, his fists imbued with the overwhelming force of the Blood Sea, striking with tremendous impact. Xianming and Ho-Tu, witnessing this, swiftly summoned all their magical might to defend themselves. Nevertheless, they were still forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces pale. "Sister, the strength of the two of us is insufficient to contend with this ancestor of the river." They promptly withdrew their ancient vessel and returned to the Wu tribe. Meanwhile, Di Jiang and Zhu Meng had successfully acquired the blood essence of the dragon tribe and the spirit of the phoenix tribe. Upon encountering Ho-Tu, Xianming's countenance turned ashen, and the other ancestral witches were similarly shaken. "What transpired, dear sister? Who has harmed you?" Di Jiang's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him, mirrored by the other ancestral witches. As the youngest among the 12 ancestral witches, Ho-Tu was cherished dearly by her brethren. The audacity of anyone to harm their beloved sister could not go unpunished. "This is what happened." Xianming recounted the events. "Humph! That old fool of the river of the underworld, so obstinate, dares to harm our sister. Let us go and avenge her, or should we wait for our elder brother to return? This ancestor of the river has now created the Azura clan, and his cultivation is already unparalleled beneath the level of a saint. What do we have to fear? We 11 shall surely not falter before one ancestor of the river. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us confront him." Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper, rallied the group, and they departed the Wu tribe, heading toward the Blood Sea of the underworld. Upon their arrival, Zhu Rong bellowed, "River of the underworld, prepare to meet your end." His voice reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Sensing the gathering of the 11 ancestral witches, stepped forth from the depths of the underworld palace, startled by their assembly. He prided himself on his formidable strength, yet the presence of the 11 ancestral witches brought him considerable pressure. As the combined might of the 11 elements wreaked havoc upon the Blood Sea, the heavens trembled and the sea surged violently, exuding a pressure that shook the very cosmos. "You dare to harm my sister. Today, I shall ensure your demise." Humph! Such brazen words. The ancestor of the river of the underworld, undeterred, brandished the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, sending Zhu Rong flying. "What are you all waiting for? Let us overwhelm him." In an instant, the other 10 ancestral witches charged forth. Despite the ancestor's formidable prowess, the combined might of the ancestral witches proved to be overwhelming. Before long, he found himself at a disadvantage, primarily due to the seamless coordination and unparalleled strength of the 11 ancestral witches. "Brothers, cease this assault. Friend of the river, we do not wish to escalate matters further. Let us negotiate for some malevolent energy and essence." Ho-Tu interjected, attempting to broker peace, offering the ancestor a graceful exit. With a disdainful huff, he retreated into the depths of the river. "Sister, fear not. Should he continue to attack, I possess the endurance to outlast him. The blood sea shall never run dry, and the river of the underworld shall not perish. To slay him is a task fit only for a saint. Given the current circumstances, it is prudent for us to avoid enmity with this ancestor. Then let us heed our sister's counsel and grant him a temporary reprieve. Under the protection of the other ancestral witches, Xianming and Ho-Tu successfully gathered the malevolent energy and essence from the Blood Sea before returning to the Wu tribe. Coincidentally, Zhu Jiuyin also returned to the Wu tribe. With all materials now assembled, the 12 of us shall jointly forge the Sword of Annihilation. This matter must remain confidential. Immediately, all materials were laid out before them. The Chaos Origin Stone, a remnant from the primordial age before the division of chaos, harbored the power of chaos within. Through the forging and tempering by the 12 ancestral witches using divine fire, the outline of the sword began to take shape. Each ancestral witch dripped their essence into the sword mold, allowing it to steep in the blood pool of the Wu tribe for 49 days. After this fusion, the sword began to reveal its true potential. With the power of causality, the blood essence of the dragon tribe, the spirit of the phoenix tribe, the malevolent energy from the river of the underworld, and the essence of the underworld intermingling, they were cast into the sword furnace for a period of 81 days. After this duration, the sword was completed. The blade shimmered with the radiant light of the 12 ancestral witches' essence, appearing exceptionally sharp, as if capable of slicing through space and severing causality, able to cut through anything, impervious to destruction. A chilling aura emanated from it, a convergence of the essence of the underworld and the malevolent energy of the blood sea, sending shivers down the spine. With the sword now forged, the Wu tribe prepared for battle. The 12 ancestral witches gazed in astonishment at the Sword of Annihilation on Jianmu Island. The system extracted rewards. Ding! Please select an option. Option 1. Reward of the Yuan Phoenix Bloodline, Kong Xian. Reward of the Innate Spirit Root, Dao Tree. Option 2. Enhancement of Cultivation, Late Stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. I choose Option 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Before him stood a tea tree, towering at approximately 7 zhong, its branches strong and vigorous, having withstood the passage of countless years while still brimming with vitality. Its trunk was robust, covered in cracked, aged bark, reminiscent of a coiling dragon, exuding an aura of timelessness. The trunk split into 2 branches, each giving rise to countless slender twigs that intertwine like silver serpents, embodying the profound truth of the Tao. From 1 arises 2, from 2 arises 3, and from 3 emerges all things. The ethereal chime of celestial bells resonated, while the sturdy cauldron exuded a deep, ancient meaning, suffused with a refreshing aura that filled the cosmos. That moment, Kong Xian had yet to emerge into existence. Nestled within a nest crafted from phoenix branches, a resplendent golden egg glowed, radiating iridescent hues. The surface of the eggshell shimmered with the interwoven power of the 5 elements, enveloped in a faint spiritual light. This was the future Kong Xian, capable of wielding 5-color divine light to obliterate anything in the world. As long as the river of the underworld remains, he could be deemed the most formidable being beneath the saints. Regrettably, he encountered the likes of Junti and was captured and taken back to the west. Ding! System task. Check in at Wuzhuang Temple. Reward of 1 million merits of the Tao. The system was updating. Merits of the Tao. This is not the same as the merits of the heavenly Tao. Qiye gasped in astonishment. Given that the wilderness already possessed the heavenly Tao, the merits of the Tao were exceedingly rare. This task was incredibly advantageous. Junior brother duo Bao. Several junior sisters, come. Let us enjoy some tea together. He sent a telepathic message, and soon they gathered. Senior brother, what business do you have with us? Duo Bao, San Xiao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang approached slowly, each having reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Come, let us go and enjoy some tea. The group made their way to Wuzhuang Temple. Upon witnessing this scene, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what mischief his disciple intended to pursue now. As a saint, he could sense a faint aura in the air, prompting him not to retreat into seclusion, but to maintain vigilance over the young friend. Upon seeing Qiye's arrival, Jin Yuanzi, smiled warmly. Greetings to Senior Zhen Yuanzi. There's no need for formalities today. What brings you here? Zhen Yuanzi was surprised by Li Qiye's visit. As the old saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without cause. He promptly instructed Qing Feng and Mingyue to bring some ginseng fruits. San Xiao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang had never tasted ginseng fruits, and they were now filled with astonishment. Before them lay one of the innate spirit roots, the ginseng fruit. Were it not for the fortuitous favor of Li Qiye, they might have never had the opportunity to indulge in such exquisite delights as the succulent flesh entered their bodies. The three gradually refined the potent energies within. Ding! Successfully signed in at Mount Wanshou, rewarded with 1 million units of Dao merit. The influx of this immense Dao merit stirred a palpable aura of a peak mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian emanating from Li Qiye. Witnessing Li Qiye's sudden breakthrough, Zhen Yuzi was taken aback. It's nothing of great import. Today I've acquired a trifle that I wish to share with you. Esteemed senior, Zhen Yuzi was equally astonished, curious as to what triviality could compel Li Qiye to personally present himself. With a graceful wave of his hand, a Dao tree materialized before them. Atop the tree, a vortex of spiritual energy slowly spun, continuously infusing the tea tree with primordial spiritual essence. This energy not only nourished the tree itself, but also enveloped the surrounding space in a delicate fragrance, refreshing the spirit as if one were immersed in the realm of Tao, contemplating the profound truths of heaven and earth. This. The Tao tea tree, Zhen Yuzi exclaimed in surprise. He recalled that his own acquisition from Wui Mountain had merely been a low-grade Tao tea tree, while this one was a primordial spiritual root, renowned alongside the ginseng fruit. Indeed, it is the Tao tea tree. Lu Rin began to pluck the leaves from the tree, preparing to brew them. Instantly, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted through the air, leaving everyone in a W. Zhen Yuzi took a sip. He could not help but lament that had Hongyun been present, he would surely be overjoyed. Alas, it was a pity. With a solemn sigh, he reflected that even now, the Tao tea lacked flavor. Having known Hongyun for several Yuan meetings, he was well aware of his temperament. Now, however, he was at the mercy of Donghuang Tai, Kunlun, and the old ancestor of the Mingyi. Were it not for his own insufficient strength, he would have long sought retribution against them. Although possessing the Earth Book, akin to a sage, it merely afforded him self-preservation. Others could not kill him, and he, in turn, could not kill others. Unbeknownst to Zhen Yuzi, Hongyun had already been rescued by him and Tongtian, and he had come for this very reason. Esteemed Senior Zhen Yuzi, Hongyun has not perished. His primordial spirit is preserved within the Jujiu gourd. He has pledged to my master that upon reincarnation, he will enter the Jie for cultivation. Hongyun has not perished. Zhen Yuzi was astonished. Yet upon realizing that Hongyun was alive, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recalled Li Qiye's earlier warnings about the darkening of Hongyun's brow, foretelling bloodshed, advising him to remain within Wuzhuang Temple. However, Hongyun had dismissed these concerns and ventured out, resulting in his ambush and severe injuries. Could it be that Li Qiye was adept at divination? Zhen Yuzi pondered. For how else would he have known of Hongyun's impending tribulations? Initially suspecting Li Qiye to be jesting, he now faced the undeniable truth. Whether entering Jie or not, at least he would have the protection of a sage. Otherwise, as a rogue immortal, Hongyun's amiable nature would inevitably lead to misfortune. Furthermore, with the impending calamity approaching, it would be prudent for the senior to exercise caution. Li Qiye offered a word of warning to Zhen Yuzi. Although he had saved Hongyun, it seemed to have altered little. It felt as though an invisible hand was orchestrating these events. Minor changes could be made, yet the greater trend remained unchanged. The calamity of the Wu and Yao was inescapable. It was the result of the celestial order. Could it be that I too am destined for bloodshed? Zhen Yuzi smiled faintly, seemingly probing for Li Qiye's thoughts, curious whether it was merely coincidence or foresight. That is hardly the case. Esteemed senior, you wield the Earth Book, akin to a sage. Who would dare trouble you? Moreover, your entanglements are profound. Even the sages would hesitate to act against you. Li Qiye's words rang true. Were it not for this, he would not have been able to safeguard Wuzhuang Temple and the ginseng fruit. Would the young friend consider my previous proposal? I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed senior, and would be honored to form a brotherly bond with you. Upon receiving Li Qiye's consent, Xinyuzi smiled slightly. They then swore an oath as brothers with the Earth Book as witnessed. To forge a bond with such a formidable being, comparable to a sage, was indeed a stroke of fortune. The others, including Dao Bao and the rest, were taken aback. The senior brother is truly a marvel. Wherever he goes, he is sought after. Then, I shall take my leave, my Dao brother. This journey had bestowed benefits upon all 7 of them. Although Dao Bao had not broken through, he had stabilized his cultivation at the late stage of the Luo Jinxian. The 3 Shaos, Jinling, and Wudong had also solidified their foundations at the early stage of the Luo Jinxian. Most astonishing was Lu Ruyan, who had now reached the pinnacle of Taijin Xian, an astonishing speed that evoked admiration. Ding! The calamity of the Wu and Yao approaches. The host must alter the trajectory of the celestial order. Task issued. The host may provide clues to change the trajectory of the Hongwang. The rewards for this task are bountiful. Please do not be idle. The tasks issued by the system were becoming increasingly outrageous. How could I confront the celestial order directly? Is that not akin to writing a diary? Li Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Whom would that diary come? Ding! Anyone might see it. Would that not plunge Honghuang into chaos? In the west at Mount Xiumi, the 2 elders, Jin and Junti, were diligently enlightening beings throughout Hongwang, yet there was scarcely any left to guide. Their hearts were heavy with concern. Senior brother, I observe a connection between the Jie Jiao and our Western teachings. Jin replied, if you fear Tongtian's wrath, then go ahead. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan Jiao possess profound fortunes. Why should they not be from our West? What a pity, what a pity! Jin exclaimed. Are there truly no beings left for us to enlighten? You seem to be banking on the Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao. Do you not fear their retaliation? Senior brother, you misunderstand that if the West wishes to rise. What do means and face matter? If the West cannot flourish, we may never fulfill our grand aspirations. With this thought, Jane felt a headache coming on. Truly, there was no one left to guide in Hongwang. Who could blame their impoverished Western teachings, leading to a lack of willing disciples? Enough! Let us diligently deliver teachings within the sect, enabling our disciples to cultivate successfully at an early stage. Their original schedule of teaching every 200 years was revised to every 100 years. Meanwhile, the Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao taught only once every millennium. They were indeed the first to do so. Consequently, they had devoted their utmost efforts for the sake of the Western teachings. In the Grand Hall, Junti sat at the head. Below were the results of countless days and nights of their teachings. Currently, they had only 40 disciples that a few de Luo Jinxian could still hold their own, while the rest were beneath that level. Their previous schedule of teaching every 200 years was now changed to every 100 years. You must cultivate diligently to spread the teachings of our Western sect. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. The profundity of the sage's teachings was boundless. 100 years between teachings would surely deprive them of insights from others. Suffering truth, gathering truth, extinguishing truth, Tao truth. The suffering truth reveals that all in the world is suffering, birth, aging, illness, death, the sorrow of separation, the bitterness of resentment, the pain of unfulfilled desires. These are the roots of suffering. The gathering truth uncovers the causes of suffering, arising from the 3 poisons of greed, hatred, and ignorance. The extinguishing truth indicates the path to liberation, to eliminate the 3 poisons, sever troubles, and attain the state of nirvana. The Tao truth encompasses the methods of practice, such as the 8-fold path and the 4 foundations of mindfulness, which practitioners ought to follow. There is no inherent nature. All is emptiness. Countless truths and mantras echoed in the air as thoughts settled into meditative contemplation. As the morning session concluded, you all should cultivate diligently. Master, I have something to report. Come with me. The medicine master bowed to Jean and continued. Previously, my senior brother and I ventured into Wui Mountain, where a spiritual treasure manifested, yet it was seized by another. This person was exceedingly arrogant, claiming to have bested your disciple. Is this true? Junti's expression darkened. Was this not a slap to his face? What cultivation level does this person possess? Do you know their sect? Reporting to the master, this person is at the level of Taiqing, though their origin remains unknown. The diminutive Tai, golden immortal. Can he truly contend with your senior brother? This individual is not alone. He is accompanied by a great Luo, golden immortal. This treasure exudes an overwhelming aura, resembling a coin adorned with wings, undoubtedly a supreme artifact, that a coin with wings. Could it be the extraordinary, innate spiritual treasure known as the falling treasure coin? Jane was also taken aback. Yao Shi was equally astonished, for it was indeed a premier, innate spiritual treasure. It seems they must belong to the Chan and Jie sections. You may descend first. All the fine treasures have been taken by them. Why is this spiritual treasure not in the West? Jin and Junti were filled with regret. Had it not been for Luo, whose self-detonation of the Shumi Mountains' ancestral veins, the West would not be in such a predicament. I possess a method that can aid the Western teachings in rising to a that moment. A voice echoed, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned. The sages, they were astonished that they could not perceive the source of this voice. Those sneaky individuals, come forth. Junti bellowed, his saintly might surging forth, sweeping across Shumi Mountain. I am right here, though you cannot see me. Humph. Who are you exactly? It matters not. What matters is your desire for the West to rise. Pray, share your thoughts. And Jane's expression remained impassive. The battle between the Wu and Yao races is about to commence. We merely await a catalyst. Once the calamity forms, chaos will return to the primordial world. This conflict will be even more devastating than that of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. This is the West's opportunity to ascend. Thus, it is up to the West to decide whether to act upon this. As the voice faded, the two's expressions grew increasingly grave. After 1,000,000 years, is the calamity returning? What say you, senior brother? This individual managed to elude the perception of both sages, indicating he possesses the ability to conceal heavenly secrets. In the entirety of the primordial realm, only a sage could achieve this. Yet I cannot discern who this person truly is. What advantage does this serve him? If this is the case, why delay? Had it not been for the Wu clan's interference, the Huangzhong would have already belonged to the West. Now, with the impending Wu-Yao conflict, it is time to show the Wu clan a lesson. Junior brother, have you formulated a plan? Indeed, senior brother. Perhaps what that individual stated is correct. The Wu and Yao calamity will engulf the entire primordial realm, and this could indeed be the West's moment to rise. Such an opportunity will not come again. Very well, junior brother, proceed with your task. For the ascendance of our West, what harm could it do? Immediately, a figure emerged from within Juni. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Juni. He was none other than his good corpse. Subsequently, he transformed his appearance entirely, adopting a guise that no one could recognize. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Deed Virtue Taoist. The Taoist nodded slightly and exited Shumi Mountain. In Tang Valley, 10 little golden crows alighted upon the divine tree of Fusong, their solar power radiantly brilliant. Emperor Jun expressed concern that the Wu clan might target the 10 little golden crows. Thus, he established a formation in this location to prevent the little golden crows from escaping. Upon their birth, the 10 little golden crows possessed the cultivation of Tai golden immortals, wielding the true fire of the sun. Should they fully mature, they would become 10 quasi-saints. An elderly Taoist appeared. I am the Deed Virtue Taoist. He raised his hand and waved. Breaking the restrictions of Tang Valley, he then vanished without a trace. Upon sensing the disappearance of the restrictions, the little golden crows cried out, and the barriers opened. Instantly, the 10 little golden crows erupted in jubilant cheers. What are we waiting for? Let us venture forth. In an instant, the 10 little golden crows soared out of Tang Valley. Their father often warned them of dangers outside, yet with the demon clan in their prime, what peril could there be? Indeed, these creatures must bow their heads upon our arrival. Thus, the 10 little golden crows flew forth, igniting the heavens and scorching the earth. The searing, true fire of the sun enveloped the entire land in a sea of flames. The beings upon the earth cried out in anguish, suffering greatly. They soon flew over the Buzhou mountain. The intense heat surged forth, overwhelming the Wu clan's flesh and blood, causing them to howl incessantly. In an instant, they dashed into Quafu's tribe, where a single burst of solar true fire descended, obliterating the entire clan. The sound of the tribe's collapse startled Quafu. Upon witnessing the raging flames, he was taken aback. It is the true fire of the sun, which cannot be extinguished. Quafu employed his divine powers to relocate the Wu clan members within the tribe, yet only a few managed to escape. The majority of the Wu clan perished in the inferno of the solar true fire. Quafu then beheld the 10 little golden crows unleashing solar true fire upon the tribe. The clan members who encountered this flame suffered immensely. Who are these impudent feathered fiends daring to wreak havoc in my Wu clan's territory? Thus, Quafu took great strides, each step resounding like thunder, causing the earth to tremble beneath him as he pursued the little golden crows, seeking to drive them away. However, the little golden crows, having grown weary of their confinement in Tang Valley, sought amusement. Today, they were particularly playful, entirely disregarding the beings below. Look, that giant is coming after us. Ignore him. Let us play. It has been so long since we have been outside. Today, I wish to play joyfully. Then he exhaled another blast of solar true fire. Quafu suddenly stomped, transforming into an immense figure, reaching for the little golden crows. The 10 little golden crows, far from feeling any fear, were thoroughly incensed by Quafu's provocation. They all unleashed solar true fire, attempting to force Quafu back. Yet no matter how fierce the flames, they could not halt Quafu's advance. Quafu swung his massive fists, each strike accompanied by a deafening roar, attempting to bring down the little golden crows. Now they were truly enraged. Brothers, that giant seeks to capture us. Let us retaliate. However, Quafu's cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal was beyond the capacity of these little golden crows to match. One little golden crow was immediately struck down by Quafu's fist. Fifth brother! Fifth brother! Their fury reached new heights. Qiye that moment. 9 little golden crows suddenly halted, while one ascended into the sky. They circled in the air, assuming positions, clearly forming a formation. The 10 suns burning heaven formation. This formation emerged. The heavens and earth shifted in hue. The solar true fire of the 10 little golden crows converging into a force capable of annihilating the world. Encircling Quafu. Though Quafu was a great Luo golden immortal, he found himself impotent against such a formidable formation. Despite his desperate struggles, he could not escape the constraints of the formation. As time passed, Quafu's strength waned, and ultimately he collapsed to the ground, roasted alive by the solar true fire. He overestimated his own capabilities. Brothers, we may once again enjoy our play. The 10 little golden crows regained their vitality and soared towards the territory of the Wu clan. At that moment, Dei happened to enter the tribe and beheld Quafu lying on the ground. The 10 instigators were still in the sky, exhaling flames and attacking the tribe, seemingly in a frenzy of play. Big brother, this is so much fun. Let these Wu people dare to oppose us in the heavenly court. They deserve to be incinerated. Dei's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. The 10 little golden crows, born of Qiye, the wife of Emperor Jun, already possessed the cultivation of Tai golden immortals. Should they be allowed to mature, it was likely that the demon clan would soon have 10 more great Luo golden immortals. This cannot be. They must be slain today. Enraged, Dei rushed into the Pangu divine hall and retrieved the sun-shooting divine bow enshrined within. He immediately drew the bow, forming an arrow of pure energy, and shot forth an extreme destruction arrow. The first divine arrow sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the foremost golden crow. With a whoosh, the divine arrow accurately pierced the wings of the golden crow, bringing it crashing to the earth in a brilliant explosion of fire. 9th brother. As they witnessed their companion fall, the remaining golden crows unleashed solar true fire towards Dei. However, Qiye, being a great Luo golden immortal, feared not the solar true fire, especially with the sun-shooting divine bow, an innate spiritual treasure in his possession. Drawing back his bow, he loosed a second arrow, striking the golden crow's vital point, causing it to lose its balance and plummet to the ground. A third arrow sent another golden crow crashing down. A fourth arrow brought yet another golden crow to the earth. Big brother, second brother, third brother. The remaining golden crows were thrown into a state of panic, scattering in all directions, desperate to escape this place. You have slain my brothers. My father will not spare you. Yet in response, another arrow was loosed. The ninth arrow struck, and 9 golden crows plummeted from the sky. He knocked his bow once more, and with his final arrow, he aimed at the last remaining golden crow. With his brothers brutally slain, the creature was devoid of any leisure, utterly terrified, and only wished to flee. However, he drew his bow again. Though the arrow struck its shoulder, a glimmer from the gourd adorning its neck ensnared its essence, causing it to vanish. A team managed to escape. Could that gourd be a primordial celestial treasure? He was taken aback. The searing heat dissipated, and the earth fell silent. Fu, he thought of him as a senior, akin to a close friend, that gazed sorrowfully at Fu's lifeless form, immediately wishing to carry him back to the Wu clan. Seeking death, a voice boomed, shaking the heavens, as the entire realm was subdued by this terrifying force. Seeing all 9 golden crows slain, fury ignited in his eyes, and he glared at Yi with a frigid intensity, as if pronouncing his death sentence. Yi, you dare to slaughter my brother's offspring. Today, I shall skin you alive and flay your muscles, subjecting you to the eternal torment of the sun's true fire. The Eastern Emperor's rage soared, his expression darkening. Had he not arrived in time to save the last golden crow, all would surely have perished. The 10 young golden crows were the most cherished progeny of his brother. Should he learn of this, the Wu and Yao clans would undoubtedly plunge into war, with the might of a perfected sage. Merely standing there, he resembled a colossal mountain, and he felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him, this force pressing him into the ground. The 10 golden crows torched the heavens, destroyed my Wu clan's tribe, and murdered our great shaman. This cannot be blamed on anyone else. Yi alone bear the responsibility. Do spare my innocent kin. Even in the face of the Eastern Emperor Taiqing, he exhibited neither servility nor arrogance. The Eastern Emperor Taiqing bellowed, "You have slain 9 of my Yao clan's golden crows, yet you still expect me to spare the Wu clan. Such is the delusion of a fool." With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a dreadful power that pressed upon the world. A colossal palm, descending to seize Yi's countenance, shifted dramatically, and he swiftly drew the sun-shooting divine bow. A series of piercing sounds erupted as arrows flew. 9 arrows transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the foe. Yet before the Eastern Emperor Taiqing, those arrows appeared trivial, almost instantaneously consumed. The sun-shooting bow was a primordial treasure, yet the disparity in their strengths was akin to a chasm. How could a mere Deluo golden immortal dare to resist? The Eastern Emperor Taiqing snorted coldly, and with a single strike of his palm, he crushed insect of the Wu clan. Perish! The Eastern Emperor Taiqing then targeted the Wu clan's tribe below. Eastern Emperor, is it not shameful for one of your cultivation to attack a junior of the Wu clan? Just as the Eastern Emperor was about to obliterate the Wu clan's tribe, a cold snort echoed, dissipating his power. Thank you, Ancestor Wu. The other Wu clan members immediately knelt in reverence upon witnessing this. Does your Wu clan still possess any shame? You have slain my brother's child. Do you intend to wage war against the Yao clan? With 9 of the 10 golden crows slain, only 1 remained. His brother would not let this matter rest, and the Wu clan should brace for the wrath of the heavenly court. Do you think my Wu clan can simply overlook the death of our great shaman? The golden crows initiated the chaos, devastated my Wu clan's tribe, and killed our great shaman. I have yet to seek retribution against you, and now you dare to speak of face? Zhu Jiuyin was equally incensed. Seeking death, the Eastern Emperor Taiqing roared, ringing the Eastern Emperor bell, unleashing a deafening chime. The bell's sound resonated, imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth, golden sound waves spreading like a tangible force. Wherever they passed, everything was obliterated. The void crumbled, time stood still, and space shattered. This power weighed heavily on Zhu Jiuyin's countenance. The Eastern Emperor Bell was indeed a primordial supreme treasure, immensely powerful. Although the Eastern Emperor Taiqing had not fully unleashed its might, it was still formidable. The power of time reversed. Zhu Jiuyin murmured as the power of time coiled around him. Time no longer flowed along its original trajectory, instead reversing the sound wave back into the past. I never expected your mastery of time to reach the 8th level. Dijun was also slightly astonished. Zhu Jiuyin was typically enigmatic, rarely emerging from the Wu clan, yet now his strength had significantly increased. This was not good news for the Yao clan. In fact, the number of individuals in the entirety of Hong Huang who could cultivate time power to such a degree could be counted on one hand. Time sword, arise. Zhu Jiuyin intoned softly, as time intertwined with reality, coalescing into an invisible long sword. The formless sword was the most lethal. It was both illusory and real, with an unseeing eye and a tranquil heart. The expanse lay desolate, enveloped in silence. This sword was for burial. When the sword was unleashed, it moved slowly, devoid of any sword light or brilliance. There were no extravagant flourishes, just an ordinary strike. Yet it seemed to traverse the endless river of time. Intent on severing the ties of the world, to bury heaven, to bury earth, to bury all that exists. The Eastern Emperor was well aware of the potency of time power and immediately summoned all his strength. He struck the Eastern Emperor bell again, causing it to radiate magnificently, as myriad golden lights surged forth, transforming into a colossal golden net that enveloped Zhu Jiuyin and the surrounding time power. This was the sealing power of the Eastern Emperor bell, capable of temporarily sealing all divine abilities and strengths. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Jiuyin's expression changed dramatically. He struggled with all his might, attempting to break free. However, the sealing power of the Eastern Emperor bell was overwhelmingly potent. The more he struggled, the tighter the golden net constricted. Zhu Jiuyin, you are but this, scoffed the Eastern Emperor. Before my Eastern Emperor bell, you are equally insignificant. Curse you! Zhu Jiuyin's expression darkened, and he roared, attempting to transform and break through the seal. Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared in the sky, rushing forth. This unexpected turn of events caused even the Eastern Emperor Taiqing to pause momentarily. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the source of those 3 lights: Zhu Rong, Changliang, and Ho Tuesday. The arrival of these 3 startled the Eastern Emperor Taiqing. Eastern Emperor Taiqing, how dare you treat my elder brother this way? Zhu Rong roared, transforming into a blazing flame and charging at the Eastern Emperor Taiqing. Fists enveloped in raging fire. Ho Tu did not engage directly. Together, they shattered the golden net, rescuing Zhu Jiuyin. Easter Taoist, this matter was instigated by the Golden Crows. Your actions are rather inappropriate, don't you think? My Wu clan has also lost 2 great shamans. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Little sister, you are still too kind. Why bother speaking to him? Faced with the trio's combined might, a flicker of seriousness crossed the Eastern Emperor Taiyi's eyes. The 3 had arrived. If the battle continued, no victor would emerge. Humph. I have taken note of today's events. I shall seek retribution another day. Leave? Do you think I will let you go? Zhu Rong raised his hand, and 2 fire dragons surged forth. Wherever the flames passed, they consumed all, incinerating heaven and earth. That I intend to leave. Who can stop me? Who dares to impede me? The Eastern Emperor swept his sleeve, shattering the fire dragons, causing them to vanish without a trace. Brother, are you unscathed? Ho Tu inquired, her face etched with concern. I am fine, little sister, replied Zhu Jiuyin. The Eastern Emperor Taiqing wields a primordial supreme treasure. With my current strength, I find it hard to contend. Had he not arrived in time, I would have faced considerable difficulty. What about Yi and Kwa Fu? The Wu clan had suffered the grave loss of 2 great shamans. A heavy toll, indeed. In no matter, Zhu Jiuyin smiled. Little sister, have you forgotten my mastery of time? I can reverse time, retrieving them from the river of time. It is not a challenge for me. Zhu Rong, Changliang, please reorganize the Wu clan tribe. Zhu Jiuyin gracefully traced a line with his finger, entering a vortex of time alongside Ho Tu, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Pangu Divine Temple. Zhu Jiuyin opened his palm, revealing a ceaselessly flowing silver river within his hand. This was a microcosm of the river of time, encompassing fragments of the past, present, and future. His eyes were gently closed, as if the light of the world had vanished, and darkness had descended. That moment, he floated above the river of time, his fingers deftly seeking the moment of the demise of Qiye Fu, and scenes flickered before him, dissipating from his grasp, each representing countless beings. All things ultimately face extinction, and every creature has its time. What the river of time buries is all-encompassing. Finally, countless images flashed like a revolving lantern in the river of time, until they crystallized at the instant Qiye Fu fell and vanished. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and grasped, drawing forth two faint beams of light from the river of time. These were the luminous souls of Qiye Fu and enveloped by the power of time, liberated from the endless darkness. These beams of light were pulled back into reality. The figures of Qiye Fu and gradually coalesced in the radiance. "Thank you, ancestral shaman, for your salvation." The two hastily knelt in homage, and no need for such formalities. "The tribe also requires your recuperation. Go." Now that the two great shamans have returned, Ho-Tu was concerned whether the demon clan would go to war with the shaman clan. If war broke out, it would surely bring devastation to countless lives. "Little sister, do not worry. Do not forget, there exists another in the heavenly court, whose power over time surpasses mine. Retrieving a few golden crows from the river of time is no great feat. The demon clan is not so foolish. At least for now, they will not wage war." Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu felt reassured. In the heavenly court, the 33 heavens and the great Luo heaven, the cursed shaman clan dared to slay my son. How could this grudge go unavenged? Mobilize the army immediately and wage war against the shaman clan. I shall make them understand that our demon clan is not to be trifled with this moment. Emperor Jun's countenance darkened, fury radiating from him, instilling fear in all present. Especially upon hearing of impending war, everyone was taken aback. "Think thrice, your majesty. The demon clan is not yet prepared for war. The consequences of conflict are unimaginable and irreversible. Indeed, your majesty. Shall this grudge go unavenged, with my sons sacrificed in vain? The lives of two great shamans cannot compare to that of my SONMY lord. Please calm your anger." That moment, a woman approached. Her beauty unparalleled, with brows like distant mountains and a graceful figure, skin as fair as snow. Dressed in a gown of golden thread and jade, adorned with a multicolored gemstone belt, she walked gracefully. The onlookers quickly bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to the Empress. You may all withdraw. Matters of the shamans and demons shall be discussed later." Seeing this, the crowd dispersed, understanding the unspoken cue. "Qiye, do you have a way to save the child?" Emperor Jun stepped forward, embracing the woman at his waist as he took his throne, his eyes filled with tenderness, a smile gracing his features. "Do not forget, my lord, that Zhu Jiuyin possesses mastery over the art of time. As do I. Moreover, my understanding of temporal techniques far surpasses that of Zhu Jiuyin." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun chuckled lightly, recognizing that Qiye had made significant progress over the years, nearing the point of surpassing her husband. "It is only natural for me to share your burdens, my lord," Xiang she shyly replied. "Husband, time is of the essence. I shall commence at once." With a wave of her hand, a luminous screen appeared before her. As the power of time materialized into a line, extending into the boundless river of time, the thread of time began to traverse the river, every second becoming vivid and concrete in her perception. Traveling through countless shards of time and space, she witnessed the birth and destruction of the universe. Yet the 9 little golden crows remained elusive last, in a concealed corner of the river of time. She discovered the 9 lost golden crows. They were bound by a formidable force, unable to escape, wandering helplessly in the darkness, that a surge of indescribable rage and joy welled up within Qiye. Without hesitation, she summoned the power of time, and the line of time expanded rapidly, enveloping the 9 golden crows. With a crisp sound, the line of time shattered the illusion, transporting the 9 golden crows back to reality. In an instant, the heavens roared and thunder descended. The heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation struck towards Xiang Shi. "This is bad. The wrath of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Jun thought to himself, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiangxi. "My lord, do not worry." She raised her delicate hand and effortlessly tore apart the divine lightning. The 9 little golden crows returned, jubilant and soaring. Emperor Jun, infuriated by this, scolded the golden crows vehemently, confining them once more to Tianyang Mountain, forbidding them from leaving without his command. Hearing this, the golden crows immediately wilted. However, they dared not defy Emperor Jun's orders, as they held a deep-seated fear of him. Thus, the golden crows were once again confined within Tianyang Mountain. On Jianmu Island, after a millennium, Qiye successfully broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His 9-turn profound art had also reached the 2nd turn, and his physical body was now comparable to the quasi-saint realm. Over the years, San Shao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang frequently visited to seek guidance, and their cultivation had significantly improved. This prompted the disciples to feel restless. Eager to consult with Qiye, in response, he could only feel bemused, as discussing profound matters with a group of men felt rather dull. Duong, just as he intended to stretch his legs after a millennium of seclusion. The gathering immortals' bell chimed. He made his way toward Bo Palace. "Greetings, senior brother. We pay our respects to senior brother." Along the way, everyone greeted him. Now, as Qiye stood at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, leading myriad immortals to acquire merits, the disciples of the had fully recognized him as their senior brother. Of course, there remained a few clowns within but they were hardly worth mentioning. "Do we pay our respects to senior brother? You all need not be so formal." Upon reaching the main seat, Qiye took his place. San Shao, Wu Dang, Jin Ling, and Duo Bao also arrived, greeting him warmly. "What day is it today that the bell has rung again?" Qiye mused, feeling perplexed. It seemed there were no significant events occurring in the wilderness. The friction between the shamans and demons appeared minimal, with no signs of an impending war. "Senior brother, do you not recall? Today is the day our master delivers a sermon." Qiye suddenly remembered. They held a sermon once every millennium, a rare occurrence indeed. When a sage delivers a sermon, many seek it in vain. Now, the Bo Palace was filled to the brim with people, and even outside, many had gathered early. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chong Air Dingguang Xian bore a resentful expression, having received the Zabodi from Kunni. He had now reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal and gained considerable standing within the T. This moment, a disciple was circling around him, seemingly attempting to curry favor. He relished the attention. "Brother Chong Air, could you perhaps introduce me to someone?" Ever since Chong Air Dingguang Xian's rapid progress, Tangshan had set his sights on him. He had learned that a powerful being had bestowed this upon him. Now, Tangshan sought to ingratiate himself, for he had been at the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm for quite some time, yet had made no breakthroughs. Although Tangshan was proud, he understood the importance of adaptability and was well connected within the IT. Was for this reason that Chong Air Dingguang Xian accepted Tangshan as a junior brother. Primarily, he intended to keep a close eye on the observing which disciples were fated to connect with the West, so he could guide them and see if they could be enlightened. Moreover, he could glean much information about them from Tangshan, which was mutually beneficial. Rest assured, junior brother to IT is no trouble at all. I shall introduce you shortly. Tangshan felt a surge of joy at this. In an instant, a young man donned in a blue robe, handsome in appearance, stepped forward and took his seat at the forefront. The crowd bowed. "We pay our respects to the master." A myriad of immortals bowed in unison, a grand and powerful display. "Rise, my disciples." "What is the essence of?" The voice of Tongtian echoed like a celestial sound, vast and ethereal, revealing a majestic aura intertwined with a sense of valor. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformations account for 49, leaving one for humanity, wherein lies a thread of life for all beings. The thus seizes this thread of life from all creatures. Listening to the disciples' responses, Tongtian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although the disciples of numbered many, those with profound cultivation were few and far between. Hence, you must dedicate yourselves to quiet contemplation and training. Therefore, I shall not deliver a lecture today. The path must be comprehended through your own enlightenment. This matter was intended for your senior brother. But today I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Da-da. No lecture today. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The lecture held once every millennium was a rare chance that the disciples present cherished deeply. Yet now they were informed that there would be none. Duo Bao wore a perplexed expression, while San Xiao, Jin Ling, and Wudong were equally bewildered. Not to mention the other disciples. Seeing this, Tongtian spoke. Qiye, let your junior brothers and sisters witness. Qiye was taken aback for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. With a wave of his hand, the enlightenment tree manifested before them, exuding a gentle aura, accompanied by a melodious sound. Enveloped by the great Tao, a mysterious and ineffable energy surrounded the enlightenment tree, containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the universe, capable of guiding beings to comprehend the great Tao and break free from constraints. The crowd felt a refreshing spiritual energy surge into their bodies, cleansing their souls and enhancing their cultivation. This was the enlightenment tree. The present disciples were utterly astonished, realizing that their senior brother possessed such a divine tree. Heavens, the disciples have instantly displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. It was said that the enlightenment tree was one of the innate spiritual roots, formed from the condensation of chaotic energy. Upon witnessing this, the long-eared Jingguang immortal also revealed a look of envy. Tongtian remarked nonchalantly, "Those who have not yet reached the great Luo golden immortal can cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree." The tree gently swayed, revealing countless ethereal figures, numbering up to 3,000, yet these were not 3,000 chaotic deities. They encompassed all beings, each a renowned figure from the primordial chaos, who had comprehended the Tao beneath this tree and transcended their realms. The celestial sounds resonated, and the Tao sounds intertwined, immersing the many disciples within. Reflecting upon their lives and cultivation, all their doubts became clear, and they could not help but sigh in awe. The light of the tree enveloped everyone. As the disciples' cultivation gradually advanced, seeing this, Tongtian smiled faintly. With the presence of the enlightenment tree, it was akin to them receiving a tremendous fortune, with so many primordial giants imparting their wisdom. Surely some would break through to the great Luo golden immortal. As for the quasi-saints, that would depend on fate. Tongtian was well aware that many of these individuals lacked the foundational strength. Breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal was already a monumental stroke of luck. And he held no great expectations. Reporting to the Lord, someone has come to seek a master. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was not surprised. The establishment had been in place for a long time. Yet, nearly every day, individuals came to Jianmu Island to seek discipleship. In the past, he had no time, and Qiye was even less concerned, with Duo Bao handling everything. Today, having the leisure to observe, he was curious if there were any promising candidates. "Let them in." In an instant, a woman gracefully approached, clad in a flowing white robe, her figure enchanting, her presence light, and her beauty surpassing even Jin Ling and Wudong. The woman bowed and greeted. Gue Ling pays respects to the Tongtian. "I wish to join the today." Gue Ling, Holy Mother, Qiye, was momentarily stunned, recognizing her as the one who had made the request. Gue Ling now possessed the initial cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, which was quite commendable. Not bad. Tongtian offered a brief assessment before continuing. "You are the transformation of the 1,000-year spirit turtle, with extraordinary talent, and possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Henceforth, you shall be my personal disciple." Gue Ling immediately replied, "I pay my respects to the master. You all must cultivate diligently." Upon seeing Gue Ling arrive, Jin Ling rushed to her side, and the two women, akin to sisters, began to catch up. They had previously trained together in the same place before coming to seek discipleship from, but Gue Ling had not arrived until now, making their reunion all the more heartfelt. Gue Ling smiled gently and saluted Qiye, saying, "I pay my respects to senior brother, and no need for formality. My junior sister." As the sounds of the Tao resonated from the enlightenment tree, the disciples have gathered beneath it to meditate and cultivate. Periodically, some would experience breakthroughs in their cultivation. Millennia passed, and many awakened from their contemplations. The number of disciples still immersed beneath the tree gradually diminished. Presently, boasted over 100 great Luo golden immortals and over 1,000 Tai golden immortals. A terrifying spectacle. With the appearance of the Enlightenment Tree, those who sensed its aura began to flock to it. Upon hearing the news relayed by the long-eared Jingguang immortal, both Jin and Junti were astonished. Why was fortune so favorable? First, it was Huang Zhongli, and now the Enlightenment Tree, both innate spiritual roots. Alas, the comparison between people can be infuriating. Senior brother, it seems that will inevitably become the foremost rival to our Western teachings. At present, to rise, the only option was to dismantle. Otherwise, they would have no one left to enlighten. Jane was well aware of this, yet there was currently no means to suppress. The disciples were unified as one, tightly woven together. Spreading discord or inciting division would be futile. Speaking of which, Junti felt a headache coming on. He had already released the Golden Crow, and the grand plan was nearly complete. Yet the Easter Emperor Tai had emerged to rescue the last little Golden Crow. And Changshi had even intervened to pull the Golden Crow back from the River of Time, that a meticulously planned scheme had thus failed. In Kunlun Su, the Yuqing Palace's Yuan Shi Tianzun occupied the highest seat. Beneath him were the Ran Deng, the South Pole Elder, and Yun Zhongzi, along with 12 golden immortals. Listening to the sacred Tao, the ground erupted with golden lotuses that, in an instant, Yuan Shi seemed to sense something. His gaze piercing through heaven and earth, spotting the Enlightenment Tree within Jianmu Island, and he couldn't help but be astonished. When did his third brother acquire this Enlightenment Tree? With the lesson concluded today. You all must cultivate diligently. Before the appointed time, many disciples were momentarily stunned. Yet Yuan Shi's figure had already vanished into thin air. What is going on with the master today? It's rather peculiar, Guang Chengzi mused. The Sacred Heart is unfathomable. How would I know? You all should continue your cultivation. Upon hearing Yun Zhongzi's words, they resumed their training. Third brother, it has been a long time since we last met. Ba, Tongtian Dao friend, may we have a discussion? Two voices resonated in succession, startling Tongtian. Junti, why aren't you staying in your Western realm? What brings you here? Upon seeing the visitors, Yuan Shi was also taken aback. Naturally, they had come to enlighten those fated to be, passing by Jianmu Island, wishing to pay a visit to Tongtian Dao friend. Yuan Shi let out a cold laugh, passing by. Do you think I would believe that? Jin and Junti were known throughout the primordial realm for enlightening beings. Their encounters were always considered fateful, and their shamelessness shocked Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, Dao friend, we have no grievances between us. Do we? Why do you persist in mocking this humble Taoist? Junti was equally bewildered. I simply cannot abide your actions, stirring up chaos throughout the primordial realm. And you, Dao friend, are of a higher moral standing. Junti's expression shifted, and he began to retaliate. We are all saints. Who among us is superior? Who are you putting on an act for? The bickering escalated, and Junti declared, what business is it of yours? Is Jianmu Island your domain? Yuan Shi had not anticipated that Junti would no longer bother with pretense and would confront him directly. Enraged, he retorted, Junti, it appears you are tired of living, with a wave of his hand. The three treasures Jade Rui transformed into a long rainbow, casting a terrifying power over the skies of Jianmu Island. The disciples were filled with trepidation. Humph, do you think I fear you? The seven treasures Miao tree swept through the air, effortlessly brushing aside all, sending the three treasures Jade Rui tumbling. Today, I shall show you some colors. Yuan Shi waved his hand, summoning the Pangu banner to suppress the seven treasures Miao tree. Jane was equally astonished. He even brought out the Pangu banner. Yuan Shi is serious now. The 6 roots of purity bamboo struck out, a stroke of verdant light crashing towards the Pangu banner. Jane implored, Yuan Shi, Dao friend, what is the need for this? I merely jest with you. Why take it so far? If this conflict continues, can you teach me what I do not know? However, it seems that the East Sea and Jianmu Island are on the brink of upheaval. The might of the sage can annihilate heaven and earth, and at this moment, their combat has already sent tremors throughout the entire East Sea. Jianmu Island is also quaking incessantly, and the disciples of the are filled with trepidation. Having lost all focus on their cultivation, we see 2 figures hovering above Jianmu Island, exerting dominance over the entire realm. Second brother, Taoist Qiye, cease this at once, and let us enter the island for a discussion. At this moment, Tongtian's voice resonates. Yuan lets out a cold snort and then relents, stepping into Jianmu Island. Qiye follows closely behind. Upon entering Jianmu Island, they behold a wondrous tree of enlightenment floating. With numerous disciples meditating and cultivating, the sound of the Tao reverberates through the air, exuding profound mystery. Additionally, 3,000 ethereal figures are imparting teachings, which are exceedingly profound. Second brother, Taoist Qiye, may I inquire what brings you to my Jianmu Island? Inside the Bayou Palace, the three sit in silence. Tongtian raises his hand, and divine flames erupt, bringing the water to a boil. He immediately takes a cup and adds the enlightenment tea leaves. Instantly, an aromatic fragrance wafts forth, akin to the resonating sounds of the great Tao. Please, both of you, partake. The eager Jie drinks the tea in one gulp. Though they are sages now, the tea brewed from these enlightenment leaves possesses a unique flavor. Lacking in discernment. Upon seeing Junti's eagerness, Yuan cannot help but think he must have been starving for quite some time. Tea this moment. Yuan also chuckles softly. He then takes a cup and begins to savor the tea. Yuan exclaims, "Third brother, this enlightenment tea is quite delightful, as long as second brother enjoys it. I shall have some prepared for you to take back when you leave, so your disciples may also taste it." "That would be most kind of you, third brother." Seeing this, Yuan offers a slight smile. "Between us, second brother, as brothers, there is no need for such formality, although the three pure ones have long since parted ways." Tongtian still holds a measure of respect for Yuan Taoist Tongtian, this tea has a connection with my western region. Perhaps you could grant me some to take back and share with my elder brother. Truly shameless, claiming a connection with tea. Junti remains unfazed by this, as long as his objective is achieved. "What does it matter how?" "Very well. I shall have my disciples prepare some for you shortly." With this, Junti offers a trembling smile, expressing his gratitude to Taoist Tongtian. "What brings you here today, Taoist friend?" After some pleasantries, Tongtian poses the question, "It is nothing of great significance that I am here to enlighten those with potential and, having passed through this area, I felt the rich spiritual energy and resonating Tao sounds. Thus I came to witness and meet with Taoist Tongtian. However, while this tree of enlightenment is marvelous, I believe it would be better suited for the West. The West is barren and desolate. If the tree of enlightenment could restore the spiritual veins, it would be a great merit, Tongtian." "How polite." Yuan "You wish to take advantage of this tree of enlightenment." Yuan scoffs. "Taoist Tongtian, do not misunderstand my intentions that I merely wish to borrow this tree of enlightenment. The West is indeed desolate, and the spiritual veins have vanished. The West is in lament. Not for long. Just a century, how about that?" Yuan and Tongtian have long since grown accustomed to this charade. That it was precisely because they nearly collided in the Zhixiao Palace, shedding tears, that Hongyun ultimately relinquished the mat. "Junti, that is quite enough that you think we are Hongyun. What folly are you indulging in?" The moment they began to argue again, Tongtian was left speechless. "It would be better to just fight it out. Taoist Qiye, this tree of enlightenment belongs to my eldest disciple. I cannot make that decision for him. Moreover, I doubt he would lend it to you." After all, Junti had once pursued Qiye with great force. How could he ever lend it to him now? Qiye. Upon this thought, Junti's countenance shifted, recalling their previous contention over the Huangzhong Li at Buzhou Mountain. Yuan was also startled, realizing it belonged to Qiye. He had once followed Qiye as well. "Forget it. It is merely a tree of enlightenment. I would not beg anyone for it." Yuan dismissed the thought. Perhaps I might meet with Qiye. Perhaps, possibly, he might lend it to me. They finally witnessed what it meant to be utterly shameless. You wish to borrow from your adversary. Perhaps, possibly, you should be grateful if he does not strike you. My disciple does not wish to see you. If you have no other matters, please take your leave. Very well. It seems I am fated to be without this tree of enlightenment, that I shall take my leave. Third brother. Second brother, will you not stay a while longer? No, fetch some enlightenment tea for second brother and Taoist Qiye. Shortly thereafter, Jie received the enlightenment tea, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Yuan sure recognized that today had been disrupted by Zhuni. He would not obtain the Tree of Enlightenment and thus prepare to leave. When have I ever wished to see Junti? A voice echoed, and Tongtian was not surprised. Then do you wish to see him? I suppose he has not strayed too far. Otherwise, I would call him back. Forget it! Forget it! He could already envision Junti's smug expression. I have a premonition that a calamity is about to descend upon the world. At this point, Tongtian's brow furrowed slightly. The great calamity of Longhan had shattered the primordial world. Now, this impending calamity could very well be even more terrifying. Under the weight of calamity, even sages are not exempt. The heavenly secrets are in turmoil, rendering them unpredictable. What has become of my junior brother? Zhuni shook his head and sighed. It is all Yuan Shi's fault for thwarting my good intentions. Alas, the Tree of Enlightenment is indeed a rare find. If only it could be found in the West, how could we not thrive? At present, the Tree of Enlightenment resides with the Huangzhong Li is in the hands of Yao Qi. The ginseng fruit tree is with Wu Zhuangguan. The Fusang divine tree belongs to the heavenly court. The chaotic azure lotus is shattered. The green willow is with Yang Mei. The bitter bamboo is in his possession, and the gourd vine has also been divided. Only the celestial apricot, laurel tree, and five-needle pine remain unclaimed. Yet even the power of the sages cannot discern their fates. Born from chaos, they naturally conceal the heavenly secrets. Several disciples within the sect are on the verge of breaking through to the Deluo golden immortal. Perhaps I should seek out my elder brother Taiqing for some elixirs. Excellent, excellent. In the realm of the 33 heavens, atop the majestic Tianyang mountain, flows the vast and meandering weak water, from which one might draw but a single ladle despite its immense expanse. At this moment, 10 golden crows frolic and chase each other in the waters, their merriment unrestrained. The blazing fire of the sun surges forth, causing the entire river to bubble and boil, as offspring of the sun. These golden crows absorb the essence of weak water, significantly enhancing their powers and rendering the solar flames increasingly pure and unblemished. Before the river stands the divine Fusang tree, its height exceeding 10,000 zhang. With gnarled branches twisting and turning like a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens, resembling the very backbone of the world, supporting the infinite firmament. This tree is one of the primordial spiritual roots that once nurtured the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun. It is said that a single leaf can extend one's lifespan, and a fragment of its branch can be fashioned into a supreme treasure. Sanctity, the pinnacle of the Fusang tree. 9 grand golden nests are nestled, arranged in a harmonious fashion, akin to stars adorning the night sky, serving as the resting place for the 3-legged golden crows. Its roots delve deep into the earth's veins, perpetually drawing forth the primordial energies of the wilderness, thereby augmenting the strength of these golden crows. That a stunningly beautiful woman sits by the poolside, gazing at the golden crows with a gentle expression. Mother, mother, when can we go out to play? It is so terribly dull here. The third prince flutters his wings and flies to the woman's side. You ventured out of Tang Valley without permission, and your father has been enraged, forbidding you to leave Tianyang Mountain, with the frequent battles between the witch and demon clans. It is best for you children to remain indoors. No, mother, it is just too boring here. I feel I might burst. The last golden crow, Luya, also flies over and lands in the woman's embrace. She has strokes Luya, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet remains resolute. You are still too weak in your cultivation. Once you reach the great Luo golden immortal stage, you may go out and play. Outside, however, is fraught with dangers, and your father has your best interests at heart. The other golden crows chime in, leaving Shiha momentarily at a loss. We are merely Tai golden immortals. Who knows how many thousands of years it will take to reach the great Luo golden immortal stage. This process is far too long, mother. Could you perhaps speak kindly to father and allow us to go out? Previously, father allowed us to go out once or twice, but now he does not permit it. Very well, I shall speak with your father. Once the woman departs, the golden crows erupt into excitement. I doubt father will easily grant us permission to go out. Mother's plea is likely in vain. Luya interjects. What shall we do? I long to play outside. The 7th prince, filled with ire, burns with the true fire of the sun, causing the weak water to boil and nearly evaporate. although the Fusang tree houses countless stars. He has grown weary of them. Why not sneak out on the sun chariot? The youngest crow, Lia, proposes, excellent idea. With the sun chariot, who would dare oppose us? With the support of the eldest prince, the 10 golden crows stealthily commandeer the sun chariot. Meanwhile, Qiye senses a disturbance, and her expression shifts. What is it, Qiye? Emperor Jun inquires, noticing her troubled demeanor. The children have secretly taken the sun chariot and ventured out. Qiye is filled with concern. These children simply do not heed her warnings. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's anger flares, and he immediately orders for the capture of the golden crows. Dear husband, the children are likely just bored. Why not allow them a brief outing with the sun chariot? No one would dare harm them. The sun chariot symbolizes the authority of the heavenly court, and none would dare challenge them. Moreover, the golden crows rise and set at the decree of the sages. Who would dare defy them? Riding in the sun chariot, the 10 golden crows rejoiced. It has been so long since we last emerged. The world outside is still as splendid as ever. Indeed, I was dreadfully bored inside. Now that we are out, let us have fun. The golden crows soar through the skies, traversing countless voids. Look, is that not the tribe of the Witch Clan? They were the ones who shot us down last time. Had it not been for Aunt Changxi, we might have perished. Recalling this, the eldest prince seethes with rage. Brothers, let us go and annihilate those Witch Clan brutes. Perhaps Father will reward us. The 10 golden crows descend upon the tribe, unleashing the true fire of the sun, igniting the Witch Clan's settlement in flames. Chaos ensues, with many witches perishing in the inferno. Look at how these witches are ablaze, the eldest brother exclaims, laughter escaping his lips. The great sun scorches the ground, engulfing the entire witch tribe in a sea of fire. Impudence, another voice bellows. You 3-legged clumsy birds, are you courting death? Kwa Fu manifests his divine powers, rescuing the witches from the flames. And his rage surges upon seeing the 10 golden crows. Brother, he insults us? The eldest prince's fury mounts. You insolent brute, dare to insult us? Prepare to meet your end. With that, he unleashes a torrent of solar flames, parting the fiery sea as if a dragon of fire were hurtling towards Kwa Fu. Last time, I was merely careless. Today, you shall not escape. Kwa Fu raises his hand, a force so immense it seems capable of shattering the heavens. As his fists rain down upon the golden crows, the eldest prince cautions, this brute is a great Luo golden immortal. We cannot confront him head-on. Brothers, scatter! Instantly, the 10 golden crows retreat, evading the onslaught. Yet Kwa Fu is occasionally struck by their solar flames. And even a great Luo golden immortal finds it difficult to withstand. The eternal fire of the sun, imbued with the laws of nature, incinerates all in its path. Kwa Fu invokes incantations, summoning winds, clouds, and lightning, which bombard the golden crows relentlessly. Despite their efforts to evade, many are struck down to the ground. 3rd brother, 5th brother, 9th brother, the eldest prince shouts, lifting several golden crows into the air. Fear not. Brothers, ordinary lightning cannot harm us. Let's show him our strength. You Witch Clan savages, you dare to harm my brothers? Brothers, form up. In an instant, the 10 golden crows position themselves strategically, encircling Kwa Fu. 10 suns burning heaven formation. The golden crows spiral and intertwine in the skies, releasing boundless solar flames. 10 suns rising to dye the heavens crimson. The flames rage violently, scorching all in their path, and not only are they searing hot, but they also contain the purity of the solar fire, capable of incinerating souls and primordial spirits, leaving no escape for any being. Under the shadow of the 10 suns burning heaven formation, the very fabric of space distorts, and time appears to slow. Kwa Fu feels an indescribable sense of oppression and restraint within the formation. The great Luo golden immortal wields the power of the laws, clashing with the crows. Yet within the formation, the crows' defenses are impenetrable, leaving Kwa Fu battered and on the brink of collapse. Brothers, this brute is nearing his end. Let's give it our all. The golden crows surge once more, igniting a multitude of flames. With this strike, Kwa Fu is surely doomed. This moment, He has no strength left, his body swaying perilously. How could I possibly withstand the might of 10 golden crows again? With a furious roar, Kwa Fu summons 3 blooms at the crown of his head, unleashing a blinding radiance that soars into the heavens. The 3 blooms symbolize the essence, vitality, and spirit of the cultivator. Once lost, it is as if one's very soul has shattered, never to be reborn. That moment, the entirety of Kwa Fu's strength seemed to ignite, his 3 flowers resembling streaks of lightning slicing through the night sky, bearing the overwhelming might to obliterate the heavens and the earth as they surged toward the 10 golden crows. This is dire. He intends to self-destruct the 3 flowers. The first prince's expression shifted dramatically, hastily activating the grand formation to shift from offense to defense, safeguarding all the golden crows. The 3 beams of light collided with the brilliance of the 10 golden crows in midair, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that altered the very fabric of the world. The 10 golden crows, momentarily repelled by this strike, flickered dimly. This barbarian has finally met his demise. We must flee. The first prince exclaimed in alarm. Oddly, why has the sun yet to rise today? The chaos of the primordial world follows the cycle of day and night, and the human race also adheres to the passage of time. Yet, the sun is nowhere to be seen. The night sky is as dark as ink, devoid of light. The prolonged darkness envelopes the earth. However, they dared not voice their concerns, for the sun is governed by the demon race. Currently, the demon race holds immense power, and none would dare to speak out. What is happening? He also sensed something amiss. Why hasn't the sun risen yet? It is known that this is under the oversight of the sage. Yet not a trace of sunlight is present. In the next moment, she appeared within Taiqing mountain. There, she beheld the 10 golden crows quietly resting in their nest, utterly still. Their feathers appeared notably dull and lifeless. She waved her hand, casting forth a ray of solar essence that landed upon the Fusang divine tree. In an instant, a gentle light illuminated the area, awakening the 10 golden crows. What is the matter? Why has the sun not risen today? Mother, I forgot. The 7th prince cried out, for it was indeed his turn to take watch today. He then dashed out of Tianyang mountain, bringing light back to the world. Suspended in the air, it illuminated the earth. What transpired? Were you fighting? Mother, it was the barbarian of the Wu tribe who injured us. Indeed, mother. Thankfully he is dead. Elia chuckled at that moment, upon hearing this. Qi's expression darkened, and she immediately reprimanded the several golden crows, imposing restrictions to prevent them from venturing out again. Mother, why are you angry? Did we not slay that barbarian? Originally, he had wished to take credit for the deed, but was now scolded and placed under confinement. Meanwhile, she entered the grand hall. Sister, what troubles you so? Within the hall, Dijun and Chang, she were seated together. And why, husband? Today the golden crows ventured out and unexpectedly killed a great shaman of the Wu tribe. Dijun, upon hearing this, did not display anger. Instead, he chuckled, saying, a mere great shaman slain is no matter. Should the Wu tribe wage war because of this, our demon race shall not fear. Indeed, sister, the demon race's strength is growing increasingly formidable. There is no need for concern that if you are worried about the golden crows, let them refrain from going out for the time, being to avoid retaliation from the Wu tribe. She nodded, stating, I have already imposed restrictions. Then you may rest easy, sister. Among the human race at Shoyang Mountain, within the 8th scenery palace, the surrounding clouds and mist swirled, imbued with an ethereal aura, presenting a scene of tranquility and effortless existence. Disciple, a guest has arrived. Please attend to them. Taiqing sat before the 8 trigrams furnace, holding a whisk, eyes closed in deep concentration. Yes, master. As he stepped out of the 8th scenery palace, Xuandu murmured, what kind of esteemed guest warrants such attention from master? Could it be the 2 revered uncles? If that is the case, I must ensure a splendid welcome tea that moment. A golden lotus appeared in the distance, and an elder clad in a Taoist robe, with a rat-like visage, approached. It is he, Xuandu thought in surprise. This man is none other than the esteemed 2nd leader of the Western teachings, Saint Xuanti. However, he could not afford to undermine his master's authority. Xuandu bowed respectfully, recognizing Xuanti. It has been long since we last met, and you have made remarkable progress in your cultivation. Taiqing, you are too gracious. You should allow your disciple to welcome you. Xuandu smiled gently, ushering Zhuan-Ti into the Eight Scenery Palace. Upon entering, they were greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, invigorating the spirit and greatly benefiting even those engaged in cultivation. Taiqing sat before the 8 trigrams furnace. The furnace was a deep crimson, its surface engraved with intricate runes and patterns, embodying the profound principles of heaven and earth, capable of guiding the spiritual essence of the universe to converge within. Beneath it, flames raged fiercely. These were no ordinary flames, but a fusion of various celestial fires, such as the 3 Yang Divine Fire, 6 Yang Divine Fire, and 9 Yang Divine Fire, containing astonishing energy. Under the refining heat, the materials within the furnace gradually melted and blended, transforming into vibrant, colorful liquids that rolled and coalesced, emanating waves of captivating fragrance. Master is refining elixirs. Please wait a moment, Saint Zhuan-Ti. No worries. This is my first time witnessing you refine elixirs, so I shall observe. As the flames surged, the liquids within the furnace began to coalesce into smooth, round pills, their surfaces shimmering with a soft glow. Encapsulating the essence and spirituality of the world, Taiqing lightly waved his sleeve, and the elixirs flew into a prepared jade vial, sealed away. Zhuan-Ti, what brings you to me? It has been a long time since we last met. But recently, I passed by Golden Ao Island and encountered Tongtian and Yuan Shi, sharing tea and insights. Speak plainly. There is no need for pleasantries. Taiqing remained composed, his expression betraying no emotion. Taiqing's cultivation is one of tranquility and effortless existence, mastering the way of non-action. Today, I seek some elixirs, preferably of the 4th or 5th grade. Just about 100 will suffice. 100. You think this is a wholesale market? You truly have a vivid imagination. I have none. Seeing Taiqing's refusal, Zhuan-Ti immediately countered. If you assist me today, I and my fellow disciple, Jing, shall be of help to you in the future, will we not? Mutual assistance is indeed beneficial for all. By opening the doors of convenience, should you ever require assistance, we shall do our utmost to aid you. Taiqing pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, causing a vial of elixirs to land in Zhuan-Ti's grasp. I have no 100, only 80.80 is still acceptable, Zhuan-Ti remarked without further complaint. Thank you, Taiqing. I shall take my leave. Master, you have never regarded the 2 saints of the West highly. What has changed? It is but a handful of elixirs. There will be times when we need them in the future. Disciple, refining elixirs requires not only precision, but also tranquility. You still have much to learn about the way of non-action. Taiqing waved his sleeve, and 3 treasures materialized before him. The Taiji diagram, rounded in form with indistinct boundaries, capable of encompassing all things, yet seeming to transcend them. The diagram displayed contrasting black and white colors, intertwining yet distinctly separate, resembling 2 lively yin-yang fish. And you could see the center of the Taiji diagram. A faint glimmer flickered, representing the point of yin-yang convergence, the source of all things, the mystical yellow Linglong Tower. Crafted from the essence of the mystical yellow energy, bore an ancient and profound hue, embodying the most primordial and purest forces of the universe. The tower was translucent yet immensely heavy, each layer radiating a soft glow of mystical yellow, with a brilliant pearl embedded at its pinnacle. Even the most violent chaotic energy could not help but retract its sharpness and veer away. The LED flame light banner, measuring approximately 7 inches long, was a flag formed from boundless flames. The flag's surface showcased flames swirling in intricate patterns, coalescing into resplendent lotus flowers. Each flame-formed lotus embodying formidable defensive power capable of repelling all external attacks. The flagpole was forged from an unknown fire essence, exuding a subtle golden sheen. Xuandu, I observe that the human race is destined to face tribulations. This is the wheel of fate turning, as well as an opportunity for cultivation. Today, I bestow upon you the Taiji diagram to stabilize the cosmos, the mystical yellow Linglong Tower for your protection, and a LED flame light banner to aid you in resisting external evils. You must venture into the human realm, not only to safeguard their safety, but also to impart the teachings, enlightening all beings to understand governance through non-action and the natural way. Disciple Xuandu, I shall diligently obey your command. Your talents are commendable. In the future, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you within the primordial expanse. That a figure appeared, seemingly materializing beside Taiqing. Friend, have you not been wandering through the chaos? What brings you to seek me? Taiqing never anticipated that Yang Mei would seek him out. With a wave of his hand, the world transformed, and the two had vanished from the 8 Scenery Palace. Witnessing this display from his opponent, Taiqing was slightly taken aback, acknowledging, your strength has notably increased since our last encounter. Yang Mei, being one of the chaos deities, ranked among the top 10 even after enduring the Great Creation War and contending with Hongjun for the primordial jade disc. He had not diminished, but rather grown stronger. Yang Mei smiled faintly and said, there is no need for you to test me. My friend, we are of one mind, both wishing to prevent Hongjun from controlling the universe. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, you have become an obstacle for him. The primal purple Qi, combined with the merits of the heavenly Tao, has undoubtedly sealed your retreat. And no matter how you cultivate, you will only reach the 9th layer of the heavenly Tao saint. Taiqing replied, your cultivation cannot possibly withstand Hongjun, can it? You dare return to the primordial chaos, unafraid of the heavenly Tao's retribution? If you were to report me, of course you would, but if we both know, you would not. That he continued, consider whether to be a puppet or to attain the realm of Hun Yuan, my friend. Taiqing pondered for a moment, but did not respond immediately, asking, is it just you? Do you think a mere handful of chaos deities can challenge the heavenly Tao? Regardless, Taiqing would not be easily swayed by mere words. The trustworthiness of these chaos deities was uncertain. Should things go awry, he might very well be discarded after serving his purpose. This posed significant risks for him. If the heavenly Tao were to take notice, he could be suppressed. Attaining Hun Yuan was crucial. But he was no fool. Yang Mei replied with a mysterious smile, it is certainly not just us. There are other conditions at play. Currently, we are not on the same boat, so it is unwise to divulge too much. You wish to leverage the Wu and Yao races against the heavenly Tao, but you are overestimating your capabilities. Though both races are formidable, they are far from instilling fear in the heavenly Tao. Yang Mei said no more. Before long, the two reappeared in the 8 Scenery Palace. My friend, I must take my leave for today. Taiqing felt a jolt of surprise in his heart, yet his expression remained composed. These chaos deities were exceedingly reckless. Agreeing to their terms might not bode well. However, if he refused, he would forever remain a puppet of the heavenly Dai in the realm of chaos. It was peculiar that Yang Mei sought out Taiqing. Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. This individual had entered the endless chaos since attaining sanctity. Yet now he approached Taiqing in that fleeting moment. It seemed he was intentionally concealing something. Although Hongjun could forcibly intervene, he worried about disturbing their conversation, potentially alerting them he remained unaware of what they discussed. Then his expression shifted, becoming cold and unyielding, exuding supreme authority. The vestiges of humanity dissipated. He was now the heavenly Tao. Hongjun raised his hand, and boundless laws surged forth, an overwhelming force of the heavenly Tao sweeping across. This power penetrated the hearts of beings, rendering all things insignificant. Yang Mei, wandering through the chaos, immediately changed countenance. The heart of space that a pearl formed from countless fragments of space radiated a milky white glow, causing the surrounding void to twist and fold. In an instant, a colossal glowing blue, slowly opened, upheaving the once stable chaotic void. The two forces clashed. Yang Mei faltered, being forced back several dozen steps. Hongjun's gaze pierced through layers of chaos, locking onto Yang Mei. Yang Mei, you dare to defy the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun not know. At this moment, I should refer to you as the heavenly Tao. Yang Mei's expression darkened. Are you here to annihilate me today? Consider this a warning. The era of chaos deities is no more. The body you have managed to preserve may vanish at any moment. As the words fell, that gaze faded. The terrifying power dissipated as well. In the infinite chaos, there were no sun, moon, or stars, no seasons, Only eternal darkness intertwined with chaotic energy. Each vortex resembled a black hole, devouring all. Yet within existed some primordial beasts capable of annihilating everything. Even a saint faced the risk of perishing upon entering a chaos demon god. Yang Mei felt no fear and now advanced deeper into the endless chaos. Occasionally, he encountered a powerful primordial beast. I told you, should you venture to the primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao will surely act against you. The figure appeared, though it was not distinctly human. It was vague, resembling a flowing mass of light, omnipresent. That if Hong Jun were to fully manifest the heavenly Tao and control the primordial chaos, he would not tolerate our existence. Shurchen, can you still glimpse the future of the primordial chaos? Shurchen shook his head. The heavenly mechanisms are in disarray. I can no longer discern the future of the primordial chaos. When the time comes, will you intervene as a member of the chaos deities? Even if I once obstructed Pangu's creation, it is now too late to alter what has transpired. The chaos deities cannot be extinguished. Hearing this, Yang Mei sighed in relief. If Shurchen did not intervene, he might truly struggle against those lurking in the shadows. It is not so simple. Those from the underworld are no pushovers. Even if I were to act, it would likely result in a stalemate. If we could awaken the human and earth paths, perhaps we could indeed alter the dynamics of the primordial chaos. That a tripartite balance would bring order. Yang Mei chuckled bitterly. Currently, dealing with just one heavenly Tao is challenging. That if all three paths were to unite, those beings would not simply let it go. A great war may ensue, shattering the primordial chaos. Then it will depend on each one's abilities as we play our pieces on the board. As he finished speaking, Shurchen vanished suddenly. On Golden Tortoise Island, a prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for persisting in recording. Reward, source power of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. After such a lengthy period of writing, the reward was finally worthwhile. The vast source power integrated into his being, immensely pure. In comparison, the merits of the heavenly Tao were detrimental, constantly binding this and that. Heavenly Tao merit plus primal purple chi equals an inescapable trap. It perfectly secured the 6 saints. What a pity that Pangu's merits were squandered in such a manner. Refining half of this source power propelled him beyond the threshold of a quasi-saint, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, which was utterly terrifying. If he were to acquire a bit more, could he not break through to Hunyuan Wuj? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through. Qiye called out, "Who goes there?" He felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone was watching him. System, investigate who it is. Despite activating the temporal eyes, he found no trace. Could it be? If it were a saint, Tongtian should have detected them. Ding, system loading. Retrieving panel, primordial chaos. Shurchen Daoist physique, chaos temporal body, originating from the depths of chaos. Imbued with the source of time power, capable of perceiving past and future, mastering the secrets of temporal flow, sharing lifespan with chaos, transcending the sequence of all things. Cultivation, pinnacle of chaos realm, existing since the dawn of chaos. Having traversed countless epochs, his cultivation is unfathomable. Had it not been for the suppression of the heavenly Tao, he would have long transcended chaos and entered a higher realm. Footing, chaos demon god, born at the inception of chaos. Alongside Pangu, Luo Ho, and others, one of the oldest beings of chaos, mastering the laws of time, superior to all living beings. Law of time, able to reverse time, accelerate or decelerate the progression of all things, even glimpse the trajectory of fate and rewrite the annals of history. Technique, temporal heavenly chapter, an unparalleled technique comprehended by Shurchen Daoist within chaos, containing the essence of the path of time. When cultivated to perfection, one can manipulate time, transcending the cycle of reincarnation. Treasures, Wheel of Time, Chaos Supreme Treasure. Hourglass of Time, Supreme Chaos Spirit Treasure. Mirror of Retrospection, Supreme Chaos Spirit Treasure. Companions, Temporal Pearl Mount. Time Beast, Chaos Spirit Beast, possessing countless forms. Changing with the passage of time, adorned in radiant light. Eyes reflecting the vicissitudes of time, capable of traversing the river of time. Wasn't he already perished? Qiye could not help but be utterly astonished. Such formidable power could only be subdued by the heavenly Tao of Hongjun. Perhaps this individual could actually perceive my existence. His gaze seemed to encompass all things, as if he were attempting to see through Qiye himself. In his eyes, all the spiritual treasures within Qiye were laid bare before him, as if no secret could evade his scrutiny. His demeanor was profound and archaic, imbued with an aura of endless vicissitude. "I pay my respects to you, Senior Shurchun," Qiye said, not even knowing the direction for which the other hailed, thus offering a casual bow. "How intriguing. You are the first to discover my presence." The Taoist of time manifested, revealing a man clad in white robes, with flowing silver hair and a strikingly handsome visage. He exuded an ancient and profound aura, as if he were an ethereal presence, perpetually existing within the cosmos. "The Enlightenment Tea Tree is indeed a remarkable treasure," the Taoist of time remarked, waving his hand, causing tea leaves to dance and merge with time, endlessly bubbling. The river of time unfurled before Qiye. Boundless and eternal, a record of the birth and demise of all things, as countless beings ebbed and flowed within. "This tea is commendable, yet it seems to lack something as soon as he spoke. The river of time surged into a crystal cup, as if washing the tea leaves. In that moment, it resembled a rebirth, the phantasmal image of the Enlightenment Tea Tree gradually manifesting, taking root within the chaos. "Come, savor it." Qiye took a sip, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness, akin to the weight of time itself, and he was almost compelled to spit it out. "The herbal medicine I consume is not nearly as bitter," he exclaimed. "Young man, you truly lack an appreciation for taste. This tea is unparalleled in the world. Even Pangu yearns for a taste of it." Hearing this, Qiye swallowed slowly, as it descended his throat. The bitterness subsided, revealing a hint of sweetness. Upon further savoring, it turned out to be quite agreeable. The flavor lingering in his heart, a faint layer of temporal energy began to envelop Qiye, as if he were adrift upon the river of time, a solitary boat meandering endlessly. With an exceptional temperament and unparalleled talent, such a combination is unprecedented since antiquity. Today, since we share a karmic bond, let all be concluded. With a wave of his hand, the Taoist of time caused the river of time to ripple, sweeping Qiye and his solitary boat into its depths. Faced with such a turn of events, Qiye wished to resist, yet all his spiritual treasures were rendered ineffective here, and even his quasi-saint cultivation was of no use. He could only watch helplessly as he plunged into the river of time. The sensation of swimming was suffocating, as if he were on the brink of drowning. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, as if it sought to tear his very being apart. After what felt like an eternity of desperate struggle, he seemed to awaken, his eyes opening to reveal countless points of light before him. As he reached out to grasp one, it simply passed through his fingers. Is it truly tangible, or merely an illusion? He pondered, realizing he was within the river of time. That the blue star? He gasped, as all his past unfolded before him, making it feel as though he had genuinely returned to the blue star. Each ray of light reflected the future, the present, and the past. With every wave bearing the weight of fate's rise and fall, he witnessed vivid scenes. The 3,000 deities and demons besieging the great god Pangu. Pangu wielded a colossal axe, cleaving apart the chaos, with pure essence rising to the heavens and turbid essence descending to the earth. The great Tao receded, and the heavenly Tao was born. All things came into being, and order was restored. Yet, he could not glimpse the future. Qiye attempted to peer into what lay ahead, but encountered an intangible barrier that prevented him from delving deeper. "Past, present, future," the Taoist murmured softly, raising his hand to extract Qiye from the river of time. That moment, Qiye was still shrouded in the power of time, clearly entranced and unable to free himself. The present is the present, and the future is the future. For you, it is too much to bear. Awaken. With a slight opening of his eyes, Qiye regained consciousness. He felt as though he had experienced a long, winding dream, one that took him back to the blue star, a recollection of all that had transpired. He felt so vividly real, yet simultaneously non-existent. Yet within the river of time, he had gleaned a fragment of temporal power. The other was guiding him, but for what reason, he could not fathom. Qiye clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. You already bear the eyes of time and space. The power of time is not profound for you. Yet you are merely at the threshold of understanding." The Taoist of time replied, "If I may be so bold, Senior, were you not perished in the war of the Demon Tao?" The war of the Demon Tao was a contest of fate between Hongjun and Liu. If Liu were to succeed in proving his path through slaughter, he would attain the status of a saint. Conversely, if Hongjun were to eliminate Liu, he would achieve sanctification. This was also a scheme of the heavenly Tao. Ultimately, it concluded with the deaths of the ancestors of Yin and Yang and the ancestors of Qian and Kunlun, with Yang severely injured and Hongjun attaining sainthood. Yet now, the other. The Taoist of time chuckled lightly. Time is omnipresent. Do you truly believe time can perish? Hearing this, Qiye mused, "Indeed, these primordial deities and demons have existed for eons. How could they easily fall? Might I inquire what brings you here?" Senior, he did not believe the other had come merely to guide him in cultivating the power of time. After all, these primordial deities and demons, elusive as dragons, were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Fearing to enter the Honghuang, it is indeed for her, he thought, glancing in the direction of Lu Ruyan, who was engrossed in her cultivation. Qiye furrowed his brow. She was his maid, seemingly without any connection to you. Moreover, she was a millennium-transformed white lotus he had discovered atop the Buzhou mountain. He had previously investigated Lu Ruyan's origins, but found no trace. Yet now the Taoist of time had come for her. How intriguing, maid! The Taoist of time smiled faintly. Should she hear this, they would likely be reduced to ashes. Old acquaintances meet. Today, I shall take her away. The Taoist of time clearly wished to say no more. Raising his hand to make Lu Ruyan vanish without a trace that moment, he barely had time to react before she was taken away. These primordial deities and demons were indeed tyrannical. However, the fact that Lu Ruyan could be entangled with them suggested her origins were quite significant. Ding! Proceed to the chaos and comprehend a certain law. Choice 1. Reward: 10 million merits of the Great Tao. Reward: innate spiritual root, 5 needle pine. Choice 2. Break through to the mid-stage quasi-saint, Hunyuan golden immortal. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, everyone, there is no need to hide. Come forth. The Taoist of time's expression remained unperturbed, his voice resonating throughout the chaos. Could he have discovered me? Qiye thought, hiding in a corner of the chaos, his expression changing that I was merely passing by. Do you believe me? He weakly uttered, attempting to make his exit. However, he halted abruptly, as 2 figures had appeared in the chaos unbeknownst to him. Upon seeing them, the Taoist of time showed little surprise. It has been a long time. Yin and Yang, cause and effect. I never expected one day we would stand on opposing sides. Time, no need for pleasantries. Hand her over. Yin and Yang snorted coldly. You are the one who sought to obstruct Pangu from opening the heavens. You have long since betrayed our original intentions, and it is truly disgraceful. Times have changed. This is no longer the era of primordial deities and demons. The times have never changed. What has changed is you. As long as the heavenly Tao is shattered and the Honghuang is destroyed, it shall once again be our era. Pangu wished to open the heavens and attain the great Tao. He has not perished in vain. Cause and effect. Do you even believe that? You were once supportive of Pangu opening the heavens. What has caused your change of heart? Time, perhaps we have all erred. Since we have erred, we must make amends. You once obstructed Pangu from opening the heavens. As long as you hand her over, we shall refrain from making a move. Even if your strength is formidable, without recovering your peak, you cannot contend with both of us. Qiye was astounded as he beheld this scene amidst the chaos. Neither the chaos demon of Yin and Yang, nor the chaos demon of cause and effect had fallen. It seemed they had come forth for the sake of Lu Ruyan. In light of this, let us see if your current strength can sustain your long-held aspirations. The time Taoist stood resolutely, wielding the wheel of time, which he spun slowly, the power of time crystallizing under his command only to slip away in an instant. Ripples of temporal laws emanated from his being, each fluctuation containing the formidable might to alter the past and future. The yin-yang demon donned a robe interwoven with black and white, its sleeves billowing. At times, it radiated pure yang, igniting the heavens with fierce flames, while at others, it transformed into pure yin, encasing the earth in frost. With hands continuously forming seals, the energies of yin and yang coalesced into a sharp sword aura that cleaved through the chaos. Advancing towards the time Taoist, each strand of sword energy embodied the tremendous force of yin and yang's mutual creation, capable of annihilating all while also nurturing new life. The cause and effect demon appeared even more enigmatic. With a mere flick of his sleeve, countless threads of causation surged forth from the chaos, entwining around the time Taoist, disrupting the flow of time with the power of cause and effect. These threads were formless, shapeless, and imperceptible, lingering in the shadows as if omnipresent. Once the net of causation was woven, no one could escape. All were bound to follow the predetermined trajectory of cause and effect. In the face of their onslaught, the time Taoist remained unfazed, effortlessly waving the wheel of time. Instantly, a powerful force of time emanated from the wheel, morphing into a river of time that spanned the chaos. The waters of this river were the essence of time, capable of devouring all, drawing opponents into an endless cycle of time and space. The powers of the yin-yang and cause and effect demons vanished upon contact with the river of time. Akin to a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace behind that moment. The force of time showcased its full might. The chaos treasure, the wheel of time. The expressions of the two demons darkened. It appeared the time Taoist was serious. As the battle commenced, Qiye, hidden in the shadows, activated the primordial essence of chaos, striving to comprehend these laws. After all, these chaotic deities were among the most formidable beings, capable of devastating the world. Moreover, there was a task at hand, making it worthwhile. It was certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly through chaos seeking enlightenment. Here was an opportunity presented before him. Time, I shall no longer hold back. The cause and effect demon summoned a wheel of causation, which began to turn slowly, forged from the chaotic power of causation, capable of revealing the causation of all things and reversing fate. As the wheel turned, it reversed the flow of causation. With a soft command, an unseen force surged forth, causing even the river of time to ripple, shattering under the weight of causation. The yin-yang demon extended both hands, and the energies of yin and yang transformed into a massive grinding wheel, pressing down upon the time Taoist. Brother Time, I come to assist you. A figure wielding a green willow branch emerged. Its azure light, like a dragon, instantly severing the threads of causation entwined around the time Taoist and repelling the yin-yang demons assault point 2 against 2. Now, is fared, you wish to continue fighting? Upon seeing Yang Mei's arrival, the expressions of the two changed. Yang Mei, do you know what you're doing? Are you truly going to stand against us? Utterly foolish. What good is this chaos? Back then, when you sought to obstruct Luo Hu, you were gravely wounded. I see you have lost your mind. Were it not for fate's intervention, you would have long since perished. The yin-yang demon's expression darkened, as the energies of yin and yang behind him swirled, bringing everything to a halt. Yang Mei replied, there is no need for further discourse, yin-yang. You have your stance, and I have mine. We cannot conspire together in our differing paths. Time is revered. All things have their order. Though the heavenly way is formidable, it should not monopolize the chaos. The earthly and human paths must also awaken, and together govern the world to maintain balance. Upon hearing this, the yin-yang demon sneered. Yin and yang are the foundation. All things arise from them. Beneath the heavenly way, all are mere ants. Eradicate the heavenly way and return chaos to disorder is the only way for my chaotic deities to have their realm. I am the child of chaos. How can I languish beneath others? The cycle of causation brings retribution. The heavenly way is unjust. The balance of causation asks you. Only by reshaping the universe can all things return to their rightful path, rather than be fettered by the ethereal heavenly way. What a farce, since my existence. When has this heavenly way ever been present? Were it not for the heavy injuries we all suffered back then, What relevance would this heavenly way have now? As the cause and effect demon, he was meant to master all causation, not to bow to this nebulous heavenly will. The four engaged in a heated debate, each steadfast in their beliefs, as if seeking to tear apart the endless void of chaos. As their dispute intensified, the chaotic void trembled incessantly, a powerful force of law swirling around them, instilling a sense of trepidation. Time ebbed and flowed, causation thrived, and the mechanisms of yin and yang intertwined within infinite space. By the heavens. Observing this overwhelming force of law approaching, Qiye hurriedly summoned 36 stabilizing pearls. The god-slaying spear, the wind and fire lotus, and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus to withstand the pressure. Are they truly about to engage in battle once more? He had already retreated to the fringes of chaos, yet could still sense this terrifying aura, as if the entirety of chaos was under their control. Humph! Mere chaotic demons dare to overturn the heavenly way. A voice, cold and authoritative, resonated in their ears, sounding as if it originated from the ninth heavens, carrying an undeniable weight of authority and oppression. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's expression shifted slightly as her gaze pierced through the chaotic mist, confronting the intangible yet omnipresent will of the heavenly way. Heavenly way, you consider yourself the supreme law of the universe, yet you are merely a wisp of the primordial chaos will. We, the demigods, are the children of chaos. Why must we act according to your whims? I am the essence of the universe, the law governing all things. Within chaos, all must adhere to my laws to perpetuate existence. You demigods, though possessing the power to traverse the heavens and earth, must not defy the operation of the heavenly way. Heavenly way? What nonsense! You speak so grandly, merely seeking to completely subjugate the primordial chaos created by Pangu under your dominion. When we came into existence, you had yet to be born. You boast of a shred of primordial power while being utterly shameless. Back then, when the great Tao conspired against us, we did not seek retribution, and now you dare to emerge. I am the child of chaos. You are but a fragment of primordial will. Today, I shall see if the so-called heavenly way can truly suppress us chaotic demons. The yin-yang demon roared, his energies surging violently as if seeking to rend the very fabric of chaos. The cause and effect demon gently rotated the wheel of causation, weaving a net of causation that gradually weakened the oppressive force of the heavenly will. Yang Mei scoffed, lightly waving her willow branch to form a verdant barrier, isolating the heavenly will's pressure. The Time Taoist spoke solemnly. Time flows like a river. All things have their order. Even if you are the heavenly way, you have forgotten that there are always variables in the universe. Though you are strong, you are not invincible, but if you insist on suppressing all things, denying the earthly and human paths their chance to grow, one day you will invite a greater backlash. Earthly path. Human path. Upon hearing this, Hongjuan's expression darkened. He had long suppressed these two paths and would never allow anyone to awaken them. Humph. Since you are so obstinate, let me see what abilities you possess to shake the heavenly way. Hongjuan's form materialized, an invisible force coalescing from the chaos, transforming into a brilliant thunderbolt that cleaved through the dark chaos, striking towards the four demons. The wheel of time, the hourglass of time, the reversal mirror. Time flows by, the sea turns into mulberry fields. The river of time spans across the chaos, boundless and traceless. Its surface calm, concealing the tumult of existence. Where time passes, the power of the heavenly laws begins to slow. As if pulled into the lengthy river of time by an invisible hand, unable to extricate itself. Soon after, the hourglass toppled, and fragments of time surged to life, flowing against the current, breaking free from the constraints of time. Rushing towards the location of the heavenly way, time reverses. All things return to their origin. As the Time Taoist's voice resonated, the reverse-flowing time fragments began to erode the laws of the heavenly way. The cause and effect wheel, the web of fate, the beads of reincarnation. The cause and effect demon activated the three great chaotic treasures, an invisible force pervading the entire chaos. Yang Mei transformed into a green willow, taking root within the chaos, breaking through the heavens. The yin-yang dual wheels, the chaotic yin-yang diagram, the universe bag. The energies of yin and yang crystallized, one wheel representing yang, blazing like fire and capable of incinerating all. The other representing yin, cold as ice and able to freeze time and space. When the dual wheels combined, they could cleave through chaos, creating heaven and earth anew. The entire chaotic realm was torn apart by an invisible force, as though it sought to annihilate the heavens and earth. They truly believe I would hesitate to obliterate them. Do they really think they are Pangu? Hongjun's demeanor was cold and unyielding. Like an ancient wave devoid of ripples, with a gentle lift of his hand, he commanded the rise and fall of all things, mastering the cycle of life and death, orchestrating time, and shattering the chains of causality. The boundless power of the heavenly Tao loomed like the great forces of the universe, unstoppable, enveloping the four individuals within its grasp, in the vast and obscure expanse, who held dominion over the ebb and flow. The chaotic deities ultimately proved to be a scourge. They sensed as if repelled by an unseen force, unable to advance further. The heavenly Tao governed the primordial chaos, and now it was the primordial realm that rejected the four. As long as the heavenly Tao existed, these chaotic deities could not breach its domain. However, the will of the heavenly Tao was the core principle of the universe, its power far too formidable for the four demonic beings to easily shake. Hongjun no longer held back, for the existence of these chaotic deities would inevitably disrupt the operation of the heavenly Tao. Initially, I refrained from taking action against you, yet now you dare to enter the primordial realm. If that is the case, then let it be. The faces of the four darkened. With their current strength, they were utterly incapable of contending against the heavenly Tao. Within the primordial realm, their adversary was an invincible presence. The essence of the heavenly Tao descended, suppressing them. Hongjun raised his hand, and the force he wielded filled the four with dread, transcending all bounds, piercing through time, unraveling causality, shattering space, and obliterating the duality of yin and yang. My goodness, the heavenly Tao has engaged in battle with the four chaotic deities. Qiye's expression turned pale with astonishment as he hastily retreated. If he did not flee, he would surely perish in that moment. At last, he understood why these chaotic deities were at odds with one another. They had now divided into two factions. The first faction, the Destruction Sect, sought to annihilate the heavenly Tao, to obliterate the primordial realm and return the world to its primordial chaos. The second faction hoped to leverage the earthly and human paths to suppress the heavenly Tao in their quest for survival. As for whether a third faction existed, that remained uncertain. There were certainly those chaotic deities who stood by and observed. Though their reasons for not being obliterated were unclear, their strength was not to be underestimated. Even the current saints of the heavenly Tao could not withstand their might. There was too much excess. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Despite the four's immense power, they were still subdued by the heavenly Tao, forced to allow the palm print to descend in an instant. The four dissipated like smoke in the chaos. Were they truly dead? Qiye was filled with trepidation. The heavenly Tao had directly extinguished the four chaotic deities. It was sheer brutality. What of Lu Ruyan? Qiye raised his gaze, only to see the river of time still stretching across the chaos. As the avatars dispersed, Lu Ruyan also vanished into the river of time. With the four's dissolution, Hongjun's countenance darkened. Only he understood that this was merely their avatars. Were it otherwise, they would not dare to provoke the heavenly Tao at this moment. At this instant, his eyes pierced through the fabric of reality, gazing into a specific location. Qiye felt an unsettling sensation, as if an invisible gaze was scrutinizing him. This feeling intensified until he exited the chaos. How could this individual possess such abundant merits of the Tao? How could that be possible? Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, and the palm print that was about to descend upon Qiye vanished as well. Now, with the Tao retreating into obscurity, the heavenly Tao remained the guiding force. He had intended to erase this individual. But with such fortune surrounding him, should he forcefully eliminate him, the Tao might bestow karmic retribution upon him. After much contemplation, he decided against it. After all, this was merely a quasi-saint, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. As for the matter of the appointed time, visiting Qiye. The heavenly Tao was entirely unaware. Despite having 6 saints, the current heavenly Tao was not yet fully complete. The incompleteness stemmed from the Pangu backbone, which transformed into the unyielding mountain supporting the heavenly pillar, holding up the 4 poles. Hongjun, do you know the origins of this individual? The heavenly Tao rescinded its authority, and Hongjun's demeanor returned to normal. In the past, all matters, great and small, within the primordial realm were under Hongjun's control and scrutiny. The heavenly Tao would not intervene unless it was of great significance. This individual was nothing exceptional, merely entering the chaos through reliance on treasures. Why are you so concerned about him? Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the heavenly Tao lost interest. It had no need to expend energy investigating a mere quasi-saint. Moreover, it could not inform Hongjun that the individual possessed merits of the Tao. Hongjun smirked inwardly. How could he reveal to the heavenly Tao that this individual held potential variables? To him, the more variables there were, the more advantageous it became. That it was evident that both individuals were not being entirely forthright, wary of one another. Currently, these chaotic deities have been suppressed by the essence of the heavenly Tao and could no longer enter the primordial realm. Having spoken, the heavenly Tao dissipated, leaving only Hongjun, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of brilliance, the calamity of the witch and the demon. Then let it commence. Meanwhile, upon returning to Golden Ao Island, Qiye was still shaken. Just moments ago, he had felt a force approaching him. Lu Rian had not perished, which implied that the 4 chaotic deities had likewise survived. It appeared they had executed a clever escape maneuver. The heavenly Tao had been outsmarted. Ding. Comprehension of the laws successful. Please select a reward. Option 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Tao merits 10 million. Reward. Innate spirit root, 5-pin pine. The overwhelming merits of the Tao surged into Qiye's body. Radiating a golden glow, the sounds of the Tao, the laws of the Tao, and the mortal heart of the Tao all manifested in his mind at that moment, as heaven and earth reversed. Time ebbed and flowed. He did not know how long had passed when Qiye finally opened his eyes. An even more potent force surged forth from within him. Not only did he break through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, but he also deepened his understanding of the laws. Law of strength. Comprehension level, 20. Law of time. Comprehension level, 40. Law of space. Comprehension level, 10. In the chaos, he had observed the spatial laws of Yang-mei. As for the laws of yin and yang and causality, they remained too esoteric and challenging to grasp, not something he could comprehend in a moment. Having stepped into the mid-stage of quasi-saint, he had also refined the restrictions within his spiritual treasures. Currently, aside from the innate supreme treasures, all other spiritual treasures had their restrictions lifted. System, extract 5-pin pine. Ding, 5-pin pine emerges in the unyielding mountain. Another unyielding mountain? The previous Huangzhong, Li was also atop the unyielding mountain. Qiye took a step forward, leaping through space and traversing the void. Now that he was a quasi-saint, entering the chaos was no longer an issue, as long as he did not delve too deeply into the endless chaos. Meanwhile, within Bo Palace, Tongtian frowned upon seeing Qiye depart. What secrets did his disciple harbor? To leap from the late stage of the Luo to quasi-saint was already terrifying. Now he had stepped into the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The 3 pure ones, being the orthodox lineage of Pangu, had not cultivated so swiftly in the past. A mere moment of comprehension and meditation took thousands or even tens of thousands of years. I begin to suspect that Qiye may be a remnant of Pangu's bloodline. Otherwise, how could he be so defiant? Subsequently, an indistinct figure emerged from him, shape-shifting and following closely behind Qiye. Just as Qiye exited Golden Ao Island and stepped onto the eastern sea, he heard a commotion in the distance. The sea roiled, rising to great heights. A furious roar echoed, shaking the surface of the ocean. Qiye raised his gaze and discovered Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters present. Before them loomed a colossal 2-headed serpent, its massive form glittering with cold, ethereal scales. Most notably, its dual heads, one red and the other blue, intertwined like fire and water. Whenever this 2-headed serpent launched an attack, it expelled 2 serpent pearls. These serpent pearls possessed tremendous power, capable of obliterating anything. Even the Hongming Golden Dipper could not contain them. Originally, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters were out exploring when they stumbled upon this island and encountered a rare spiritual herb. However, this 2-headed serpent had appeared suddenly, catching the 4 off guard and seizing the spiritual herb. This was the territory of the dragon clan. They should swiftly retreat, though the 3 were slightly weaker than him. Their spiritual treasures were not to be underestimated. If the battle continued, he might not emerge unscathed, especially since the formation was obstructing his path. How shameless. We obtained it first, and yet you dare to claim it as your own and call yourself a dragon. Bishao scoffed, immediately launching an insult that, you seek death. Originally, he was cast out by the dragon clan, seeking refuge among the demon clan. Now, these 4 audacious individuals dared to provoke him. The twin-headed lewd dragon soared high into the heavens. Stirring the waters of the eastern sea, an endless torrent sweeping forth. One head exhaled a crimson dragon, while the other unleashed a cerulean water dragon, both imbued with terrifying power. I could see this moment. The protective formation was on the verge of collapse. Elder brother, elder sister, these twin-headed dragons have already reached the late stage of the Great Luo. We cannot confront them head-on. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was barely at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yin Xiao, the most powerful in this place, remained calm. What shall we do? This formation is about to be breached. You fools, today I shall toy with you 3 sisters. The nature of dragons is inherently lewd, especially for these aquatic dragons. However, had he not intruded upon the dragon transformation pool, eager to transform, he would not have been expelled by the dragon clan. This moment, he felt a surge of resentment. Having intended to seek refuge among the demon clan, only to encounter these 3 sisters, in an instant, malevolent thoughts surged, and he struck out at the 4 under the collision of the twin-headed lewd dragon. The protective formation shattered with a thunderous roar. Retreat, Zhao Gongming whispered, urging the 3 to fall back, launching in a flight with astonishing speed that left one breathless. He was the embodiment of the essence of wind. And even the twin-headed dragon failed to perceive him, merely sensing a gust passing by. Elder brother, the 3 sisters' expressions changed drastically upon witnessing this. Zhao Gongming was merely at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. How could he possibly contend? Yin Xiao immediately summoned the primordial Golden Dipper and hurled it toward the twin-headed lewd dragon. Zhao Gongming waved his right hand, and a golden light shot forth from his sleeve. The dragon binding rope unfurling. It transformed into a streak of golden lightning, slicing through the sky, aimed directly at the twin-headed lewd dragon. The primordial Golden Dipper followed closely behind, erupting with a burst of golden radiance. Streaking forth. Damn it, it's the dragon binding rope. The twin-headed lewd dragon's expression soured. It was a renowned spiritual treasure that he was well aware of. Who were these 2? How could a Great Luo Golden Immortal possess such a magical artifact? Now he had to tread carefully, for in this era, Great Luo were as common as dogs, and quasi-saints roamed freely. Should he inadvertently offend a disciple of a quasi-saint, he feared he would be flayed alive. Yet upon thinking of this spiritual treasure, he made a resolute decision. Even if they were quasi-saints, so what? Once I seek refuge among the demon clan, let us see if they dare to approach the heavenly courts to demand my return. The twin-headed lewd dragon, seeing this, swiftly turned its heads, unleashing 2 frigid water dragons that pierced through the dragon binding rope. The massive tail of the dragon swept through, sending Zhao Gongming crashing into the eastern sea. A mere early stage Great Luo Golden Immortal dares to obstruct my path. Seeking death, with a furious roar, its scales radiated with a chilling blue light, and 2 dragon pearls flew forth, representing its essence of power. Once summoned, their might would multiply several times over. Elder brother, witnessing Zhao Gongming being engulfed by the eastern sea, the 3 sisters' expressions turned pale with alarm. Qiong Xiao, you go rescue elder brother. Bai Xiao, you seek out senior brother Duo Bao for assistance. I will hold him off, but elder sister, no buts, hurry. Yin Xiao unleashed a force that propelled Bai Xiao away. Thinking to flee? Not a chance. Your opponent is me. Yunxiao cast forth a cold jade ice ruler, emanating an extreme chill. The coldness surged forth, freezing the very waters and shattering the space around them. The twin-headed lewd dragon sneered, "Using ice against me. Do you not know I possess dual attributes?" Instantly, it swept its tail, creating towering waves that threatened to engulf the entire island. Elder sister, Qiongxiao dragged the gravely wounded Zhao Gongming aside. Seeing this, she was alarmed. With the sea waters rushing in, they were likely to perish. Though these two possessed talent, their strength was still insufficient. Lacking practical combat experience, it seemed the Jie needed to undergo some trials that a flower in a greenhouse shatters at the slightest touch. The sea was about to sweep in, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would drown them all. Qiye flicked his finger, and in an instant, an indescribable, formless power spread forth, freezing time at that moment. Plunging the entire eastern sea into stillness, he raised his hand once more, palm open, as myriad rays of light converged within his palm. This was the torrent of time, though not as grand as the river of time. It was still immensely powerful. "Go," Qiye uttered softly, pushing forth his palm. The torrent of time instantly transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the barriers of time and space, striking the twin-headed lewd dragon. In that fleeting moment, the twin-headed lewd dragon seemed to undergo the cycle of life and death, experiencing birth, growth, decline, and demise. All its life's journey forcibly accelerated, completing the entire process. Its eyes filled with terror and despair. Yet nothing could alter the outcome. "Who dares? I am of the Dragon Clan. You dare to kill me." However, Qiye paid no heed to its protests. Under the impact of the torrent of time, the massive body of the twin-headed lewd dragon began to shrink rapidly, ultimately collapsing upon the eastern sea. He had held back. Otherwise, this dragon would have been reduced to ashes. After all, the torrent of time was akin to the river of time, capable of erasing all life. All of this transpired in an extraordinarily brief moment, resulting in an instantaneous kill. Time is the mightiest weapon and the most merciless of judges. This moment, he felt as though he had grasped something profound, gaining further control over the power of time. Truly, the essence of time is exquisite and unfathomable. Should one reach the pinnacle, perhaps they could indeed attain the Tao. However, the path to sanctification through the laws is exceedingly arduous. Even the three pure ones with such innate talent had to sever their three corpses to achieve sanctification. Yet, the inability to unify the three corpses destined that road to be locked away. I do not know which elder saved me. The young lady is deeply grateful. Upon witnessing the twin-headed lewd dragon being obliterated, the two remained momentarily stunned. This power was far too formidable, not that of a great Luo golden immortal. This moment. Tongtian, hidden in the shadows, also displayed a look of astonishment. The laws of time. His disciple had actually mastered the laws of time, and it seemed he had made notable progress, which left him in awe. "Disciple, oh disciple, what else do you hide from your master? I find you increasingly inscrutable. Junior sisters, I trust you are well." As his voice fell, Qiye's figure appeared on the island. "Senior brother?" Yunxiao's expression showed surprise. Wasn't senior brother in closed-door training? Earlier, they had sought out Qiye, but the maidservant had informed them of his seclusion, which was why they had ventured out to explore. It seems you all are quite reckless to have ventured out of Jianmu Island during the tumult of the Witch Demon War. Had you not encountered me, your lives would have been in peril. Senior brother, we were wrong. Please check on elder brother." Yunxiao and Qiongxiao both lowered their heads in apology, their faces filled with urgency. At this moment, Zhao Gongming appeared to be on the brink of death, gravely injured, with blood seeping out incessantly. He must have been wounded by the twin-headed dragon's pearls, suffering severe injuries and barely clinging to life. "What shall we do?" The two looked grim, on the verge of tears, and no need for concern. Qiye waved his hand, reversing time. In an instant, Zhao Gongming's injuries were restored to their original state. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your rescue. No need for excessive courtesy. You should return to Jie to recuperate." Subsequently, Qiye used the primordial golden dipper to collect the corpse of the twin-headed lewd dragon. This was material for forging the golden dragon scissors. and should not be wasted. The golden dragon scissors were composed of 2 dragon bodies, incredibly sharp and possessing boundless magical capabilities, which had brought Yunxiao considerable fame. It was forged by the Tongtian, wielding immense power. Among the 3 pure ones, Taiji was renowned for alchemical refinement, while Tongtian was famous for crafting magical artifacts. Otherwise, the 6 soul flags would not have come into existence. And Yuan Shi is renowned for his prowess in creating techniques. Each of the 3 possesses unique strengths, yet when it comes to formations and artifact refinement, it is still necessary to defer to Tongtian. In the northwestern region of Kunlun, at the edge of the vast wilderness, lies a mountain that does not conform, known as Buzhou Mountain. Its height is immeasurable, supporting the 4 poles of heaven and earth. Reaching up to the celestial realms above, where its summit exudes an aura of the divine. The spine of Pangu transformed into Buzhou Mountain, serving as the pillar that upholds the primordial world, separating heaven from earth at this moment. However, a mysterious force lingers, preventing flight, leaving one only the option to pause and tread carefully. Though the mighty Pangu has fallen, his formidable presence endures. Even the heavenly Tao dares not encroach upon his majesty here. Thus, Qiye can only take a step forward in the vast world of Hongmeng. It is not merely divided into the great 1,000 worlds, middle worlds, lower worlds, and small worlds, but also encompasses various realms of cohesive rules. Buzhou Mountain itself is exceedingly expansive. To explore it thoroughly would require considerable time. After an exhaustive search yielding no traces, it seems that they have yet to emerge into existence. Very well, let us wait a bit longer. Since the human race has been ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon race, little remains of them now. Out of billions of humans, only a handful have managed to survive. Pray tell, who might this esteemed elder be? Qiye casually walked into a tribe and encountered a member of the human race, who began to inquire. Although the individual did not reveal any aura, their attire was indistinguishable from that of certain cultivators. Qiye offered a slight smile, passing through this place, seeking merely a moment of respite. Please, esteemed elder, follow me. Within the tribe, flames soared high into the sky, with numerous humans gathered around the bonfire, roasting meat. And the savory aroma wafted through the that moment. A man clad in animal skins, bare-chested, with robust muscles and a physique reminiscent of a tigeress strength, approached. Esteemed elder, please enter the tribe and rest. Hey, Amon, who did you just bring back? A fellow tribesman voiced his curiosity. This person dresses differently from us. Could they be from the outside world? Unlike the beings of the primordial wilderness, though created by Nuwa, they have developed into exceedingly frail beings over time. Frequently harassed and slaughtered by nearby demon tribes, they have grown particularly wary of outsiders. I am the chieftain of this tribe, Swearin. May I inquire how the immortal wishes to be addressed? Qiye was well aware that this individual was the same one who had previously guided him in the art of friction fire. Now, he had attained the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Do you recognize me? During the demon race S invasion, it was indeed the immortal and the disciples of the Jiao who provided assistance. And I, along with the 3 chieftains of the tribes, am eternally grateful. The immortal's heroic figure is still vividly etched in our memories. The saint shows mercy to the human race. We hope for your aid. As he spoke, Swearin knelt down, his expression grave. Why? Was it not Nuwa who had already issued a decree to halt the demon race's aggression against humanity? Moreover, the Wu tribe had retreated that day, and the demon race's strongholds had clearly declared they would no longer attack the human race. Alas, it is a long story. Swearin's face bore a bitter smile. Despite this, it has only lasted for a mere 1,000 years. Now, the demon race grows increasingly audacious, their power vast, frequently capturing our people to drain their essence. The most formidable among them are the Attaining tribe and the Moang tribe, which have many demon subordinates under their command. Hearing that 3 powerful Deluo golden immortals from the Attaining tribe had perished at the hands of the Wu tribe. Each time a great battle erupts, we humans find ourselves caught in the middle, utterly helpless, truly suffering beyond words. Each battle results in heavy losses for our people. Swearin, we have arrived. 2 voices resounded as a man and a woman approached. respectively known as Wu Chao and Zi. The arrival of the immortal is indeed a stroke of fortune. We beseech your assistance for our people. The two joined swearing and kneeling before Qiye. The three tribal leaders, now the three ancestors of humanity, all possess the cultivation of Tai golden immortals. They have garnered considerable merit from the heavenly Tao through their contributions to humanity. It seems that Nuwa tacitly approves of the demon race's actions, while Taiqing remains a mere observer. Very well. With the impending war between the Wu and the demons, you shall accompany me to the Eastern Sea, where I shall carve out a secret realm for your survival. Upon hearing this, the three hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Humanity is finally saved. Rest assured, immortal, I will immediately instruct my people to gather their belongings. Although it may take some adjustment, it is far better than being caught between the Wu and demon races. Insignificant humans, come forth. A booming voice echoed, shaking the entire tribe, causing widespread panic among the inhabitants. The elderly and children hurried into the tribe for refuge, while the young and middle-aged warriors brandished weapons and charged out. Filled with righteous indignation, a mere swarm of ants, yet they dared to resist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of tribesmen were shattered, blood gushing forth and staining the earth. However, even knowing that stepping forward would only lead to death, they remained undaunted, rushing forth with the resolve to perish. Since you are so eager for death, children, go forth and slay them. These humans' essence is a valuable prize and can enhance our cultivation. The demon race revealed their true forms, a pack of Moong, lunging forward to sever necks and drain blood. Upon witnessing this, the three chieftains were filled with righteous fury and prepared to act. Let me handle this. A voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a long spear that surged into the fray, piercing through the ranks of Moong. In an instant, a figure emerged in the arena. The spear stained with crimson, exuding a striking allure. Dare to oppose my demon race? You seek death. With the demon race's might at its peak, these humans still dare to fight back. Stand aside. Children, I shall deal with him. With that, a man clad in black rushed forth, his fists flying like a wolf on the prowl, his speed creating a whirlwind. Tai golden immortal, early stage. Not good. Swearing-s expression changed. Shouting, Yun, return. This was the only talented member of their tribe, born under auspicious signs, drawing the attention of dragons and phoenixes, provoking celestial phenomena. Now, at just over 20, he had already reached the late stage of golden immortal. Swearin and the two chieftains held high hopes for him. Oh, not worry. Chief, I am confident. Yun's expression remained unchanged, even growing slightly excited. He swung his spear, summoning a tempest that swept through heaven and earth. The spear, like a streak of light, was hurled forth, causing the very earth to tremble, an unimaginable display of power. The man scoffed. Late stage of golden immortal? Merely an ant. Blood wolf technique. He roared, transforming into a colossal Moong, his towering form casting a shadow over the entire tribe. When the spear struck him, it merely sparked a tiny flame. This revealed the hardness of his skin. In retaliation, he swung his claws as if he could tear the entire tribe apart. The spear, like a dragon, sang in the skies. That Yun's expression turned grave as he launched the spear again. A dragon and phoenix swirling around its tip, the terrifying force leaving the man aghast. This is a dragon and phoenix. The oppressive power of blood and sea rendered him immobile. How could such a mere human summon beings of dragon and phoenix? Yet, despite his astonishment, the spear pierced through his entire being, blood erupting forth as it directly penetrated his primordial spirit, leaving no chance for survival. Elder brother, the Moong tribe members were taken aback. You are doomed. How dare you kill the son of the Moong tribe's leader? You seek death. The demon race has frequently slaughtered our kind. Do you think we can simply let this go? Depart, or face annihilation. Yun swung his spear, causing the earth to rupture, instilling terror in the hearts of the Moong. Humph, we will never let this rest. Just wait. This child ultimately is still too kind-hearted. Swearin observed, uncertain whether this was a good or bad turn of events. The three chieftains did not disappoint. Qiye looked on, noting that this individual donned a white robe, wielded a long spear, with black hair cascading over his shoulders, a handsome visage marked by an expression of calm indifference. The fact that he could slay a Tai golden immortal at the late stage, while in the late stage of golden immortal himself, was remarkable, prompting Qiye to take a second glance. Yin quickly come to meet the immortal. Upon seeing Qiye, Yin displayed a look of disdain. What immortal? Immortals would never come to places like ours. That I do not believe in the so-called immortals protecting us. People must rely on themselves. Chief, entrusting our survival to him will ultimately dull our edge. We're celestial beings, after all, but indifferent and detached, existing beyond the mundane world, unconcerned with the sufferings of humanity. Even if one were to seek their aid, they would not bestow a single shred of compassion. Instead, they look down upon us from their lofty heights to TO them. We are but mere pawns in their hands. Easily discarded, Yin could not be unreasonable. With a thunderous voice, Swearin declared, in the past, when the demon race ruthlessly slaughtered our human kin, it was this celestial being who, alongside disciples of the intercepting teaching, lent their assistance. One must not forget the kindness shown, for he is unlike others. Had it not been for the intervention of this celestial being, our race would have long been extinguished. There would be no present day. Swearin bowed in apology, hoping the celestial being would not stoop to the level of this child. Qiye raised a hand and replied, "No offense taken. I merely find him rather amusing, reminiscent of a dear old friend." Seeing that Qiye bore no grudge, the three felt a great weight lift from their hearts. After all, celestial beings are known to wreak havoc, and angering them could lead to annihilation. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, and moonlight cascaded down. The flames cast a warm glow, dispelling the darkness that once cloaked the human race. Amidst laughter and joy, these people lived in sheer happiness, with Qiye lost in their revelry. As if all worries had vanished in a thin air. Celestial being, please, a whole sheep roasted over the flames emanated an enticing aroma. Swearin observed Qiye closely, concerned he might not be accustomed to the tribe's fare. Fortunately, Qiye adapted to local customs and expressed no dissatisfaction. Lacking technology and fierce flames, the food was surprisingly delightful. However, a beam of light shattered the night, illuminating the world. A colossal ethereal figure seemed to take root in the heavens, astonishing the tribe. With a mere wave of his hand, Qiye summoned the Understanding divine tree, which descended before the tribe. "Leaders, I have matters to attend to. Upon my return, I shall escort you back to the Eastern Sea. This Understanding divine tree shall remain here for your cultivation." Having spoken, Qiye transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The resonating sounds of the Understanding divine tree enveloped the entire tribe, bestowing upon them a fortuitous opportunity. Even Yin was taken aback, her attitude towards Qiye shifting significantly. Such a precious treasure, and he allowed them to comprehend it. Though Buzhou Mountain could not soar, with his prowess, ascending was no challenge. In no time, he beheld a glimmering light amidst the snow-covered expanse. It was a cave dwelling, protected by a primordial great formation. If not for the emergence of the five-pin pine, it would likely remain undiscovered. The god-slaying spear was unleashed, piercing through the formation and revealing the full visage of the cave dwelling. Inside was an expanse that appeared rather unremarkable, yet the essence of the five elements permeated the air. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined harmoniously. The warmth of wood turned to flame, which consumed the wood into dust, the dust gradually forming soil, which concealed minerals that nurtured gold. When gold solidified, water emerged, nurturing wood in return. The five elements thrived, creating a cycle of interdependence. There was also a dynamic interplay between strength and softness. Metal cut through wood, earth scattered, while wood fortified earth. The solid absorbed the liquid, and the multitude drowned the few. Water extinguished fire. Metal was tempered into resilience, and fire refined metal, establishing a delicate balance among the five elements. This five-element cave heaven seemed to be the birthplace of the five-pin pine. Venturing deeper, the power of the five elements intensified, even manifesting a reversal of their essence. Upon entering, a completely different scene emerged. A majestic five-pin pine rooted itself in the valley, with a waterfall cascading behind it. Surrounded by scattered rocks, beneath the five-pin pine lay a verdant landscape, its proud stature displaying a robust trunk, diverse forms, and a shimmering green luster. These needle-like leaves clustered in fives, neatly arranged along the branches, forming a dense and orderly green cloud. While the five-pin pine may not be widely renowned, its rarity rivals that of the ginseng fruit tree. The tea undergoes transformation every 5,000 years, requiring a total of 15,000 years to fully mature, yielding 10 fruits of each of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, totaling 50 fruits. Consuming one of each grants access to the essence of the 5 elements, enabling a breakthrough that spares countless years of arduous cultivation. Qiye swallowed the 5 fruits, and the powers of the 5 elements circulated within him. The sharpness of metal could sever all, the vitality would nourish all beings, the gentleness of water could conquer the rigid. The fervor of fire could incinerate the illusory, and the weightiness of earth could solidify foundations. The powers of the 5 elements within Qiye resonated and intertwined, perpetually flourishing. Indeed, as a primordial spiritual root, it could save him countless years of cultivation, allowing him to break through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood in one fell swoop. His comprehension of the laws of power had significantly deepened. Qiye took the 5-pin pine, and naturally, the elemental power within the cave dissipated. However, upon exiting the cave, he encountered numerous unexpected guests. The emergence of the 5-pin pine had created quite a stir. And surely, no one remained unaware of it. Even Tongtian, lurking in the shadows, wore an expression of astonishment. Primordial spiritual roots are elusive. The secrets of heaven and chaos are inscrutable. Even saints cannot discern them. Now that it has appeared, the entirety of the wilderness is stirred, drawing many to converge. His disciple had initially sought this. Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to foresee the future? It seemed he had indeed consumed the fruits of the 5 elements to break through. Well done, Tongtian remarked, his face bearing a look of satisfaction, while he held the others in disdain, unwilling to intervene. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the chaotic mists, and observed the 3 individuals above the clouds. Clearly, he was not surprised by their arrival. Qiye smiled slightly, as if nothing had transpired. Are you all here for a leisurely visit? Qi also smiled. Qiye, it seems you always manage to find the primordial spiritual roots before us. I am curious, could it be that you truly possess the gift of foresight? Qi, as a disciple of Hongjun, is it not unfair to compete with these younger generations? A figure hurriedly approached. Upon seeing this person, everyone exhibited expressions of shock. Dao friend, this 5-pin pine is destined to be with my Western faction. We wish to cultivate it to avoid any discord. Humph, this matter pertains to the East. What concern is it of the West? Guang Chengzi scoffed. How interesting. It just so happens that I am also interested in this primordial spiritual root. A voice resonated, akin to heavenly authority, shaking the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. This individual donned a robe as white as snow, adorned with a purple gold jade crown, their countenance amiable, exuding an ethereal charm, as they approached with a whisk in hand. Upon the arrival of this person, all present were taken aback. It was none other than Xinyuanzi. Qi, do not be overly greedy. You already possess the peach tree of immortality and the Huangzhong Li. Why come to seize the 5-pin pine? Yet you too have the ginseng fruit tree and a Tao understanding tea tree. Have you not come for the same? Primordial spiritual roots are inherently ownerless. It is a matter of skill that in an instant, a pressure emanating from a quasi-saint at the peak of perfection descended, causing fear among the disciples of the Chan school, Guang Chengzi, Randing Taoist, and the 2 from the Western Church. Only Xinyuanzi and Qiye remained unaffected that moment. Qi discerned Qiye's cultivation level, her astonishment palpable. How could you have possibly advanced to the late stage of quasi-sainthood in such a short time? When she first encountered Qiye, he had only reached the golden immortal realm. Now, merely a few thousand years later, he had achieved such prowess. Not only she, but the 3 atop Yuntai, Jin, Zhuanti, and Yuan Shi, also displayed expressions of shock. Why was Qiye so extraordinarily defiant? Senior brother, this youth has a connection with my Western Church, Tongtian observed from below. You also have your own connections. I wonder if my presence here with the Western Church bears any significance. Tongtian stepped forth, manifesting upon the cloud that I was merely jesting, he said with a smile. Tongtian, observing his friend, felt perplexed. Zhuni wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, his heart already cursing inwardly. It is but a primordial spiritual root. How could this Yaoqi child also arrive? Zhuni's expression soured. The opposing party possessed quasi-saint peak power and was clearly bullying a few youngsters. If Yaoqi and Xinyuanzi intervened, their respective disciples would stand no chance. Yuan Shi's countenance darkened as well. Randing and Guangchengzi were no match for Yaoqi, who was plainly imposing her strength upon the younger generation. Dear friends, why not this? Let us prevent Xinyuanzi and Yaoqi from intervening, allowing our respective disciples to contend for Its for whom it ultimately belongs to. Let be determined by their abilities. Jean replied, excellent, that I have no objections. Regardless, Tongtian has confidence in his disciple. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Shi promptly agreed. Given the desolation of the West, how could these two possibly contend with his disciple? As for Qiye, even 2 against 1 was not insurmountable. He immediately transmitted a message to Randing Daoren and Guangchengzi. Jijina Jinti also cautioned their own disciples. Disciples, exercise caution. Randing Daoren, Guangchengzi, and the Western medicine master, Lemiji, are formidable adversaries. Upon hearing Tongtian's voice, Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Since his master had arrived, it was likely that Jijin, Zhuanti, and Yuan Shi were also present. No wonder. Yaotai youngling, Xinyuanzi's Dao friend, ascended to the cloud peak. Hearing Jijin's voice, both were startled. This meant they were not to intervene. Yaotai's expression darkened, yet she had no choice but to comply. For they were sages, and she lacked the audacity to defy them. Having encountered the 4 sages, Yaotai and Xinyuanzi's offered a respectful salute. What is the intent of these 4 sages? The unclaimed treasures are fair game for all. Are we to be excluded, allowing your disciples to vie for them? Xinyuanzi's felt indifferent, as he had come to assist Qiye for the 5 needles of pine. They were inconsequential to him. Obtaining them would be ideal, but he would not press for it. It was all about fate and natural order. However, Yaotai was seething with rage, fully aware of these individuals' ulterior motives. They merely sought to sideline her, permitting their disciples to compete. Yaotai, is this your attitude when addressing this seat? Yuan Shi scoffed coldly, his sage's might radiating, enveloping the heavens, rendering her immobile. The might of a sage was indeed terrifying, yet she remained unafraid. Having followed Hongjun since childhood, she had witnessed much. I merely speak the truth. Why should you be enraged, senior brother? Yuan Shi's face darkened with fury, determined to discipline her. How dare a mere child question him? Senior brother, hold. Just as Yuan Shi raised his hand, a voice halted him. The newcomer was clad in black, strikingly handsome, tall in stature, with long black hair cascading elegantly, exuding an air of refinement. What is your intention? Haoyan, have you come to plead as well? Regardless of who arrives today, I must administer a lesson. Otherwise, where lies the dignity of sage? Yuan Shi's hand descended, a terrifying sage's pressure sweeping forth, causing Yaotai to sway perilously, her complexion paling. Seeing this, Haoyan stepped in front of Yaotai, only to be sent flying by the force. Senior brother, Yaotai cried out, aiding Haoyan. Humph. Witnessing this, Yuan Shi let out a cold snort and refrained from further action. Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy. I shall escort Yaotai home. Tsk, Yuan Shi Dao friend, these 2 are disciples of our master. Why must you contend with them? Moreover, they even address you as senior brother. Zhuanti, do you seek a fight as well? Yuan Shi, already in a rage, felt provoked further by Jinti's mention of Hongjun, as if to belittle him, but a rabid dog bites indiscriminately. Zhuanti chose to remain silent. Esteemed friends from the Western teachings, this is an Eastern treasure. I kindly ask you to refrain from interference. Guangchengzi, wishing to dissuade them from seeking conflict, interjected, this item bears fate with our West. We cannot simply depart if that is the case. Let us take action. In an instant, the 4 harmoniously charged towards Qiye. Witnessing this, he was not surprised. 36 Dinghai divine pearls were unleashed, and the waters of the four seas surged forth, creating towering waves. The attacks of the four were akin to a cow sinking into the sea, having no effect whatsoever. How could the complete 36 Dinghai divine pearls possibly exist? He recalled that they had been divided previously. 24 were in Tongtian's possession, while the remaining 12 had vanished. How could they possibly be reunited now? Both Jie and Yuanshi were slightly astonished. Comparable to innate supreme treasures, how could they contend against this? Regardless of their techniques, they could not breach the defenses of the 36 Dinghai divine pearls, each wearing a grim expression. Everyone, do not hold back, Guangchengzi commanded, revealing a large banner in his hand. The banner displayed a chaotic yin-yang hue, embodying the image of limitless Tao. From nothingness comes the ultimate. The ultimate transforms into duality. Duality evolves into the three powers. The other side boasted mysterious patterns and designs, radiating a purple light, appearing exceedingly ancient. As the Pangu banner unfurled, myriad rays of light pierced the azure sky. Auspicious colors enveloped the heavens, and a force capable of creating and destroying surged forth from the banner, sending the 36 Dinghai divine pearls flying. This power remained unabated, barreling towards Qiye. The Pangu banner possessed the might to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, and enact the limitless path of creation, governing the profound mysteries of myriad laws, and possessing the capability to create the heavens and the earth. However, in Guangchengzi's hands, it did not manifest much power, unless wielded by a sage like Yuanshi. Yet this power could not be underestimated. The wind fire Puyo, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, the god-slaying spear, and the fire spirit pearl were all summoned by Qiye. Instantly, the heavens and earth surged with a destructive force emerging from the black lotus. Seemingly intent on obliterating all, the god-slaying spear was enveloped in a sinister aura, its demonic energy surging as if a demon god had descended, shattering the world. The fire spirit pearl unleashed the essence of countless flames, igniting the heavens and the earth, unquenchable. The wind fire Puyo summoned the yellow, turban warriors, intertwining the principles of wind and fire, birthing a dragon and a phoenix. Second brother, you dare to bestow the Pangu banner upon your disciples. Tongtian's expression grew slightly furious. Have you forgotten what the master once said? The Pangu banner must not be easily summoned. What are you trying to accomplish? Jie and Juni were also taken aback. Yuanshi had indeed played a clever trick. No wonder he had agreed so readily earlier. It turned out he had been waiting for them here. The three of them bore grim expressions, casting disapproving glances at Yuanshi. Third brother, let everyone rely on their own abilities. This spiritual treasure is part of one's strength. You intend to personally intervene. Yuanshi smirked mockingly, clearly indicating that the die had been cast, and they must accept it. To claim that we from the West lack shame, it is clear that Yuanshi is the truly shameless one, secretly providing treasures to his disciples for contest. What? Does the West not possess selfish desires? If we are to speak of shamelessness, who could surpass the West? I refuse to believe you haven't offered treasures to your disciples. Let us not speak ill of one another. I only care for the outcome. You? Tongtian's expression darkened. Truly shameless. It was evident that all three shared the same demeanor, still putting on a show for him. Should he summon the Qingping sword for Qiye, these three would undoubtedly intervene. What a well-calculated scheme. Zenyuanzes, standing beside him, said nothing further. They were all sages, and he had no standing to speak. Yet he felt that the three were employing every trick in the book. Third brother, your disciple appears to be on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Yuanshi spoke, prompting Tongtian to glance over. He beheld the Pangu banner effortlessly tearing through the wind fire Puyo's defenses, the fire spirit pearl's assault, and engaging in a stalemate with the god-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. The rampant power ravaged the heavens and the earth, were it not for the presence of Pangu's lingering might in this place. It would have likely resulted in utter devastation. The destructive force spread forth, yet the Pangu banner tore it apart, continuously reconstituting and renewing itself in an endless cycle. Senior brother, it is time to intervene. Guangchengzi had not anticipated that even wielding the Pangu banner would fail to suppress Qiye. especially the destructive force emanating from the god-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus, was akin to an apocalyptic force. Utterly terrifying. Relying solely on his early-stage quasi-saint cultivation, he could not unleash the full potential of the Pangu banner. The god-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus vanished following Luo Ho's demise. Did they not? Tongtian's expression shifted, regarding Yuan with alarm. These two spiritual treasures were indeed cataclysmic in nature, particularly the god-slaying spear, which could harm a sage's primordial spirit. If they truly fell into Tongtian's hands, even they would need to exercise caution. During the fierce beast war, the divine rebellious sought to dominate the vast wilderness, clashing with the dragon, phoenix, and Qiye clans, as well as the myriad tribes, yet ultimately succumbed to the wheel of fate and perished. The god-slaying spear had also gone missing during that cataclysm, becoming a legendary treasure. Its reappearance now left them all astonished. Zhuani was somewhat familiar with it, but Yuan and Jie were significantly taken aback. This signifies that my disciple is fated to possess such treasures. Even if you envy, it is unattainable for you. And why, dear third brother, do not forget that this god-slaying spear harbors boundless malice and demonic energy, incessantly eroding the primordial spirit of its wielder. Should your disciple employ it frequently, he may very well succumb to the encroaching malice and the taint of demonic energy, ultimately transforming into a veritable fiend. Indeed, within our Western sect lies a technique capable of subduing this spear. Why not entrust it to me for a period of purification? At this moment, Tongtian realized that if Qiye were to wield it often, he would indeed face the risk of being consumed by malice. As for the god-slaying spear, I possess my own means to subdue it, so there is no need for your assistance in that instant. Randang transformed into a beam of golden light, wielding the Qiye ruler with a sudden flourish, unleashing a golden ruler shadow that cleaved through the heavens with a devastating might. Under the weight of these two forces, the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Cursed be it, Qiye cursed inwardly. The Pangu banner was simply too formidable, directly suppressing both the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear, rendering them utterly impotent. Qiye, I suggest you surrender the 5-pine needle. I shall not make things difficult for you. With the Pangu banner in hand, who could stand against me? Guang Chengzi wore a smile. You can hand over your hammer. With the temporal eye open, the supreme bone manifested. Time reversed. In an instant, a blue light surged from Qiye's eyes, spreading outward as the surrounding space compressed, time and space shifting silently. The four of them were abruptly drawn into a twisted realm of time and space. Guang Chengzi and Randang Daoist felt the environment around them change in an instant, their expressions shifting drastically. As the five vanished, the four saints were momentarily taken aback, yet they could still sense each other's existence. They were merely in different realms of time and space. The power of the saints can penetrate into the future, and they gazed into the fabric of time, catching sight of the others. The law of time. The three exclaimed in alarm, completely disregarding their saintly demeanor. They quickly realized that Qiye had actually entered the quasi-saint realm through the power of the law. Such determination and willpower must be immense. Evidently, they had underestimated this individual. With such a talent in the Jie Sect, would it not mean constant suppression of our Chan sect? Yuan Shi's expression darkened, as if a hint of murderous intent was surfacing. This child possesses extraordinary talent. His future achievements are boundless. Jean and Junti sighed, lamenting that he was not one of their own. What the law of time. I wield the Pangu banner, capable of shattering the powers of time and space. Upon witnessing this, Guang Chengzi bellowed in anger, brandishing the Pangu banner. It appeared as though the primordial Pangu was recreating the act of opening the heavens. As countless chaotic and pure energies intertwined, forming the shadow of a colossal axe aimed directly at Qiye. This strike carried with it the unparalleled might to cleave mountains and rivers asunder. With a throw of the universe, all things returned to silence. Randang Daoist intoned, as the Qiye ruler transformed into a golden whirlwind, enveloping Qiye within. How long do you two intend to merely spectate? If you do not intervene, I shall sweep you away with the Pangu banner. Guang Chengzi's expression darkened. The medicine master and Lumi intended for them to exhaust each other and then swoop in to reap the benefits. He would not allow them to have their way. My fellow Taoists, do not be hasty, he said. Just as he finished speaking, the medicine master raised his hand, summoning the 7 treasures Miao tree, capable of brushing away all things in existence. Directly dislodging the 12th grade annihilation black lotus, Lumi unleashed the azure lotus treasure flag, upon which a massive azure lotus bloomed, forming a stream of azure energy that surged forth. Sensing the two drawing forth their spiritual treasures, Tongtian could not help but scoff. Indeed, a bunch of rogues, stubborn and unyielding. I shall see if you can withstand the combined might of the 4 of you. Qiye did not evade. The supreme bone glimmered faintly. An overwhelming aura erupting from within him, merging with the temporal eye to form a barrier of time and space. The shadow of the Pangu banner's axe struck the barrier, resulting in a deafening roar, warping the very fabric of time and space. Yet the barrier remained steadfast, impervious to the forces of time and space. After all, this was the power of the supreme bone, the temporal eye, and the laws of space and time coalescing. Randang Taoist, the medicine master, and Lumi's assaults collided with the barrier, causing the surrounding time and space to collapse chaotically. If you possess any ability, do not hide within this shell, Guang Chengzi shouted in fury. If you have the capability, do not rely on the Pangu banner. If you lack the strength, you shall not leave here with the 5-pine needle today. At this moment, a stalemate ensued. Guang Chengzi held the Pangu banner. Even if he could not fully unleash its power, the mere presence of the banner was enough to shatter their attacks. They, too, could not breach the time-space barrier. Second brother, fellow Taoists, continuing this conflict serves no purpose. Shall we really linger here for a century or a millennium? Yuan Shi, feeling frustrated, noted that with the Pangu banner in hand, they could not even subdue a single Qiye. How absurd that he had humiliated himself, only to be mocked by Tongtian. Hiding inside. What sort of skill is that? You can only wield the Pangu banner. What worth do you hold? Otherwise, I could easily crush you with a single fist. A bunch of useless fools. The more Guang Chengzi berated, the angrier he became, yet he was powerless to act against them. Junior brother, take a breather. Randang Taoist could no longer bear to watch. Noticing that the 3 remained silent, Tongtian spoke up. If that is the case, I shall take it as a tacit agreement and return to Golden Ao Island with my disciple, the My friends, now that the Jie Sect possesses the Enlightenment Divine Tree. If we were to acquire the 5-pine needle, do you think your Western sect could still rise? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's transmission, Jin and Zhuanti were momentarily taken aback. Did Yuan Shi intend to take action? Fellow Taoist, you have seen it. Even with the Pangu banner in your disciple's hands, he cannot contend with Li Jie. If the 4 of us cannot defeat him, what face do we have to remain here? Face? Zhuanti, do you possess any? If your Western sect had any dignity, you would not be wandering about converting beings. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Once we acquire the 5-pine needle, how about we share it between the Chan sect and the Western sect? What manner of sharing? Zhuanti inquired. That must be discussed once we obtain it, mustn't it? As for how it would ultimately be shared, Yuan Shi inwardly chuckled. The final word would rest with him. Senior brother, should we agree to Yuan Shi's proposal? Zhuanti was somewhat uncertain. Among the 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi was extremely cunning. His words could not be fully trusted. However, if sharing were possible, it would be exceedingly beneficial. If they had the means, they could certainly wrest it back from Yuan Shi. After all, if Yuan Shi were to act, it would mean tearing apart relations with Tongtian. After some deliberation, the 2 concurred. Very well, very well. Then let us invite our friend Yuan Shi to take action. We shall hold Tongtian at bay. Each harbored their own thoughts, remaining wary of one another. Yuan Shi flicked his fingers. A surge of power shot forth. Yuan Shi, you dare. He had not anticipated Yuan Shi would disregard his saintly identity and strike at Qiye. It was truly disgraceful that Tongtian's expression darkened with fury as the Qingping sword manifested, its ethereal shadow transforming into a stream of azure sword energy that surged forth. Yet a bamboo of 6 roots, pure and serene, appeared, and a verdant glow sliced through, shattering the azure sword energy. Jin and Zhuanti stood before Tongtian. Tongtian, it would be best for you to remain here. Juanti, you are courting death. Tongtian wielded the Qingping sword, its sword energy soaring, as countless sword energies surged toward the two. In an instant, the three engaged in battle amidst the void, causing the entire space to fracture. Truly despicable, two old bald donkeys. Do not blame my friend Tongtian. This matter was proposed by our friend Yuan Shi. We are merely assisting. Juanti swiftly shifted the blame onto Yuan Shi, for it was indeed he who had taken action, leaving them to merely obstruct Tongtian. Taoist Jinian, do you wish to engage me in battle as well? The might of the saints pressed heavily upon the world, and I too wish to witness in that moment. Jinian lifted his hand, revealing an ancient tome that materialized, surrounded by the energies of black and yellow, possessing the power to suppress the heavens and earth. The Earth Book is a supreme treasure, transformed from the earthly leaves of the Genesis azure lotus, and within its pages, mountains and rivers came into view. Torrents of rivers surged forth, if the entire primordial earth had converged within the confines of these delicate pages. The expression of Yuan Shi was grave, clearly aware of the immense karmic burden that Zhen Yuanzi bore, yet he had no intention of slaying Zhen Yuanzi with a wave of his right hand. A resplendent, multicolored cloud erupted from his sleeve, instantly expanding to obscure the heavens and eclipse the sun. The auspicious clouds of the myriad realms transformed into a golden bridge that spanned the distance, trapping Zhen Yuanzi amidst the earth scriptures. Yuan Shi's strike shattered the barrier of time and space in an instant, sending Qiye hurtling backward. He felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, rendering him immobile. The four, including Guang Qingzi, had already received messages and now brandished their spiritual treasures in a fierce assault against Li Qiye. It was utterly shameless, although he was oblivious to the identity of the attacker. Aside from Yuan Shi, Jie, and Juanti, there seemed to be no other contenders. This time, Li Qiye poured all his spiritual energy into the god-slaying spear. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the spear, declaring one shot to slay gods, breaking all laws, severing causality. At that moment, every ounce of his power coalesced to its zenith. A terrifying aura enveloped the atmosphere, intertwining endless malevolence and demonic energy, shrouding time and space in darkness. The god-slaying spear reached its utmost potential, even warping the fabric of reality, teetering between the realms of the tangible and intangible. The spear shot forth like a dragon, transforming into a streak of black light that surged forward, its murderous intent and destructive force coalescing with such might that it could slay deities and annihilate all existence. Guang Qingzi and his companions wielded the Pangu banner, the seven treasures' mysterious tree, and the azure lotus precious color flag, unleashing countless rays of light to counter this formidable power. Die for me! Li Qiye's gaze blazed with blood-red fury, his demonic energy surging like a mighty demon, shattering time and space with an unstoppable momentum. Guang Qingzi roared, wielding the Pangu banner to manifest the duality of Taiji, which birthed the two forms, leading to the four symbols and the 8 trigrams. Attempting to impede this force, in that fleeting moment, the two powers collided, sending a cataclysmic aura rippling outward as Yaoshi and Lumi were flung away. Guang Qingzi utilized the Pangu banner to shield the lantern-burning Taoist, leaving him unscathed. Observing this, Li Qiye's expression darkened. The Pangu banner seemed even more outrageous than the Taiji diagram, capable of obliterating any force, rendering it truly invincible. You seek power, I can offer you boundless strength. In an instant, a voice echoed in his ears, startling Li Qiye. Clearly, he was no longer within the realm of time and space, but rather ensconced in a dark chaos, silent and eerie. What is this? Who are you? The entity had managed to draw him into this space without his awareness. In this chaos, time and space lost all significance, surrounded only by endless void and darkness. Just then, a deep and authoritative voice resonated through the void, echoing the weight of ages. Do you need power? I can bestow upon you infinite strength. The voice faded. A vague silhouette emerged from the chaos. Towering and surrounded by the essence of primordial chaos, its eyes resembling two black holes, profound and indifferent. I am the beast god, Shun and I. The god-slaying spear you wield is mine. With a casual gesture, Shun and I summoned the god-slaying spear back into his grasp, as if it were rejoicing. You have already fallen. This is merely a fragment of your will. Yet, it is undeniable that I was once powerful. In your hands, the god-slaying spear cannot unleash even a third of its potential, that I can assist you in restoring its might, enabling it to unleash its full strength, potentially even wounding a sage's primordial spirit. Nothing in this world comes without a cost. Perhaps the price of something free is even heavier. Shun and I chuckled softly. You are a clever one. I enjoyed dealing with individuals like you. Qiye furrowed his brow. Making a deal with an ancient demon was hardly a simple matter. Shun Ni's gaze deepened, as if he could perceive the secrets lurking within Qiye's heart. My terms are not complicated. This matter may seem trivial to you, yet it is of paramount importance to me. He paused, calculating the pros and cons of this transaction in his mind. Accepting Shun Ni's power could indeed extricate him from his current predicament, but it also risked ensnaring him in an unknown trap. Shun and I, your terms are too vague. I cannot easily acquiesce. Shun and I appear to have anticipated Qiye's reaction. He did not express anger, but instead wore a knowing smile. The road ahead is long. Perhaps one day, you will find yourself in need of this power. With that, Shun Ni's ethereal form gradually dissipated, and Qiye found himself once more before Buzhou Mountain. As if only a fleeting moment had passed, in the void above, a powerful force radiated, instilling fear. Qiye's expression shifted. It was evident that Tongtian and the others had engaged in battle. Noticing the unusual occurrences in the void, Guang Chengzi smiled. Qiye, Master Tongtian has been intercepted by Jie and Juanti. Today, it seems you shall not escape from here. Having declined my hospitality, you shall now face the consequences. Watch as my Pangu banner subdues you. With that, Guang Chengzi brandished the Pangu banner, which unleashed myriad golden rays, forming a golden bridge that spanned the heavens, cycling through life and death, making it seem as if one were plunging into endless chaos. Unable to move, the opponent was merely at the initial stage of the quasi-saint realm. Yet now, the power of the Pangu banner had multiplied geometrically. How could it possibly be wielded by a fool like Guang Chengzi? Suddenly, he realized it must be Yuan Shi, the cunning old fox, who had intervened from the shadows. A sage, he was loath to act personally, resorting instead to underhanded tactics, truly shameless. Before the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yao Qi stood facing each other, gazing toward Buzhou Mountain. Yuan Shi's audacity was outrageous. He drove me away, only to personally intervene against Qiye. The thought ignited her ire. What kind of sage was this? So hypocritical. Shoo! Hao Yin made a gesture for silence, signaling Yao Qi not to speak further, lest Yuan Shi overhear. It was well known that sages possessed the power to traverse heaven and earth. Now, with Hongjun having merged with the Tao, their status was awkward, and these sages looked down upon the two of them even more. Qiye lifted his hand, revealing all his spiritual treasures, shimmering with myriad colors. Even Guang Chengzi and the others, witnessing such an abundance of treasures, felt envy wash over them, their eyes turning green with desire. This treasure is destined to be mine in the West. Yao Shi exclaimed in astonishment. The god-slaying spear, a shattered innate treasure. The 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The fire spirit pearl, a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure. The wind and fire pouch, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. 36 sea-settling pearls, comparable to innate treasures. The demon binding rope, a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure. And the phoenix song hairpin, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. A powerful and terrifying aura surged forth as all the treasures rained down upon Guang Chengzi. With no fanfare or embellishment, they simply struck down. If one failed, then two, and so forth. Guang Chengzi continuously wielded the Pangu banner, swatting away each spiritual treasure, only for them to return again and again in a relentless cycle. Humph! Guang Chengzi scoffed, his voice dripping with malice. I've already told you, My Pangu banner can shatter all forces. What uses it to summon so many magical artifacts? Though I am unable to contend with this Pangu banner. Surely I can handle you. Qiye murmured softly, and 7 innate spiritual treasures erupted with brilliant light, colliding with the Pangu banner. The 7 forces crashed together with cataclysmic ferocity, instantly shattering countless spaces, causing the clouds above to explode and the firmament to rupture. The inhabitants of Buzhou Mountain, witnessing this scene, turned pale with terror. What is happening? The Suiren clan members wore expressions of horror. Even a sliver of this power could reduce their entire tribe to ashes. The residual force spread rapidly, soon infiltrating the human tribes. Faced with such might, the people felt as though they were staring death in the face. Rendered immobile, children in the tribes began to weep, while the adults wore expressions of fear, plunging the entire tribe into chaos. Heaven above, did it truly mean the annihilation of our human race? The Suiren clan cried out in alarm. As countless humans braced for impending doom, the Tower of Heaven and Earth, resplendent with the essence of the universe, emerged amidst the distortion of the void, a treasure radiating the energies of heaven and earth. Slowly descending like a mountain, suppressing the tribe from above, an overwhelming, boundless aura instantly enveloped the area, thoroughly quelling the terrifying force. The swirling energies of the Tower of Heaven and Earth could purify all evil and filth, bathing the entire tribe in its cleansing essence. What kind of power is this? The individuals of the human race below raised their heads in awe, their eyes brimming with reverence. Thank you, esteemed celestial being, for your timely rescue. The figure known as Suiren displayed a countenance of gratitude, prompting the entire tribe to kneel in homage. I am Xuandu, the foremost disciple of the Supreme Clarity Sage. Please rise. With a graceful wave of his hand, Xuandu lifted the kneeling throng. Meanwhile, on the side of Buzhou Mountain, 7 spiritual treasures emerged simultaneously, yet were still swept away by the Pangu banner. How formidable the Pangu banner is! Both the medicine master and Lumi were taken aback, exclaiming, "What chance do we stand against this?" The two exchanged blows, while others dared not approach. Suppress it. The 7 spiritual treasures transformed into 7 towering mountains. Advancing to subdue the Pangu banner, it sufficed to restrain it for but a fleeting moment. No more was necessary. Guanchengzi, astonished, waved the Pangu banner, clearly unprepared for Li Qiye's brutally simplistic approach, compelling him to exert his utmost in resistance. As the glint in Li Qiye's eyes flickered, an indescribable wave of temporal energy emanated from within him, instantly enveloping the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. The river of time manifested in the void. A vast and boundless river of time gradually emerged, winding and meandering, yet vast and unfathomable, seemingly bearing the essence of all living beings. Beneath the tranquil surface of the river of time, scenes from the present, past, and future materialized, churning forth torrents that surged toward Guanchengzi. At that moment, Guanchengzi found himself ensnared by the 7 spiritual treasures, unable to extricate himself, and could only watch in horror as the river rushed toward him, threatening to engulf him entirely. The burning lamp Taoist's expression changed in alarm as he addressed the 2 figures from the west. Fellow Taoists, I implore you to lend your assistance. In an instant, the 3 formed a united front, each bearing a portion of the burden, allowing Guanchengzi to break free. Qiye would not permit Guanchengzi to wield the Pangu banner. 5 Thunder Righteous Method. In that moment, 5 thundering strikes descended, transforming into 5 thunder dragons that surged forth, ensnaring the trio and reinstating the pressure upon them. Seizing the opportunity, although Guanchengzi fought valiantly, all his efforts appeared futile before the river of time. He felt as though he were being drawn into an endless vortex of time, where past, present, and future intertwined before him, rendering him incapable of discerning reality from illusion, let alone escaping. Ultimately, he was utterly subdued by the river of time, his body sinking into its depths, disappearing from sight. With Guanchengzi gone, the Pangu banner became a mere object. With a single gesture, it fell into Li Qiye's grasp. The surge of joy filled his heart upon beholding the Pangu banner. One of the 3 artifacts from the creation of the heavens, even more powerful than the Taiji diagram. Impudent, how dare you? Upon witnessing Qiye seize the Pangu banner and subdue Guanxingzi. The burning lamp Taoist bellowed. The Pangu banner is a treasured artifact of our Jie Sect. Return at once, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you? A magnificent celestial might descended upon Qiye, pinning him down, rendering him immobile. Victory and defeat are but common occurrences. Your disciple is lost, yet you seek to bully the weak. Yuan sure, I have repeatedly shown you leniency. Now you dare to lay hands on my disciple. You seek your own demise. A profound force surged forth from Tongtian, rivaling that of Yuan sure. The two forces clashed, instantly causing the heavens to tremble and revealing an endless expanse of chaotic void. Yuan Shi's expression darkened with fury as he roared, Jane, Zhuan-Ti, what are you still doing standing there? Why do you not act? Tongtian, do you truly wish to oppose me? Brother, I once respected you. But now you are nothing but a mere shadow. From this day forth, I shall walk my own path, while you tread your own solitary bridge. Yuan Shi's face turned ashen, utterly astonished that Tongtian would sever their relationship over a wayward disciple. He understood Tongtian's character well, yet the loss of the Pangu banner was a matter of Jie Sect's dignity. How could he easily relent? Jianmu, Zhuan-Ti, today is a matter for our Sanqing to handle. It is of no concern to you. Alas, this is indeed a matter I should not involve myself in, but your disciple's bloodshed is excessive, and his actions are utterly reckless, having strayed from the heavenly path. Today, having encountered our Western faction, we shall guide him toward enlightenment. Zhuan-Ti, enlighten your sister. Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti's expression soured. How dare Tongtian insult him before so many? If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for our actions. You three are all cut from the same cloth, colluding in your disgrace. Today, I shall see if you possess the ability to withstand this. With that, Tongtian waved his sleeve, summoning the 4 swords of extermination. 4 beams of sword light soared into the heavens, transforming into sword Qi that pierced the earth, tearing apart the space they traversed and withering all in their path. The extermination swords, masters of slaughter, bore crimson blades as red as blood. Wherever their Qi pointed, all living things faced annihilation. The puncturing sword, the master of breaking the law, had a blade as deep blue as the abyss. Wherever its Qi touched, all laws crumbled. The trapping sword, the master of ensnaring foes, bore a verdant blade as green as jade. Its Qi ensnared all adversaries. The fatal sword, the master of severing lives, possessed a blade as black as ink. Its Qi extinguished all spirits. As the 4 swords emerged in unison, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. Extermination array, arise, Tongtian bellowed, and the 4 beams of sword light intertwined, forming a fearsome sword array. Within the array, sword Qi surged, warping space itself, even constraining time. Yuan Shi, Jie, and Zhuan-Ti felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. And faced with this force, all 3 were gripped by trepidation. This is the extermination array. Yuan Shi's expression changed drastically. He could scarcely believe that Tongtian would resort to such a formidable formation for Qiye's sake. It is well known that the 4 extermination swords were forged by Luo, who from the essence and malice of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan tribes during their Great War, possessing immense slaying power. Once deployed, even a sage would find it difficult to dismantle. Jie and Zhuan-Ti also wore expressions of alarm, their eyes filled with apprehension. They understood that the events of this day had spiraled beyond their control. As the extermination sword array manifested, it threatened to obliterate heaven and earth. Tongtian, you disregard your master's admonitions. Do you truly wish to fight to the death with us over this? The extermination array, like the Pangu banner, was something Hongjun had warned against using lightly when bestowing it upon them. Moreover, the extermination array was even more formidable than the Pangu banner. I could see this moment. Yuan Shi was filled with dread, especially since he had also lost the Pangu banner. However, Tongtian seemed unconcerned, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted, "The events of today stem from your actions. There is no way, I shall relent. The four extermination swords clashed with the spiritual treasures of the three saints in the air, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire primordial realm to tremble under the force of their collision. The might of the extermination swords was unstoppable, and with Yuan-Shi having lost the Pangu banner, all three were forced to retreat, utterly beleaguered. If you continue to press me, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Tongtian's voice was cold as ice, his gaze sharp as lightning, scrutinizing the three saints with unyielding resolve. The three saints exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Yuan-Shi, it is not that we do not wish to assist you. The power of the extermination sword array is tremendous. We cannot withstand it alone, and we may very well perish in the attempt. When compared to our lives, this matter of familial honor pales in significance. This is the extermination array. Qiye was also taken aback. The force it wielded could indeed obliterate heaven and earth. Should one find themselves within the array, even a sage could meet their demise, and only the four saints could hope to dismantle it. The combined efforts of the three saints would likely prove futile. Little did they expect that such a grand spectacle would unfold this day. The entire primordial realm was filled with astonishment, gazing upon Tongtian within the extermination array. It was unexpected that Yuan-Shi would join forces with the two saints of the west to strike against Tongtian. Even in the heavenly court, Jun was taken aback. The extermination array truly was fearfully potent. The 12 ancestor witches were present within Buzhou Mountain, having observed since the emergence of the five-needle pine. After all, they did not cultivate the primordial spirit, and the innate spiritual roots held little significance for them. Moreover, this was a conflict of the Jie Sect and the Western faction. Tongtian truly possessed audacity. Standing alone against three saints, the 12 ancestor witches were all filled with trepidation, the force emanating from Tongtian instilling fear within them. Zhu Jiuyin marveled, I wonder how our 12 heavenly gods' grand array compares to this extermination array. Naturally, our array is superior. Had it not been for Hong Jun's intervention, the heavenly court would have long since been annihilated by our clan. Zhu Rong seethed, filled with indignation, without him saying a word. Who among the other ancestral shamans would not feel anger? It is evident that Hong Jun shows favoritism towards the demon race. However, at that time, the shaman clan was weak and dared not act against Hong Jun, leaving the matter unresolved. Meanwhile, Jane and Judy have evidently begun to waver, and should he persist, he would find himself outmatched. Surrender the Pangu banner, and let this matter be laid to rest today. The Pangu banner is the foundation of his existence. Without it, his power would be significantly diminished. Disciple, will you yield? Naturally, Qiye had no intention of surrendering, yet the Pangu banner had become a hot potato, unless he remained in seclusion on Golden Ao Island, cultivating until he achieved the status of a Hunyuan Duo Jinxian. Otherwise, Yuan-Shi would relentlessly pursue him. After much contemplation, it seemed there were no other options. Qiye raised his hand and relinquished the Pangu banner, which was promptly seized by Yuan-Shi. The lamplighting Taoist also returned to Yuan-Shi's side. And what of my disciple Guang Qingzi? Yuan-Shi's expression darkened. Today, his reputation had been thoroughly tarnished by this disciple. Yet, he could not intervene, for some talents were difficult to cultivate to the level of a quasi-saint. Are you not a saint? If you have the ability, go retrieve him from the river of time. I lack that capability. You must handle it yourself. Since Tongtian and Yuan-Shi had already torn their masks off, there was nothing left to be concerned about. The river of time. The three saints were momentarily taken aback. Yuan-Shi's countenance darkened as he raised his hand to grasp, transcending countless voids and chaos, directly reaching the river of time to retrieve Guang Qingzi. The powers of the saints could traverse heaven and earth. To them, the river of time was inconsequential. With a cold snort, he departed with the lamplighting Taoist. Tongtian, my friend, we shall take our leave. Having attempted to steal without success, they now found themselves empty-handed, leaving without gaining anything. Jean and Junti also took their respective disciples back to the Western Church. Master, you may return to Bo Palace. I still have matters to attend to. With that, Qiye headed towards the human tribe. The heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda Qiye was taken aback and lifted his gaze, only to see a young man clad in an ancient blue robe, handsome with red lips and white teeth. Sitting cross-legged in the tribe, his aura emanated a clear, ancient, and profound Taoist essence. The Taiji diagram loomed behind him, deep and boundless, appearing extremely archaic yet brimming with countless mysteries if it were not for Taiji. There would only be one person left, Taiji's foremost disciple, Xuandu, that he was also one of the innate beings among the 3,000 human race. Upon seeing Qiye, Xuandu raised his hand in greeting, "Brother Qiye." "It turns out to be my junior brother Xuandu. I wonder what brings you here." He recalled that Xuandu had always been refining alchemy within the 8 Scenery Palace. Could it be that Taiji sent him down the mountain? The master once said, "I desire tranquility, the path of non-action. I have come this time under the orders of my master, the Taiji saint, to experience the human race and impart the Tao of golden elixirs to bolster the prosperity of humanity." No need for that. I wish to take the human race to the East Sea to seek a place of seclusion for survival and prosperity. Qiye raised his hand to interrupt the continuation of Xuandu's words. On the surface, it seemed he aimed to impart the Tao of golden elixirs, but in reality, he sought to seize control of the human race. That as for the golden elixir, it was merely a means to control the human race. Xuandu did not understand, but how could Taiji be unaware? It appeared that the human race had already caught the attention of the saints. Although it was still uncertain, Taiji had already taken action. "Brother, you must not. Establishing the human teaching is the edict of our master. The Tao of golden elixirs is the essence of our Taiji lineage. To cultivate the golden elixir is to prolong life and comprehend the heavens and the earth. If you take the human race away, it may incite turmoil, contravening the natural order and defying our master's edict. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to inherit the lost teachings of the ancients, and to open peace for all future generations. This is also the aspiration of the human race to as a fellow innate being. Do you not wish for the human race to thrive? In the current war of the shamans and demons, the impact is profound. They possess no means of resistance. You intend for them to wait here for death. Xuandu insisted, if the human race wishes to endure and flourish, they must distance themselves from the chaos of war. The EC lies far from the center of the wilderness, guarded by the Jie Sect, ensuring their safety. That is why my master sent me to impart the Tao of golden elixirs and cultivate the path of immortality. Qiye remarked, in the world of the wilderness, strength reigns supreme, and conflicts are incessant. If the human race lacks sufficient power for self-preservation, what use is cultivating the Tao? Swearin, Chao, and Zi were slightly taken aback. Before them stood 2 innate beings of the human race, belonging to the same lineage. Xuandu remained steadfast in his views. The master's command cannot be defied. Imparting the Tao of golden elixirs is essential for the future of the human race, which should be determined by their own choices rather than evasion. When the human race was slaughtered, you did not see any of you stepping forward. Alas, this is a calamity for the human race. We must comply with the heavenly mandate. Enough, no need for further words. Xuandu, what if I insist on taking them away today? Qiye's expression darkened with anger. The path of non-action is about doing nothing. Junior brother, I see you are unfit for the path of non-action. If you truly practice non-action, why would you interfere? Observing Qiye's stubbornness, Xuandu sighed slightly. This matter is entrusted by our master. I cannot make the decision that if brother wishes to take the human race away, you must seek approval from our master and the respected Nuwa. Without a stable place, what benefit is there in cultivating the Tao? We both care for the human race. Why not consider an alternative approach? Brother, I understand your concerns, but our master is a saint, far beyond our comprehension, that I believe the master will not remain indifferent. Why not stay in the tribe for now and discuss it again tomorrow? The two were at an impasse, and Swearin immediately interjected, stating that there was no rush if they could go to the East Sea. That would be ideal, but the tribe had grown accustomed to living here. Moreover, although the human race had practiced the Tao of golden elixirs over the years, significant achievements were scarce. Currently, only the 3 of them had reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, while most of the tribe lacked even the Earth Immortal level, let alone any prospects for development. Golden Ao Island Bio Palace. Tongtian looked at the two figures before him, astonished. Eldest brother, Sister Nuwa, I wonder what brings you to find me. Third brother, your disciple has turned his attention towards me. Tongtian, your disciple wishes to relocate the human race to the East Sea. What is the meaning of this? After the conclusion of Buzhou Mountain, Qiye had mentioned he had other matters to handle. Could this be it? Observing the attitudes of the two, it was clear they had come to hold him accountable. Disciple, what exactly do you intend to do? Qiye should not be unaware of the importance of the human race to both Nuwa and Taiqing. Taiqing established the human teaching, relying on the fortune of these beings. Meanwhile, Nuwa serves as the saintly mother of the human race. Deserving of their veneration, both Nuwa and Taiqing believe that the other had siphoned off the fortunes of the human race, leading to a confrontation on their way here. However, neither had taken them. It was the fortune divided when the Jie Sect rescued the human race from Buzhou Mountain. Both were enraged by this. It was one thing for Tongtian to seize a fraction of fortune. But now the Jie Sect had taken 2 fractions. Was this not a slap in the face, a disdain for them? Now, with Qiye seeking to take away the human race, how could they possibly agree? Thus, they had come to Bo Palace. In their view, without Tongtian's directive, how could Qiye be so audacious? Noticing the unfriendly expressions of the two, Tongtian inwardly felt uneasy but still spoke. What Qiye does is all for the future of the human race. His heart is aligned with the Tao, beyond what you and I can easily fathom. Upon hearing this, Taiqing found it quite laughable. Third brother, are you confused? We saints possess the ability to observe the past, present, and future, to manipulate time and space, creation and destruction, and the cycle of life and death. What great Tao can your disciple, with mere quasi-saint capabilities, possibly comprehend? Tongtian, I know your Jie Sect protects its own, but the human race was created by my own hands that, as the saintly mother of the human race, I need not be dictated by others. Point 1 Taiqing was already enough, but what is this now? Alas, his disciple is truly a source of worry. I find myself perpetually cleaning up after him. While he revels in his freedom, it is my esteemed master, Tongtian, who bears the brunt of the troubles. It is quite astonishing to witness the revered leader of the Jie, one of the saints, repeatedly plead for leniency on behalf of such individuals. It appears that my master holds you in high regard, and upon my return, I shall certainly administer a proper reprimand to ensure he behaves with decorum. Initially, I perceived great potential in this lad, recognizing his commendable nature and foundation, yet his actions have become increasingly audacious. I have heard whispers that he has even taken possession of the Pangu flag belonging to my second brother, a most egregious act of rebellion. Should my third brother fail to impose stricter discipline upon this disciple, he is bound to attract grave misfortune in the future. A rebellious scoundrel. He shows no respect for his teacher nor the teachings, disregarding even my own authority. The thought of Qiye desecrating her name has incited even greater fury in Nuwa. Among the very 3,000 human tribes she herself has created, he shows them no respect and acts with impunity. This fellow truly knows not the meaning of death. Were it not for his allegiance to Tongtian, he would have long since faced annihilation. Such individuals are best left unmade. My elder brother, rest assured, I shall immediately inform my disciple to refrain from relocating the human tribes. Tongtian has exerted considerable effort to see these two dispatched. After all, the Jie is now immensely powerful, and should further disputes arise between my elder brother, Nuwa, and myself, we would be compelled to confront the 5 saints. Meanwhile, Qiye has also received a transmission from Tongtian, conveying a similar sentiment that it seems that the earlier intervention of the myriad immortals to save humanity has caught the attention of Taiqing and Nuwa, leading to a delay in the relocation of the human tribes. Xiandu remains within the human tribes, imparting the Tao of the golden elixir, thus creating a lively atmosphere that on this particular day, Qiye summoned the 3 ancestral figures of humanity. It appears that the relocation of the human tribes is temporarily infeasible. Although the Tao of the golden elixir suits humanity, its roots are ultimately shallow, unable to foster significant growth. The 3 ancestors are well aware of this, yet the Holy Mother, during the founding of humanity, left behind no teachings or legacies. The Holy Mother they refer to is none other than Nuwa, who is still venerated by humanity today. Qiye recognizes that the three ancestors of humanity represent their hope and serve as tribal leaders. Subsequently, he elucidated the essential principles of the realms to them. The realm of immortals is divided into earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and Hunyuan golden immortal, quasi-saint. With the realm beneath earth immortal being the Tao of the golden elixir, commonly referred to as the realm of mortal flesh, in the initial stages of cultivation, one must refine their qi to establish a solid foundation. Following this, one condenses the golden elixir and comprehends the cycles of life and death. Advancing further leads to the emergence of the primordial infant, allowing for transcendence beyond the physical realm. I trust you have grasped these concepts during the teachings of the Taiqing saint, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Presently, you are all Tai golden immortals, and to ascend to the realm of great Luo golden immortal, you must master the power of the laws. What are the laws? They represent the 3,000 paths and the laws of heaven and earth, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, all embody a single law. Beneath the Taoist tree of enlightenment, the resonance of the Tao enveloped the 3 ancestors of humanity, illuminating their understanding and allowing their cultivation to progress further. The 3 ancestors possess an innate talent that defies the heavens, yet they have suffered due to a lack of guidance. Had it not been for this, they would have long since entered the realm of great Luo golden immortal. After a prolonged period of dormancy, their potential surged forth, enabling them to break through to the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. Now merely a step away from the next realm. Though they remain relatively weak, they have at least acquired some degree of self-defense. With Xiandu present, the safety of humanity is assured. How do the 3 ancestral figures feel? To have suddenly ascended to the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal, the 3 of them rejoiced and were astonished. Compared to the Tao of the golden elixir, Qiye's teachings proved far more profound. They promptly expressed their gratitude towards him and no need for formality. After all, you are the ancestors of humanity, while I am merely a member of the innate human lineage. Subsequently, Qiye produced an ancient tome from his sleeve. The cover bore no inscriptions yet radiated a faint luminescence, exuding an aura of profound antiquity and mystery. This artifact in my possession is known as the Book of the Unwritten Heavens. Though it lacks written records, it encapsulates the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, aiding the 3 ancestors in their cultivation journey. The 3 ancestors gaze at the Book of the Unwritten Heavens, witnessing its pages turn on their own, revealing various patterns and lights that depicted the transformations of the cosmos. This tome is extraordinary. It must be comprehended with a pure heart, free from distractions. To unlock its secrets, the 3 ancestors realized the profundity of this unwritten tome, as the principles of the universe enveloped them, granting clarity and insight. Each individual's interpretation of the Book of the Unwritten Heavens may differ. What one may glean from it remains unknown. The 3 of them became immersed in a moment of enlightenment. Ding, guidance for the 3 ancestral figures of humanity has been awarded. Rewards, 10,000 merit of the Tao. Reward, understanding of the space law increased by 10%. Reward, Tao fragment x1. Ding, host panel. Host, Qiye. Physique, supreme bone, temporal eyes, cultivation, late quasi-saint. Footing, innate human lineage. Laws, time law, understanding at 50%. Space law, understanding at 20%. Law of strength, understanding at 20%. Techniques, 9 transformations of the mysterious art, supreme Xian technique, 5 thunder righteous technique. Treasures, God-slaying spear, damaged innate treasure. 12th rank annihilation black lotus, superior innate spiritual treasure. Fire spirit pearl, inferior innate spiritual treasure. Wind fire mat, superior innate spiritual treasure. 36 sea calming pearls, comparable to innate treasures. Demon binding rope, inferior innate spiritual treasure. Phoenix song hairpin, superior innate spiritual treasure. Mount, 9 dragon agarwood chariot, postnatal spiritual treasure. With matters concerning humanity concluded, it is time to set forth. Before Mount Buzhou, the air is thick with the smoke of battle. The demise of Quafu has intensified the conflict between the shamans and the demons. With even the ancestral shamans taking to the battlefield that on this day, the heavens shifted in hue. Two figures stood opposed against one another, emanating terrifying auras that sent shockwaves through the onlookers to Dijun. How dare you allow the Golden Crows to attack my tribal settlements and slay my great shaman? The countenance of Zhu Jioyin darkened as the power of time swirled, imprisoning the world within this force. In the game of kings and pawns, has no one from the demon clan fallen? Deep June, standing behind the 9 suns, summoned the sun and moon divine wheel, flames scorching the heavens. Time flows backward. Defying the current, Zhu Jioyin gently closed his eyes, and the world dimmed into boundless darkness, night engulfing everything, as time and space began to warp. Upon reopening his eyes, they found themselves in a rift of time. Here, there is no distinction between heaven and earth, only endless time and chaos. Within time, I am the master, I in my domain. Your strength shall be gradually eroded by time. Yet Dijun remained undeterred, raising his hand to reveal the river map and Luo book. As the pages turned, mountains, rivers, and constellations emerged. The river map and Luo book unleashed a myriad of starlight, clashing with Zhu Jiuyin's temporal power, the ripples spreading like waves through the rift, forcing back the chaotic energy and revealing countless chaotic black holes. Time flows backward. All things return to their origins. Zhu Jioyin roared, transforming the power of time into countless blades that pierced through the starlight, aimed directly at Dijun, a mere parlor trick. Dijun retorted with a derisive smile. Luo book established the boundary. The universe is boundless. In an instant, the grand formation of the river Luo activated, enveloping the two within a massive array. Within this formation, Dijun's figure was ubiquitous. 0.9 colossal beams of light erupted from the river map and Luo book, hurtling towards Zhu Jioyin. The forces of wind, rain, thunder, and the 5 elements, all manifested before them. Zhu Jioyin's time laws were obliterated in the primordial realm. Jian, Zhuanti, Yuan Shi, Taiqing, Tongtian, and Nuwa exchanged glances that transcended time itself, observing the two combatants. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of destruction. Zhu Jioyin transformed his head into that of a dragon, exhaling a beam of blue light that shattered the river Luo formation. Esteemed ones, from your perspective, who shall emerge victorious? The two engaged in a fierce battle, clashing countless times, the entire river of time boiling over, as the heavens seemed to collapse. Countless chaotic energies erupted, revealing terrifying black holes. Zhu Jioyin waved his hand, manipulating the river of time within his grasp. Indistinct. Without trace, he turned his hand over, as if seeking to suppress Dijun within the river of time. Dijun, though you wield the river map and Luo book in this river of time, I am the sovereign. Zhu Jioyin stepped into the river, where the waters transformed into countless dragons of time, roaring as they surged towards Dijun. Each of these time dragons represented different eras and destinies, traversing the realms of past and future, seeking to ensnare Dijun within the endless confines of time. The 9th tier of the law of time has indeed been traversed by you. Though Dijun was taken aback, it lasted but a fleeting moment. In the entirety of the primordial world, there were no more than a handful of individuals who could cultivate the law of time to such a degree. Dijun scoffed. While the law of time was formidable, its efficacy depended on the wielder. Those like you, who neglect the essence of the spirit and disregard the natural order, deserve annihilation. The river diagram and Luo book transformed into a radiant beam. Returning to Dijun's grasp, he formed seals with his hands, and upon the Luo book manifested myriad phenomena. Mountains and rivers, sun and moon, stars and constellations, all seemingly evolving within the vast expanse of the primordial realm. The river diagram unfolded, and all beings returned to their origins. With a thunderous roar, Dijun commanded, and the river diagram and Luo book trembled violently, causing countless time dragons to disintegrate upon contact with that radiance, leaving not a trace behind. Time was completely obliterated. Although it was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it housed the formidable formations of the primordial river and Luo, bestowing Di Jun a significant advantage. The Wu clan, having only cultivated their physical prowess, lacked in the domain of spiritual treasures. However, the 12 ancestral witches were different. Their corporeal forms were akin to innate spiritual treasures. Zhu Jiuyin manifested as a colossal blue-green dragon, spanning the heavens, exuding an overwhelming pressure upon the world. Its scales shimmered with an eerie azure glow, clad in armor, exuding an air of majesty. Soaring through the 9 heavens, it roiled and surged, unleashing a thunderous roar towards Di Jun. Faced with such terrifying might, Di Jun felt a flicker of trepidation. As though confronting a divine dragon descending upon the world, he bellowed, summoning the power of the sun, morphing into a gigantic golden crow. Soaring high into the clouds, its feathers blazed with the true fire of the sun. An eternal flame, as it drew near, it carried the devastating might to scorch heaven and boil the sea. The golden crow emitted a series of piercing cries. With a flap of its wings, it released the power to incinerate the very fabric of reality. The flames infused with solar energy, distorting time itself. The colossal dragon and the golden crow clashed repeatedly within the river of time, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, echoing with a cacophony of thunderous roars. With each collision, feathers and scales fell like rain. A testament to the ferocity of their battle, the entire river of time surged and churned, on the verge of collapse under this tremendous force. The surrounding space and time fragmented and reassembled, manifesting a chaotic and tumultuous scene. This moment, the river of time lay in ruins. Yet in terms of physical might, Zhu Jiuyin evidently held the upper hand. One of its dragon claws was firmly embedded in the golden crow. Golden divine blood gushing forth, causing the golden crow to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiuyin's entire form was engulfed in the true fire of the sun, writhing in agony as it sought to extinguish the flames. However, the true fire of the sun was relentless, not easily quelled. Di Jun, our strengths are evenly matched. Today, as battle may not yield a victor. If we continue to fight, we shall both perish here. Today I shall not die nor yield. Let us see who falters first. You are mad. Do you truly wish to perish alongside me? Zhu Jiuyin's countenance darkened. In his eyes, Di Jun had become utterly deranged. My physical form rivals that of innate spiritual treasures. What is there to fear? The Wu clan cultivates the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, and the 12 ancestral witches have each reached the 9th tier. Their bodies are undoubtedly unparalleled in the world. After all, they possess the blood of Pangu, inheriting a portion of the great Pangu's might. Brother, I have come to assist you. In an instant, a shadow flashed by. Holding the Eastern Emperor bell, a wave of sonic power surged forth, resounding incessantly, causing the river of time to tremble even more, raising tumultuous waves. This sonic power can not only shatter the physical body, but also severely injure the soul. However, the 12 ancestral witches, devoid of spiritual essence, naturally bore the brunt of it. Come, today, let us brothers together slay this Zhu Jiuyin here. Zhu Jiuyin's expression darkened. The Eastern Emperor bell was a treasure of innate origins, far surpassing the river and Luo diagram in Di Jun's hands. If he attempted to withstand it with his body, he would surely suffer grave injuries. He contemplated a desperate struggle, but then perceived several figures emerging. Elder brother, we have arrived. Gong Gong and Di Jiang engaged in a fierce battle with the Eastern Emperor Taiqing, Meng, wielding a witch's staff, lightly touched the void, unleashing a verdant wave that in an instant. A gigantic divine tree spanned the heavens, its countless branches aiming to ensnare Di Jun as the ancestor of wood. Zhu Meng was not to be underestimated. He possessed unique offensive capabilities regarding the laws of wood, even surpassing others. The solar power enveloping the golden crow surged once more, incinerating the heavens and instantaneously freeing itself from Zhu Jiuyin's grasp. Merging with the river diagram and Luo book, Di Jun's strength intensified, becoming wild and uncontrollable as the river of time was engulfed in solar flames, akin to the burning of heaven and boiling of the sea, ceaselessly surging. Zhu Jiuyin's dragon claw left deep wounds upon him, penetrating his flesh, golden blood still oozing. Meanwhile, on the side of Eastern Emperor Taiqing, he maintained his ground with the Eastern Emperor Bell, refusing to yield. The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was earth-shattering. With every tremor, it seemed as though the river of time would shatter apart. At this moment, they found themselves amidst chaotic black holes, all remnants of their destructive force, a scene of utter terror. These black holes resembled a colossal eye, poised to devour all in the next moment. Brother, are you unhurt? The Eastern Emperor Taiqing, having repelled Gonggong and Dijiang, approached Dijun's side to Dijun, Eastern Emperor. Enough of this. Continuing this fight is meaningless. If we were to shatter this river of time, the heavenly Tao would descend in retribution. Can you bear the consequences? Dijiang, taken aback by Dijun's madness, had fought alongside his brother for a century. Had they not arrived in time, it was likely both would have perished together, consumed by the river of time. What is the heavenly Tao? Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. I am the heavenly emperor of the celestial court. What do I have to fear? The four ancestral witches were taken aback, incredulous at his audacity. Suddenly, from above the river of time, purple clouds and divine thunder descended, manifesting into 9 chains that flew forth. Seeking to bind Dijun, this was the heavenly Tao. Zhu Jiuyin had not anticipated that it would invoke the power of the heavenly Tao. Dijun berated the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao responded, thus delivering punishment. The heavenly Tao is supreme, embodying the majesty of the primordial world, and will not tolerate any provocation. Dijun held the heavenly Tao in utter disdain. The Eastern Emperor struck the Eastern Emperor Bell, unleashing a torrent of golden light that instantly shattered the purple divine thunder, which ceased its descent, seemingly retreating. Although the Wu clan also held disdain for the heavens, they were not as reckless as Dijun. How foolish to defy the might of the heavenly Tao as a mere quasi-saint. What have you achieved? Without the cultivation of the spirit, you will forever be unable to take that step. Dijun scoffed. The four ancestral witches wore grim expressions. Dijun's words struck a chord deep within them. They understood that the 12 ancestral witches could never attain sanctity from beginning to end. It was impossible. Yet, hope flickered in their hearts, believing that as long as they defeated the demon race, they could dominate the primordial world, and there would surely be a chance for sanctity. That step. Do you think you can take it? We cannot achieve it. How much better are you than us? That step refers to the mixed Yuan de Luo, golden immortal, the realm of the saints. Yet, it is not the saint of the heavenly Tao, but rather the saint of the great Tao. However, this step has obstructed countless beings, and ultimately, it is impossible for anyone to tread upon it. Endless hope is shattered. What use is mere rhetoric? Prove your worth by taking that step. Zhu Jiuyin, accompanied by the 3, traversed the river of time, returning to the present. Brother, let us depart as well. Dijun and Eastern Emperor Taiqing also crossed the river of time, returning to the present. IT has come to an end. How utterly dulled. I had expected someone to perish. Yet this Dijun is truly mad. Zhuan wore a look of schadenfreude, wishing for both to fall. With their strengths evenly matched, neither could overcome the other. Fighting to the bitter end would only lead to death. Moreover, with the Eastern Emperor Taiqing wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, he was not to be trifled with. The Eastern Emperor Bell. This bell is connected to my Western origins. In an instant, the eyes of the 4 saints turned towards Zhuan, their expressions conveying a silent reprimand. What a jest, my dear friends! Why do you all gaze upon this humble monk? The Eastern Emperor's bell is not something that you from the West can ever hope to touch, a mocking expression gracing the face of Yuan Shi. Ah, indeed, what my esteemed friend Yuan Shi has said is entirely correct. Senior brother, it is time for us to guide the fated ones. As Jean and Junie departed, the 4 holy figures exchanged knowing glances before dissipating into the ether. Before attaining sanctity, they conspired together. After achieving it, they schemed against one another, a myriad of machinations. Yet Qiye appeared unfazed, for a confrontation was inevitable in due course. Just as he descended from Mount Buzhou, the Divine Slayer's spear trembled ominously, as if hinting at something profound. Upon withdrawing the spear, it suddenly broke free from Qiye's grasp and shot forth with great speed towards the summit of Mount Buzhou. What is happening? With no other recourse, he found himself compelled to traverse Mount Buzhou once more to the pinnacle of Mount Buzhou. The heavenly pillars supported the four poles, appearing immensely grand from below. Due to the immense power of Pangu that resided within Mount Buzhou, flight was prohibited. One could only ascend by climbing. Thus, Qiye used both hands and feet, leaving a footprint with each arduous step. Reaching halfway up the mountain consumed an entire year, and he was now utterly fatigued. This Mount Buzhou was exceedingly difficult to scale. How much further could it be? Gazing up at the summit, it seemed so near, yet the peak remained perpetually elusive. When would there be an end to this ascent? As he continued to climb, amidst the swirling mists, he beheld the towering pillar, standing majestically beneath the heavens. Its formidable power beyond mere words to convey this moment. He felt as though he were witnessing the grand scene of Pangu separating heaven and earth. The divine bones forged into peaks. The spine transformed into the heavens, supporting the cosmos. The power of creation manifested in the heavenly pillar, revealing and concealing the universe. Although Pangu had been ensnared by the machinations of the great Tao, he remained resolute to part the heavens and the earth until his last breath, that a sense of admiration and reverence welled within him. Pangu, the Great One, merely upheld the legacy. Qiye pondered in somber reflection upon Pangu. A voice reached his ears. Since the dawn of creation by Pangu, you're the first to resonate with Mount Buzhou. Young one, who are you? Qiye clasped his hands in greeting. I am but a junior. The first disciple of the celestial sect's master, Qiye. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am a sacred beast, the guardian of Mount Buzhou, known as the two yellow beasts. That it is said that the two yellow beasts represent the brilliance of the sun and moon. Embodying their radiant powers, the sun radiance dispels darkness and illuminates all, while the moonlight governs tides and dreams. What do you mean by resonance? A chuckle echoed. Those who resonate with Mount Buzhou are all fated individuals, worthy of ascending to its summit. Should you succeed in reaching the peak, I shall bestow upon you a divine light of Qian yellow that will safeguard your path to immortality and ensure your soul's endurance. Furthermore, I shall grant you a divine light of Qian yellow merit, which will aid in your cultivation. I observe that your training pertains to Pangu's art, the 9 transformations of the mysterious technique. For you, it may assist you in breaking through to the 3rd transformation. That Qiye was astounded. You know of this? He believed his practice was imperceptible to others. Most importantly, ascending Mount Buzhou may yield Pangu's legacy. The 3rd transformation. Qiye's mind buzzed. This was indeed the 3rd transformation. If that is the case, then I shall endeavor to reach the peak. I wonder how long it will take me to ascend. At the pace you're going, it could take 3 years. What? 3 years. He thought he was nearing the summit. It would still take 3 years. Reality and illusion, illusion and reality. Do not rely solely on your eyes, but rather perceive with your heart. Young one, I eagerly anticipate your ascent. Very well, 3 years it shall be. After all, time is the one thing that is abundant in the wilderness. Regardless, I possess great stamina and will persevere without faltering. As he climbed higher, the wind and snow intensified, chilling him despite his status as a late-stage quasi-saint. This mere wind and snow nearly froze him. Even the laws seemed excessively unreasonable. The snow was thick and pristine, and at that moment, his hands and feet were reddened, his body covered in frost. Countless gusts of wind and snow assaulted him, as though attempting to sweep him from Mount Buzhou. His face bore the marks of the elements. Appearing remarkably weathered, time seemed to stretch into eternity, and he could not ascertain how many years had passed. He had long since lost all sense of feeling. It was as if a numbing force propelled him onward. At last, his palms seemed to brush against something, as if he had reached the summit. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, his entire being was propelled upwards. He did not know how long he had been in slumber, only faintly hearing a voice that roused him. Has the wind and snow ceased? Upon this realization, a shiver coursed through him. This was no ordinary storm. It was the power of the laws set forth by Pangu, and only those fated could encounter it. Look at your body. This moment, Qiye noticed, startled, that his 9 transformations of the mysterious technique had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd transformation. Moreover, his comprehension of spatial laws had reached 40%, while temporal laws had reached 70%, and the laws of strength remained at 20%. Since Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, I have guarded this place, awaiting two fated individuals. You are the second to reach the summit in these countless years. Before him stood a yellow beast, resembling a Qiye, with a massive head adorned with a mysterious golden pattern, emanating a faint golden glow as it approached. The second, Qiye, could not help but inquire about the identity of the first. Pangu's creation is unparalleled. Aside from beings born from Pangu, who else could ascend to the peak of Mount Bujo? The first was the Earth Mother among the 12 ancestor witches. This maiden possesses a kind heart. Attuned to heavenly virtue, she may yet take that fateful step in the future. The two yellow beasts held the Earth Mother in high regard. Yet, Qiye knew well that the Earth Mother ultimately fell victim to the schemes of the heavenly Tao. Transforming into reincarnation, ensnared by endless karmic obstacles, trapped in the underworld, unable to take a single step, that I once bestowed upon her a divine light of Qian Yellow and a divine light of Qian Yellow merit. Now, I shall grant you the final two, the last two. Qiye was slightly taken aback, sensing a revelation. Indeed, I am known as the two yellow beasts precisely because of these divine lights. Now that fated individuals have arrived, holding on to them is of no use to me. This may indeed lead to your downfall. Qiye felt a twinge of reluctance. In no matter, I have remained here since the fall of Pangu. My existence lost to the passage of time. Never having left this place, that I am uncertain of what the wilderness has become. Every matter in the world has its cause and effect. Our meeting is no mere coincidence, but rather guided by the unseen hand of Pangu. The two yellow beasts exhaled, intertwining two divine lights that entered Qiye's body. Point one was the divine light of Qian Yellow, while the other was the divine light of Qian Yellow merit. They could protect his soul from annihilation and his path from decay, enhancing his magical power and strengthening his physical form. As the two divine lights surged within him, he felt a warm current flowing through his being. His fortune and power significantly enhanced. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your blessings. No need for thanks. I am merely a humble guardian beast of the mountain, not worthy of such titles. Now that you have reached the summit, the legacy of Pangu is for you to seek. If fate allows, you may behold it. If not, there will be no hope. It is time for me to witness what the wilderness truly looks like. As the voice faded, the two yellow beasts gradually vanished. Some individuals are aware of the outcome, yet still choose to act. Others know the result, yet proceed regardless. Perhaps this, too, is the lingering will of Pangu. At the summit, countless stars twinkled, intertwining and converging, forming a vast celestial tapestry. It resembled a colossal game board, with all beings as mere pieces that a glance revealed a vibrant scene, lush greenery, an endless sea of flowers, and ethereal entities. The center stood a colossal heavenly pillar, etched with ancient runes, supporting the four corners of the universe, as if 3,000 laws manifested within, profoundly mysterious. This is the heavenly pillar. Qiye's expression was one of astonishment, as if he had just witnessed the separation of heaven and earth. Before him stood a supreme spiritual root, the purple golden bamboo by a mountain stream. A segment of this purple golden bamboo thrived, its exterior appearing purple while its interior glimmered with gold. A mere proximity allowed one to sense a surge of spiritual energy. The stream itself was quite remarkable, formed from the essence of Pangu's blood, having gathered over time into a substantial body. Surrounding it were numerous spiritual herbs, spiritual objects, and an abundance of spiritual roots. The entire mountain stream was rich in spiritual power, far superior to that of a 10,000-year spiritual milk, making it exceptionally suitable for beings below the great Luo golden immortal to consume. Qiye activated a jade bottle, collecting half of the stream's essence within. Though it held no benefit for him, it would be of immense value to the human race and the Jie Sect. He sought out spiritual roots and sifted through spiritual objects. The Bujo mountain was exceedingly vast, stretching into the horizon beyond his sight. It was at this moment that Qiye remembered the god-slaying spear. He wondered where it had flown off to. Nevertheless, he had already refined the spear and inscribed a seal within it, enabling him to perceive a faint aura. Looking up, he discovered it was located at the very heart of the heavenly pillar. Atop the summit of Buzhou Mountain, it resembled a mystical realm, abundant with all manner of things. However, no living beings were present. As Li Qiye ventured deeper toward the center, he increasingly felt a terrifying pressure enveloping the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. Only upon nearing the central region did he finally behold the colossal heavenly pillar. Upon closer inspection, he saw that 3,000 laws were etched upon the pillar, exhibiting profound and boundless mysteries. The god-slaying spear stood unwavering before the heavenly pillar, its shaft trembling incessantly. The god-slaying spear has returned. With a thought, Li Qiye summoned it back into his hand. This spear seemed to have gained considerable strength. No, to be precise, it had been significantly restored, now more formidable than ever. What had transpired in such a short time for the spear to regain its form? Additionally, what connection did the god-slaying spear have with the summit of Buzhou Mountain? Young one, do not hesitate to collect the fragments of the creation jade disc. An ethereal voice emanated from within the spear. Immediately, a figure materialized before Li Qiye. It was not an incarnation, but merely a remnant of will. Logically, after the demise of the divine being, the next wielder of the god-slaying spear should have been Luo Ho. As a being of chaotic nature, he should have been aware of the divine being's existence. What astonished Li Qiye was the fact that this divine being could manifest at will. Did this not imply that he still held dominion over the god-slaying spear? This was indeed the most terrifying aspect. The divine being's eyes were profoundly deep, and he chuckled lightly. I know what you are thinking. As a remnant of will, I am not tolerated by heaven and earth. Yet here, in Buzhou Mountain, where the will of Pangu resides, even the heavenly Tao cannot perceive me. This made sense. No wonder the being could appear repeatedly. Were you the one who lured me here? Li Qiye now felt certain that the being had deliberately drawn him to this place. If not, how could he have acquired a piece of creation so effortlessly? However, he truly disliked this sensation of being manipulated, as if he were constantly under surveillance. Before the heavenly pillar, 2 shards of the creation jade disc, exuding a faint luminescence, hovered in the air, swirling with unfathomable Tao rhythms. This creation jade disc was a supreme treasure left behind by the great Pangu during the creation of heaven and earth. When 3,000 divine demons besieged Pangu, the creation jade disc shattered and scattered. With Hong Jun obtaining a portion of the fragments, from which he acquired the primordial purple Qiye, perhaps this was a plan that the heavenly Tao had long orchestrated. The 7 strands of primordial purple Qiye all originated from the hands of the heavenly Tao. With a wave of his hand, the 2 shards of the creation jade disc flew into Li Qiye's grasp. Instantly, the runes on the heavenly pillar burst forth with radiant brilliance. In the next moment, Li Qiye found himself in a realm of chaos. Here, there were neither forms nor shapes, as if everything remained uncreated, with all things unborn, yin and yang unseparated, only endless chaotic energy flowing. Before Li Qiye could ponder further, a beam of light coalesced into a phantom, armed with a colossal axe, standing upon the 36 grades of chaotic creation blue lotus. With a creation jade disc above his head, the figure was imposing, his eyes swirling with the primordial power of the universe at its inception. You have arrived. The voice resonated low and authoritative, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, striking at the core of his being. Looking closer, Li Qiye noticed the phantom's lips curl into a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed by his arrival. Junior pays respects to the great Pangu. This was Li Qiye's first time locking eyes with Pangu, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Even though it was merely a phantom, the presence emanating from it felt innate, capable of suppressing all living things. Anyone who beheld Pangu would likely be consumed by a singular thought, fear. I have arrived? Li Qiye was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, does the great Pangu know me? He was merely a transmigrator. Before his arrival, Pangu had already perished. Why would he say such a thing? The cycle of cause and effect is predetermined. Pangu did not directly answer Li Qiye's question, but instead proclaimed, I am Pangu, who proves the Tao with strength, opening heaven and earth in an instant. A resounding noise echoed, causing the entire chaos to tremble violently. 3,000 chaotic divine demons manifested within the chaos, aiming to obstruct Pangu from opening the heavens. In an instant, they divided into two factions. Pangu, the chaos is fine as it is. You cannot afford to stir it further. Stand down. We each have our own little worlds. If you open the heavens, how shall we survive? Pangu, if you dare to open the heavens, do not blame us for stopping you. My will is resolute. For the sake of our shared existence as chaotic divine demons, I urge you all to step aside. Then do not blame us. In an instant, the 3,000 divine demons, led by the Time Demon God, charged at Pangu. Each summoned their respective Tao laws, and for a moment, the entire chaos crumbled apart. He raised the axe of heaven, surrounded by the 36 grades of chaotic creation Blue Lotus, with a creation jade disc hovering above his head, radiating profound creative power. Pangu bellowed, swinging the axe of heaven, a colossal light blade cleaving through the chaos, directly aimed at the 3,000 chaotic divine demons. Simultaneously, the 3,000 chaotic divine demons launched their attacks, their immense power forming chaotic storms that surged toward Pangu. The 36 grades of chaotic creation Blue Lotus emitted dazzling azure light, creating a protective barrier to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic storms. Time Wheel, manifest. Within the chaos, an invisible wheel appeared upon which the laws of time revolved, representing the present, past, and future. Time intertwined, enveloping the entirety of chaos. Pangu, are you truly so obstinate? The Time Demon God's expression darkened, poised to turn the time wheel and obliterate everything. Pangu sneered, among the 3,000 demon gods, you alone possess some strength, yet you cannot hinder me. Pangu swung the axe of heaven, each strike imbued with the power to shatter chaos. Though the chaotic demon gods were formidable, none could withstand the might of Pangu's divine axe. The creation jade disc spun above Pangu's head, releasing waves of creative power that bolstered his offensive. Except for the time, fate, space, and yin-yang demon gods, the others were severely injured by the divine axe. This was still with Pangu holding back. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes. Pangu has indeed gone mad. Everyone, do not hold back. The chaotic demon ape roared, directly igniting its essence and charging at Pangu. The force of self-detonation was terrifying, plunging the entire chaotic realm into disarray. Let us go all out. The 5-element demon gods also ignited their essences and exploded, charging toward Pangu. With more and more chaotic demon gods self-destructing, the 36 grades of chaotic creation Blue Lotus shattered with a thunderous crash. Even the strongest defenses could not withstand such a multitude of divine demon explosions. Break through! Everyone, charge! As the remaining chaotic deities witnessed the shattering of the 36th rank chaotic Genesis Qinglian, they surged forward in unison. At that moment, Pangu had already expended considerable energy. He understood that further delay was not an option. Pangu once again brandished the heavenly axe, this time without restraint, as the blade shimmered with the essence of power, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. With a swift arc, the axe cleaved through the chaos as effortlessly as slicing through chives, severing several chaotic deities from existence. The battle raged on for an extended duration. Yet only a handful of chaotic demons remained, all gravely injured, fleeing from the scene. Pangu did not pursue. His mission was to forge the cosmos. He concentrated his strength within the divine axe and struck toward the heart of chaos. With a deafening roar, chaos was cleaved in two, pure essence rising to the heavens while turbid energy sank to the earth. At that moment, his strength was entirely depleted, and his form transformed into all things of the universe. Even Qiye, who had witnessed many legends, found this spectacle beyond compare. Do you not have any regrets? Qiye suddenly inquired. If given another chance, would you still choose to open the heavens? However, Pangu's response sent a jolt through his heart. Do you think I opened the heavens to attain the realm of the great Tao? Is that not the case? Attaining the great Tao leads to transcendence. Yes, but also no. To be precise, it is a transaction. As Qiye appeared ready to ask further, Pangu interrupted. Enough. My time is limited. What you have just witnessed is also my path, that I cultivate the great Tao of power. capable of dismantling the 3,000 great Taos and shattering myriad laws. Among the 3,000 great Taos, time reigns supreme, space stands as king. Fate is unyielding, and causality reigns. The pain of reincarnation, the unparalleled creation. Destruction is boundless, with the 5 elements as the foundation, and yin and yang in harmony. Furthermore, supreme power utterly crushes the 3,000 great Taos. The 9 revolutions mysterious art you cultivate is precisely what I created at the moment of my enlightenment. Today, I shall bestow upon you the comprehension of the great Tao of power. As he spoke, Pangu's ethereal form began to radiate a gentle glow, enveloping Qiye within it. In that moment, he appeared akin to a chrysalis, fully cocooned within. Qiye felt the profundity of the great Tao, an understanding that transcended words, concerning the forces of the universe, life, time, and space. When he cast his gaze back to the moment Pangu opened the heavens, wielding the colossal axe to cleave through chaos and delineate yin and yang. The application of the great Tao of power vividly emerged in his mind. A surge of golden energy flowed into Qiye's body. This was the original power of Pangu's great Tao of power, now entirely bestowed upon him. The 9 revolutions mysterious art within Qiye began to operate autonomously, a mystical force coursing through his meridians, resonating with his understanding of the great Tao of power. Slowly, he lifted his hand, as if grasping an invisible divine axe, and with a powerful swing, he struck at the chaotic void before him. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic energy in front of Qiye was cleaved in 2. Clarity and turbidity distinctly separated, as if the heavens and earth were newly formed in that instant. The 3rd bottleneck of his 9 revolutions mysterious art shattered explosively, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power within him, leading to a breakthrough in his cultivation. At that moment, he finally ascended to the realm of the primordial golden immortal saint, not merely a heavenly Tao saint, but a saint of the great Tao. He walked the path of primordial unity, unbound by the shackles of the heavenly Tao, yet destined to fall. The 6 saints are heavenly Tao saints, their primordial spirits reliant on the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao endures, they too are immortal and indestructible. However, they can only cultivate to the 9th layer of saint. The path of primordial unity is divided into the primordial golden immortal, the primordial Taiji golden immortal, the primordial Wujia golden immortal, and the primordial Wujia great Tao. The primordial golden immortal, akin to a saint, represents a near immortal state. The physical body is imperishable, the primordial spirit indestructible, capable of wielding the 5 elements, reversing yin and yang, transcending the cycle of life and death, no longer constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, yet still beneath the heavenly Tao. The primordial Taiji golden immortal corresponds to the supreme saint, where the physical body and primordial spirit nearly reach their zenith, capable of influencing the trajectory of the universe. That a preliminary comprehension of the Wujia realm signifies the beginning of all things, where chaos remains undivided, a state where all possibilities exist, yet still not fully transcending the heavenly Tao. The primordial Wujia golden immortal belongs to the realm of the heavenly Tao, surpassing all worlds, able to modify the rules of the primordial chaos at will, defining all laws, the origin itself being the Tao. The realm of the heavenly Tao signifies the current heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Much like Hongjun, who is presently in this harmonious Tao realm, though not yet fully merged with the heavenly Tao. The primordial Wujia great Tao equates to the Tao itself, eternal, imperishable, indestructible, undying, and transcendent. The Tao itself exists. Wujia is indestructible, and Pangu stands at the precipice of the great Tao realm. Hongmeng represents the most ancient primordial era, predating the great Dao. Put it in contemporary terms, Hongmeng is the progenitor of the great Tao, and the great Tao is the progenitor of the heavenly Dao. Qiye achieved his breakthrough. Pangu's ethereal form dissipated into motes of light, leaving only a voice echoing in his ears. Qiye once again bowed, respectfully bidding farewell to the great Pangu. In the future, true strength lies not in how much you can conquer, but in how much you can protect. Qiye returned to the Tianju before Buzhou Mountain, as if all that had transpired was but a dream. Yet, Pangu's final words left Qiye astounded. Pangu seemed to know he was a traveler from another realm. Yet why? Never mind, there were no answers. Despite his astonishment, Pangu chose not to elaborate. After breaking through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, all laws had been perfected. With a wave of his hand, he produced 2 fragments of the creation jade discs. Now, Qiye intended to refine these 2 pieces, merging them within himself. As his thoughts stirred, the fragments of the creation jade discs flew into his body, gradually being refined by his unmatched magical power. Surrounding Qiye were the ethereal images of the 3,000 great Daos, with golden lotuses erupting from the earth, heralding wondrous phenomena that a beam of light shot skyward, a surge of even greater power emerging. Indeed, the creation jade discs recorded the 3,000 great Daos and were among the paramount artifacts of creation. Even the great Tao of creation was half understood by him. Pangu attained enlightenment through the great Tao of power while simultaneously cultivating the 3,000 great Daos and countless minor paths. At his current level, he was required to continuously comprehend and master the laws of the great Tao. The power of the 2 fragments of the creation jade discs allowed him to break through to the second layer of the primordial golden immortal. A delightful surprise indeed. Noticing the changes in Qiye, Shun and I was equally astonished. "You have broken through," Shun and I exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes, and to the primordial golden immortal, no less. After all, he himself cultivated the path of primordial unity and was well aware of how difficult it was to break through. Given the current suppression of the heavenly Tao, such a breakthrough seemed nearly impossible. However, upon reflection, it appeared to hold advantages for him as well. After a brief moment of shock, Shun and I spoke. "Now that you have attained the primordial golden immortal, can we proceed with our transaction?" After the defeat of the fierce beast clan, a fragment of his will have been stored within the god-slaying spear. When Luo Ho seized the god-slaying spear, a deal had been struck with him. Unfortunately, Luo Ho ultimately perished, and the chance for resurrection slipped away. Qiye pondered momentarily, with the war against the chaos demons imminent, followed by the calamity of the function. This was the main event. The bodies of the chaos demons had transformed into the fierce beast clan, and Shun and I was the first to awaken its intelligence, possessing 4 fierce beasts under his command. In the future, he would indeed require such allies, and Shun Ni's strength was commendable that I can grant you resurrection. But what benefit would it hold for me? I have a host of fierce beasts under my command, which you may govern. Though he is the leader of the ferocious beast clan, his power is insufficient for these beasts to establish a foothold in the primordial chaos. It would be better entrusted to Qiye. Should he be resurrected, he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. With a flicker of thought, Qiye traversed the very end of the river of time. Such is the power of a sage. With a mere thought, he transcends the laws of existence. Sanctity, the terminus of the river of time. There is neither time nor space, only a realm of chaotic void interwoven. Within the river, countless images emerged, representing the ever-evolving present, past, and future. With a wave of his hand, the river of time surged with fervor, revealing scenes of the divine battle, which he reversed using the path of time. Freezing them at the moment of the fierce clash of beasts, Qiye reached into the river of time, unleashing a terrifying force as ripples began to form at the river's end. As if this domain were on the brink of collapse, in that moment, a fragment of the divine battle unfolded, revealing the divine figure engaged in combat against the 4 spirits, only to be seized by a colossal hand. He transcended the past, directly bringing the divine figure from history to the present. This moment, the end of the river of time shook even more violently, the ripples intensifying, as if the very fabric of time were roaring in fury. It was only when Qiye utilized shards of the creation jade disc that he managed to quell the tumultuous river of time. Should the river truly shatter, he would bear the weight of endless karmic burdens. Meanwhile, the divine figure remained momentarily dazed, unaware of the occurrences. A wisp of will surged forth from the god-slaying spear, merging with the divine figure's essence. All memories coalesced, restoring his consciousness that the divine reversal, have finally returned to life. Ha ha ha. One day, I truly have been reborn. Quickly depart. At this moment, Qiye's expression grew grave, as if sensing something amiss, and he ejected the divine figure from the river of time. Instantly, an invisible force descended upon this realm, confining all power. Under this influence, even Qiye felt a chill of trepidation. You dare defy the heavens, reversing the natural order? The might of thunder descended, a voice both solemn and weighty echoed at the end of the river of time. Stirring a tempest, a golden, ethereal eye materialized, gazing intently at Qiye. The eye of heaven. A sage may resurrect those reduced to ashes, yet must abide by the natural order. To defy it is to forfeit such power. A formidable pressure enveloped the entire river of time, and with the arrival of divine retribution, countless bolts of lightning rained down around Qiye. The river of time had not yet shattered. Why strike me? Qiye raised his hand in a fist, embodying the essence of power, shattering the thunder and crossing the river of time to return before the heavenly pillar, in the depths of chaos. A golden giant eye slowly opened. Hongjun, did you not claim this individual posed no anomalies? He has already transcended to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. This child is undoubtedly a variable. This cannot be blamed on me. The divine reversal left a wisp of will within the god-slaying spear, which led this Qiye to ascend to the peak of Buzhou Mountain and acquire the legacy of Pangu. Even the heavenly Tao presently cannot fully control the primordial chaos. Places like Buzhou Mountain and the Underworld are beyond its reach, rendering any attempts to intervene or probe futile. Thus, even if we wish to take action against this individual, it would be utterly impossible. As for the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, it is merely an initial stage. Do you truly intend to sever the legacy of Pangu? Pangu. At this thought, the heavenly Tao found itself momentarily at a loss for words. This individual inherits the will of Pangu, and it is uncertain how he may interfere with the operations of the heavenly Tao. Now, with the resurrection of the divine reversal, he has become intolerable to us. Let it be. I shall not intervene. Hongjun, well aware of the heavenly Tao's intentions, realized that Qiye currently carried the merits of the great Tao. Should he forcibly erase him, the Tao would undoubtedly impose karmic retribution. The heavenly Tao wished to avoid such burdens and sought to incite action. However, that would not come to pass. Meanwhile, Qiye stood atop Buzhou Mountain, where the heavenly Tao could not draw near. Enough, the heavenly Tao contemplated. He is merely a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, incapable of stirring significant waves. Atop Buzhou Mountain, the divine reversal was suddenly ejected, still in a state of bewilderment. It was only when Qiye emerged from the river of time that he regained his senses. What on earth has transpired? You seem rather perturbed. Qiye intended to speak, yet at that moment, the entire Buzhou Mountain trembled violently. No, it was not just Buzhou Mountain. The entirety of the primordial chaos quaked at that instant. The very heavens and earth shuddering, the divine reversal exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Such violent tremors. Could it be the end of the world? No, it has only just begun. Listening to Qiye's murmurs, the divine reversal turned to follow his gaze and was instantly filled with dread, his expression shifting. Above the 9 heavens, an immense army of myriad demons surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura that shot straight into the clouds. Below Buzhou Mountain, led by the 12 ancestors of sorcery, countless beings of the witch clan stood poised, forming a formidable collective force. Golden Tortoise Island, at the Palace of Azure Waters, it was the day of the Jie's 1,000-year sermon. The Tongtian teacher sat above, eloquently expounding to the disciples of Jie. Suddenly, the entire Palace of Azure Waters trembled, causing great alarm among the assembly. What is happening? Could someone be attacking Golden Tortoise Island? The unforeseen tremors were not confined to Golden Tortoise Island. The entire primordial chaos felt the disturbance. Nonsense. A sage's sanctum. Who dares to act recklessly? Tongtian was taken aback, raising his gaze to behold the opposing forces of the demon and witch clans. The great battle between the witch and demon clans was indeed upon them, and Tongtian was slightly astonished. His disciple had spoken the truth. What of it? Upon hearing Qiye's words, Tongtian's expression shifted, and he vanished from the palace of azure waters in a single step. You lot, remain within Golden Tortoise Island and quietly recite the Huangting scripture. Without my command, do not venture outside. I in an instant. The 6 saints emerged simultaneously. My friends. To their surprise, Jane and Juni arrived before them. The two exchanged smiles, greeting Tongtian, Taiji, Yuanshi, and Nuwa. The battle between the witch and demon clans indeed bore the shadows of Jane and Juni. Tongtian could not help but ponder, realizing that the unfolding events were almost identical to what Qiye had described. It could hardly be a coincidence. Moreover, he could not sense his disciple's presence. After all, he was a sage, and even he could not probe his aura. My friends have arrived quite early. Are you perhaps here to reap benefits? Upon seeing Jane and Juni, Yuanshi could not help but throw a sarcastic remark. He recalled that the last time they were allies, they stood against Tongtian together. Not at all, Juni replied nonchalantly. A great battle is about to commence, and my senior brother and I have come to guide the fated ones to the Western Church, sparing them the torment of war. Humph, Yuanshi scoffed. Those who are beastly and unrefined, solely cultivating power without virtue, deserve to be obliterated. Tongtian merely acknowledged Taiji and Nuwa, paying little heed to the others. Seeing this, Yuanshi's expression darkened. Tongtian had indeed severed their ties. Sighing, Taiji shared in the sentiment, recognizing that the 3 pure ones had long since separated, and it was no longer his place to intervene. Junti, for his part, smiled brightly. Your teaching is filled with humanity, so lofty. The battle between the witch and demon clans would surely be apocalyptic, far surpassing the scale of the dragon, phoenix, and Qiye clans, should the human race not evacuate promptly. They would surely face annihilation. With a grand sweep of his hand, Qiye gathered the human race before they could respond, then stepped forth to appear above the eastern sea. He waved once more, releasing the entirety of the human race. That he then summoned the 3 heavens, Jinling and Wudong, to assist the human race in establishing a place of survival along the shores of the eastern sea. Shindu, it is best to return to the 8 scenery palace. The outside world is far from peaceful. Very well, brother, I take my leave. Now that Qiye had relocated the human race, he had little else to say and promptly departed beyond the eastern sea. Though the wordless heavenly book was obscure and challenging to comprehend, it was far more profound than the golden elixir great Tao, which could only guide the human race to the realm of the golden immortal. Having undergone transformation, the human race now comprised the original 3,008 beings and an additional 122,600 postnatal beings, amounting to a singular unity. Fushi, this conflict is between my demon and witch clans. You should refrain from involvement. Fushi did not belong to the demon court, and with his sister being Nuwa, once war broke out, no one could remain uninvolved. Should Fushi fall, they would indeed fear Nuwa seeking retribution. Thus, at this moment, Shiha proposed that Fushi refrain from participating in the war of witches and demons, for the sake of preserving both Fushi and the demon race. Should the demon race triumph, all would be well. Yet if they were to falter, it is certain that Nuwa would not turn a blind eye, and no need for concern. Empress, though I'm not of the demon race, I dwell within the heavenly court. Should misfortune befall me, my sister would not lay blame upon the demons. It would be my own choice. As Fushi, he is naturally well versed in the 8 diagrams and the art of divination, even possessing the ability to foresee future events. Despite the chaos of heavenly secrets, he still glimpsed a thread of the future. There is no escape, no avoidance. This is the nature of causality. Suddenly, with a tremendous roar, the heavens and earth reverberated, a thunderous symphony that would not cease. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and the stars dimmed. The entire primordial world trembled in response. Upon Mount Bujo, the demon race stood poised. Emperor Jun donned golden battle armor, crowned with the diadem of sun and moon, surrounded by an infinite aura of solar power, an oppressive presence that bore down upon the void, rolling forth like a tempest. His eyes blazed with fury as the golden wheels of sun and moon hung behind him, radiating brilliance, while he wielded a golden longsword that cleaved through the his left stood Dong Wang Tai. His visage austere, his stature commanding, draped in black robes, holding the Eastern Emperor's bell, which could resonate across the 9 heavens and 10 earths with but a gentle strike, conjuring endless chaotic energies. His right was Fushi, clad in a verdant robe, cradling the Fushi Qin, orchestrating formations, his essence profound and boundless, a terrifying aura suffusing the heavens and earth. Behind them loomed the Kunlun, its massive form obscuring the sky, its wings beating with a howling wind. Thunder rumbling, tearing the void asunder. Following Emperor Jun were the 10 great demon saints, Jianmu, Yingzhao, Feilian, Zhouying, Shangyang, Bei's Qinyuan, Guiche, Bifang, and Faden. Behind them gathered the myriad demon clans of the primordial world, nearly all but the 3 sacred clans of dragons, Phoenixes and Qilin. Then, a resounding roar echoed forth, shaking the very foundations of the primordial realm. Which clan, you dare to slay my son? Today, I shall obliterate your kind. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Emperor Jun commanded, and countless demon warriors surged forth, clashing with the Witch clan. With a single order from Emperor Jun, the demon army poured out like a tidal wave, a dark mass that blotted out the sun. The 10 great demon saints unleashed their divine powers, transforming into streaks of light, weaving through the battlefield. Each strike accompanied by cataclysmic might on the battlefield. Flames surged into the sky, blood staining the earth. As countless beings perished, Zhu Jiuyin, the primal ancestor of time, possessed eyes as deep as night. When he closed his eyes, the entire universe plunged into an endless darkness, akin to an abyss, as time began to warp, intertwining past and future. Upon opening his eyes, time froze, countless demon beings caught in a singular moment, unable to move. Zhu Jiuyin lifted a hand, and time resumed its flow, leaving behind a multitude of lifeless demon corpses. Di Jiang, the primal ancestor of space, suddenly blurred, merging into the fabric of space, vanishing without a trace, only to reappear 1,000 miles away. With a gentle wave of his hands, the surrounding space seemed to be molded by an unseen force, contorting into bizarre shapes, causing all attacks to lose their mark. Zhu Meng, the primal ancestor of wood, held the staff of life, whispering incantations to command the essence of existence, as innumerable vines erupted from the ground. Zhu Rong, the primal ancestor of fire, donned fiery battle armor. His eyes ablaze with intensity, he howled to the heavens, flames surging around him, transforming into a sea of fire that stained the world crimson. With a sweep of his hands, 2 fire dragons roared forth, leaving ash in their wake. Gong Gong, the primal ancestor of water, stood tall, roaring as the skies darkened, ominous clouds gathering, and torrential rain poured down. He formed seals with his hands, summoning waters from the 4 seas to coalesce into towering waves, surging toward the demons, an unstoppable force that devoured all. Chong Liang, the primal ancestor of thunder, clad in armor of lightning, wielded the thunder god's hammer. With a thunderous cry, the heavens rolled with thunderclouds, lightning flashing and roaring as he swung the hammer, sending forth thick bolts of lightning that struck the demons with unmatched might, instilling terror far and wide. Shibai Shi, the primal ancestor of poison, slender and cold-faced, played a haunting melody on his poison flute, releasing a sinister fog that ravaged the land, leaving death and desolation in its wake. His eyes could emit lethal glances, and those struck by them would surely perish, invisible and intangible, evading all defenses. Tianwu, the primal ancestor of wind, drifted like a breeze, his presence elusive. With a breath, tempests arose, stirring up clouds of dust and forming a massive vortex of wind. Emanating overwhelming power, he glided through the storm with ease, as if a god of the winds. Uz, the primal ancestor of electricity, flicked his fingers, sending tiny electric serpents dancing through the air, seemingly harmless, yet capable of penetrating armor and striking at the soul, agile and lethal, leaving no means of defense. Xian Ming, the primal ancestor of ice, her skin as pale as snow, exuded an icy breath that dropped the temperature, freezing all around her. With a wave of her hands, a blizzard whirled forth, encasing countless demons in Isitat Ryu Shou, the primal ancestor of gold, wielded a colossal golden axe, his aura resplendent. With a fierce roar, he swung the axe down, radiating golden light that melted all metals in its path. Ho-Tu, the primal ancestor of Earth, possessed beauty unparalleled, summoned the power of the earth to form a formation that ensnared countless demons. The 12 ancestors, embodying the 12 elements, wreaked havoc upon the world, shattering the entire primordial realm as the void collapsed and the earth heaved. You dare! Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, Fuxi, Kunlun, Shiha, and Changshi battled alongside the 12 ancestors. Which clan today marks your annihilation? With a sweeping gesture, Emperor Jun unfurled the He-Tu and Luo Shu, radiating brilliance as countless stars revolved. And endless rivers surged forth. The Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation, once established, could summon the forces of heaven and earth, creating boundless storms of stars and torrents of rivers, engulfing all beings within the formation, turning them to ashes in an instant. The Witch clan felt the surrounding space distort, their strength seemingly diminished. The 12 ancestors were equally taken aback. However, as manifestations of Pangu's essence, the 12 ancestors possessed boundless innate power. The 12 forces converged into an unstoppable torrent, crashing violently against the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation. Inside the formation, stars revolved and mountains rose, yet faced with this ferocious power, it began to reveal signs of collapse. Break! With a thunderous roar, the 12 ancestors unleashed their might simultaneously, tearing apart the mountains and rivers within the formation with an invisible force, causing the light of the stars to dim. Seeing this, Emperor Jun's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that the 12 ancestors could so easily shake his formation. United, the 12 ancestors shattered the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation, scattering its fragments across the sky. Emperor Jun was also staggered by this tremendous force, spitting blood as he stumbled. Dongwang Tai struck the Eastern Emperor's bell, its sound resonating across the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he charged towards the 12 ancestors. Fuxi strummed his qin, the resonant melodies concealing a deadly intent, as if a tenfold ambush, each sound wave capable of slaying countless demons. With a wave of his hand, numerous runes whirled, forming a stellar array that ensnared the beings of the Witch clan. The Kunlun overshadowed the sun, every flap of its wings crushing innumerable demons. Shiha, clad in a golden-red robe, with sun gems adorning her hair, lightly waved her sleeve, releasing a torrent of light from the sun chariot, transforming into countless fiery arrows that rained down upon the Witch army. These fiery arrows, infused with the true fire of the sun, scorched all in their path. Even the mightiest of the Witch clan must temporarily retreat from the forefront, resulting in the untimely demise of countless witch beings. Meanwhile, Changshi, adorned in a flowing silver gown, possesses an exquisite beauty, gently caressing the lunar disk, her frigid luminescence illuminating the battlefield. The lunar disk spins in response, unleashing formidable lunar power that annihilates innumerable witch life forms. The war has raged for a century, with both the witch and demon clans exhausting their resources, yet they remain locked in a stalemate. This battle is exceedingly brutal, leaving the entire surrounding area of Buzhou Mountain in ruins. The heavens seem to collapse, and the earth sinks into chaos. The 6 saints are profoundly shaken, realizing the immense strength of the witch and demon clans, which they had previously underestimated on Mount Wanshou. At the 5, Jininzi's expression is icy. He harbors a desire for the demon clan's defeat, had it not been for the relentless pursuit of Kunlun and Dongwang Tai against Tongtian. The latter would not have been forced into reincarnation. That Di Jun roars, declaring that today he shall wield the witch-slaying sword to eradicate them all. The sword is swung with sudden ferocity, releasing a pitch-black sword light that cleaves through the skies. Imbued with destructive might, charging towards the witch army, as the sword light passes, the very fabric of space is torn asunder, obliterating all obstacles that dare stand in its path. This witch-slaying sword was forged specifically to target the physical and divine powers of the Witch clan. Taking essence from the human race, its blade resembles the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of witch warriors, who fall like wheat before this overwhelming force. Blood stains the earth, and anguished cries echo throughout the battlefield, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. Yet, Jun remains unfazed, his eyes reflecting cold resolve. Let all of you perish. With another swing of the witch-slaying sword, a terrifying sword light descends. Brother, the time has come. Aside from the Jotian star array, this is the demon clan's trump card. The 12 ancestor witches exchange glances and nod in agreement. Very well. Today we shall use Jun's head as an offering to honor the souls of our fallen witch clan. The bloodlines of the 12 ancestor witches surge forth as they infuse drops of their essence into the slaughtering path sword, channeling all their power into Zhu Jiuyin. The sword's body is as dark as the night, exuding an oppressive chill, its tip gathering enough terrifying power to shake the very foundations of the heavenly Tao. Upon its emergence, the world is engulfed in tempestuous winds and shifting skies. Even the chaos trembles in response. The witch-demon war reverberates throughout the entirety of Honghuang in an instant, all eyes are drawn to Buzhou Mountain. And Osage dares to approach this place. This moment, Buzhou Mountain is already a scene of devastation. The heavens and earth collapsed, revealing boundless chaos. The war, akin to an apocalyptic event, has persisted for an extended period without resolution. This battle has unveiled the formidable strength of the witch and demon clans, rendering the teachings of Chan and Qiye as mere flickers of light in comparison. The 12 ancestor witches, born of Pangu's essence, possess unparalleled strength, rendering the Hunyuan Hala array utterly ineffective against them. Indeed, the Hunyuan Hala array pales in significance. The 6 saints harbor their own thoughts, each lost in contemplation. However, the sword summoned by the witch clan exudes a palpable aura of dominance, instilling a sense of suppression within them. The 6 individuals are all profoundly alarmed. This sword is quite peculiar. I sense an aura capable of suppressing the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing Taiqing's words, the other 5 saints are equally astonished, suppressing the heavenly Tao. How can that be? Wouldn't that imply it could also suppress us? At this moment, Yuan Shi speaks, Elder Brother, why not employ the Taiji diagram to deduce its origins? As saints, they would never allow anything that threatens their existence to persist. I shall investigate, he asserts, and the Taiji diagram manifests, with yin and yang slowly revolving. Taiji gives rise to the 2 instruments, which in turn generate the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols lead to the 8 trigrams. As Taiqing conducts his deduction, a hazy image materializes before them. Yet, in an instant, this image dissipates like smoke, as if a force has interrupted the unfolding of the Taiji diagram. Taiqing shakes his head, stating, the image is too indistinct. I cannot ascertain the origins of this sword. They are heavenly Tao saints, yet they feel unease due to a mere sword. How curious indeed. Yuan Shi's heart jolts as he contemplates. If even Elder Brother cannot probe its origins, this sword must possess considerable renown. If I could acquire it, would I not ascend to join the ranks of the 6 saints? Martial Brother, this sword is extraordinary. It seems to be entwined with our Western teachings. Should we obtain it, how could we not prosper? Jiejing exclaims. Indeed, he concurs at this moment. Everyone begins to covet this sword, each calculating their own strategies. Let them fight. Let it be a duel to mutual destruction. At this point, Jiejing and Zhuan Ti share a knowing smile. Lady Nuwa, it appears the demon clan has been driven to the brink. Will you not lend your assistance? Upon hearing this, they all turn their gaze towards Nuwa. After all, she was once the queen of the demon clan, with deep ties to them, not to mention her brother, Fushi, still on the battlefield. Will Nuwa choose to intervene or remain aloof? Yet, her countenance reveals no emotion, as if this matter does not concern her. Nuwa scoffs, Zhuan Ti. Do you truly wish for me to take action? Not at all. I merely wish to remind you, considering your brother is still present on the battlefield. Zhuan Ti responds that Nuwa's connection to the demon clan is tenuous, while the witch clan shares a lineage with the 3 pure ones. Should both sides engage in conflict, it would be most advantageous for the Western teachings to reap the benefits. Mentioning Fushi, Nuwa's beautiful eyes flicker. To claim she is unconcerned would be a lie. She has advised her brother, yet Fushi remains resolute in his course. The threads of fate are obscured, rendering her unable to discern Fushi's life or death. Zhuan Ti's words have evidently sparked Nuwa's interest, As the slaughtering path sword emerges, its brilliance shines forth, rendering it unstoppable, capable of severing all worldly constraints. In contrast, the witch-slaying sword is constantly suppressed by the slaughtering path sword, unable to unleash its true potential. The two swords are incomparable. The witch-slaying sword is merely forged from the essence of a human race, while the slaughtering path sword is a synthesis of numerous rare divine metals, augmented by the essence of the 12 ancestor witches, resulting in its formidable power. Today, I shall utilize this sword to vanquish you, Zhu Jiuyin declares, his form oscillating between light and dark, the power of time surging forth to envelop the arena. Empowered by the terrifying force of the slaughtering path sword, it bears down upon Dijun, who feels as though a sword hangs above him. Should it descend, his demise is certain to at this moment. Zhu Jiuyin appears to have reached the level of a quasi-saint, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. Seeing this, Dong Huang bellows, casting the Dong Huang bell to envelop Dijun Shi Huang. Shi, Kunpeng, and Changxi also arrive, each hurling their own spiritual treasures to shield Dijun from this overwhelming force. Boom! As the sword emerges, who can contend with it, cutting through all worldly illusions? The Dong Huang bell suddenly erupts with golden radiance, accompanied by a thunderous roar as its terrifying aura expands, inflicting damage upon both the witch and demon clans, resulting in a loss of countless lives that a combination of 7 or 8 innate spiritual treasures, along with the Dong Huang bell, barely manages to counter the slaughtering path sword. Had it not been for the innate supreme treasure absorbing much of its might, Dijun would undoubtedly have perished by now. Yet the slaughtering path sword shows no signs of damage, leaving Dijun astounded. Damn it! How can the Witch Clan possess such a formidable divine weapon? The witch-slaying sword has become utterly ineffective, constantly suppressed. If I do not find a way to halt this mysterious sword of the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan shall suffer grievously. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai's countenance darkens. The 12 ancestor witches are equally astonished, never having anticipated the slaughtering path sword to be so terrifying. Dijun, you are at the end of your rope. What means do you have left? Use them without hesitation, at the end of my rope. Ha ha! Dijun laughs maniacally, his eyes glinting with madness, ambition, and defiance that I am the celestial emperor, destined to dominate all. To his generals, he commands, form the formation. Dijun draws upon the stars as a guide, utilizing the cosmic power as a foundation. Establishing the Zhou-Tian star array, countless stars connect, encompassing the myriad heavens of Hongwang. Dijun selects 365 demon gods, each of whom has attained the level of Great Luo Jingxian, each holding a Zhou-Tian star banner corresponding to the 365 celestial bodies. Following this, there are 108,000 major stars, with each demon being a representative of a star, wielding a total of 14,800 small Zhou-Tian star banners corresponding to one another, alongside countless demon beings. The Sun Star and Moon Star serve as the formation's core, shrouded in profundity as murderous intent permeates the air. Coupled with Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, Fushi, Shihe, and Changxi, 5 quasi-saints stand ready. Even the presence of a saint yields no advantage. This is the grand array of the heavenly court, a formation that leaves even the 6 saints astonished. Despite their exalted status, they can feel the terrifying and annihilating aura surrounding them. Tongtian possesses profound knowledge of formations, having commanded the formidable Excalibur array himself. This array differs from others. While formations like the 9 Curves Yellow River Array and the 10 Absolute Array create their own spatial realms, isolating themselves from the cosmic mysteries, this particular array lacks such a spatial dimension. However, it possesses the ability to lock onto all individuals enveloped within its grasp, rendering them unable to escape the falling starlight, regardless of the divine powers they attempt to wield. This array merges seamlessly with the external space, summoning the cosmic stellar forces of the universe, wielding the might of countless stars, a power potent enough to obliterate heaven and earth at this moment. Within the array, 360 strands of starlight begin to coalesce slowly. Do not underestimate it. This force harbors the potential for cataclysmic devastation. The 12 ancestors of the Wu clan now feel the oppressive weight of this energy. A sudden wave of pressure washes over them. Eldest brother, let us also set up a formation. Very well. The demon clan has summoned all their resources, and the Wu clan shall not be outdone. While you, the demon clan, wield the grand array of the heavenly stars. We of the Wu clan possess the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array. Father God above, the Wu clan faces a life and death calamity today. We beseech you to intervene. The 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array is initiated. Each of the 12 ancestors occupies a designated position, forming a circle, channeling their ancestral blood power to activate the array. Instantly, 12 elemental forces surge forth, converging together. Ancient incantations are recited, seemingly bridging heaven and earth, summoning the spirits of the departed. Subtle changes begin to unfold in the cosmos as the forces of heaven and earth converge from all directions, coalescing atop the array to form a golden beam of light. The beam ascends towards the sky, magnificent and towering, akin to a pillar of support upon the unyielding Mount Bujo. Within the beam, the ancestral blood of the 12 ancestors intertwines, colliding and merging as the fusion completes. A resounding noise erupts, echoing like the footsteps of a giant. Resonating throughout the entire primordial realm, that a phantom emerges from the golden pillar, wielding a colossal axe, treading upon chaos, with eyes that blaze like torches, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, as if a deity from the chaos itself, radiating boundless majesty and power. Each breath stirs the forces of heaven and earth, capable of shaking the very foundations of existence. This is the great god Pangu. Even though they were aware of the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array's ability to summon Pangu, witnessing it firsthand is still profoundly shocking. He is the creator of the primordial world. His innate authority striking a chord in the hearts of countless beings. Even the 3 pure ones, as saints of the Tao, must bow their heads beneath this phantom's presence. This is an indelible mark upon the beings of the primordial realm, inherent and eternal. Father God, the 12 ancestors softly murmur, kneeling before the visage of Pangu. The 12 ancestors, who have never bowed to heaven or earth, now wear expressions tinged with sorrow. After exchanging glances, they merge with Pangu's phantom, thus enabling them to unleash the great god Pangu's might. The 3 pure ones, as manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, do not kneel, becoming the objects of ridicule for the Tude. Even the 12 ancestors have knelt. Do you not honor the great god Pangu? The 2 remain silent, but Yuan Shi grows increasingly agitated. Zhuan Ti, I see you're truly looking for trouble. Now all 3 are saints, having taken Hong Jun as their master. They have long forgotten Pangu, let alone bowing before him. How could a saint kneel? This invites mockery from Jin and Zhuan Ti. Moreover, the 12 ancestors are the only ones who honor Pangu, loyal in their devotion. From this perspective, the 3 pure ones are indeed somewhat heretical. How can my junior brother say such a thing? The 3 fellow Taoists have taken Hong Jun as their master. How could they still remember the great god Pangu? Besides, they have never paid homage to him. Jin's words are undeniably sharp. In an instant, the atmosphere grows tense. In retort, what more can the 2 say? What they state is merely the truth. Jin Ti, you seek death. Enough, second brother, calm down. Are you not embarrassed enough? The myriad starlights of the grand array collide with the acts of creation. In that moment, the heavens and earth seem to split asunder. All is silent. And a force capable of annihilation sweeps forth. Endless waves of power ripple outward, distorting space, causing stars to fall, the earth to fracture, and boundless chaos to erupt, revealing a massive, serpentine black hole fissure. The complete 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array effortlessly rends the grand array of the heavenly stars apart. As the axe of creation descends, countless demons perish within its wake. With Dijuan bearing the brunt of the onslaught, he immediately attempts to activate the He Luo primordial array to counter this force. He too, Luo Shu, manifest. A barrier of light forms before Dijuan, but at that moment, a shadow darts past, seizing the He Tu and Luo Shu, causing the formation to shatter. Without the array to shield him, Dijuan falls beneath the axe of creation, which continues its relentless path. Kunlun, you seek death. With the He Luo book snatched away and Dijuan slain, Dong Huang Tai roars in anguish, desperate to capture this Kunlun. Fuxi, Shihe, and Changxi did not anticipate Kunlun's outright betrayal. With their husband dead, they are engulfed in despair. Yet the axe of creation is simply too powerful. Dong Huang Tai hastily summons the Eastern Emperor Bell to shield the three. The immense force shatters everything, breaking apart the realm of chaos, leaving the firmament in ruins. This strike exhausts all of the 12 ancestors' power, leading to their disintegration. Utilizing the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the four manage to withstand the onslaught. However, they suffer grievous injuries, particularly Dong Huang, Tai and Fuxi, who have shielded Changxi and Shihe from much of the force and are now utterly depleted. With his brother slain, Dong Huang Tai can no longer contain his anguish, letting out a furious roar. The 12 ancestors fare little better. Aside from Hutu and Gonggong, most are gravely wounded. You seek death. Dong Huang bellows, unleashing a torrent of formidable power as he charges towards the 12 ancestors. And oh good, he is going to self-destruct. Little sister, retreat. Zhu Jiuyin pushes Huda back, placing himself in front. Dong Huang. Shihe and Changxi's expressions shift dramatically. With their husband gone, the demon clan is leaderless. They exchange a glance, and within their eyes, the desire to continue living has vanished. Perish, sun! Perish, moon! They resolutely self-destruct, transforming into the sun and moon, emitting terrifying power that seeks to obliterate everything as it surges towards the 12 ancestors. The self-detonation of 3 quasi-saints manifests a force that the heavily injured 12 ancestors cannot withstand. Brothers, fight to the death. Protect our little sister. They may perish, but Hutu must not be embroiled in this. Even in death, they will safeguard her. Boom, rumble, thunder, a violent force crashes against the 10 ancestors, and in that instant, they shatter. The ancestors fall beneath this overwhelming power. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Hutu wails in despair from the rear. Little sister, take care of yourself. Our brothers can no longer protect you. The 10 ancestors expend their final strength, desperately shielding Hutu, all falling in the process. This moment, only Hutu and the gravely injured Gonggong remain, alongside a few great shamans. The Wu clan has been nearly obliterated by the grand array of the heavenly stars. Meanwhile, on the demon clan side, aside from the traitorous Kunlun who has fled, only Fuxi and a few others remain. This battle has been so devastating. It is time for it to conclude. Fuxi smiles slightly as his form dissipates into shimmering points of light. Jane and Zhuan exchange a glance and immediately rush forth. Seeing Fuxi on the verge of vanishing, Nuwa invokes her creative power to preserve Fuxi's primordial spirit, storing it within a gourd to nurture. The 3 pure ones witness this and also rush out. Taiji proclaims, Jin, Zhuan, the Eastern Emperor Bell is not something you can covet. Where's my second brother? Not seeing Yuan Shi, he feels perplexed. As they had clearly rushed forth together, Tongtian sneers. Yuan Shi remains, as ever. In the present day, the attention of all is fixated upon the chaotic bell, while the sword of slaughter remains forgotten by the Wu clan. By the time they turn back, they will find it too late. Grasping the sword of slaughter, Yuan Shi is filled with trepidation. What rank has this sword attained to be so formidable? It is astonishing that there exists someone more cunning than ourselves. Upon witnessing this, Zhuan could not help but curse. From the outset, the opponent's intent was clearly directed towards this sword. Junior brother, it is imperative that we take the chaotic bell back. Jane, with an unflinching demeanor, stated, a formless object acquired by fate. This chaotic bell is destined for our western realm. Destined, you say? With Tongtian wielding the Qing Ping sword, a vast expanse of azure sword energy comes slicing through. Tongtian, my friend, are you not being overly hasty? Zhuan brandished the 7 treasures mysterious tree, which seemed capable of brushing aside all worldly matters, deflecting the azure sword energy. Jianmu and Taiqing clashed. The Tai Chi diagram collided with Jieyin's treasured banner, producing a thunderous reverberation that, in an instant, the 4 saints engaged, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and shift in hue. The might of the saints pressed down upon the entire realm. leading to the instantaneous collapse of the already fragmented firmament in the wake of the battle between the Wu and the Lich. Who among you will retrieve the sword of slaughter? Although the 12 ancestor Wu have perished, it still holds some utility for you. As silence enveloped the assembly. A figure clad in black robes stepped forth, his voice slightly hoarse. Allow me to take on this task. It has been long since I last stretched my limbs. It is high time for some amusement. That a voice cautioned, do not underestimate your opponent. After all, we are in the primordial world. Fear not. These so-called heavenly Tao saints are no match for me. They are truly feeble. Were it not for the constraints of the heavenly Tao, I would genuinely fear shattering them. As he took a step forward, destruction emerged from the underworld, and with a wave of his hand, a wave of annihilation swept across the entire realm. This sword is not something you can lay claim to. Though he had yet to arrive, his words preceded him. Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Shi was momentarily taken aback, only to behold a man in black robes materializing before him. The figure was entirely concealed by the voluminous robe, rendering his features indiscernible, yet his raspy voice resonated with an aura of destruction. Who are you to speak thus to me? Do you have any notion of my identity? The sudden appearance of this figure, coupled with his audacity to obstruct him, caused Yuan Shi's expression to grow cold, the power of a saint surging forth as he sought to suppress this individual. Alas, how dull! Are the saints of today so weak? Yuan Shi was taken aback as he observed that the figure remained unfazed beneath the pressure of the saint's might. Standing firm as a mountain, unaffected in the slightest. You speak boastfully. I care not for what manner of demon you are. Begone! With a wave of his hand, Yuan Shi summoned the Pangu banner, unleashing a formidable force that seemed intent on shattering the heavens and the earth. What is this? That is the aura of the Pangu banner. The 5 saints were taken aback. How could Yuan Shi wield the Pangu banner? Ah, there's indeed a figure in black robes before Yuan Shi. The 5 of them ceased their struggle over the chaotic bell, turning their gazes toward Yuan Shi. This individual is rather peculiar. How is it that he remains unaffected beneath the Pangu banner? It is well known that the Pangu banner is one of the triad of heaven's creation, possessing immense destructive power, imbued with the might of the heavenly axe. Destruction chuckled softly. The Pangu banner, transformed from the blades of Pangu's heavenly axe. How intriguing! Today, I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in battle with you. You are simply too weak. You speak recklessly. You are courting death, time and again, to declare Yuan Shi weak. Who among the entirety of the primordial world would dare to provoke him so? Clutching the Pangu banner, even the saints would regard him with trepidation. Yet this individual dares to mock him. Destruction smirked, extending both hands as the force of annihilation surged forth, transforming into a swirling vortex of chaos that absorbed the power of the Pangu banner. How can this be? Yuan Shi's face fell. Disbelief etched across his features. As a saint, summoning the Pangu banner should be cataclysmic, yet his power was effortlessly nullified by this being, implying that the other was indeed stronger than him. It is over. With a wave of his hand, the sword of slaughter tore free from Yuan Shi's grasp. Soaring towards the figure, he then cast his gaze skyward and vanished without a trace. The 5 saints were left in utter shock at this turn of events. The sword of slaughter had been stolen. However, Zhuan paid little mind to this, seizing the opportunity to claim the chaotic bell while the others were distracted. Brother, I have secured it. Let us depart. Depart where? The chaotic bell is a treasured artifact of my demon clan, and you shall not take it. Nuwa activated her red thread ball, intercepting the 2. Fortunately, she had remained vigilant. Otherwise, their scheme would have succeeded. Friend Nuwa, when the demon clan was in peril, you did not lend a hand. Now that a treasure is at stake, you are eager to intervene. What a double standard. My methods are none of your concern. Jie and Zhuan, the chaotic bell is a treasure of the East. What business do you have in the West? Do not recklessly come to our eastern realm to plunder. Have some decency. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones had also closed in, forming a blockade of 4 against them. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Having lost the sword of slaughter, he could not afford to let the chaotic bell slip away again. As I have said, formless objects are claimed by virtue. By your reasoning. This chaotic bell is also a fate with me in the East, stubbornly obstinate. I shall not relent until you surrender it. Yuan Shi wielded the Pangu banner, unleashing a terrifying power that roared forth, cleaving towards Jie and Zhuan. Taiqing shook the Tai Chi diagram, the duality of yin and yang, one black and one white. Descended to suppress them, Nuwa summoned her red thread ball, manifesting a swirling vortex of crimson light that shot forth beams of radiant red. Jianmu cast forth the Qing Lian treasure flag, blooming with azure lotuses that formed a luminous veil over the two, followed by the summoning of a divine staff of empowerment, tracing an intricate path through the air. Zhuan Ti's seven treasures mysterious tree expanded dramatically, its myriad branches entwining their foes. The five saints clashed violently, the air filled with resounding booms. Zhuan Ti, if you do not surrender the chaotic bell, I shall unleash my wrath. Yuan Shi thundered in anger. The two could hardly contend against Taiqing, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa, their faces bruised and battered, clearly having suffered greatly. You may beat me to death, yet I shall not relinquish it. Zhuan Ti clutched the chaotic bell, resolutely defiant. They were all heavenly Tao saints, beings of immortality. Yet here was Zhuan Ti, throwing a tantrum, unwilling to let go. Oh, you still have no shame, Zhuan Ti. What is shame? What purpose does it serve? I desire only the chaotic bell, Zhuan Ti, unconcerned, replied. Very well, wait for it. Yuan Shi summoned the three treasures Jade Rui and aimed it at Zhuan Ti. Ouch! Ouch! A chorus of cries and wails erupted, regardless of the three treasures Jade Rui raining down upon Zhuan Ti. He continued to scream in agony, refusing to release his grip. This left the others speechless. Such a resilient individual was a rarity in their experience. After all, as a saint, his body was tough. Let the blows continue. Meanwhile, three figures stood upon the eastern sea. Qiye, why do you not seize the chaotic bell? Initially, he had been engaged in the struggle for the chaotic bell with Taiqing and Yuan Shi when he received a transmission from his treasure disciple. Anxious to arrive, he had not seen Qiye for quite some time and was deeply concerned, especially since he could not sense his presence. Why seize the chaotic bell? It is unattainable anyway. Wouldn't it be better to gain merit by mending the heavens? Master, quickly summon all disciples of the Jie Sect to repair the heavens. What? Repair the heavens? Tongtian appeared puzzled, glancing upward. The sky was intact. Moreover, the sky was supported by the heavenly pillar. How could it possibly collapse? Yet, recalling Qiye's words before he departed, which were now coming to fruition, could it truly be that the heavens would fall? Disciples of the Jie Sect, heed my command. Swiftly proceed to Buzhou Mountain to repair the heavens. With Tongtian's command, countless celestial beings emerged from Golden Ao Island, a grand and sweeping sight. Although they were uncertain of what they were to mend, under the guidance of Duo Bao, they all flew toward Buzhou Mountain. That a multitude of celestial beings surged forth, formidable and grand. Brother Duo Bao, Master has instructed us to repair the heavens, yet the heavens are not broken. Furthermore, with the heavenly pillar supporting it, how could the heavens possibly collapse? The three heavens, Jinling, and others were equally perplexed that I do not know. I am just as baffled. The Master merely instructed me to lead the disciples to Buzhou Mountain. If the heavens collapse, we shall mend them accordingly. Yun Shao expressed his concerns, saying, I wonder how senior brother is faring. It has been a millennium since we parted ways in the Eastern Sea. Duo Bao, seemingly indifferent, replied, Oh, senior brother, why worry? Whenever he stirs trouble, no one dares to provoke him. Indeed, senior brother possesses immense powers. You need not fret, dear sister. Zhao Gongming was aware that Qiye had now attained the threshold of sainthood. As long as the saints remained hidden, he would only inflict suffering upon others. Moreover, this senior brother of theirs had never suffered a loss. For every strike he received, he could return tenfold. Meanwhile, on the side of Buzhou Mountain, Zhuan Ti clung tightly to the chaos bell, enduring the onslaught of three magical artifacts. Very well. You refuse to let go, do you? Yuan Shi waved his hand, summoning the Pangu banner, sweeping it toward Zhuan. However, Zhuan Ti remained unfazed. No matter how formidable the Pangu banner, a saint's essence is enshrined within the Tao of heaven, immortal and indestructible. At worst, he would endure a beating. The Pangu banner, a treasure of the primordial ancestor, could rend chaos, shatter time and space, delineate yin and yang, govern the five elements, disrupt the primordial chaos, veil the universe, and obliterate heaven and earth, exerting an unparalleled influence through the ages. Even saints would be compelled to retreat in its presence. At that moment, the chaos bell emitted a resonant hum, radiating brilliant light as it broke free from Junti's grasp and soared into the chaos, vanishing from sight in an instant. Witnessing this, Junti's expression drastically changed, his eyes momentarily clouded with astonishment, and he burst into tears, lamenting, "Oh, my chaos bell! What a calamity!" Just then, the Pangu banner swept towards him, sending the grief-stricken Junti flying far away. He could not afford to hesitate and immediately exclaimed, "Yuan Shi, you must compensate me for the chaos bell, but if it weren't for you, it wouldn't have fled. It's all your fault." Yuan Shi's expression darkened as he retorted, "How shameless can you be? Blaming me. If you hadn't delayed this matter, the chaos bell would have long been secured." Reasoning? He hadn't even sought justification yet. First, the sword of slaying the Tao was snatched away, and now the chaos bell had escaped. Indeed, the chaos bell had truly fled. No one could capture it. Tongtian gazed at Qiye, astonished. Was he truly a seer, possessing supernatural insight? Just then, a furious roar echoed. Ah, everything is lost. It is all over." Gong awoke. Realizing that all had ended, his eyes burned crimson as he howled towards the heavens, filled with boundless resentment and madness, declaring, "If that is the case, let us all perish together." With that, he charged towards Buzhou Mountain. The earth trembled with a thunderous crash as Gong's body collided with the mountain, causing rocks to splinter and dust to rise. The heavenly pillar, which supports the vault of the heavens, began to quake under this force. Fissures rapidly spreading until, with a resounding crack, the pillar shattered, leaving the celestial dome without support. As the pillar collapsed, the firmament fractured. Above the sky, the stars tilted, the sun and moon lost their light, and chaos reigned across the world. A massive black void appeared in the heavens, revealing endless darkness. Torrential rains cascaded down like a waterfall, submerging the land. Thunder roared and fierce winds howled, plunging the entire world into a state of apocalyptic panic. What has happened? The heavenly pillar has fallen. The six saints were taken aback. Quickly, if the heavenly waters cascade down, and the heavens close once more, we shall revert to chaos. The Pangu banner could stabilize the forces of earth, water, wind, and fire, and could also enact the boundless principles of creation. With that, Yuan Shi cast the Pangu banner towards the fissure, attempting to block the chaotic energies. The Taiji diagram transformed within the interplay of yin and yang, becoming a banner that temporarily sealed the rift in the sky. Nuwa raised her hand, sending the map of mountains and rivers to the fissure to suppress the torrential waters. What shall we do? Senior brother, we must assist. The collapse of the heavenly pillar threatened the lives of the primordial beings. If chaos were to return, how could our Western teachings ever revive? The two of them summoned their artifacts to block the fissure. The time has come, my fellow disciples. Channel your powers and begin mending the heavens. Instantly, myriad strands of spiritual light surged towards the rift, combining the strength of the six saints with the full might of the disciples of the Jie Sect, finally stabilizing the firmament, halting the confluence of heaven and earth for the time being. The collapse of the heavenly pillar is beyond our capacity. At that moment, Tongtian approached Qiye, heading towards Taiji and the others. What brings you and your wayward disciple here? He also observed something peculiar. All the Jie Sect disciples were foolishly attempting to mend the heavens, overestimating their abilities. Enough, the heavenly pillar has fallen. We should discuss how to repair it, Taiji interjected, interrupting Yuan Shi. The six saints understood that this was merely a temporary fix. Yuan Shi solemnly stated, although we can currently uphold the balance of heaven and earth, this is not a lasting solution. We must find a fundamental remedy. Dear friends, Jianmu continued, the heavenly pillar is the very backbone of the Pangu god, imbued with immense divine power. There is no other that can replace it. The balance of heaven and earth has been disrupted. Although our spiritual treasures are powerful, the forces of nature are overwhelmingly vast and ultimately finite. That moment. Qiye suddenly spoke, in the Northern Sea. There exists a mysterious tortoise that has lived for 1,000,000 years without taking form. Its limbs could support the heavens. The Northern Sea tortoise? As a member of the demon clan, Nuwa was aware of its existence. However, this tortoise bore the weight of countless lives. Should it be slain, it would undoubtedly invoke endless consequences. Entangled in karma and burdened with sins, upon hearing this, the 5 saints furrowed their brows, clearly reluctant to take such a risk. Since you all are unwilling to slay that tortoise for fear of karmic repercussions, I shall take it upon myself. Tongtian stepped forward, leaving them all momentarily stunned. Wasn't this a futile endeavor? If no one stepped up, Nuwa had already resolved to do so. Yet unexpectedly, Tongtian volunteered. Excellent, excellent, dear friend Tongtian, Jianmu and Zhuanti exclaimed. Very well, third brother, this task shall be entrusted to you, agreed, since you have volunteered. Then go forth. Yuan sure concurred. We shall rely on you, brother Tongtian, that my friends, until Tongtian returns from slaying the tortoise. We must work together to support the rift. With that, the 4 of them settled into position, channeling their powers to sustain the spiritual treasures. Just as Nuwa prepared to sit down, a voice reached her ears. My friends, the master calls for me. I must make a brief visit. Please manage this place in my absence. With that, Nuwa entered the chaos, soaring towards the Zhixiao Palace. In the Northern Sea, an endless abyss loomed. The ocean surged with towering waves, crashing against the shore, vast and boundless. This moment, Tongtian and Qiye walked upon the waters of the Northern Sea. Tongtian had received Qiye's message, which was why he agreed. He knew his disciple would not harm him. The shore of the Northern Sea, a chilling wind howled, and the waves surged violently. Beneath the vast expanse of azure waters lay a colossal being, the Northern Sea tortoise. Its shell resembled an island, cloaked in ancient green scales, with stout limbs that strode through the waves without causing a ripple. Upon its back flourished lush vegetation, exotic flowers and rare herbs, and unique creatures, forming a small world teeming with life. Each movement it made stirred up layers of waves, while its massive head breached the surface. This creature was none other than the Northern Sea tortoise, seemingly bearing countless lives upon its back. What brings the master of Tongtian to my shores? The tortoise inquired, its voice resonating with the weight of endless ages. The heavenly pillar has collapsed. The entire primordial world is on the brink of catastrophe. That I require your 4 limbs to support the heavens. Support the heavens? I have no desire to do so. Having lived for 1,000,000 years, it naturally did not wish to perish in such a manner. Moreover, the affairs of the primordial world were of no concern to it. Even if heaven and earth were to fall, it should not bear the burden. Upon hearing the tortoise's refusal, Tongtian understood but did not forget his purpose. Tortoise, this matter is not up to you. If the heavens collapse, the primordial realm will be annihilated. And you too shall perish. I have merely existed for 1,000,000 years, never taking form. What fear do I have in perishing? I simply do not wish to support the heavens, nor do I wish to fall. Seeing that the tortoise was unyielding, Tongtian immediately summoned the Qingping sword, its radiance exerting pressure over the entirety of the Northern Sea. You carry countless lives upon your back. Do you dare to defy me? The tortoise was taken aback by Tongtian's resolute stance. Tortoise, should you willingly support the heavens, we would relocate the lives upon your back. It is merely a matter of severing your limbs. Additionally, we promise to send your essence into the cycle of reincarnation, allowing you to join the Jie Sect afterwards. This is a rare opportunity for rebirth. The Qian turtle fell silent once more, grappling with inner turmoil. After all, it had endured countless eons yet remained unable to take form. The prospect of reincarnation was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, especially as it could now become a disciple of a sage. Losing its limbs was a trivial sacrifice, for at least its primordial spirit persisted, rendering it a net gain in its eyes. After a prolonged moment, the Qian turtle slowly declared, I am willing to support the heavens. Please relocate the beings upon my back. Very well, replied Qiye, as he waved his hand, gathering all the beings into his sleeves. I am the Qian turtle of the Northern Sea. Today, as the pillars shatter and the primordial beings suffer, I shall offer my body to uphold the four corners of the universe and protect the tranquility of all things. In an instant, its limbs soared towards the heavens, propping up the four corners of the universe, causing the heavens and earth to no longer converge. With the loss of its limbs, the Qiye turtle's shell began to sink slowly. As a primordial spirit emerged and was gathered by Qiye into the Nine Gourd. Above the firmament, purple Qi swirled, auspicious clouds gathered, and golden light illuminated the way, showering down endless merit. The merit of the great Tao astonished Tongtian. 90% of the merit flowed into the Qiye turtle's primordial spirit, while the remaining 10% was bestowed upon Tongtian in the realm of chaos. Within the Zixiao Palace, Nuwa knelt in reverence. Master. The venerable figure before her was none other than Hongjun. Nuwa, as the pillars of heaven collapse and the balance of the universe falters, all beings face impending doom. Today, I grant you the Qiye Ding to refine the five-colored stones and mend the heavens. Nuwa stepped forward and bowed deeply. I am willing to undertake this responsibility. Hongjun waved his hand, revealing a colossal cauldron before them, its surface engraved with ancient runes, exuding a profound and mysterious aura. This was indeed the Qiye Ding, a congenital treasure capable of transforming acquired treasures into innate ones, aiding in the refinement of the stones needed to mend the heavens. That Nuwa's eyes sparkled with recognition as she carefully examined the Qiye Ding, feeling the immense power contained within, and once more bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for this precious gift. Although the heavens were temporarily supported, the question of how to seal the rift loomed. The five sages began to express their concerns. They could not rely solely on their spiritual treasures for sustenance. Disciple, how shall we seal this rift? Tongtian inquired through a transmission. His disciple seemed to possess omniscient knowledge, as everything he spoke of came to fruition, a true prophet. Master, do not worry. Someone will naturally come to mend the heavens at Ah. And here they are. There is no need for concern. My master has granted me the Qiye Ding, as long as I refine the five-colored stones. The heavens can be mended. Since it is the master's instruction, we shall naturally comply. The Qiye Ding was indeed a congenital treasure. They had all heard of its ability to transform acquired spiritual treasures into innate ones. A wave of envy washed over the crowd. Such a treasure had fallen into Nuwa's hands. Qiye mused. Originally, the Qiye ancestor was deceived by Hongjun, and thus the Qiye Ding ended up in his possession. Master Uncle, why not allow me to accompany you in search of the five-colored stones? Qiye suddenly suggested, leaving the assembly in surprise. Tongtian added, Nuwa, why not let Qiye accompany you in the search for the five-colored stones? Many hands make light work. Puffed. Yuan sure chuckled. What use is he? He would only be a burden. Very well. Let's proceed. The five-colored stones were red, yellow, blue, white, and green. Master Uncle, do you know where they lie? Humph. You see, no, quite a bit. I can indeed sense one of the divine stones, but for the others, we shall find clues after locating the first. Since Master Uncle is unaware, allow me to enlighten you. The red stone is at Shoyang Mountain, the yellow stone at Kunlun Mountain, the blue stone at Tiandai Mountain, the white stone in the far west, and the final green stone lies in the depths of the nether abyss. Upon hearing Qiye enumerate the locations of the five divine stones, Nuwa was taken aback, her expression shifting. She had indeed sensed the first stone's presence at Shoyang Mountain. However, she was oblivious to the whereabouts of the other stones. How did Qiye know? Are you deceiving me? How do you know this? What I know is of no concern to you, Master Uncle. Trust me. Nuwa regarded him with a renewed respect, scrutinizing him, yet finding nothing amiss. Noticing Nuwa's gaze, Qiye smiled gently, as if basking in spring's warmth. What, Master Uncle, do you find me handsome and valiant, or have you taken a liking to me? Impudent scoundrel. Nuwa waved her hand, intending to teach him a lesson. Master Uncle, we have arrived. Humph, we shall settle accounts once the stones are refined. Shoyang Mountain was also the site of the Taiji Daoist Sanctuary, the 8 scenic palaces. Originally, Taiji had taken 9 sites, but as 9 represents the ultimate, they reduced it to 8. The five-colored stones were indeed formed from the essence of heaven and earth. After securing the red stone at Shoyang Mountain, they hurried to Kunlun Mountain, where they found the yellow stone. At Tiantai Mountain, by the banks of the Rochue River, they obtained the blue stone. In the far west, they acquired the white stone, forged from the essence of gung metal. Along their journey, Nuwa was continually astonished. Qiye's guidance was unfailingly accurate. Now, only the green stone remained, and the nether abyss lay deep within the realm of the dead. I shall go alone. You may return, she insisted. The nether abyss was too profound and mysterious. Even she had never ventured there. If Master Uncle wishes to go alone, I shall not stop you, but you will not find the green stone. Nuwa retorted, do you think I cannot find it without you? Yet, recalling Qiye's remarkable feats, she resolved to settle accounts with him after mending the heavens, in the realm of the dead. The underworld lay in eerie silence and desolation, permeated by a chilling atmosphere. Disordered souls drifted aimlessly throughout the netherworld, in the flow of fate. Both spoke simultaneously, their gazes locking in mutual surprise. They ventured deeper into the nether abyss, arriving before the river of fate in the blink of an eye. The river of fate mirrored countless destinies upon its surface, and there, beneath the waters, the green stone lay quietly, radiating a faint azure glow. Nuwa reached forth, grasping the green stone in her hand, last. They had gathered all 5 colored stones. However, at that moment, a low, ominous laughter echoed from the depths of the netherworld, proclaiming the return of chaos to the primordial realm, the ultimate fate of all things. Suddenly, a man and a woman manifested before them. Who are you? Nuwa raised her hand, wielding the red embroidered ball as a shield, her instincts warning her of their formidable nature. Qiye was taken aback as well. One of them was indeed one of the 3,000 chaotic demons that had just robbed Yuan Shi, the destruction demon. As for the other woman, he could not ascertain her identity, but it was clear she was also a being of chaos. He is the destruction demon, and the other must also be a demon. Qiye whispered, point 2 chaotic demons. How could such beings exist in the netherworld? Nuwa exclaimed in horror, her countenance shifting. The memory of Yuan Shi's robbery was still fresh in her mind. Even summoning the Pangu banner had proven insufficient against them. Light demon, meow meow. A gentle, ethereal voice resonated. What are your intentions? Do you seek to obstruct us? Though confronted by chaotic demons, Nuwa remained unflinching. Their era had passed, and they had been severely wounded by the great Pangu. Should a conflict arise, victory was not out of reach. The destruction demon smirked slightly, a glint of malice in his eyes. Surrender the 5 colored stones, and I may allow you to leave. The 5 colored stones are the foundation for mending the heavens. Do you not fear the retribution of the heavenly Tao? Ha! The destruction demon sneered. I know well that you so-called heavenly Tao saints have your primordial spirits tethered to the heavenly Tao, rendering you immortal. But this is the netherworld, a realm beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao. Master Uncle, hold your ground. I shall seek reinforcements. With that, Qiye's eyes gleamed as the laws of time intertwined around him, forcibly casting him out of the netherworld. Qiye, you scoundrel! Nuwa exclaimed in outrage upon witnessing him abandon her to flee alone. How intriguing! It seems the power of time is at play, and I can sense the essence of time. Should we intercept him? Meow meow inquired. No need. A mere quasi-saint is not worth our trouble. Nuwa, have you made your decision? Otherwise, I shall personally take from you. Meanwhile, Qiye, propelled by the force of time, was sprinting away. Damn it, these chaotic demons are hiding in the netherworld, plotting to obliterate the primordial realm. What transpired that prompted Qiye to rush over in a flurry, leaving Tongtian slightly astonished? What news of Sister Nuwa? Inquired the members of Taiqing that I suspect she was likely driven back by Sister Nuwa. Truly, a case of achieving less and causing more trouble. Yuan Shi could not help but scoffed at least I am not the one who was robbed and left in disgrace. Now, as a Han Yuan Dayu Jinxian, who is afraid of whom? Have you grown complacent? He added, I wonder who had their nose rubbed in it for being so weak. Qiye was acutely aware of the dialogue between Huimye and Yuan Shi. And at this moment, he could not resist mocking, which instantly displeased Yuan Shi. Point 1 could see the latter's expression darken, wishing to dismantle Qiye piece by piece. Vengeance is not yet due. The time has not come. Who would have thought Yuan Shi would find himself in such a predicament? Well played. Well played. It seems Yuan Shi is not human after all. Zhuan Ti, dissatisfied with the situation, unleashed a tirade against Yuan Shi. Zhuan Ti, you have already chosen the path of death. Yuan Shi's face twisted in anger, summoning the Pangu banner, intent on attacking both Zhuan Ti and Qiye. Dare to insult this seat and seek death. Enough. What kind of decorum is this? A single admonishing cry from Taiqing brought the crowd back to their senses. Humph, I shall remember this matter. Once the task of mending the sky is complete. Would you dare to compete? Taiqing questioned. Qiye, speak. What exactly transpired? As Qiye began to recount the events, the 5 saints were taken aback, while Yuan Shi's jaw dropped in astonishment. The chaos demon god is actually lurking in the underworld and seeks to thwart Sister Nuwa's efforts to mend the sky. What can be done? I fear Sister Nuwa cannot hold out. Yuan Shi himself was unable to contend with it, let alone Sister Nuwa alone, especially against 2 adversaries. Humph, I knew it, a cowardly wretch, afraid for his life, leaving Sister Nuwa to fend for herself. Qiye jested. With such peculiarities, have you consumed the Taiji diagram? How adept you have become with yin and yang. Yuan Shi was left momentarily speechless by Qiye's taunts. Brother, shall we leave? That is indeed the chaos demon god. Zhuan Ti voiced his concern, panic evident in his tone. You cannot leave now. If we dare to flee, the 3 pure ones will surely pursue us. Zhuan Ti glanced over and, to his dismay, saw the 3 glaring at him. If we do not mend the sky, the waters of the heavenly river shall pour down, obliterating all living beings. Within the underworld, Nuwa's expression was grim, despite having summoned several innate spiritual treasures. Her adversary effortlessly neutralized them with a mere flick of the hand. This sense of helplessness was akin to facing a towering demon god. Qiamiao, you go. I cannot strike against a woman in an instant. Like a gust of wind, Qiamiao reappeared, clutching the colorful stone for mending the sky. Qiamiao was formless, as was the wind, seemingly merging with the cosmos, leaving even Nuwa unaware. Your mending stone has been taken. Sister Nuwa, are you unharmed? A voice resounded as Taiqing and the others materialized before her. Their astonishment. It was indeed the demonic god of destruction. Sensing this overwhelming destructive power, Taiqing's expression turned grave. It seems you sought assistance, he remarked, intrigued. How amusing, how amusing. The demonic god of destruction chuckled in surprise. 6 heavenly Tao saints have gathered in the underworld. Truly fascinating. Humph, scoundrel, hand over my sword at once. Yuan Shi, feeling somewhat uneasy, added, and returned Sister Nuwa's colorful stone for mending the sky as well. That depends on whether you possess the capability, the demonic god of destruction sneered, brandishing a long spear as dark as ink, known as the World Destroyer. With a single thrust, the entire underworld trembled, as if it would tear apart. Yuan Shi, wielding the Pangu banner, gently waved it, causing 1,000 golden rays to surge forth, exuding an aura of creation. Nuwa, parting her crimson lips, sent forth myriad spiritual birds from her red embroidered ball. This treasure contained boundless transformative power and served as her proof of enlightenment, bolstered by the merit of the heavenly Tao, rendering it immensely formidable. With a gentle toss, it transformed into a sea of red clouds, dissipating the spear's onslaught, yet she was still forced back several steps. Zhuan Ti, grasping the 7 treasures' wonderful tree, each branch imbued with various laws of power, waved it lightly, capable of brushing aside myriad things. However, this time, the spear's force was not deflected, and Zhuan Ti's countenance shifted dramatically as he swung the 7 treasures' wonderful tree once more. 7 beams of colorful light collided, barely shattering the demonic god's attack. It's futile. Brother, we cannot withstand this. Zhuan Ti's heart raced, the 3 of them barely able to defend against the onslaught of the demonic god of destruction. This left Nuwa, Yuan Shi, and Zhuan Ti all astonished. These chaos deities were exceedingly formidable, with one effortlessly fending off all 3 saints as if it were a mere game. Meanwhile, Taiqing cast forth the Taiji diagram, wherein yin and yang intertwined, black and white swirling endlessly, as two fish leapt forth, embodying boundless chaotic power. Tongtian, brandishing the Qingping sword, unleashed a cascade of azure sword shadows that enveloped the demonic god of Qiye. He then wielded the Hunyuan dust, manifesting streams of golden light, impervious to myriad laws, causing all evils to retreat. Jin, treading upon the 12th grade merit golden lotus, formed a defense, then summoned the three treasures of Jing. With a flick of his dust, myriad Buddhist images sprang forth, and prayer beads emanated billions of Buddhist lights, while golden beams radiated from the treasure banner, culminating in a colossal Buddhist palm descending. Jane wore a bitter smile. We cannot win. We truly cannot win. Hutu, my friend, take heart. Qiye suddenly appeared in the Pangu temple, causing Hutu to pause momentarily, her beautiful eyes narrowing. The battle between the witches and the demons has concluded, the chaos lasting long enough to shatter heaven and earth. Are you here for the heavenly pillar? Gongong's collision with Mount Buzhou led to the collapse of the heavenly pillar, and he had been present at the time, yet could do nothing to stop it. Now, only she remained of the 12 ancestor witches, filled with sorrow and resentment. If you seek the heavenly pillar, I have no recourse. Hutu smiled bitterly. The witch clan has decided to retreat and not engage in the matters of the primordial. It may serve as an end. I have indeed come for the heavenly pillar, and only you can assist with this, Dami. Hutu's expression turned to one of surprise. The 6 saints are already searching for a means to mend the sky. If they are powerless, what can a quasi-saint like myself do? Gongong, as shattering of the heavenly pillar weighed heavily on Hutu's heart, as it was a legacy left by the Father God. What can I accomplish? If you trust me, then follow me. Ancestor Witch, do not trust this man lightly. Indeed, Ancestor Witch, our clan has but you left that, if any mishap occurs, Mount Buzhou will be even harder to defend. Xingtian and the Great Witch Jiofeng spoke up at this moment. Hutu waved her hand dismissively. No matter. You all see to the safety of our kin. She then closely followed Qiye, the two maintaining a distance, and shortly thereafter, they came to a halt. This place is Mount Wanzhou. It was evident that Hutu recognized the mountain, perplexed as to Qiye's intent in bringing her here. Nevertheless, she followed Qiye inside. Before them stood a Taoist temple inscribed with the words Wuzhuang Temple, radiating an air of profundity, and on either side, 14 characters were inscribed. The abode of immortals for longevity. A household sharing longevity with the heavens. Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi. This individual she had heard of, rumored to be extremely ancient, a being from the Chaos era, with innate spiritual roots and a ginseng fruit tree cultivated within the temple, as well as the earth book in hand. CND, it has been a long time. I heard you went to assist in mending the sky. Yes, soon as Hutu entered, she heard Zenyuanzi's hearty laughter, indicating a familiarity between them, suggesting they were sworn brothers. With the heavenly pillar collapsed, I merely brought my junior and junior sisters to earn some merit. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a woman present. She was stunningly beautiful, with skin as clear as ice and snow, her every expression enchanting, dressed in a flowing white gown, exuding an exquisite demeanor. Ah, it is indeed my friend Hutu, Zenyuanzi greeted with a bow. Please take a seat. Hutu returned the gesture and sat down. Qingfeng, Mingwei, fetch me a few ginseng fruits. Yes, master. He was puzzled as to why his friend had come to Wuzhuang Temple at this time. Recalling that the battle between the witches and the demons had just concluded, should you be at Mount Buzhou arranging for the witch clan? Qiye interjected. Dao brother, I invited her to hear. An unexpected situation arose regarding the sky mending that I will speak plainly. I wish to borrow the earth book from you, my esteemed younger brother. You are too modest. It is but a mere record, of no consequence. With a flick of his wrist, Zhen Yinzi summoned an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet within it lies the formidable power of the earth, the primordial essence of the land, and the dual energies of the mysterious and the profound. In light of this, my fellow Taoist, let us proceed. It is a rare occasion for you to visit, and since we have procured the ginseng fruit, why not indulge ourselves first? Indeed, the ginseng fruit has not graced my palate for quite some time. A brief pause will do no harm. I seized the ginseng fruit and took a bite. and a surge of rich juice erupted in his mouth, the flesh yielding a sweet aftertaste, brimming with spiritual essence. "Please, my friend from the earth." With that, he expressed his gratitude. Grasping the ginseng fruit, Ho-Tu opened her ruby lips and took a delicate bite. Her grace far surpassing that of Qiye. In an instant, she felt a pure energy flow into her body, healing her wounds and even enhancing her cultivation. She couldn't help but marvel at the innate spiritual root, which possessed such miraculous effects. As they neared the end of their feast, the two followed Qiye, their minds filled with questions about his intentions. It was not until they reached the banks of the Underworld River that Qiye spoke. "My friend, what do you perceive in the blood sea of this river?" "This is the Underworld River, where countless souls drift aimlessly, lost and forsaken, filling Ho-Tu with compassion. The war of the witches and demons, a calamity that engulfed the primordial world, resulted in the demise of these innocent souls. I have witnessed countless innocents fall, their spirits unwelcome, their existence unacknowledged by heaven and earth. This is merely the facade. In the future, countless lives will perish, accumulating upon the Underworld River surface. Observe how the aura of malevolence lingers, the unfulfilled desires, resentments, and hatreds of the departed." "What do you imply, my friend?" Ho-Tu inquired, sensing she was grasping a deeper truth. "In a world where heaven and earth are incomplete, they ought to have a sanctuary. With the ebb and flow of tides, if the tides follow a rhythm, if the spirits have a refuge, then the cycle continues, leading to rebirth." Ho-Tu murmured, enlightenment dawning upon her as she sighed gently. "To guide the spirits, I shall be the vessel." Qiye extended the tome of the earth to Ho-Tu. "The Tao is the Tao. Yet it is not the Tao to be contemplated through chaos. Perhaps, if I can protect the Witch clan, I willingly transform myself." Holding the tome, Ho-Tu stood above the Underworld River. "The great Tao exists above. I am Ho-Tu, one of the 12 ancestors of Pangu. In a world where heaven and earth are incomplete, I witness the suffering of all beings, their souls devoid of refuge. I am willing to offer my being, transforming into the cycle of reincarnation, completing the 6 paths, granting the souls a place to return, and the living a chance to continue." Above the firmament, golden light descended, and a colossal purple eye unfolded within a rift. The great Tao responded, the eye of the great Tao. The celestial sound of the great Tao reverberated, approved. Following this, a beam of golden light fell from the heavens, transforming into an ancient book and landing in Ho-Tu's hands. The merits of the great Tao descended. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and the heavens dimmed, showering down like celestial flowers. This scene of sanctification was exceptionally grand, with purple energy radiating for 90,000 miles. Countless golden lights of the great Tao paving the way. Above the 9th heaven, thunder roared incessantly. One portion of the merits split in two, bestowing Qiye and Jianmu with their share. The remaining 9 portions merged entirely into Ho-Tu's being, enveloping her in golden light, deepening her presence. Suddenly, an expansive and boundless aura surged forth, causing the entire Underworld River to churn. This power resembled the might of heaven and earth, capable of subduing the realms. In that moment, Ho-Tu ascended to sanctification, not as a saint of heaven, but as a saint of earth, as well as a saint of the great Tao. The saint of the great Tao is not defined by the realm of the great Tao, but is simply a saint beneath its vastness. Qiye also allowed the merits to flow into him. Though his cultivation did not advance, he could sense an inexplicable fortune enveloping him. This was the merit of the great Tao, distinct from the merits of heaven. The great Tao is supremely just, devoid of selfishness. The heavenly way is often unjust and self-serving. The merits of the heavenly way are laden with numerous shackles, constantly restricted, unable to defy the will of the heavenly Tao, akin to being controlled by it, leading to numerous detriments. Conversely, the merits of the great Tao are unshackled, entirely just, and selfless. Jianmu also felt a powerful surge of merit entering his being, delighting in the realization that he was but a step away from the realm of sainthood. After all, beneath the saints, all are but ants. Who does not aspire to attain sainthood? Ho-Tu's voice resonated through the primordial world, stirring the hearts of countless beings that I in this grand spectacle. All eyes were drawn forth to I in the underworld. The six saints paused upon hearing her voice. Tongtian expressed his astonishment to transform into the cycle of reincarnation. Completing the six paths, what great audacity Ho-Tu possesses. Does this not imply that Ho-Tu seeks to merge with the Tao, akin to the esteemed Hongjun? Yuan sure could not help but be alarmed. Ah, my dear friend Ho-Tu, such compassion, my Western teachings advocate for benevolence and the salvation of beings. How fortuitous it would be for you to join our cause, Jean lamented. Had he known earlier, he would have extended an olive branch to Ho-Tu, guiding her to the Western teachings. What a tremendous loss, my dear friend Ho-Tu. Truly commendable, Jane exclaimed. Your actions benefit the primordial world, bringing peace to the souls of all beings. You are worthy of admiration, reverence, and respect. The six saints, despite their distance, offered a respectful bow. This is dire. Those two have escaped. By heavens, the two chaotic demons have actually fled. What a fortunate turn of events. For we were no match for them. Just as Jean finished speaking, he felt four piercing gazes upon him, as if they were blades slicing through the air. What I meant to say is, scoundrels, do not flee. Let us engage in battle for 300 more rounds, Taiqing remarked. This matter has transcended our capacity to manage. We should consult our teacher. Excellent, excellent. With our teacher's intervention, we shall surely reclaim the five-colored stone for mending the heavens. Above the Underworld River, Ho-Tu sought to establish the six paths of reincarnation to maintain the order of reincarnation. The six paths are divided into three virtuous paths and three malevolent paths. Heaven and earth serve as the apex. The heavenly path may be considered one path, entering the virtuous realm. Those who perform good deeds, cultivate their hearts, and amass great merits may enter the heavenly path, finding their sanctuary among the virtuous and enjoying the joys of the celestial realm. The second path leads to the hellish realm, entering the malevolent domain. Those who have committed heinous offenses, deeply entrenched in sin, and have perpetrated many evils shall enter the hellish realm, enduring the tortures of the 8 great hells to atone for their past transgressions. The third path leads to the path of beasts, also within the malevolent domain. Those who have stolen, evaded debts, and lack compassion and wisdom shall descend into the path of beasts, becoming mere animals and suffering the consequences of their actions. The fourth path may be designated as the hungry ghost path. Also within the malevolent domain, those who exhibited greed, stinginess, and miserly tendencies in life shall enter the hungry ghost path, reincarnating as hungry ghosts and enduring the agonies of insatiable hunger. The fifth path, known as the human path, enters the virtuous realm. Humans are ordinary beings, all of whom may enter this path. It was Qiye who spoke this time. It is indeed so to as for the final path. Ho-Tu pondered deeply. Ho-Tu, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to partition my blood sea of the underworld? A voice echoed, and in an instant, the ominous figure of the old ancestor of the underworld river emerged. His face ashen. Behind him, a multitude of Shura surged forth, poised for action. It was one thing for Ho-Tu to transform into the cycle of reincarnation, but to divide his blood sea of the underworld was an affront he could not tolerate. How could he, the sovereign of the underworld river, fail to safeguard his own territory? Such a notion would only invite ridicule. Ho-Tu's thoughts were interrupted as she cast a glance for the underworld river. I only claim half of its blood sea as a passage for the shadowy reincarnation. Regarding this final path, Ho-Tu contemplated, then addressed the Shura behind the underworld river. The final path shall be designated as the Azura path. Those who are combative, envious, and possess a strong desire for power and conflict shall be reborn as Azuras, unable to fully transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Hearing this, the underworld river seethed with rage. What need do my shuriken have for you to pass judgment? I shall not acquiesce. Meanwhile, Zhenyunzi's eyes glinted with murderous intent upon beholding the underworld river. It was the actions of the underworld river and its ilk that had led to the downfall of his dear friend. Hongyun, underworld river, today I shall settle the score with you for the grievous injury inflicted upon Hongyun. Zhenyunzi waved his whisk, golden light cascading like threads, enveloping the entire blood sea of the underworld. "Umph," the underworld river retorted with a cold laugh. Hong Yun was obstinate and foolish, reaping the consequences of his own actions. "Oh, you think I fear you." Though he had not attained sainthood, he wielded the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, slaying without regard for cause and effect, making him the strongest beneath the saints. The two immediately engaged in combat, the force of their conflict stirring the entire expanse of the blood sea of the underworld. Resonating with a thunderous roar, Zhen Yuanzi was left in astonishment. When had the river of the underworld grown so formidable? "Humph, while others may fear you, Zhen Yuanzi does not. Prepare to meet your demise." The dual swords of Yuan Tu sliced through the air like the scythes of death, sending Zhen Yuanzi's floating dust flying. "Earth Book, moral coercion grand formation," Zhen Yuanzi shouted, as the Earth Book returned to his side. Surrounded by the energies of Xian and Huang, forming a grand array, the dual swords struck upon it as if a clay ox had plunged into the sea, creating not even the slightest ripple. Zhen Yuanzi found himself unable to overpower his opponent, and the river of the underworld could not breach this moral coercion grand formation. Unless a saint intervened, there remained a flicker of hope. However, should this grand array be dismantled, it would be akin to tearing through the very earth, comparable to the collapse of a heavenly pillar, and would incur boundless karmic burdens. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi could be said to stand at the level of a saint. With the moral grand array in play, it was evenly matched. "River of the underworld, I am not negotiating with you." As the words left his lips, the river of the underworld was suddenly crushed under a terrifying aura, rendering him immobile and filled with dread. "If you continue to be unreasonable, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon Ho Tu's utterance, the overwhelming power receded like a tide. The river of the underworld was left in shock. Exclaiming, "A saint!" Ho Tu had indeed broken through to the realm of sainthood, leaving him astounded. "From this day forth, you shall govern the path of Azura, and still reign as master within the blood sea of the underworld." At this moment, the river of the underworld had no choice but to bow down. Beneath the saints, all are mere ants. Thus, the cycle of reincarnation was established. The 6 paths of reincarnation took form. Establish the underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation occupied half of the river of the underworld. While the underworld lay beneath the blood sea, a passageway into the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation took shape. Ho Tu's body grew ever more formidable. Her robes transformed into a golden hue, boundless and profound, the power exuding from her surpassing that of saints. Goddess Pingxin, the 5-colored stones for mending the heavens are in the hands of the demon god of destruction. I beseech your assistance in retrieving them, that if we delay any further, the rift may grow ever wider. Very well, I shall remember this. Though these chaotic deities were powerful, now that she had united with the Tao, mastering the entire underworld, they posed little threat. "Brothers, farewell. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Ho Tu, only Pingxe Qiye. I request that you assist me in sending the shaman clan into the underworld. Ho Tu shall not betray the shamans. Rest assured, they will safely enter the underworld." As Ho Tu murmured, "Ho Tu shall not betray the shamans." A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, her form gradually fading until she slowly vanished. Goddess Pingxin, benevolence, great benevolence, the beings of the primordial wilderness felt compelled to express. The 6 saints stood in solemnity. Goddess Pingxin, great righteousness, great benevolence. Hong Jun, seated upon a mat, could not help but feel melancholic. "Pingxin possesses far more resolve than I." Yet, in the next moment, Hong Jun's expression turned indifferent, his eyes betraying a coldness, as he surveyed the entirety of the primordial world. Now another variable has emerged. A variable, indeed. Hong Jun, what are your thoughts on the primordial world? The essence of Pingxin had transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, while she had sworn an oath to the great Tao. She ultimately remained ensnared within the underworld. Minor forces may shift, but the grand scheme remains unchanged, not diverging from the operation of the heavenly Tao. Should I intervene, I would undoubtedly face the wrath of the great Tao. Given the circumstances, it is imperative to address the mending of the heavens. Why have these chaotic deities continued to appear? Hong Jun, filled with suspicion, mused, At the inception of creation, aside from those few, no other gods or demons should have survived. Unknown, you are the heavenly Tao. How can you be unaware? In the underworld, the realm of the dead, Qiye vowed to relocate the shamans entirely to the underworld. He also received the 5 colored stones for mending the heavens from Pingxin. From this day forth, you shall not leave the underworld. Pingxin instructed the remaining shamans, with no one to oversee the underworld. These individuals were just in time to restore order. And after Pingxin's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation, many issues had come to light. The current state of the underworld was utter chaos. If order were not restored, the 6 paths of reincarnation could not proceed. Xingtian, Jiofeng, you are responsible for maintaining order in the underworld. Should any issues arise, consult the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Yes, Goddess Pangu. Qiye. Follow me. Deep within the underworld, a massive disk manifested, radiating 6 colors of light, ancient, profound, and shrouded in mystery. The reincarnation disk represented the 6 paths, a manifestation of Ho Tuesday achieving the status of an earthbound saint. Indestructible and immortal, yet restrained by these 6 paths of reincarnation, forever bound to the underworld. The reincarnation disk quivered gently, a beam of white light surged forth, transforming into a woman clad in golden robes. This woman seemed as if she belonged to the heavens, her aura distinctly different from that of Ho Tuesday, having become the cycle of reincarnation. Ho Tu was no longer Ho Tu, but reincarnation itself, albeit retaining a flicker of Ho Tu's will 5 colored stones for mending the heavens. With a wave of Pingxin's hand, 5 colored stones circled and flew into Qiye's grasp. The underworld is even worse than I imagined. Are you referring to matters of the earth? Pingxin's gaze shifted, as if a surge of bloodlight had emerged. The Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal, should remain in the underworld to suppress the realm of the dead. Qiye was taken aback for a moment, then focused his gaze. Something was amiss. This Pingxin was not right. No, you are not Ho Tuesday, I am reincarnation. A cold voice echoed from her. The emergence of another will upon her transformation into reincarnation astonished him immensely. Qiye, you may leave. Suddenly, Pingxin seemed to revert to her normal state. Goddess Pingxin, I take my leave. With the establishment of the underworld and the refinement of order, all beings must undergo judgment through the book of life and death before entering the 6 paths of reincarnation. Currently, the 5 ghost emperors, 10 Yama kings, and 4 great judges had yet to return to their positions. Thus the shamans would temporarily manage the affairs. Xingtian and Jiofeng, 2 great shamans, stood just beneath the ancestral shaman. Hence, they would assume these responsibilities, with the book of life and death overseen by Jiofeng, that we pay our respects to the elder. Xingtian and Jiofeng bowed. This is the primordial turtle spirit of the North Sea. Let it enter reincarnation. Elder, please wait. Jiofeng flipped through the book of life and death, searching diligently, then stated, the North Sea primordial turtle can enter the heavenly path. No, it shall enter the human path. Upon hearing Qiye's words, Jiofeng was filled with confusion. Elder, the North Sea primordial turtle has contributed greatly to the heavens and possesses immense fortune and merit, upon judgment by the book of life and death. It is indeed meant for the heavenly path. As I have instructed, it shall enter the human path. The North Sea primordial turtle, having spent its entire life unable to transform, had promised to allow the other to enter the Jie Sect. Thus naturally could not enter the heavenly path in reincarnation. Elder, the judgment of the 6 paths of reincarnation is based on the book of life and death. It shall go where it is meant to go, and cannot be arbitrarily altered. Moreover, this has been decreed by Goddess Pingxin. We must not disrupt the order of reincarnation. Goddess Pingxin has already consented. The 2 were filled with suspicion, unwilling to believe, and decided to report to the goddess for confirmation. Very well, it shall enter the human path. As Jiofeng's words fell, a voice echoed from the depths, we shall obey the goddess's decree. Subsequently, Jiofeng sent the primordial turtle spirit into the human path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With the 5 colored stones for mending the heavens in hand, Qiye returned to Mount Buzhou. Disciple, how did it go? Did you acquire the 5 colored stones? With a wave of his hand, Qiye revealed the circling 5 colored stones. How is this possible? Qiye actually succeeded in obtaining the 5 colored stones for mending the heavens. Yuan Shi was momentarily taken aback. Tongtian severed the primordial turtle to mend the heavens, accruing boundless merit. Yet we received none. It is truly infuriating. The 5 saints were filled with regret, lamenting that this fortunate task had fallen to Tongtian. Now that Qiye had obtained the mending stones, their glory was eclipsed by the 2 of them. Very well, let us begin mending the heavens. Nuwa raised her hand, and an ancient Qian Kun Ding appeared, emanating radiance, as she lifted the lid and cast the 5 colored stones within, infusing them with divine fire for refinement. After 9 times 9, 81 days, the cauldron's spiritual light surged skyward, resulting in 36,501 mending stones. Everyone, the mending stones have been refined. Please remove your spiritual treasures. Upon witnessing the events, the 5 saints raised their hands in unison, summoning back their respective spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, Nuwa waved her hands, causing 36,501 pieces of heavenly stones to soar into the gaping black chasm. Gradually mending the heavens, it was only upon the completion of the 36,500 stone that the restoration was achieved, with the last fragment descending into the eastern victory divine continent. The task of repairing the heavens was accomplished. The firmament returned to its pristine state, and the world was stabilized. The merits of the heavenly Tao descended, dispersing into myriad auspicious clouds. Golden lotuses filled the sky, radiating a celestial light that Nuwa's successful endeavor in mending the heavens earned her a significant share of the merits. While Taiqing and Yuan Shi, who had established the foundational elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, each received a portion of the merits, as well. Qiye, having retrieved the heavenly stones, deemed it crucial, thus acquiring 2 portions of merit. The myriad immortals of the also earned their share, receiving 1 portion of merit. The final portion was allocated to Jin and Juni. Why, one might ask, did this Qiye, who contributed nothing, receive 2 portions of merit? The Taoist was aggrieved. He and his senior brother only received 1 portion of merit, without any tangible benefits. Yuan Shi's countenance also darkened at the sight. How could one who did nothing possess more merit than our 6 saints? With a scoff, Tongtian interjected, the distribution of merit is determined by the heavenly Tao. Zhuenti, if you are dissatisfied, take it up with the D. Oh, Qiye waved his hand, bestowing the 2 portions of merit upon the myriad immortals of the. Instantly, the multitude surged with newfound power. Their fortunes soaring like dragons, these fortunes ascended to unprecedented heights, echoing with a mighty resonance. Observing this scene, apart from Nuwa and Tongtian, the other 4 saints wore expressions of icy disdain. The now basked in flourishing fortunes, akin to a dragon's might, which could easily overshadow our Jie Sect. Senior brother, these fortunes are immense. If we could sway them, wouldn't our Western teachings flourish? The myriad immortals of the are indeed fated to be aligned with us. However, aside from that Qiye, the rest are destined to our Western teachings. This individual possesses neither virtue nor wisdom, acting recklessly, and is fated to have no connection with our Western sect. After all, he has repeatedly fallen at the hands of Qiye. With the repair of the heavens concluded, each returned to their own abode. In an instant, they became a coveted prize. Their fortunes surged forth, becoming a thorn in the side of the 4 saints. Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace. Yuan Shi gazed at the burgeoning fortunes of his expression growing increasingly somber. Tishiyang Mountain. In the 8th Scenery Palace, Taiqing remained impassive, yet he too perceived this vast fortunes. Disciple has returned. Master, Xiandu announced as he entered. Taiqing smiled faintly. Disciple, have you gained any insights? Reporting to Master, I cannot claim insights. Yet I have gained much. However, Master, although the human race has attained the golden elixir Tao, their strength remains insufficient. I wonder if Master has any methods to empower humanity. Disciple, your journey of exploration has not unveiled the worldly illusions. Instead, it has sown more doubts. This is a good thing. Yet, as you cultivate the way of non-action, you must understand that sometimes non-action is also a form of action. Disciple, with my limited intellect, fail to comprehend your meaning. During my travels, I encountered senior brother Qiye. which left me contemplative. Qiye. What did he convey to you? Senior brother Qiye remarked that I am unfit for the way of non-action, questioning the purpose of intervening if one were to practice non-action. Though Taiqing's expression remained unchanged, his heart brimmed with anger. Why should his disciple require guidance from another? In the future, there should be no entanglements with him. Despite Li Qiye's formidable prowess, his reckless nature may lead to calamity. Everything in the world, both action and inaction, is governed by the workings of the heavenly Tao, subject to predetermined fate. If you comprehend this, you will naturally find understanding. If not, you will be ensnared, unable to extricate yourself, and merely add to your inner demons that I only accept you as my disciple. Do you know why? Xiandu shook his head. Disciple does not understand that why path lies in depth, unlike the without great willpower and wisdom. One cannot attain enlightenment. Yet you are suited for this path, and your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Li Qiye. Xiandu bowed in acknowledgement. Disciple understands to be why the way during the battle of the witches and demons. Senior brother Qiye relocated the human race of Buzhou Mountain to the eastern sea. That is of no consequence. I've already been informed. After Xiandu withdrew, Taiqing's expression shifted slightly, and he exited the 8th Scenery Palace. Entering the boundless chaos that in the depths of the chaos, one could easily become lost. Yet for a saint like Taiqing, it posed little challenge. After an indeterminate time, Taiqing finally halted. Before him lay a small realm within the chaos. Brimming with boundless vitality, a distinguished guest arrives. My master requests your presence, announced a youthful attendant with rosy lips and white teeth, possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, bowing respectfully to Taiqing. Upon entering, he found himself in a verdant oasis, teeming with lush flora and towering trees, radiating vibrant life. This scene resembled a paradise, exuding an aura of boundless life that a vast expanse of willow trees proliferated, emanating a rich vitality. Surely, there must be trillions of willows. Taiqing could not help but marvel. Seated within was a young man clad in white, handsome in appearance, with a willow tree swaying gently in the breeze. Alive with vitality. Friend, this place is akin to the primordial chaos. Your words are humorous. I am Green Willow, born of chaos. With intent, one may plant flowers, yet without intent, the willows flourish. This green willow is me, and I am the green willow. Taiqing, my friend, we meet again. Have you made your decision? Taiqing remained silent, posing another question. I recall that the 3,000 gods and demons initially obstructed Pangu from opening the heavens. Yet it was said that only a few chaotic gods and demons reincarnated. How then do we account for the chaotic demon gods within the underworld? Yang Mei smiled slightly, not rushing to answer, but instead inquired. If you seek knowledge, speak your answer. The two engaged in a subtle dance of inquiry and collision. Taiqing furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. Yang Mei remained patient, awaiting his response. After a brief interval, Taiqing spoke first. I can agree, but I have a request. Yang Mei replied. Speak freely. As long as it is reasonable and not overly excessive, it should be manageable. I shall only cooperate with you under the condition that I will not act against my original intent. Nor will I disrupt the primordial chaos. That is acceptable. After all, we do not seek destruction. Now that we have reached an understanding, I shall extend a measure of sincerity. Yang Mei continued. The 3,000 gods and demons were indeed slain by Pangu, with only a few chaotic gods and demons forced to reincarnate. After reincarnation, our powers diminished significantly, and our demon god forms were shattered. However, we were birthed from chaos, and thus do not experience true death. We were all born under the 3,000 laws. As long as the great Tao persists, the laws endure. The 3,000 demon gods shall not truly perish. Moreover, Yang Mei lowered his voice. Pangu held back. So the chaotic gods and demons cannot be deemed truly dead. Taiqing was astounded. As a saint, such secrets were beyond his grasp. Those saints are powerful. They remain somewhat inferior to these chaotic gods and demons. Pangu held back. Then why did he still fall? At this moment, countless questions swirled in Taiqing's mind, each giving rise to more inquiries. Intensifying his desire for answers, as for this matter, We are unaware to survive is the best outcome. Who would seek to delve into it further? Then, based on your words, the 3,000 gods and demons have not truly perished. This notion left him incredulous. If the 3,000 gods and demons had not completely fallen, then the primordial world would stand as an obstruction to them, inevitably leading to destruction. The power of the 3,000 gods and demons was immense. Could even the heavenly Tao suppress them? At this moment, Taiqing felt as though he had been lured into a trap by Yang Mei. Yang Mei chuckled lightly. You overthink it. If the 3,000 demon gods were still present, would I seek your cooperation? With their strength, they could easily sweep through the entire primordial chaos, even obliterating the heavenly Tao. Unless the great Tao intervenes, who could stand against them? What else? Nothing more. This is my sincerity to AS for additional information. That is up to you. If great matters can be accomplished, you shall naturally come to know everything. Nothing more? Taiqing mused. These chaotic demon gods are indeed cunning, adept at manipulating hearts AS for what I mentioned. The time is not yet right. Even if you have acquired it, you cannot change anything, and it may even lead to confrontation. Thus, you may consider it as if nothing has transpired. Yang Mei waved his hand, and a green willow shrank, materializing before him. This object was birthed by me, containing boundless vitality. Its power rivals that of a heavenly Tao saint. Upon hearing this, Taiqing was taken aback. A strength comparable to that of a heavenly Tao saint is indeed extraordinary, and it was casually nurtured by the other party. Just how formidable must his true form be? In the realm of the underworld, the 6 saints could barely suppress the 2 chaos demon gods. He could not help but ponder that if Pangu had not slain these chaos demon gods, would not the heavens and earth have descended into chaos? However, there is no need for concern. Now, Hutu has transformed into reincarnation, already an earthly Tao saint, mastering the underworld, in the Western teachings, Shumi Mountain. Elder brother, the fortunes of the now soar like a dragon, dominating alone. When will the West have its day? Zhuan Ti's expression reflected deep concern. Our West suffers greatly. The war of the witches and demons led to no advantage for them, only serving to strengthen the righteous aura endures with countless immortals, which is truly enviable. In contrast, our West has but a handful of dwindling disciples. Meanwhile, Jane appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unbothered. Junior brother, our Western teachings will undoubtedly flourish. Moreover, it is not us who should be anxious, but rather the Chan teaching. Tongtian and Yuanshi have severed their ties. The conflict between the Chan and continues unabated. Perhaps we may yet carve out a piece of the Is that so? Zhuan Ti's eyes lit up. We have not left empty-handed. Jane smiled slightly. Splendid, splendid. It seems our Western teachings are destined for great prosperity. Friend, please stay. I perceive a bond between you and the West. Would you care to follow me and cultivate the great Tao? The other party was taken aback. The West? Is that not a barren land? I shan't go. Upon finishing, the individual hastily fled. Truly, you have an affinity. With melodious sounds echoing, they forcibly transformed him, whisking him away. Excellent. One more disciple has joined the West. The day of our revival is nigh. This elicited a reaction from many beings. The Western teachings are utterly shameless. They can act in such a manner, forcibly plundering. Hush, be quiet, or you may be next. The various Tao friends also have an affinity with my Western teachings. Zhuan Ti had not finished speaking when these individuals hurriedly fled. Why has everyone left? He thought to himself, as a dignified saint. He is met with such disrespect. Very well. All of you possess an affinity, he proclaimed, waving a golden pestle, transforming them all. Let us return to the West and utilize the supreme method to transform them. The scale of the Western teachings today owes much to Zhuan Ti's method of forced transformation. After all, those from the Chan and do not value them. It is better to join my Western teachings, where at least there are 2 saints to guide them. In the 33 heavens, 3 figures arrived, followed by numerous beings of the demon clan. This moment, the entire 33 heavens have been nearly obliterated. Even the treasury had been ransacked, leaving only broken walls and ruins, devoid of its former glory. The 3 were Beis, Jianmu, and Philian, who had survived the war of witches and demons by mere chance. Now, the state of the heavenly court filled them with rage. After the war of witches and demons, some demons could hardly wait to assault the heavenly court, looting the treasury, sparing nothing. The entire heavenly court was stripped bare. Too much, these traitors, now that the heavenly emperor and eastern emperor have fallen, these demons are truly kicking us while we are down. This cannot go unpunished. I must teach them a lesson and reclaim what belongs to us. Stop, Bei shouted. What will you use to teach them a lesson? Just the two of you. The Tianyin clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and the Qiye clan all have mid-stage quasi-saint experts, not to mention several de Luo. Are you prepared to die with your current cultivation, with the heavenly emperor, eastern emperor, and two heavenly queens fallen, and Kunlun having betrayed and fled during the battle? What strength do we possess with just us? Mentioning Kunlun darkened Jiming's expression. If it weren't for Kunlun's sudden betrayal, how could Dijuan have perished? He is the root cause of our misfortune. However, Kunlun has achieved the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation. With our numbers, we would only be courting death if we approached. What should we do now? Should we attempt to rebuild the heavenly court? Bei sighed lightly, shaking his head. The demon clan is now fragmented, each ruling their own territory. How could we possibly summon them to unite? They would likely ignore us entirely. Must we truly give up on revival? Jianmu and Feilian were unwilling, but unwillingness is useless without strength. Let us temporarily retreat. We will move to the 10,000 Great Mountains to recuperate. The 10,000 Great Mountains? But that place is filled with miasma and poison, and the spiritual energy is even more sparse than the barren west. How can we recuperate there? Bei's replied, that can be arranged into a small-scale Zhou-Tian star formation, isolating the 10,000 Great Mountains, and can also continuously supply star power, but that has already been taken by Kunlun. It is impossible to retrieve in no matter. I will give it a try. I hope Kunlun will lend us for the sake of the Heavenly Emperor. Lend? That originally belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Now we must lower ourselves to beg that feathered fiend and seek his favor. But what choice do we have? Uncle Bei's, Uncle Jianmu, Uncle Feilian, a voice called out, causing the three to freeze upon seeing the newcomer. Their expressions shifted in shock. Your Highness, how come you have not perished? Seeing that Luya was unharmed, the three were filled with excitement. Wonderful. Your Highness is safe. Now that the demon clan has a pillar of support. If those demons know you are still alive, they will certainly not dare to act recklessly. Your Highness, what has transpired? On that day, Dei entered Tanyang Mountain to avenge Quafu, slaying 10 golden crows. The heavenly Queen Qiye was enraged and annihilated Dei entirely. This time it was truly obliterated. The traces of the 10 little golden crows were erased in the river of time, prompting Dijuan's fury and igniting the war of witches and demons. They thought all 10 princes had perished. Not expecting that Prince Luya still lived at It was the mother Nuwa who saved me. I was gravely injured and awoke in the Nuwa palace. Mother Nuwa, the three were astonished. Excellent. It is good that your Highness is safe. The revival of our demon clan is now within reach. If we can gain the assistance of the mother, it will surely not be a problem. Bei's and the others stated, since your Highness still lives, you shall command the demon clan, but we vow to protect you with our lives. There is no need for such formalities, dear uncles, if it were not for my urging my elder brothers to play outside. This would not have happened, Luya said, filled with guilt. Your Highness need not blame yourself. The conflict between witches and demons is inevitable, and a great battle will come sooner or later. Now that the witch clan has retreated into the underworld, only we demons remain. Dear uncles, what strategies do we have? We plan to move to the 10,000 Great Mountains, but the spiritual energy there is sparse and desolate. However, to recuperate there, we may need the... Bei's hesitated, for there was in Kunlun's possession, and with their strength, they could not reclaim it. If we could gain the assistance of Mother Nuwa, we would surely be able to retrieve it. Very well. I shall seek out Mother Nuwa. Your Highness, we shall accompany you. Now that you have returned, should anything happen, the demon clan will have no hope that in the Taizu heaven, at the Nuwa palace, the resplendent Nuwa sat at the head. With a maid standing beside her, below the grand hall stood Luya and the others. What brings you to seek me, Luya? Nuwa's icy voice sent shivers down the spines of Bei's and the others. Your Majesty, Now that my father, Eastern Emperor, and 2 mothers have perished, it is difficult for our demon clan to establish a foothold in the primordial chaos. I beseech you to retrieve my father's relics. The Luya's expression was pained, mourning deeply. Luya, such is the will of heaven. I am entrusted by an old friend to ensure your safety. However, if you wish to rebuild the heavenly court, I cannot assist you. But I will help you retrieve with a gentle lift of her hand, the far beneath the North Sea in Kunlun's palace, trembled lightly, slipping from Kunlun's grasp, traversing countless voids, and landing in Luya's hands. This scene left Baze and the others astounded that this the power of a saint. In a fleeting moment, one traverses the primordial chaos to seize an object directly, far away in the palace of Kunlun. The great Kunlun was astounded to discover that the river diagram and Luo book had vanished right beneath his nose. Who could it be? Kunlun, the rightful owner of the object, had no desire to speak further. Upon hearing this voice, Kunlun was struck with terror, dutifully adhering to the edict of Lady Nuwa. With Nuwa herself intervening, hope seemed lost. Depart. Nuwa issued her decree, leaving the grand hall devoid of anyone but herself. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Brother, the affairs of the demon race have concluded. Hutu has transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, and the witch tribe has retreated into the netherworld. Perhaps this marks an end to our tribulations." Now, only a fragment of Fushi's primordial spirit remained within the gourd. Witnessing her brother's demise without the power to intervene filled her heart with immense sorrow. Sister, fret not. Within the unseen realm, there lies a glimmer of hope. In the boundless domain of chaos, an oddity seemed to have transpired in the primordial realm, suggesting a shift in the tides. Surely, Hongjun must be in a state of utter disarray. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Hongjun, back in the day, during your battle with Luo, you ensnared me. Now, seeing you suffer brings me greater joy than my own cultivation progress. Like the tea that moment, a figure clad in azure robes materialized before him. It appeared that the primordial realm had indeed undergone a transformation, as I sensed the presence of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Time, have you sensed it too? Time nodded. I wish to venture into the future to discern the fate of the primordial realm. But all I see is a shroud of mist obscuring the path ahead. Even you cannot glimpse it. It seems the primordial realm has truly experienced a shift, if there is indeed a change. It is only fitting that we investigate, not only to witness Hongjuan's plight, but also to ascertain certain truths. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei was taken aback. Now that I have reached the 9th level of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, our strength cannot contend with the Tao of Heaven that if we proceed, we may very well fall into its grasp. A risk not worth taking. Who claims such? Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from time, a force capable of effortlessly rending chaos asunder. Sensing this aura, Yang Mei gasped in astonishment. What step have you taken? Time smiled faintly. It is not so simple. I have merely taken half a step. Half a step? Even so, that is not something a mere 9th level Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian can rival. This half-step signified the realm of Hunyuan Taiji de Luo Jingxian. Time had evidently advanced to that level. Yet, even a half-step in that realm seemed insufficient to face the Tao of Heaven in the primordial realm. I never claimed to engage in battle with the Tao of Heaven. I merely wish to observe Hongjun. If we cannot prevail, we shall flee. Can he truly bind us to the primordial realm? Are you not curious to see Hongjun in distress? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's ire was ignited. She had once fallen victim to the treachery of the celestial demon Hongjun, alongside Yin Yang and Qian Kun, who were similarly ensnared. Who would have thought the ultimate victor would be him? Naturally, she felt a deep-seated resentment, though she had previously intercepted him in the chaos. Little did she know that he was not among the most powerful of the 3,000 chaotic demons. Yet his plethora of treasures allowed him to escape her grasp, in the chaotic void of the primordial realm. Yang Mei, do you dare return to the primordial realm? Upon sighting Yang Mei, Hongjuan's expression darkened. What? Is the primordial realm not my home as well? Is it forbidden for me to return? Since you have come, do leave your presence here. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun summoned a massive seal that descended upon them, enveloping the heavens and earth, composed of boundless chaotic energy infused with the power of celestial laws, shaking the entirety of the chaotic realm. Let us see if you can withstand it. Yang Mei retorted defiantly, conjuring an infinite array of shattered space that coalesced into a long sword, embodying the laws of space and brimming with inexhaustible spatial energy. The sword's radiance sliced through the air, colliding with the massive seal. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the two engaged in fierce combat, stirring the entire chaotic expanse. They battled for what seemed like a million rounds, neither side yielding, locked in a stalemate. Hongjun scoffed, "A ninth-level Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, what audacity do you possess? It appears you have yet to fully recover. Without recovery, what can you possibly contend with me?" With another wave of his hand, fragments of the creation jade plate, imbued with supreme creative power, surged forth like a torrent toward Yang Mei. The force of creation, the laws of the celestial path. In an instant, the entire chaos appeared to be suppressed by an invisible force, akin to a celestial decree. It seems I have indeed underestimated Hongjun, though he is not fully harmonized with the Tao. His strength has grown immensely. Yang Mei, you have repeatedly tested my limits. Do you believe I would not dare suppress you? You have yet to settle account for your past treachery against us. Time, if you do not emerge soon, I fear I shall falter. Yang Mei shouted, and in that moment, a figure clad in azure appeared before her. Time, reverse, Time commanded, unleashing an even more potent force of temporal laws, freezing the entirety of chaos, rendering time tangible at that instant. The fragments of the creation jade plate were ensnared within the temporal laws and retreated. Time reshaped and reversed. Everything returned to its origin, reverting to its former state as if nothing had ever transpired. This exemplifies the terror of time, omnipresent, transcending all, who commands the tides of fate. Hongjun's expression darkened. I wondered who it was. It seems you have assistance. Time, do you still dare to enter the primordial realm? I shall ensure your suppression. I do not underestimate you, Hongjun. Among the 3,000 demons, your strength is perhaps the most meager. How dare you speak so brazenly? Had it not been for my diminished power, do you think you would still stand here conversing with me? In the endless chaos, I indeed cannot control you, but here in the primordial realm, since you have come, remain obedient. With a thought, Hongjun transformed, exuding an aura of profound depth, a powerful essence radiating from him, sweeping across the chaotic realm. This was the power of the Tao of Heaven, now bestowed upon Hongjun at this moment. He embodied the very essence of the Tao of Heaven, a force that transcends all within the primordial realm, capable of determining life and death, annihilating existence with a mere thought, reshaping all power. Under the Tao of Heaven, all beings possess their fates. You too, as chaotic demons, ought to yield to the Tao and return to the void. With a cold snort, Hongjun's power surged even more fiercely. Our departure is not something you can hinder. As the wheel of time turns, the path of time manifests, and our figures vanish from the primordial realm. Hongjun, we shall come and go as we please in this primordial realm. Hongjun's expression darkened. These chaotic demons remained a ticking time bomb, capable of wreaking havoc upon the primordial realm at any moment on Golden Ao Island. In the palace of Bo, auspicious signs abounded, golden lotuses blossomed, and the Tongtian patriarch presided, imparting wisdom. The battle between the witch and the demon had passed 3,000 years, and the primordial realm welcomed peace once more, following the battle to mend the heavens. The disciples of the gained 3 portions of merit within themselves. Their cultivation surged under the eloquence of Tongtian, immersing them in enlightenment. The myriad immortals were no longer confined to mere ranks. On this day, a formidable aura surged forth, illuminating the entire palace of Bo, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, it emanated from Duobao. Tongtian smiled at this sight. Duobao, with his exceptional roots and comprehension. Achieving a breakthrough to quasi-saint was entirely within reason. Duobao officially became the second quasi-saint powerhouse of the brother. Your breakthrough to quasi-saint cultivation fills the 3 Shao with joy. that has grown significantly. Jinling and Wudong also smiled. Duobao's innate talent has always been remarkable. Now that the master is teaching, his insights have led to this breakthrough. Congratulations, Brother Duobao. Congratulations to Brother Duobao for his breakthrough. In an instant, the myriad immortals expressed their admiration, envy evident in their gazes. Zhao Gongming lamented, Brother Duobao's talent is truly terrifying. We are worlds apart in comparison. Qiye found no surprise in this, as Duobao's innate roots were well known, making his breakthrough quite natural. Yet, with joy comes sorrow. Sure, upon witnessing this, wore a look of astonishment, realizing that they had once again achieved a breakthrough.